Chapter 1, Starting Reward, 900 billion. Early morning, Jiangnan University. Wang Xian bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from the cafeteria auntie, then walked towards his girlfriend's dormitory. He was going to bring breakfast to his girlfriend. Huh? Isn't that Li Hao's car? Why is it here? Walking on the road, Wang Xian didn't think much and quickly walked past a black Audi A6 parked on the side of the road. Li Hao is a well-known rich second generation at Jiangnan University. His family runs a small company with assets worth hundreds of millions. He and Wang Xian are both students in the computer science department. They know each other but are not familiar with each other. Li Hao often goes to nightclubs where there are bright lights and wine, and he has dated so many girlfriends that he can't count them on his hands. Ah! Not long after walking, Wang Xian heard an indescribable woman's moan, which seemed to come from the Audi car behind him. And this voice seems familiar? Wang Xian suddenly turned around and saw through the front window that the 2 people in the passenger seat were doing unspeakable things. Pa! The breakfast Wang Xian was carrying fell to the ground, and the white soy milk spilled all over the floor. He was furious. Because he saw clearly that one of the people in the car was Li Hao, and the other was actually his girlfriend Lu Rui. Wang Xian could never have imagined that he was being cheated on. Recently, in order to buy his girlfriend the Hermes brand name bag she has always dreamed of, Wang Xian has been working part-time as a delivery boy to save money and only eats 1 meal a day. Because he didn't have enough to eat, Wang Xian was hungry every day. Wang Xian's family was poor. His parents died in a car accident when he was a child. He still had some relatives, but they didn't interact much and their relationship gradually became distant. He had few relatives in the world and was all alone. He grew up in an orphanage, and when he was old enough to go to school, he worked part-time to raise money for his tuition, and his life was always hard. Every day he would buy breakfast for his girlfriend Lu Rui and bring it to a fixed place on the takeaway table downstairs of her dormitory. She only had to go downstairs to get it. Wang Xian himself couldn't bear to eat that breakfast. He walked to the car angrily, stretched out his hand and slammed the car window, cursing, "Lu Rui, you shameless bitch, and Li Hao, you loser, actually doing this kind of thing here." Ah! Lu Rui screamed and quickly covered himself with clothes. Her face flushed red. She couldn't have imagined that Wang Xian had seen her cheating on her so early in the morning. "What are you arguing about, Wang Xian, you poor loser, you come to ruin my business so early in the morning?" Li Hao slowly pressed the button to roll down the window and yawned, not taking Wang Xian seriously at all. He has always looked down on poor people like Wang Xian, and often looks at these people with disdain. Looking at Lu Rui in the car, Wang Xian's eyes turned red. This girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 3 years from freshman to junior year, actually betrayed him. In the past, when Wang Xian heard his roommates say that they envied him for having a beautiful girlfriend, he was actually helpless. He has never done that kind of thing with his girlfriend Lu Rui, whom he has been dating for 3 years. They just hold hands and kiss. Every time Wang Xian wanted to cross the line, Lu Rui would stop him. He said he would save the most precious thing for him when they got married. And now, Lu Rui actually betrayed him and did such a thing, which made Wang Xian so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He looked at his girlfriend in the car and said word by word, gritting his teeth, "Lu Rui, you bitch, from now on, you are dumped by me, and we break up." Lu Rui showed a begging look, "Wang Xian, please listen to my explanation." "Enough. Isn't what I saw clear enough? You stinky woman, stay away from me from now on." Wang Xian interrupted her before she could finish. "I really give you face, Wang Xian, you poor loser, let's break up." Lu Rui changed her expression. Originally, she wanted to stabilize Wang Xian, this bootlicker, and let him continue to serve her. Now it seems unrealistic. "Lu Rui, you stinky woman, I will make you regret it in the future." Wang Xian raised his finger and pointed at Lu Rui in the car with gritted teeth. "Ha, a poor loser like you can only feel helpless and furious. How could I possibly regret it? We are already juniors and will graduate soon. If I continue to date you, I can already foresee that I will have a hard time with you in the future. There are mortgages to pay off, subways to squeeze in, and life is hard as a slog. Look at how good Li Hao is. His family owns a company and he can go back to take over the business after graduation. The car he drives is also a famous brand worth more than 400,000 yuan. Unlike you, you ride a broken bicycle." Wang Xian was quite upset by Lu Rui's criticism, but what the other party said was indeed true. He took a deep breath, stared at Lu Rui with a resolute gaze, and said slowly, "There is no point in saying more, I will make you regret it." Oh, you poor loser, you still have such a temper. How can you think so highly of yourself? Li Hao was unhappy. While touching Lu Rui's slender waist, he severely reprimanded Wang Xian. You bastard Li Hao, your score hasn't been settled with you yet, why are you so impatient? Wang Xian was very angry. Wang Xian grabbed Li Hao's collar through the car window and slapped him in the face. Li Hao's face turned red. How, are you okay? Lu Rui looked worried, and then glared at Wang Xian unkindly. Wang Xian, you actually hit someone. You. Li Hao was about to scold Wang Xian and get out of the car to beat Wang Xian, but he saw Wang Xian leaving. He was too lazy to chase him and planned to gather some people in the near future to beat Wang Xian. For a rich second generation like him, it is not difficult to gather a few people to beat Wang Xian. He intends to make Wang Xian pay the price. Wang Xian was walking on the campus, looking haggard and dazed. He really didn't expect that his girlfriend of 3 years would actually betray him. He felt extremely sad. Just wait for me, you bastards. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, swearing to make Li Hao pay the price and make Lu Rui regret it. At this moment, a sudden mechanical voice sounded in Wang Xian's mind. Bite. A suitable host for the Shenhouse system has been detected. System binding in progress. 1%, 13%, 99%, 100%, binding completed. Congratulations to the host Wang Xian for obtaining the godly rich system. The system has a balance of 900 billion and is linked to major banks around the world. The host can use fingerprint payment or face payment to make purchases. Wang Xian took a closer look and found that a translucent system panel really appeared in front of his sight. Balance 900,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Attribute points 0. Note: the host can obtain 1 attribute point for every 10 million gold spent. Is this true? Oh my god, I've really made a fortune? Wang Xian's face showed ecstasy, and he couldn't suppress his joy. Wait. Don't be too happy too soon. I'll go buy something to try and see if it really works. Wang Xian suppressed his excitement in time. If this super rich system really works, then you can really get rich. If it doesn't work, then who knows who is playing a prank on Wang Xian. Wang Xian quickly walked into a convenience store on the university campus, picked up a stick of gum and walked to the cashier. Hello sir, the total is 3 yuan, you can pay in cash or by mobile payment. The sweet-looking cashier smiled at Wang Xian. Wang Xian replied that he would pay with Union Pay and fingerprint. He immediately pressed his index finger on the screen of the payment device. Ding, 3 yuan has been received. Payment has been received successfully. A mechanical sound was heard. The payment was actually successful. Wang Xian was shocked and immediately looked at the balance on the system panel. Balance 8999999999999999997 yuan. Wang Xian was shocked. This super rich system was actually real. After spending 3 yuan, there is still more than 800 billion left. How much money does the richest man in Xia have? Only a few hundred billion. How much money does the richest man in the world have? Less than 1 trillion. He has so much money, he is the richest man on the entire planet. Ha 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 ha. From now on, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely, and the sea is wide and the fish can jump freely. I'm revealing my cards, I'm a billionaire. Wang Xian didn't care about his image and shouted out with joy. What's wrong with you? Looking at Wang Xian, who was grinning foolishly, the cashier asked in surprise. Ahem, it's okay. Wang Xian came to his senses, turned around and walked out of the convenience store. P.S. I hope everyone will support me. The more you read, the better it gets. I reviewed it and found that there are many exciting contents after 100,000 words. Chapter 2 Michelin Restaurant. Before having breakfast, Wang Xian walked out of the school gate and came to a Michelin 3-star restaurant near the school. As we all know, the prices of various foods in this Michelin restaurant are notoriously expensive. The restaurant grades are divided into 1 star to 3 stars, and the 3-star ones are very expensive, but Wang Xian is not afraid now. Now that I have money, I should treat myself to a good meal. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful waitress with fair skin and tall figure came out to greet me. She was wearing a seductive black short-skirt professional suit, silver high heels, and had a beautiful face. Excuse me sir, what would you like to eat? Are you a member of our restaurant? The waitress asked politely with a smile. No membership card. Wang Xian answered truthfully with a calm expression. When she heard that the other party did not have a membership, the beautiful waitress looked Wang Xian up and down. She had not noticed it just now, but now after a closer look, she realized that the outfit the guy in front of her was wearing cost less than 200 yuan. Can such a person afford to eat at a Michelin restaurant? Is this damn guy in front of me here to cause trouble? Thinking of this, the waitress curled her lips and suddenly became angry. She glanced at Wang Xian with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. She stood there blankly, with no intention of taking Wang Xian to a seat. The waitress cursed in her heart, "You poor bastard, are you here to get scolded? Why do you want to go to a Michelin restaurant when you don't have money? You can't even afford a membership. Besides, even if you don't have a membership, you look like a rich person wearing a set of cheap goods. After dinner, you won't even be able to pay. I'll see how you end up." Just when the waitress was getting impatient and was about to call security to kick Wang Xian out, a slightly plump middle-aged man came out and said to the waitress seriously, "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and take our guest to his seat." "Yes, manager." Although the waitress Zhao Min looked down on the poor man Wang Xian in front of her, she still had to obey the orders of their manager. The man smiled politely at Wang Xian and said, "Please forgive me, sir. Xiao Zhao is a little bit stupid. Please don't blame her." The man handed Wang Xian a business card with his contact number on it. "My last name is Hu, and I'm the manager of this restaurant. If you need any help, you can always come to me." "It's okay, Manager Hu, you're too polite. My name is Wang Xian, and I study at Jiangnan University near your restaurant. You can call me Xiao Wang." Wang Xian took the business card and just smiled. Because he was poor, he was often looked down upon, and he was used to it. Wang Xian was reluctantly taken by the waitress Zhao Min to a table to sit down. "Pa!" Zhao Min casually threw a menu onto the table in front of Wang Xian and said unkindly, "Order quickly. When you can't pay the bill later, I'll see what you're going to do. Let me make this clear first. Don't think of working to pay off your debts. We don't accept male waiters like you." Hearing this, Wang Xian immediately became angry. "Fuck, you look down on others like a waiter, your name is Zhao Min, right? I think people like you are really short-sighted. Have I bargained with you? Have I ever bargained with you? Have I ever complained that your dishes are too expensive? Why do you insist that I can't afford it? Haven't you heard that you shouldn't judge a person by his appearance? Haven't you heard that there are always people better than you, and there are always higher powers than you? Just wait, I'll talk to your manager and fire you. You!" The waitress Zhao Min was immediately furious and wanted to beat Wang Xian. But she was a little worried that Wang Xuanjun would go to their manager and tell him. If she was really fired, she would cry her heart out. In a high-end restaurant like Michelin, even the waiters there are paid very high wages. She couldn't bear to leave here. Zhao Min had to pretend to change her expression, but she was still unwilling and said, "Excuse me, sir, please order." Wang Xian flipped through the menu and looked at it carefully, ticking off some of the dishes he liked, and handed the menu back to the waitress Zhao Min. "Okay, that's all, you asked them to prepare the meal." Zhao Min took the menu and looked at it carefully. She was a little shocked. The dishes this guy ordered were really too many. And they were the most expensive ones. The dishes Wang Xian selected included 3,999 yuan Australian top-grade Wagyu beef, 5,999 yuan Boston lobster, 3,800 yuan crab-fried rice, 2,868 yuan grilled sea cucumber on iron plate, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite Collector's Edition priced at more than 100,000 yuan. The total price of so many dishes is hundreds of thousands of yuan. Zhao Min really doubted whether this guy in front of her, wearing tattered clothes, could afford to eat so many expensive foods. But then she became happy again. "Just wait, if you can't pay after dinner, we have plenty of ways to deal with you, and we can even send you to jail. Can you finish it all by yourself? You are so wasteful." Zhao Min looked down at Wang Xian sarcastically. "It's none of your business. I enjoy it. I'll pour out the leftovers. What's it got to do with you?" Wang Xian asked in a bad tone. Zhao Min was so annoyed that she had no choice but to take the menu to the chef to prepare the meal. Not long after, the chef prepared the dishes for Wang Xian, and then some waiters came to the table one after another, and all the dishes were served. Wang Xian glanced at the table full of food. The dishes in this Michelin restaurant were expensive, but the quantity was too small. Wang Xian was a little worried. Will this be enough to fill him up? He began to eat voraciously, and his eating manner was very ugly. The food in this Michelin restaurant is all airlifted in from abroad, using the finest ingredients from around the world. The quality is indeed good, and the chef's skills are also very high. Wang Xian enjoyed the meal very much. Zhao Min, who was standing not far away, glanced at Wang Xian with a sneer on her face. She became more certain in her heart that the poor guy in front of her was not a rich man at all. Rich people eat slowly, unlike Wang Xian, who looks like a starving ghost who has never had a full meal. She was looking forward to it impatiently, hoping that Wang Xian would eat faster, so that she could punish him after he finished eating because he couldn't pay and watch him make a fool of himself. An hour later, Wang Xian wiped his mouth with a napkin and glanced at the waiter Zhao Min. "I'm done, check." "Hey, why are you pretending? Now that you have finished eating and you can't pay, you might as well just admit it, so you won't be embarrassed later." Zhao Min clasped her hands on her proud chest and mocked Wang Xian without giving him any face. "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I told you to pay the bill, don't you understand?" Wang Xian was a little angry. This brainless woman with big breasts had made things difficult for him time and time again. Did she really think he had no temper? Okay, you want to pay by cash, card, or code? Swipe card, pay with fingerprint. Just wait, I'll go get our manager here and have him act as a witness. If you can't pay, I'll make you pay for it. Can. Zhao Min invited manager Hu over as well, and asked Wang Xian to pay in front of him. Zhao Min was very proud and smiled in anticipation. She couldn't wait to see Wang Xian make a fool of himself, but this guy soon revealed his true colors. She had made up her mind that if Wang Xian couldn't pay the money later, she would attack Wang Xian with the most vicious words and mock him harshly. Wang Xian pressed his fingerprint on the POS machine for payment. A mechanical voice sounded. "Union Pay payment successfully received. 382,996 yuan has been received." What? You can actually afford to pay for it. Zhao Min was shocked, and reality slapped her in the face. This ugly guy in front of me, who looks so poor, can actually afford to spend more than 380,000 yuan on a meal? Wang Xian glanced at Zhao Min with pride. "How about it? I, your father, can afford to pay you, a woman who only knows how to look at the world from a narrow perspective? You." Zhao Min was very angry. The other party actually said he was her father. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, our store didn't treat you well enough." Manager Hu quickly bowed to Wang Xian and apologized. Then he looked at Zhao Min sternly. "Xiao, you've gone too far." Manager Hu was also a little angry. He had told Zhao Min many times before not to judge people by their appearance, but this big-breasted, brainless woman just wouldn't listen. Obviously, Manager Hu could also see that this young man named Wang Xian was really angry with Zhao Min, so he was taking revenge on Zhao Min now. "You're welcome, Manager Hu. By the way, are you selling this Michelin restaurant? Your chef is very skilled, and I want to eat here every day in the future, so I want to buy your restaurant." Wang Xian smiled. "What? Mr. Wang, did I hear it right?" Manager Hu was very surprised. Chapter 3 You're fired. "Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to buy our restaurant?" Manager Hu asked again seriously. Zhao Min on the side was also extremely shocked. This guy named Wang Xian in front of him could not only afford to spend more than 380,000 for a meal, but he even wanted to buy the entire Michelin restaurant? How much would that cost? She couldn't imagine it. "Yes, Manager Hu, I want to buy your restaurant." Wang Xian nodded. "Okay, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. I'll call our boss and ask him to come over right away." Manager Hu smiled politely and trotted off to make the call. Not long after, Manager Hu walked in with a middle-aged man in a suit and a beard. Manager Hu smiled and introduced Wang Xian. "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Huang, the owner of our restaurant." "Boss Huang, this is Wang Xian whom I just told you about." Manager Hu introduced Wang Xian again. "Mr. Wang, you want to buy our restaurant, right?" Boss Huang found a chair at the dining table and sat down, then started straight to the point with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Huang, how much is the price in your restaurant?" Wang Xian looked at Mr. Huang across the table seriously. "One price, how about 100 million? Although our restaurant is valued at around 130 million, I see that Brother Wang is a straightforward person, so I'll give it to you at a discount. Our Michelin restaurant is the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangnan City. It is located in the central business district of Jiangnan City. This is the most prosperous area in Jiangnan City, and the people's consumption level is very high. Our monthly turnover is tens of millions, and the annual net profit is at least 60 to 70 million. If you buy our restaurant, you will definitely make a profit. As for me, Huang, after getting your payment, the worst that can happen is that I will invest in another restaurant. Boss Huang took a puff of his cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and said slowly. Manager who was standing by, took what Boss Huang said as bullshit. He was very contemptuous in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Boss Huang, you really are asking for too much. The actual price of your restaurant is only about 80 million at most. You asked for 100 million directly, which means you are asking for 20 million more. Okay, 100 million is 100 million. Let's prepare the contract. Wang Xian was very straightforward. Zhao Min, the waitress standing next to him, was even more shocked. What's going on? You poor boy, can you really afford 100 million to buy this restaurant? That's 100 million. Even if Zhao Min worked for 10 lifetimes, she probably wouldn't be able to earn that much money. If this guy really buys this restaurant, wouldn't she have to work for this guy whom she once looked down upon? Zhao Min began to pray silently in her heart, hoping that Wang Xian could not afford to buy the restaurant. Okay, Brother Wang is really an efficient person. Old Hu, go and prepare the contract. Boss Huang smiled happily and quickly told Manager Hu to do the job. I didn't expect that the other party was willing to buy his restaurant even though the price was so high. Manager Hu quickly prepared the contract in 2 copies, one for Boss Huang and one for Wang Xian. Wang Xian and Boss Huang quickly signed and put their fingerprints on the documents, and then it was time for payment. Wang Xian directly took out his bank card and readily paid the other party 100 million yuan. He glanced at the system panel and found that the balance was indeed 100 million less, while the attribute point column showed an increase of 10 attribute points. At the same time, there were a few more lines of text. Balance 899999999899617001 yuan. Attribute points 10 points. Physical fitness 43 points. Mental strength 66 points. Note, the physical fitness of an average adult is 40-80, and the mental strength is generally 30-90. After reading this, Wang Xian pondered in his heart, my physical fitness is only 43, which is really low. It may be that I have been frugal over the years and starved myself. Spiritual strength 66 is not bad. Maybe I have a talent for this. Wang Xian then communicated with the system using his mind and added all 10 attribute points to his physical fitness. He glanced at the system panel again. Attribute points 0 points. Physical fitness 53 points. After adding the attribute points, Wang Xian suddenly felt relaxed. He felt that his body seemed to have gotten much better. He even felt that he had more muscles than before. While Wang Xian was doing these things, Boss Huang and the others nearby naturally couldn't see the system panel and didn't know what Wang Xian was thinking. The payment has been received. Boss Huang smiled from ear to ear and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. If my guess is correct, Brother Wang, you should be the heir of some hidden power or some big organization. You are so courageous at such a young age. You will definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. Maybe Brother Wang was too low-key before. Otherwise, with your strength, everyone in the martial arts world should have heard of you a long time ago. Boss Huang, thank you for the compliment. I just feel that the chef in your restaurant is skilled, and it's close to our school, so it will be more convenient for me to eat here in the future. That's why I bought your restaurant. Wang Xian's face was very calm. In fact, Wang Xian doesn't like the food in this Michelin restaurant at all. The food is so bad that it's hard to describe. He may never come here to eat again. He bought this restaurant just to deal with Zhao Min later. Manager Hu, you've done a good job. If you're willing, please continue to be the manager of this restaurant. I'll double your salary. Wang Xian looked at Manager Hu again. Thank you, Boss Wang. I will definitely manage the restaurant well for you in the future. Manager Hu quickly promised with a smile. Touching his nose, Wang Xian looked away again and immediately began to look at Zhao Min again. Zhao Min was stunned and didn't dare to look Wang Xian in the eye. She began to feel uneasy. Wang Xian was thinking in his heart, Zhao Min is such a despicable woman, how hateful. Since you treated me like that before, then just get out of here. I don't want you to stay in this restaurant any longer, spending my money, getting in my way, and affecting my mood. By the way, you, the waiter named Zhao Min, are fired. You can leave now and you don't have to come here in the future. Wang Xian touched his chin and looked at Zhao Min. What? You want to fire me? Zhao Min raised her head and looked at Wang Xian in surprise, feeling very stunned and shocked. Whoa whoa. Zhao Min soon started crying. Wang Xian, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize to you here. I hope you can forgive me, okay? Zhao Min looked at Wang Xian sincerely with red eyes. No need. My restaurant can't tolerate people like you who look down on others. Wang Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, his voice cold. Zhao Min looked at Boss Huang again. Boss Huang, you have to make the decision for me. Xiao Zhao, I have already sold the restaurant to Mr. Wang. He makes all the decisions. Boss Huang comforted Zhao Min helplessly. Zhao Min had no choice but to be fired by Wang Xian, the new owner of this Michelin restaurant. She had to go through the resignation procedures under the guidance of manager who, pack her bags and leave. Some colleagues who usually had a bad relationship with her were laughing at her. Zhao Min dragged her luggage out of the restaurant. After walking for a while, she cursed, "It's true that the temple is small but the wind is strong, and the water is shallow but there are many turtles. How come there is a rich man like Wang Xian in this small restaurant? And he is dressed so simply, pretending to be poor." Zhao Min felt a little regretful. She had misjudged him. If she had known that Wang Xian was so rich, she would have definitely flattered him with the best and most sincere attitude. Wang Xian walked out of the Michelin restaurant he had just bought and planned to go to the 4S store to have a look. Now that he was rich, he should buy a good car. Chapter 4: The Most Expensive Ferrari. Wang Xian came to the most luxurious Ferrari 4S store in Jiangnan City. Ferrari has always been a car he wanted to buy but could not afford. Now he finally has the opportunity to realize his dream, and Wang Xian is very excited. Entering the lobby on the first floor, it seemed very empty. This 4S store covers a large area, but there were very few people. There were no customers at all at this time, only 6 or 7 female salespeople. Wang Xian thought about it, and it was no surprise that there were so few people. Cars like Ferrari are very expensive, so naturally few people buy them. However, he heard that the female saleswomen who sold luxury cars had very high commissions and could make a lot of money by selling a car. He stood there and glanced at the female salespeople. They were all good-looking, with looks and temperament not inferior to those of the flight attendants of major airlines. He even saw a very beautiful woman who was selling cars through a live broadcast on her mobile phone. Wang Xian thought that if he had the chance later, he would go and chat with this beautiful woman. Wang Xian took a quick glance and saw that the woman was very beautiful, about 26 or 27 years old, with long dyed light blonde hair, and a black hip-hugging miniskirt. Her legs were very white, and her appearance was not even worse than those beautiful internet celebrities. Wang Xian knew at first glance that she was his type. The female salespeople also noticed Wang Xian coming in, but some of them were chatting in low voices, while others glanced at Wang Xian and continued to browse their phones. No one paid any attention to Wang Xian at all. Even the beautiful lady who was live streaming just glanced at him and ignored him. They saw that the man who came in was dressed simply and did not look like he was here to buy a car. They also knew at once that he could not afford a car here. The female salespeople were all very confident. They thought, jokingly, the cheapest cars here are several million, and the most expensive ones are even worth tens of millions. How could a poor country bumpkin who just came in afford one? The female salespeople guessed that he was a food delivery man or a courier because they couldn't remember having any deliveries or takeouts, and if they had, they would have received a call in advance. Since it has nothing to do with you, just ignore it. Wang Xian was also a little embarrassed. He came here to buy a car, but it was obvious that none of the female salespeople wanted to pay attention to him. He didn't know how to start or what to say. However, Wang Xian didn't have to wait long. At this moment, a woman who looked to be in her early 20s and was incredibly beautiful walked in from outside the store. The woman was very tall, about 1.7 meters, with an oval face, long black hair, and was wearing a white t-shirt, a light green skirt, and black stockings. Her legs were very straight, and her looks were not even inferior to those of the first-line beauty stars. Her looks and temperament were even far better than that of the woman who was selling cars on live broadcast. She was like a fairy who had descended to the earth. Wang Xian, why are you here? Do you want to buy a car? Wang Xian turned around, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. Yes, I want to buy a car. Chen Shi, why are you here? I come to this 4S shop to work part-time to earn some tuition. I didn't have classes this morning, so I came here. Chen Shi smiled sweetly and spoke softly, being very polite to Wang Xian. You want to buy a car, then I'll take you to see it. Wang Xian was a little surprised that he met an acquaintance here. Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome, classmate Wang Xian. Chen Shi and Wang Xian were classmates in college. Chen Shi was the most beautiful girl in their class and even one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. People who wanted to pursue her would even line up from the city center to the gate of Jiangnan University, but she was very aloof, so everyone was discouraged and didn't dare to actually pursue her. Chen Shi naturally knew that Wang Xian's family was poor, and her own family conditions were not very good either, so she came here to work part-time selling cars to earn money. Since the store owner knew that she was still in college, he gave Chen Shi the privilege of arranging her working hours freely, but there was no basic salary, only sales commission. Although Chen Shi didn't know how Wang Xian had the confidence to buy a car here, she didn't want to ask too much. Maybe Wang Xian won the lottery recently. She just wanted to sell the car to make money. If you ask too many questions, others may be unhappy. Xiao Chen, you're here. The female sales staff inside greeted Chen Shi with a smile. Yeah, everyone is here pretty early. I'm so envious, Xiao Chen, you're still able to go to college. It's so hard for us who have entered society. Several female salespeople inside were chatting with Chen Shi, but no one was willing to pay any attention to Wang Xian. Even though they had just heard Wang Xian tell Chen Shi that he was here to buy a car, they just thought it was a joke. Are you kidding? A poor boy like you can afford a car here? At this time, a saleswoman who was about 28 years old said to Chen Shi in front of Wang Xian, Xiao Chen, we just heard that you seem to be taking this shabby guy to look at cars? Listen to your sister's son's advice, don't waste your time on this guy. Do you think he is someone who can afford a car here? Sister's son, Wang Xian is my college classmate. I trust him. He is not joking when he comes to buy a car today. Okay, then you take her to see it. But you have to warn him not to touch or bump into anything when he's looking at the cars. He can't afford to pay for any damage he does to the cars here. No. Chen Shi took Wang Xian inside to look at the car, while the female salesmen were still talking about it. Ha, that poor boy, I can tell from the first glance that he is from the countryside and has no money at all. It's a sheer waste of time to take him to see the cars. Yes, that guy was wearing cheap clothes. He must have bought them at a street stall at a low price. How could such a poor guy have money? TSK, wait and see. We'll just wait and see him make a fool of himself. If he says he just came in to take a look, I'll have to criticize him a few times. Wang Xian, what do you think of this orange Ferrari 488? It has a maximum power of 530 kilowatts and is the top of the line 488. It has a 3.9T, 720 horsepower V8 engine and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.85 seconds. Chen Shi introduced the car to Wang Xian while they were looking at it. I prefer orange, but let's look at other colors before deciding. Then what do you think of this black Ferrari Rongma? It's the cheapest car in our store. The price is only 2.19 million, and it has a good price-performance ratio. Chen Shi pointed at the black sports car and asked Wang Xian. Wang Xian smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Chen Shi beside him, and couldn't help but be distracted. He was completely distracted. This Chen Shi was really an enchantress. She was so beautiful. But he still told the truth, the price is too low, I don't like it very much. Chen Shi turned his head and looked at Wang Xian in surprise. He didn't say anything, but he thought in his heart, after not seeing you for just one day, you, Wang Xian, have become so arrogant? Yesterday, I saw you eating steamed buns in the school cafeteria because you couldn't afford to buy food. Today, I took me to see a car worth more than 2 million yuan, and you still think it's cheap? Wang Xian, what are your requirements for the car you want to buy? What is the price range you can accept? Chen Shi asked as they walked. The more expensive the better. Just introduce me to the best and best equipped car here. Wang Xian did not keep the secret and expressed his intention directly. Okay, then follow me. When they arrived at another place, Chen Shi pointed to a brand new light blue supercar and introduced it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, look at this Ferrari LaFerrari. It's the most expensive car in our store. It uses all the top configurations, with a maximum power of 708 kilowatts and a 6.3-liter V12 horsepower engine. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.4 seconds. Only 8 units will be produced worldwide this year. Okay, this is it. I'll buy this car. Just tell me the price and I'll pay now. Looking at this luxurious sports car, Wang Xian licked his lips and thought it was good. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Chen Shi was somewhat distracted. He stood there blankly, unable to believe it. Was he going to be lucky today? Was he going to make a fortune? You know, the commission they get from selling luxury cars is very high, originally around 5%. Recently, their store owner increased the commission to 10% because of poor sales performance in the store. Luxury cars are hard to sell. Chen Shi has been working here part-time for nearly a month and has not sold a single car. This Ferrari LaFerrari is worth more than 20 million. If Wang Xian can make this order, she can earn more than 2 million. How can she not be shocked and happy? Hey, what are you doing? Wang Xian stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chen Shi. Oh, sorry, you just said you wanted to buy this car and asked me the price, right? The price of this Ferrari LaFerrari is 22.68 million. I can actually give you a discount of about 100,000 yuan, which is 22.58 million yuan. How do you pay? No need for discounts, just keep the original price. Union Pay payment, fingerprint. Okay, Wang Xian, I'll take you to the rest area to rest for a while. I'll go prepare the car purchase contract. Once the payment is completed, you can drive the car home. Good. As he spoke, Chen Shi took Wang Xian to a table in the rest area of the store and made him a cup of tea. Then he excitedly trotted off to prepare the contract. Chapter 5: Chen Shi's invitation. Wang Xian and Chen Shi quickly signed the car purchase contract and paid the money. The owner of the 4S store even came out in person to politely receive Wang Xian. Wang Xian scanned the system panel and spent another 20 million. As expected, his attribute points increased by 2 points. For this store, it means 3 years of non-operation and 3 years of profit after reopening. The profit from selling luxury cars in this Ferrari store is very high. The store can make a lot of money by selling any car, not to mention that the one sold is the most expensive one. Chen Shi was able to complete such a big order today and sold the most expensive car in their store. The boss was grinning from ear to ear. He decided to pay Chen Shi's salary commission in advance today. Chen Shi was very happy to hear that. As for the other female saleswomen in the store, they were all stunned. They still haven't come to their senses and are filled with great regret and loss. Oh, if I had known, I would have gone to greet that guy when he first came in. I was the first one to notice him coming in. I regret this so much, millions of commissions, woo-woo, my money. The girl called Sister Sun wanted to slap herself in the face because she was short-sighted and missed out on millions of dollars. The beautiful female anchor even walked up to Wang Xian, took his hand regardless of the taboo between men and women, and threw him a wink. Brother Wang Xian, next time you want to buy a car, you must come to me first. I promise that I will let you experience the most considerate service. You will be so happy that you will never want to leave. When the time comes, don't pester your sister every day. As she spoke, the beautiful female anchor handed her business card to Wang Xian. Wang Xian knew what the other party meant. He took the business card and smiled. I will definitely do it next time. After dealing with the female anchor, Wang Xian saw Chen Shi walking towards him with a smile. When the beautiful Lady Chen smiled, she was truly charming and stunning. It was no exaggeration to describe her as stunningly beautiful. Wang Xian was stunned. He had never had such a good time before. Most importantly, Chen Shi had never smiled at him before. Wang Xian was wondering, why didn't I realize Chen Shi was so beautiful before? Or was it because the distance between her and me was too far before, and I didn't dare to imagine or fantasize about whether there was any possibility between us? Phew, my judgment of people was really not that good before. I actually liked a loser like Lu Rue. Shaking his head, Wang Xian came back to his senses. Of course, Wang Xian, you are really good at hiding your wealth. No one knows that you are so rich. Humph, you hid it well enough. I didn't even know you were here to sell cars. What do you mean by that tone? It's not shameful for me to come here to sell cars, but why are you talking so strangely? Tell me clearly, what do you mean? No, nothing. I'm sorry I said the wrong thing. Okay, I forgive you. You are such a good pretender. Yesterday you were eating steamed buns in the school cafeteria, and today you came to buy a car worth tens of millions. Are you planning to stop hiding it in the future? Alas, I just wanted to keep a low profile, but I was exposed in the end. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. You've helped me so much and placed such a big order with me. I have to thank you, right? Please don't be ungrateful and refuse to give me face. How can I? Miss Chan is treating me. I am so flattered. I must go. I must go. I have time. If you want to know where to eat tonight, please let me know on WeChat later. I have something else to do now, so I'll go get busy now. Okay, then you get busy. Wang Xian has already bought a car, and his next plan is to buy a house. No, among these three things, clothes should come first. You should first buy a decent set of clothes to wear. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Now that I'm rich, I can't always wear cheap clothes and let others look down on me, right? Otherwise, when I go to buy a house later, I will still be wearing this cheap clothes, which will make people look down on me and question whether I can afford a house, thus wasting my time. Wang Xian drove his newly bought blue Ferrari LaFerrari out of the 4S store and drove on the street. Boom! Wang Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the light blue Ferrari LaFerrari turned into a phantom, driving across the road, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Fuck, is this the legendary Ferrari LaFerrari? This blue supercar is so cool. Is this Rafa? I haven't seen him before. Yes, I heard this car is the most expensive Ferrari, worth tens of millions. I'm so jealous. The guy in the car is so lucky. With such an expensive car, he can easily pick up any pretty girl he wants. Along the way, passers-by turned their heads a lot. If Wang Xian drove slower or stopped on the side of the road for a while, there was a high probability that a beautiful woman would approach him and ask for his WeChat. Speaking of ordinary Ferrari sports cars, the probability of encountering them in first-tier cities is very high, and many people are not surprised by them. However, a car as expensive and luxurious as the Ferrari LaFerrari is very rare and indeed very eye-catching. Wang Xian parked his car outside a Balenciaga clothing store, closed the door and walked in. Hello sir, would you like to see some clothes? As soon as Wang Xian entered the door, a young female clerk came out to greet him with a smile. Okay, then follow me. Accompanied by the female salesperson, Wang Xian selected a black suit worth more than 4,000 yuan. The female salesperson also found a suitable size for Wang Xian. Wang Xian tried it on in the fitting room and it fit him well. After walking out of the fitting room, Wang Xian smiled at the salesgirl and said, "This black suit is really nice. I'll buy it. I'll also buy a few other suits for daily wear." That's great, sir, please come with me and I'll take you to choose. The female clerk looked happy and a little excited. Then, under the guidance of the female clerk, Wang Xian selected 5 or 6 sets of clothes he liked. The total cost of all these clothes was more than 30,000 yuan. However, these are just a drizzle for Wang Xian now. He is a man with 900 billion. Spending this money is like a grain of sand sinking into the ocean. It was noon at this time. After paying the bill, Wang Xian walked out of the clothing store wearing his newly bought black Balenciaga suit and carrying a few handbags filled with clothes. He was in a good mood and wanted to go look at the house. Now that I have money, I must buy a big villa to reward myself. He had already considered the question of whether to buy a high-rise residential building or a villa. If he could buy a villa, why a high-rise building? If you buy a villa, you can live in peace and quiet without being disturbed by your neighbors. After getting in the car, Wang Xian put several bags of clothes on the passenger seat and drove towards the headquarters of Tianying Real Estate. Tianying Real Estate is one of the top 3 land manufacturers in the entire Xia country. Its headquarters is located in Jiangnan City. It operates various high-rise residential buildings, luxury villas, fully decorated apartments, office buildings, etc. across the country. Wang Xian was driving the car, with a smile on his face and some anticipation in his mind. With his current status, he would have to buy a villa worth at least several hundred million yuan, right? Chapter 6 Tianhu Villa Manor. After driving to the headquarters of Tianying Real Estate Company, Wang Xian found a parking space in the square in front of a tall building and parked his car. Not far away is the headquarters building of Tianying Group, which is considered a famous high-rise building in the entire city. This headquarters building also has a sales office on the first floor, and many big customers can come here directly to buy houses. After getting off the car, Wang Xian glanced at the gray building with more than 60 floors in front of him and thought it was quite impressive. Not far away, a gray Rolls-Royce Cullinan also drove here at this time. A middle-aged man was sitting in the car, and a young man was sitting next to him. The middle-aged man was wearing a black Mao suit and had a crew cut, and he was probably in his 50s. The young man sitting next to him was wearing casual clothes, and he was probably in his early 20s, and he looked very young. The middle-aged man was not driving himself, but a male driver in his 30s was driving, while he and the young man sat in the back seat. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Wang Xian standing next to the light blue supercar. The middle-aged man was well informed, so he naturally knew that the light blue supercar was the very expensive Ferrari LaFerrari. His own grey Rolls-Royce Cullinan was very expensive, costing over 7 million, but the young man's LaFerrari cost over 20 million. This undoubtedly far surpassed him. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This young man could drive such an expensive car at such a young age. He must be the heir of some super consortium, and his family must have at least tens of billions of assets, otherwise his family elders would not let him spend it like this. And judging from his appearance, it seems that he is going to come here to buy a house today. Without noticing the middle-aged man's gaze on him, Wang Xian walked towards the main door of the building. Several salesmen, both men and women, soon came to greet him. "Sir, do you want to see the house? My name is Xiaoli, this is my business card, please follow me." Before other salesmen came to Wang Xian, a male salesman named Xiaoli ran over and enthusiastically wanted to take Wang Xian to see the house. "Well, okay." Wang Xian took the business card and nodded, then continued, "I want to buy a villa. Can you tell me what kind of villas you have? I want to buy the most expensive and best one." Okay, then I'll take you to see the sales office sand table model first, please follow me." "Sir, what's your name?" Xiaoli asked with a smile as he walked. "King." "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll take you to see the model. After you like the model, I'll take you to see the house in person. I guarantee you'll be satisfied and that you can buy the house you want today. Thank you very much." Wang Xian was also very humble and polite. This man named Xiaoli was quite enthusiastic towards him. The sand table model was on the 3rd floor. Xiaoli took Wang Xian towards the elevator entrance, and several other salesmen behind them were talking about it. "Fuck, this lackey Xiaoli runs really fast. When a new customer comes in, he immediately runs over to grab the customer. Oh, forget it. I think the young man who came in is only in his early 20s and is probably still in college. He can't afford it at all. He probably just came to look at the house and won't actually buy it. It's hard to say. What if he's a rich second generation? Did you see the Balenciaga suit he was wearing? I checked online, it cost several $1,000s. That's right, that bastard Xiaoli got a good deal." The salesman named Xiaoli was very enthusiastic. As they walked, he asked Wang Xian about his well-being, whether he was married, and even offered to introduce a few potential partners to Wang Xian. In fact, Xiaoli was trying to find out about Wang Xian's true situation indirectly to find out whether his family actually had a mine. When he heard Wang Xian say that he was just a junior student, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Generally, people like him only come to look at houses and will never really buy them, not to mention that they want to look at more expensive villas. Such college students simply don't have that kind of purchasing power. Even if there are rich second generations who can afford to buy houses, their number is too small after all. Xiaoli sighed in his heart and could only go to meet the man named Wang with the idea of giving it a try. I took the elevator to the 3rd floor with Wang Xian to see the sand table model of the villa and villa area. This is the Riverside Villa area. There are a total of 36 townhouses, and the price of each unit ranges from 6 million to 8 million. What do you think of this place, sir? Xiaoli pointed to a sand table model of the villa area and asked Wang Xian for his opinion. Wang Xian shook his head. I don't want to buy a villa in the villa area. What I want is a single-family villa, a whole villa with no other people. There is only one villa on a piece of land. There are even fewer buildings around, and the environment is relatively quiet. Do you understand what I mean? And I told you before, introduce me to the most expensive and best villa here. I want to buy the most expensive one. Okay, then follow me. Xiaoli was very excited. It seemed that this was a big business. He thought silently in his mind, okay, since you want to buy the most expensive one, then I will oblige you. Although some people are just here to have fun and waste time and cannot afford to buy a house, what if they can afford it? Once the most expensive villa is sold, I will become rich just by the commission. Xiaoli brought Wang Xian to another sand table model and introduced it excitedly. Mr. Wang, the sand table villa model on the table is the trump card of our Tianying real estate group, Tianhu Villa Manor. The address is located in the northwest area of Jiangnan City, only about 6 kilometers away from the city center. The entire villa covers a very large area, reaching 1 square kilometer, or 1,500 acres. Didn't you just ask me about the most expensive villa here? The price of Tianhu Villa Manor is as high as 3.2 billion.
You see, it contains the largest main villa, which has 3 floors in total.
The total residential area of the 3 floors is more than 3,600 square meters.
On both sides of the front of the main villa, there are 2 other 3-story villas that are slightly smaller. In addition, the entire villa estate also includes a golf course, a basketball court, a tennis court, 3 swimming pools, a 100-meter long and 100-meter wide artificial lake, and a hill covering an area of about 80 acres. Looking at this whole set of sand table models and listening to Xiao Li's introduction, Wang Xian was excited.
Isn't this what he wanted to buy? He was a little excited. This villa is nice, Xiao Li, please take me to see the house, I want to buy it.
Looking at Wang Xian, Xiao Li felt contempt in his heart.
He really acted like that. A villa estate worth more than 3 billion yuan, can you afford it if you want to? Even if we look around the world, the top 10 super rich second generations don't spend billions to buy a house in one go. But let's give it a try anyway. What if this guy can afford it again? Okay, then I'll take you there right away.
Although he was complaining in his heart, Xiao Li still gave Wang Xian a flattering smile on the surface.
I'm heading north, leaving the season with you.
At this time, Xiao Li's cell phone rang. He told Wang Xian that he was going to answer a call first, and Wang Xian nodded.
Xiao Li walked to a nearby place, pressed the answer button on his phone, and said to the person on the other end of the line with a flattering smile, "What? You want to go see that apartment now?
That's great, I'll go downstairs and wait for you.
When you get there, I'll take you to see it right away."
Xiao Li came over and changed his attitude completely. He was very indifferent to Wang Xian. There is a big client who wants to see the Tianhu Villa Manor now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, you should come back another day. When Wang Xian heard this, he immediately became angry and glared at Xiao Li. Why?
I came here first, why should others go first? You are such a nasty little Li.
Do you understand the first come first served order? If you don't take me to see it, I will ask other sales staff to take me to see it. Xiao Li sneered, I have just reported to the company on my phone. I will take that big client to see the house later. Even if you want other sales staff to take you to see it, you can only wait in line until we finish looking at it. Chapter 7 by
Wang Xian was really angry at this moment.
He was clearly the one who arrived here first. Even if that person wanted to see the house, he hadn't arrived yet, but he asked him to queue up behind him before he could see it? How can this be justified? This is simply too much.
Wang Xian really liked the sand table model of the Tianhu Villa Manor.
If the person on the other end of the phone bought it first, Wang Xian would be reluctant to part with it. This Xiao Li really pissed off Wang Xian. He even wanted to beat this Xiao Li up. I arrived at the house first, so I should be the first to see it. What qualifications do you have to cut in line?
Wang Xian looked at Xiao Li and questioned him word by word.
Xiao Li immediately retorted in a mocking tone, stop pretending. Just because you look well dressed and wear a suit worth thousands of dollars, do you think you are really rich? And did you rent this suit? Or did you buy it with a Huabei loan installment? Does your family have tens of billions? Can you afford the Tianhu Villa? That Tianhu Villa is worth 3.2 billion. Not to mention you, even the rich people on the Forbes rich list may not be willing to spend more than 3 billion to buy a house at one time.
The person who just spoke to me was the president of Greenlight Group. His net worth is several billion.
He is a truly wealthy person and can afford it. If he said he wanted to go see the house, then I must take him to see it first. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Li with contempt and couldn't help but sneer, you are such an idiot. He has billions of assets and the house is worth billions. Would he go bankrupt just to buy your house? The person who can really afford that villa is right in front of you, but you, Xiao Li, are blind. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xiao Li didn't want to bother with Wang Xian, so he turned around and left, wanting to take the elevator downstairs to wait for the client. Wang Xian chased after him and continued to argue with him relentlessly. The two quarreled all the way from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor lobby, immediately attracting a large crowd of onlookers. You, Xiao Li, are so mean. I will ask your other sales staff to take me to see the house. And I came here first. Even if you report it to the company, it will be useless. I will tell your superior that I came here first, so I must go to see the house first. Every word Wang Xian said was wise and reasonable, which made Xiao Li's face turn red. Other salespeople were also talking about it, saying that Xiao Li was so hateful. At this time, a middle-aged man came over, and the salesman greeted him politely and enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yeah.
The middle-aged man nodded. This middle-aged man was exactly the man Wang Xian had seen in front of the headquarters building before. He knew Wang Xian's background clearly. He could afford a limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million. For such a person to say he wanted to buy Tianhu Villa Manor, even if the price was as high as 3.2 billion, he would not be joking. Besides, the middle-aged man also understands the principle of first come, first served. Even when looking at a house, there is an order. Since the young man came first, he should see it first. Some salesmen were very excited and whispered, "Wow! Today I actually met the company's president, Mr. Yang. He is the founder and CEO of Tianying Real Estate Group. Yes, I actually got to meet Mr. Yang today. Mr. Yang Tianying is my idol. Every time I hear his entrepreneurial stories, I get excited." Yang Tianying, the president of Tianying Real Estate, has a photo on the company's official website. Even if some sales staff have never seen him in person, they have seen his photo, so they naturally know him. The middle-aged man Yang Tianying came over and smiled at Wang Xian. "My friend, after listening to your quarrel just now, I roughly understand what's going on. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice." Seeing the middle-aged man's kind gesture, Wang Xian immediately smiled and thanked him, feeling somewhat grateful. Little Li was very nervous, thinking that this was the end as he was caught by the company president. Yang Tianying immediately turned around and criticized Xiao Li harshly. "This is where you are wrong. This gentleman came first and wanted to see the Tianhu Villa Manor, so you should have taken him there first. Why did you apply to the company to take someone else to see the hospital first? You immediately withdrew the application and let this gentleman go first. Why don't you apologize to this gentleman?" "Yes, Mr. Yang." Xiao Li lowered his head and did not dare to refute. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang." Although he was very unwilling, Xiao Li had no choice but to bite the bullet and apologize to Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled at him politely. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. But I have to trouble you to ask another salesperson to take me to see the apartment. I don't want to see this Xiao Li again." "Okay, I heard you arguing just now, and I seem to hear that your surname is Wang, right? Then I will call you Xiao Wang, and let my nephew Xiao Yang take you to see the house," Yang Tianying said, and asked a young man next to him to take Wang Xian to see the house. "Hello, my name is Yang Chen." "Hello, my name is Wang Xian." The handsome young man smiled gentlemanly, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wang Xian. Afterwards, Yang Chen took Wang Xian in a company car driven by a driver to see Tianhu Villa Manor. During the conversation in the car, Wang Xian learned that Yang Chen was the nephew of Yang Tianying, and was actually a junior student at Jiangnan University, studying financial management at the School of Finance. His parents also held important positions in the Tianying Real Estate Group and had a wealthy family. However, Wang Xian had rarely left his computer school before, so naturally he didn't know Yang Chen, nor did he know what celebrities there were on the university campus. The company's special car drove to Tianhu Villa Manor. Some accompanying company personnel got out of the car, took out the key, opened the iron gate, and drove in. Arriving at the first floor of the main villa building, Yang Chen carefully introduced to Wang Xian, "Mr. Wang, you see, the lighting in the lobby on the first floor is very good. The floor-to-ceiling window glass is nano-alloy glass imported from abroad. This window alone cost more than 6 million. That's the wine cellar, that's the kitchen, that's the audio-visual room, that's the billiard room, that's the spa room." After visiting the entire Villa Manor, Wang Xian was very satisfied. "This Villa Manor is really good, I will buy it, let's prepare the contract." "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it right away." Yang Chen smiled politely at Wang Xian. He turned around and assigned tasks to the people accompanying him. "Lao Ding, go prepare the contract. Lao Liang, go make a pot of tea." We hurriedly took Mr. Wang to see the house, and we haven't even treated him to a cup of tea yet. "Yes, young master." Several people responded politely. Although Yang Chen is only the nephew of Yang Tianying, he can be regarded as a junior president. People in the company are very polite to him. After signing the contract and paying by credit card, Yang Chen handed the gate key and room key of the villa to Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced at the system panel and saw that he had spent 3.2 billion and his attribute points had indeed increased by 320 points. Wang Xian and Yang Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea and chatting, bragging about various business matters to each other. "Brother Wang Xian, you hit it well enough. I have never heard of a super rich second generation like you in Jiangnan University before. If I had known you earlier, I would definitely make friends with you sooner. Your Ferrari LaFerrari is so cool.
I'm really envious, brother.
Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled jokingly at Wang Xian.
How can I be considered a second-generation rich? Brother Yang Chen, people like you are second-generation rich.
Wang Xian thought to himself, I am telling the truth, I am not a second-generation rich, I am a first-generation rich.
I don't envy the rich, because I am a rich myself. Hee, this time I have to thank brother Wang Xian.
You bought this 3.2 billion villa and I got the commission.
The 1% commission alone is 32 million. This is the first time I got so much money at once. Are you kidding? How could a rich second generation like brother Yang Chen be like what you said? Wang Xian was a little confused. It's true.
Although my family has some money, I'm still in college and haven't inherited the family business yet. My annual pocket money is only a few million, not as much as you think.
Yang Chen was a little helpless. TSK, millions of pocket money a year.
If it were in the past, Wang Xian would definitely be very envious when hearing this, but now, he really is not envious at all. But this time, with the commission of more than 30 million, I can buy a car I like.
Yang Chen licked his lips, looking forward to it. By the way, I have to thank my Uncle Yang.
If Uncle Yang hadn't arranged for me to show you the house, I wouldn't have been able to sign such a big contract.
The two chatted and laughed, and then parted ways. Wang Xian walked alone in the garden area of Tianhu Villa Manor, feeling very satisfied. This would be his home from now on. Chapter 8 War Dragon Company.
Wang Xian thought about it and felt that he had forgotten something.
His car was still parked at the Tianying real estate headquarters, so he had to drive it back. He took out his mobile phone and called a taxi on the WeChat mini program.
He soon arrived at the Tianying real estate headquarters and met Yang Chen again. Yang Chen also saw him from a distance, walked over and greeted him with a smile. Yang Chen told Wang Xian with a smile that Xiaoli had been fired by Tianying Real Estate Group.
Wang Xian was somewhat happy after hearing that.
Xiaoli had been really hateful to him before, and now Tianying Group was helping him vent his anger.
Yang Chen quickly went back to work, and Wang Xian also drove his Ferrari LaFerrari back to Tianhu Villa Estate. He planned not to go to that crappy university these days. He had such a good life, why would he go to that crappy class? It was just making himself uncomfortable. So he took out his cell phone and called his counselor to ask for a few days off, and the counselor readily approved his leave. This is how college is, with loose management. Many students even skip classes and it is normal to not attend the next one. He parked his car in the garage of a villa, then returned to the third floor of the main villa, opened a bedroom, opened the bathtub, and then soaked in the hot water. While lying in the bathtub, he looked at the system panel. He planned to deal with some attribute points to improve his physical fitness and mental strength. He spent 3.2 billion to get 320 points, plus the 2 attribute points he got from buying a Ferrari LaFerrari. Wang Xian now has a total of 322 attribute points. Attribute points, 322 points. Physical fitness, 53 points. Mental strength, 66 points. Wang Xian thought about it and added 161 of the 322 attribute points to physical fitness and the other 161 points to mental strength. After adding, he quickly looked at the system panel. Attribute points, 0 points. Physical fitness, 214 points. Mental strength, 227 points. After adding the attribute points, Wang Xian suddenly felt that he was becoming more energetic, his eyesight was better, and his muscles became much stronger. The strangest thing was that Wang Xian even felt that he had grown taller. Even the temperament has improved a lot. Temperament is something that is hard to explain, it is more like an inner thing. The transformation and sublimation of temperament is a very slow process. Wang Xian achieved that effect in just a moment. After taking a shower, he blew his hair dry and looked in the mirror. He even found that he had become much more handsome. His skin had become whiter and smoother. This guy is definitely tall, rich and handsome, just like a handsome man who walked out of a comic book. So magical? Wang Xian couldn't help laughing. He truly experienced the benefits brought by the system, which is awesome. The average adult's physical fitness is 40 to 80 points, and their mental strength is 30 to 90 points. However, Wang Xian's current strength is undoubtedly far beyond that of an average adult. Am I considered a master now? Wang Xian raised the corners of his mouth, and he felt more and more that he was really excellent. No, don't be too proud. Humility makes people progress, and pride makes people regress. Man is like a boat sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher things beyond you. Yes, that's right. We must keep a low profile and keep working hard. Wang Xian clenched his fists and became a completely different person.
He no longer looked proud, but became confident and calm. Those who have thunder in their hearts but a calm face can be promoted to generals.
Wang Xian knows this truth very well.
What he has to do is to plan strategies, be confident and calm, and keep a low profile so that he can win the battle thousands miles away.
TSK, TSK. Wang Xian's phone notification sounded.
He unlocked the screen with his fingerprint and saw a WeChat message from Chen Shi. Tonight at 8 o'clock, dinner will be served in room 601 on the 32nd floor of the Burj Al Arab Hotel.
See you there. Wow, Chen Shi is quite generous.
She is willing to treat me to dinner at a 7-star hotel.
Wang Xian was a little surprised.
It was a little beyond his expectations. He had heard before that the average cost per person for a meal at the Sailboat Hotel was at least several thousand yuan. The Burj Al Arab is built in the city center of Zhangcheng. It has a total of 56 floors and is one of the few 7-star hotels in the country. It is said to be built in imitation of the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, but its luxury even exceeds that of the Burj Al Arab in Dubai.
Wang Xian checked the time on his phone. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was still early, so he was not in a hurry. He immediately clicked on Chen Shi's profile picture, opened the chat dialog box and replied, "Okay."
It was afternoon, and after changing into casual clothes, Wang Xian drove out of the gate of Tianhu Villa Manor.
He got out of the car, locked the door, and drove away.
He was going to do some business.
Wang Xian drove to the famous Zhanglong Security Company in Jiangnan City. Zhanglong Security Company, headquartered in Jiangnan City, is one of the top 3 security companies in the country, specializing in providing security services for wealthy people and celebrities.
This company even has branches all over the country, and the total number of bodyguards is several thousand. This is an armed force that cannot be ignored.
Wang Xian also heard that the Zhanglong Security Company had built doomsday shelters worth billions for some wealthy people. Some wealthy people are very afraid of death and the end of the world, so they make some preparations in advance.
Anyway, those people have endless money, so they just build some doomsday shelters. Of course, Wang Xian's purpose in coming here is not to build some bullshit doomsday shelter safe house. He has the system, and his physical fitness has improved so much that he can survive even if the end of the world comes. He came here just to get some bodyguards. He is rich now, but not powerful. He must have some bodyguards to protect his life and property, right? Wang Xian came to the first floor of Zhanglong Security Company and said something to the front desk.
Then a young lady in a black business suit and black skirt took her into the elevator and took it to the 6th floor. The young lady took her into the reception room, made him a cup of tea, and then told him with a smile that she would go and bring the manager over. Wang Xian just told the woman that he wanted at least a dozen bodyguards. The order was huge, so the young lady also understood the situation and only people at the manager level could come to discuss it. Wang Xian took a sip of tea and sat there for not long before a dark-skinned man in his 30s, over 2 meters tall, with a crew cut and wearing a suit, walked in with a smile. He observed that the arms of this middle-aged man were extremely strong, even thicker than his thighs. Wang Xian even suspected that this man had played boxing before. He was definitely the heavyweight champion.
"Hello sir, what's your name?"
"My name is Xiong Guang, and I'm a manager in the sales department of Zhanglong Security Company."
"Is there anything we can help you with?"
The man with a crew cut sitting opposite Wang Xian asked with a smile.
"My last name is Wang, Manager Xiong.
I need to hire some bodyguards, about a dozen in number, for a term of 1 to 3 years.
Wang Xian went straight to the point and expressed his intention directly. "Mr. Wang, you have come to the right person. The strength of our Zhanglong Security Company is obvious to all. We have all kinds of expert bodyguards, and we will definitely give you a full sense of security." Xiong Guan was a little excited. He wanted to hire more than a dozen bodyguards, and it would take quite some time. This was a big order. "Mr. Wang, please come with me. I will take you to see the people. You can choose the ones you want to be your bodyguards."
"Our company's bodyguards are all top-notch, each of them is very good at fighting and can handle any kind of danger." Xiong Guang stood up and said this, wanting to take Wang Xian to see those people.
Wang Xian followed Xiong Guang in taking the elevator to the 3rd floor and walked into a room.
The space here was very large, several dozen meters long and wide. It was a large training room, arranged a bit like a gym, with hundreds of people training inside. As soon as Wang Xian entered the door, he saw those people. Each of them was as strong as a black bear. At the same time, the air was mixed with an unpleasant smell of sweat, but Wang Xian didn't mind. The bodyguards being trained there are all big and strong, most of them are over 1.9 meters tall, young and strong, their bronze muscles are stronger than each other, and they look like strong and powerful dragons. If this group of people act as bodyguards, they can indeed give people a great sense of security. Some were lifting dumbbells, some were doing push-ups, and some were doing pull-ups. After seeing this group of bodyguards, Wang Xian thought they were great and planned to place an order.
Chapter 9 Feng Shuling. Hello, Manager Xiong. Hello, Manager Xiong.
Seeing Wang Xian and Xiong Guan walk into the training room, the bodyguards stopped training and greeted them with a smile.
Yeah.
Xiong Guan nodded lightly.
Mr. Wang, what do you think? These are the elites of our company.
Manager Xiong Guang introduced them to Wang Xian with a smile, and added, however, the best bodyguard in our company is a woman named Feng Shuling.
Whom? A woman, where is she?
She is not in the training room at the moment. She just finished her last mission today and is currently back at the headquarters to hand in her work.
She is also in the company now. If you want to see her, I can bring her to see you. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiong Guang with interest. Oh, can a female bodyguard be more powerful than these strong men? Xiong Guang patted his sturdy chest and said seriously, indeed. Mr. Wang, you must have heard about some things in the martial arts circle before, right? Wang Xian nodded, I have some understanding.
He had heard before that with the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star decades ago, many ancient civilization relics and ancient secrets began to appear one after another. Over the years, whether it is humans or other creatures, especially those who have explored the ancient secret realms, a very small number of them have achieved considerable success in their cultivation.
Some warriors were born among humans, and some powerful and ferocious beasts also appeared among animals. Of course, these are only a minority. The number of warriors is extremely small. Many people don't know about warriors. Ferocious beasts are even rarer. They hide in various deep mountains and swamps and are almost never seen. Seeing the other party's reaction, Xiong Guang had an idea in his mind and planned to patiently explain to Wang Xian some things in the martial arts circle. When it comes to practicing martial arts, starting from the entry level, the levels are divided into 8 levels: Kaiyuan, Warrior, War General, War King, Grandmaster, War Emperor, and War God. Each level is divided into levels 1 to 9. Levels 1 to 3 are elementary, levels 4 to 6 are intermediate, and levels 7 to 9 are advanced. Wang Xian nodded, this is the first time I've heard of this in detail. It seems that the martial arts circle is quite mysterious. Then I wonder what level you are. Are you awesome? Xiong Guang touched his nose and smiled, yes, the martial arts circle is very mysterious, because the number of warriors is really too small. Take me for example, I am not bragging, I am also considered to be quite powerful among the warriors. My current strength is the 4th level of the general, which can also be called a mid-level general. But Feng Shuling is only 23 years old, but her strength has reached the 7th level of War King, which makes her one of the youngest war kings in the entire Xia Kingdom. A 23-year-old war queen? It seems that she is indeed outstanding. Wang Xian was a little shocked, with some admiration in his eyes. He had seen a powerful warrior king on TV news before. He was an old man in his 70s. Wang Xian still remembers the report clearly. 2 years ago, 2 ferocious beasts with strength reaching the level of War King attacked a tourist attraction in the suburbs. One of them was a black-feathered golden eagle with a body length of more than 20 meters and a wingspan of more than 30 meters, and the other was a red-haired tiger with a body length of more than 20 meters. There are many tour groups traveling in this scenic area, many of them are men and women in their 20s and 30s, with their families and even their children, numbering several hundred people. 2 ferocious beasts attacked here and hundreds of people were killed. Many people were devoured by the beasts and no one survived. After this happened, the authorities dispatched an army of about tens of thousands to hunt down the 2 ferocious beasts. However, the bombings from planes and tanks were completely ineffective against the 2 beasts, and thermal weapons were completely unable to kill them. The 2 ferocious beasts counterattacked and killed many soldiers. Xinhua, a 73-year-old man from the Xia Kingdom, personally took action, holding a spear made of a special S-grade alloy, and went to the deep mountains and swamps to fight the 2 ferocious beasts. He fought 1 against 2 and killed them. All major news media reported it on TV.
From this we can see that no matter whether it is a human or other creature, once their strength reaches the War King level, hot weapons such as guns, bombs, etc. can no longer pose a threat to them. Only creatures that have also reached the War King level can defeat them. According to news and legends, reaching the level of War King is extremely powerful, and one can already fly in the air, and the flying speed can even exceed the speed of sound. Xinqua's strength has reached the 5th level of War King, and he is a mid-level War King. And the Feng Shuling that Wang Xian heard now was actually a high-level War King, and was still so young. Xiong Guang agreed with Wang Xian's words and nodded seriously. Yes, she is undoubtedly much more capable than me. If she had not been in the company for a short time and had less work experience, she would be fully qualified for the position of general manager of our company. There are many sales managers like me in our company, but there is only one general manager position. For our Zhanlong bodyguard company, to become the general manager, one must not only have excellent business capabilities, but also have a high enough level of martial arts. Wang Shen nodded. Indeed, Feng Shuling's martial arts skills are strong enough, but she lacks work experience. However, it won't be long before she becomes the general manager with her ability. Xiong Guang looked at Wang Xian and smiled flatteringly. Mr. Wang, I will call her now and ask her to come see you. Good. As they were talking, Xiong Guang had already walked aside and called Feng Shuling. After a few minutes, a woman with a stunning appearance appeared in everyone's sight and walked into the training room. Suddenly, everyone in the room, including Wang Xian and several strong bodyguards, were shocked. This woman is so beautiful, isn't she? What a beautiful woman she is. She was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a green top and light blue jeans. Her eyebrows were sharp, her eyes were bright and sharp, her straight eyebrows slanted into her temples, and her face was cold under her delicate nose. A refreshing short black hair is draped over the shoulders, with a few strands of hair hanging on both sides of the beautiful oval face, adding a bit of unruly to the cold face. In her hand, she held a long sword that shone with cold light and was as cold as snow. Before it was unsheathed, it was already sharp. She was tall and straight, heroic, and had a strong aura, just like the ancient heroine Hua Mulan who rushed to the battlefield. Manager Xiong, are you looking for me? Feng Shuling's cold voice brought everyone back to their senses. Ahem, Xiao Feng, you probably have another mission today. A big client has come and needs to find a dozen bodyguards. It will take a long time, 1 to 3 years. It's Mr. Wang in front of you. Xiong Guang coughed a few times and got down to business. Oh, Mr. Wang? Feng Shuling raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wang Xian. Hello, my name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled indifferently and stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Feng Shuling. Feng Shuling also slowly stretched out her fair jade hand, and just when Wang Xian wanted to grab it, Feng Shuling quickly pulled her hand back. This made Wang Xian stand there in a daze, feeling somewhat awkward. The incredibly beautiful girl looked at Wang Xian jokingly, with a mischievous smile on her face. Hey, you want to touch my hand, but I won't let you succeed. Ahem. Wang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. This Miss Feng really doesn't play by the rules. Xiong Guang and the bodyguards around were also stunned and stood there in a daze. Feng Shuling looked at Xiong Guang and asked, have you agreed on the bodyguard fee? Not yet. I'll take him to select people first. Then hurry up and talk. Call me when you're done. I'll explain everything to you first. If it takes too long, I won't go if the bodyguard fee is low. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Xian frowned, feeling that the conversation between the two was a bit strange. Why did it feel like Feng Shuling was the boss, and Manager Xiong was just an employee? Is this the legendary aura? As long as the aura is strong, you will be the protagonist in front of anyone. Feng Shuling turned her head and glanced at Wang Xian indifferently. This glance made Wang Xian feel cold in his heart. This woman seemed like she wanted to eat him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Xian thought, what do you mean by that look? What do you want to do? Do you want to force yourself on me and take my body? You can't do that. Feng Shuling sneered, you are so young, and you need so many bodyguards? You are really a coward. But it doesn't matter. As long as the money is in place, everything will be fine. Although I hate to protect you good-for-nothings who are greedy for life and cowardice, who can resist money? Don't you think so? Wang Xian was stunned. Although this woman was pretty, she was very cold and sarcastic right from the start. Did she really think that he, the big boss, had no temper? Wang Xian frowned in displeasure and was about to lose his temper. Chapter 10. You'll go away soon.
Yes, Miss Feng, you are absolutely right. It is my great honor to have you as my bodyguard. It is my blessing to be protected by such a beautiful girl like you. As for the bodyguard fee, that's easy to talk about. You're so beautiful, I'd be willing to buy the entire bodyguard company for you. Wang Xian smiled at Feng Shuling flatteringly. How shameless. Manager Xiong and the bodyguards present looked at each other in bewilderment, but they were not embarrassed at all.
Wang Xian's behavior was not beyond their expectations. Many people thought that Wang Xian was a good boy. At such a young age, he knew how to say nice things to please the goddess. He had a promising future. Feng Shuling stretched out her delicate hands to cover her face and couldn't help but smile gently. She had seen this kind of scene many times. She was so beautiful that many people couldn't walk when they saw her, let alone flatter her. She also became interested. She looked at Wang Xian with a smile, intending to rip him off. You said so. I want double the bodyguard fee. If you want me to protect you, the fee will be 10,000 a day. If it's doubled, it will be 20,000 a day. Well, your time is quite long, 1 to 3 years. If you double it, how much will it be? 40,000 a day. Yes, 40,000 a day. If you want to hire other bodyguards, you can do so according to the company's previous regulations, but my fee must be as I say. My commission is 60% of the contract fee. You still have to negotiate with the company to increase the ratio to 80%, which is 32,000 yuan a day. If you agree to this price, then sign the contract. The bodyguards of the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company not only receive a basic salary, but more importantly, a commission, which is far higher than the basic salary. For a bodyguard of Feng Shuling's level, the basic salary is 60,000 yuan per month, but the commission at the end of the month is many times the salary. Wang Xian thought about it and said, no problem. Anyway, he has more money than he can spend, so he won't lose anything by having such a beautiful and capable girl be his bodyguard. Manager Xiong also smiled and said, the company has no problem with your request. You will get 80% commission in this contract. Of course, Xiong Wang was happy. The contract fee increased fourfold in an instant, and the company made a lot of money. Feng Shuling smiled coldly. Okay, it's settled. Manager Xiong, go prepare the contract. Okay, I'll do it right away. Manager Xiong turned around and hurried to deal with the contract. As soon as Manager Xiong left, a short-haired man in a gray suit walked in with a very greasy middle-aged man. The man in the suit was probably in his 40s, thin, sickly pale, with cold eyes. From the looks of it, he was quite strong in martial arts. The middle-aged man was a little bald and had a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was probably in his 50s and extremely fat. His big fat belly almost burst his white shirt. From time to time, he stared at Miss Feng with lustful eyes as he walked. Feng Shuling naturally noticed it, and her eyes were full of disdain and disgust for this greasy middle-aged man. Wang Xian and the many bodyguards in the training room noticed all this and snorted in their hearts. Hello, General Manager. Seeing the two people coming in, the bodyguards in the training room greeted the man in the suit. The man in the suit nodded. His name was Lin Shan. He was a high-level warrior in martial arts and the general manager of the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company. He usually had a bad temper and a bad personality, and the company's employees were a little afraid of him. Xiao Feng, you have another order today. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Yuan, the CEO of Guangying Media. He needs to hire you as a bodyguard for a period of time. Lin Shan humbly introduced the man with a Mediterranean hairstyle to Feng Shuling. However, his humility was directed at the middle-aged man, and it seemed more like he was trying to curry favor with the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, not at Feng Shuling. Su Yuan? Hearing this name, the bodyguards looked at each other and whispered. Su Yuan from Guangying Media? I heard he's an old pervert. I heard that many of the female anchors in his company are his lovers. What's even more disgusting is that this Su Yuan not only doesn't let go of those women, but it is rumored that he has that fetish and doesn't let go of men either. That's him. I never thought this dishonest guy would set his eyes on our goddess Feng. Damn it. This is too much. Pfft, he's been staring at our goddess Feng since he came in. Who can't see what he's thinking? Plus, considering his personality, how can this be considered hiring a bodyguard? In fact, he just wants to do something dirty. Yes, he has bad intentions. He asked our goddess Feng by name as soon as he entered the room? It's obvious that he has bad intentions. I've heard of this guy too.
He's not a good person. General Manager Lin of our company is his relative. Maybe these two are in collusion.
Wang Xian also heard the whispers of the people around him and frowned slightly.
Su Yuan snorted coldly, obviously a little angry.
Lin Shan and Su Yuan both looked at each other unkindly. Lin Shan glanced around like a venomous snake and got angry at the bodyguards. Be quiet, everyone. Anyone who dares to say another word will lose this job.
I'll make him go away.
Suddenly, everyone in the training room stopped talking and there was complete silence. I'm sorry, General Manager Lin, we have just negotiated the contract with Mr. Wang.
Manager Xiong is now going through the formalities, so we can't take any other orders. Feng Shuling folded her hands, not giving Lin Shan any face at all.
After Su Yuan came in, he kept staring at her with lustful eyes.
She was very unhappy. Even if there had not been an order from Wang Xian before, she would never accept this order from Su Yuan. Such people made her disgusted, even to the point of making her want to vomit. Xiong Wang also came in with 2 contracts. After hearing the conversation, he smiled and explained to Lin Shan, General Manager, what Xiaofeng said is true. Mr. Wang Xian has already discussed it with us. Others present can also testify to this.
The other bodyguards also spoke up. Manager Xiong is right. Xiaofeng and Mr. Wang have already reached an agreement on the deal.
We are just waiting to sign the contract. Yes, Manager Xiong just went to prepare the contract. Lin Shan frowned. These ungrateful people were deliberately going against him. They had offended him. Didn't they know that Su Yuan was his relative? He was already furious. Oh?
The contract hasn't been signed yet, Xiaofeng, don't worry about your previous order.
I'll help you handle it.
You just go and take care of Mr. Su's order. Lin Shan looked at Feng Shuling coldly with an unquestionable tone.
No matter if there are other orders or not, I will not take the order you mentioned. This Su Yuan is a lecher, everyone can see it, who knows what bad ideas he has up his mind. Feng Shuling refused without hesitation. Feng Shuling, don't be shameless. What I said to you just now was an order. It's not a discussion with you, and you can't refuse. Lin Shan's eyes were cold and his voice was icy. Order? What qualifications do you have to give orders? Feng Shuling glared at Lin Shan. She was not afraid of Lin Shan at all and was very dissatisfied with him. This is the company's rule. I'm the general manager. If you don't listen, you can leave right now. There are plenty of people willing to take high-paying jobs like this in our company. To put it bluntly, Feng Shuling, you're just a working social animal. What qualifications do you have to question a company executive like me?
Since the relationship had fallen out, Lin Shan's words became more and more unpleasant.
The many bodyguards in the training room were a little angry when they heard this. They said Feng Shuling was a social animal, but he was also talking about them. Feng Shuling's face looked very unhappy. This Lin Shan was deliberately forcing her. To be honest, it is difficult for her to find a high-paying job at the moment. She does not want to accept Su Yuan's disgusting order, but if she does not accept it, she will be fired by Lin Shan. She really doesn't know what to do. Manager Lin, aren't you going too far? Xiaofeng doesn't want to take this order, so why not let her do something else? Why do you have to force her? Yes, Manager Lin, you are deliberately making things difficult for Xiaofeng because you are a relative of Su Yuan, right? The bodyguards around spoke up one after another, expressing their dissatisfaction with Lin Shan, and they were all filled with indignation. You all don't want to do this anymore, right? Then just get out of here. It's settled, whoever dares to speak up and persuade me now will get out. Lin Shan glanced around with a cold look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the many bodyguards around him, including Xiong Wang, did not dare to speak. They were angry but could not say anything, and they just sulked. Su Yuan glanced at the people around him with a sneer on his face, feeling very proud. It seemed that his relative Lin Shan was quite efficient. He glanced at Feng Shuling with lustful eyes, wondering what dirty things he was thinking in his heart. The training room was quiet and the atmosphere was a little scary. Wang Xian couldn't help it after listening for so long. Lin Shan, right? You can get out of here later. Wang Xian raised his hand and pointed at Lin Shan, his face stern, and spoke in a tone that left no room for doubt. Chapter 11 Bidding. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, looking at Wang Xian in disbelief, and suspected that they had heard it wrong. What's going on? Wang Xian said he wanted to get the general manager of Zhanlong Bodyguard Company out today? Are you kidding me? Who among all the people present has a higher position than him? Who is qualified to get him out? Even Xiong Guang, the sales manager, was just Lin Shan's subordinate. Not to mention the other ordinary employees. Is there anyone here who can make Lin Shan get out? No one.
Lin Shan is the most powerful official here, no one can do anything to him. Lin Shan turned his head and looked at Wang Xian, slightly stunned. Are you talking?
I didn't hear what you just said, say it again. Wang Xian nodded unceremoniously and stared at Lin Shan sternly. That's what I said, so what? Are you pretending to be confused? Okay, I'll say it again, you can pack up and leave later, you don't have to come to this class.
Lin Shan was slightly stunned.
He was stunned for a second, and couldn't help laughing. Ha! Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your brain? You want me to get out? You are such an idiot. It's better for me to ask you to get out. You are crazy, kid. What a joke. What qualifications do you have to speak in front of me? You? And you want me to get out?
This is my company, I'm the general manager, I have the final say here, get out of here right now.
You are not welcome in our company.
Wang Xian shook his head and looked at Lin Shan as if he was an idiot. Sorry, you are wrong, this is not your company.
You are just an employee.
This Zhanlong Bodyguard Company belongs to the boss, not you. Don't worry, if I tell you to get out today, I will definitely do it. Feng Shuling looked at him strangely, not knowing what Wang Xian was doing.
She couldn't help but ask softly, Wang Xian, what on earth are you doing?
Xiong Guang and many other bodyguards in the training room looked at Wang Xian in confusion, wanting to ask Wang Xian 1,000 questions. Wang Xian glanced at Feng Shuling and smiled gently. Don't worry, you will know it later. He looked at Xiong Guang again. Manager Xiong, call your boss right now.
I'm buying your company. Tell him to come see me right away.
As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, everyone around him was even more shocked.
There was total silence in the training room. Everyone present couldn't believe it. What was going on? Wang Xian wanted to buy the entire Zhanlong Bodyguard Company? How much would that cost?
The Zhanlong Bodyguard Company is a listed company. It is not a small company with branches all over the country.
Its valuation is at least 6 billion. Does this Wang Xian in front of me have so much money? Then what kind of rich second generation is he? Okay, I'll call right away. Xiong Guang nodded quickly, finally reacting and thinking, so that's how it is.
He didn't care whether Wang Xian could afford it or not, he just had to do his job. Feng Shuling and everyone else also understood that Wang Xian was going to buy the entire company today and then fire Lin Shan and tell him to get out. Lin Shan was also a little panicked at this time.
Was this guy really going to buy the company? Did he have so much money?
Xiong Guang called the boss of the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company, and everyone waited anxiously. Lin Shan was also a little panicked.
He touched his forehead and couldn't help looking at Su Yuan. Could this kid really have the money to buy the entire company?
Su Yuan patted his shoulder, signaling him not to worry, and deliberately said loudly in front of everyone, "Don't worry, how much money can a young boy like this have? At worst, when your boss comes, I will also make an offer and buy your company. I don't believe this kid can be richer than me." Su Yuan has sharp eyes and is very confident. The valuation of the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company is around 6 billion, and he, Su Yuan, is worth tens of billions. For him, nothing is impossible as long as he wants to buy it. And if he likes a woman, he must get her. After hearing this, Feng Shuling, Xiong Guang, and many other bodyguards began to worry. Many people started talking in low voices.
Fuck, Su Yuan wants to buy the company? Can he really afford it? If he really buys it, what should we do?
Yes, if such a villain buys the company and becomes our boss, our life will be very difficult.
Damn it, this worthless Su Yuan.
Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he walked to Su Yuan and whispered in his ear, Uncle, I feel relieved when you say that.
As long as you buy the company, this will be our world in the future. We can do whatever we want. If you want to deal with Feng Shuling, it's easy. We have plenty of ways to do it. Are you afraid that she won't obey?
Just a few minutes later, a slightly plump middle-aged man, probably in his 50s, wearing a white t-shirt, yellow shorts and slippers, walked in.
The eyes of everyone in the bodyguard company lit up. Hello, boss. Yeah. Long Tian nodded and glanced at Xiong Guang. Xiong Guang, you said someone here wants to buy my company? Where is he? Before Xiong Guang could say anything, Wang Xian spoke first. It's me. I want to buy your company. You can tell me how much it costs.
Xiong Guang hurriedly went up to him and said to Long Tian with a smile, Boss, this friend is called Wang Xian, and he wants to buy the entire Zhanlong Bodyguard Company. Brother Wang Xian, this is our boss Long Tianlong from the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company. Xiong Guang introduced him to Wang Xian again with a smile. Long Tian was interested. He was running several companies at the same time, and this Zhanlong Bodyguard Company was just one of his assets. He was short of funds recently and was planning to sell this company, but he didn't expect someone to come to his door. He looked at Wang Xian carefully. Seeing that he was only in his early 20s, he was probably the first heir of a super family. That was why he was so rich that he wanted to buy such a big company all of a sudden. Since brother Wang Xian wants to buy it, then I'll sell it to you. You can check the valuation of my company on the internet. It's 6 billion. Since you want it, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 5.8 billion. What do you think? Long Tian said straight to the point. Okay, prepare the contract and I can transfer the money to you now. Wang Xian yawned. Su Yuan glanced at Wang Xian, then looked at Long Tian. Boss Long, wait, I want to buy your company. I'll offer 5.9 billion. What do you think? Long Tian's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was someone bidding. He looked at Su Yuan. Oh, so Boss Su was here too. Sorry, Boss Su, I was in a hurry to sell the company just now and didn't notice you were here. It's okay. Su Yuan shook his head, not caring at all. He was only concerned about buying the company as soon as possible. Long Tian looked at Wang Xian, then at Su Yuan. You all want to buy my company, who should I sell it to? This is a bit difficult. 6.5 billion. A voice suddenly sounded, making the atmosphere quiet to the extreme. Even though there were hundreds of people in the room, it suddenly became silent. What happened? 600 million added all at once? Everyone looked over and saw Wang Xian standing there leisurely and calmly. Chapter 12 Sweet Hug. Su Yuan was slightly stunned, turned his head and glanced at Wang Xian, was silent for a while, gritted his teeth and said, 6.6 billion. This was his limit, even after selling off all the shares of his media company. If he raises the price anymore, he won't have enough money. Although Su Yuan is rumored to be worth tens of billions, in fact, it is less than 6.7 billion. He was also risking his life. For his plan to get the beauty, any amount of money was worth it. As the saying goes, a hero gets angry for a beautiful woman. Su Yuan is not only angry for a beautiful woman, but also willing to spend money for her. 7 billion. Wang Xian counter-offered without hesitation. Su Yuan was shocked and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. This guy is too rich. He added another 400 million at once. Doesn't he treat money seriously? Hearing Wang Xian's words, everyone present was shocked. Feng Shuling looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Where did this guy come from? How could he be so rich? The other bodyguards exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this is too good to be true. 400 million was added in one go. Who is this Prince Wang? Could he be the heir to the richest family in the country? Xiong Guang's face was also full of admiration, like a little fanboy, and he gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. Mr. Wang, you are so handsome. If you buy the company, remember to take care of me in the future. Su Yuan hesitated, wondering whether he should continue to raise the price. If you add to it, even if he sold all his assets, he still couldn't raise that much money. Su Yuan thought for a while and decided to go for it. He guessed that Wang Xian was bluffing. In fact, it was impossible for him to have 7 billion. As long as Su Yuan continues to raise the price, Wang Xian will not dare to bargain. Then he can talk to Long Tian and make the deal based on the previous price of 5.9 billion. 7.1 billion. Su Yuan stared at Wang Xian. No, you buy it. Wang Xian sneered. Long Tian was a little surprised. Why don't you raise the price? Wang Xian sneered. The actual value of this company is not worth that much. Do you think I would be as stupid as you? To waste so much money in vain? Su Yuan was helpless and anxious at the same time. He didn't have that much money. How would this end? Long Tian laughed out loud and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. Great, Boss Su, let's make the deal now. I'll send someone to prepare the contract.
Feng Shuling and many other bodyguards were anxious. Su Yuan was not a good guy. If he took over the company, would he have a good ending? Wang Shen looked at Feng Shuling and could see their anxiety and worry.
Feng Shuling, Manager Xiong, and all of you bodyguards, let him buy this company.
If you don't want to be here, you can just quit here. I'll open a bodyguard company and you can come work for me. Okay. Feng Shuling finally felt relieved.
After hearing what Wang Xian said, many bodyguards including Xiong Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Wait, Boss Long, I was just kidding. I think we should just go with the price of 5.9 billion that we agreed on, and you must guarantee that all the company members can stay and continue to work, especially Feng Shuling, she must stay. Only then will I be willing to buy it. Su Yuan said with a forced smile. Long Tian was a little angry. Su Yuan, you are going too far. Just now you were bidding with Mr. Wang, and we clearly agreed on 7.1 billion. Now you want to go back on your word? I think Su Yuan is just a clown. He doesn't have 7.1 billion. Even if he sold his entire media company, he still couldn't raise that much money. Boss Long, he is just making fun of you. A bodyguard said angrily. Long Tian shook his head and said, Su Yuan, get out of here right now. I won't sell this company to anyone else.
Su Yuan was a little embarrassed and warned Long Tian, don't be ungrateful. Long Tian ignored Su Yuan and looked at Wang Xian. Mr. Wang, let's sell the Zhanlong bodyguard company to you at the 5.8 billion we agreed on before.
Okay. Wang Xian nodded.
Wang Xian turned his head and looked at Lin Shan with a sneer. You are fired now, you can get out. Lin Shan looked at Wang Xian with hatred, his eyes full of resentment, but he could only swallow his anger and turned around and walked out of the training room. He remembered this bastard Wang Xian. With his status as a warrior and the strength of a high-level general, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Wang Xian in the future. Do you think you are great just because you have money? Do you know that this is the world of the strong after all, and warriors have privileges? Lin Shan thought that killing Wang Xian would be like crushing an ant, and he could deal with it slowly later.
Su Yuan looked at Wang Xian hatefully, snorted, and followed Lin Shan out of the training room.
Soon, Long Tian and everyone in the company went to the conference room on the 6th floor of the company with Wang Xian to prepare to sign the contract. The headquarters building of the War Dragon Bodyguard Company has a total of 32 floors, and the 6th floor includes training rooms, conference rooms, reception rooms, etc. The two parties signed a contract, and Wang Xian transferred 5.8 billion yuan, successfully taking over the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company and its branches across the country.
Hello, Mr. Wang.
In the conference room, Xiong Guang and other bodyguards also began to flatter Wang Xian.
Yes.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded, looking at Feng Shuling. Feng Shuling, you are quite capable. You will be my personal bodyguard from now on.
Just follow me when I need you. Your salary will be tripled. In addition, I will promote you to be the general manager of the company. As for the rest of you, your wages will be doubled. Feng Shuling felt unbelievable, as if she had suddenly won the lottery. She looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Triple your salary? Let me be the general manager of the company? With her current basic salary of 60,000, if it is tripled, it would be 180,000 a month. More importantly, the salary for the position of general manager of a company is shockingly high. The general manager of Zhanlong Bodyguard Company has an annual salary of 8 million. This is much more than what Feng Shuling earns from taking on tasks and earning commissions. She couldn't hide the smile on her face any longer, and couldn't help but walk over and give Wang Xian a big hug. That's great, Boss Wang, I will definitely protect you well in the future. Wang Xian smelled Feng Shuling's faint body fragrance and felt the softness in front of him. He was a little distracted. This was too damn happy. He wished he could stay at this moment forever and have this beautiful girl hold him forever. To be honest, Feng Shuling is so beautiful that Wang Xian regards her as his goddess. Now that he is embraced by his goddess, how could he not be happy? Xiong Guang and the other bodyguards were also extremely happy. Thank you, Boss Wang, for giving us a raise. We will definitely work hard for the company in the future. Feng Shuling came back to her senses and quickly let go of Wang Xian, with a shy look on her face. Boss Wang, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. It's okay. Wang Xian smiled and thought to himself, please hold me longer, I haven't felt enough yet. Forget it, business is more important. The acquisition of the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company is on the one hand because he is unhappy with Su Yuan, and on the other hand, it is to expand his own power. Wang Xian called out the system and looked at the system panel. Attribute points, 580 points. Physical fitness, 214 points. Mental strength, 227 points. This time I spent 5.8 billion, and the attribute points really increased by 580 points. Wang Xian looked at the panel and noticed that there were some more text. Wang Xian felt somewhat surprised and looked at the panel curiously. Chapter 13 The Water is Deep. Martial Arts Strength, not yet Kaiyuan.
But the host has added a lot of attribute points to physical fitness and mental strength, and now the real strength is comparable to Kaiyuan 9th level. Note, as long as you break through to the first level of Kaiyuan, you will officially become a warrior.
Do you choose to advance? Each advancement now costs 10 attribute points. Wang Xian thought about it and decisively spent 90 attribute points to choose advancement.
Wang Xian suddenly felt as if some acupuncture points on his head, mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and belly button were opened. He felt refreshed and comfortable.
Fuck, it feels so good. Wang Xian was a little excited.
In just a moment, his appearance and temperament were completely changed.
Wang Xian showed joy on his face. He felt that he was at least twice as strong as before the advancement. If his true strength before the advancement was comparable to that of a warrior at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, Wang Xian estimated that his strength had now at least reached the level of a mid-level warrior. Wang Xian clenched his fist, feeling full of power. If he punched out, he could probably kill an adult elephant. He took another look at the system panel. Martial Arts Strength, Kaiyuan Level 9.
Note, the Kaiyuan stage mainly opens the 9 acupoints of the human body: mouth, nose, ears, eyes, Zeke, and Baihui.
Each time an acupoint is opened, one level is advanced.
No one else noticed anything, but Feng Shuling, a warrior, naturally noticed it.
She stared at Wang Xian with keen eyes and was very surprised. You broke through? Wang Xian smiled and nodded. It was just luck. Hearing what the two said, many bodyguards around, including Xiong Guang, were shocked. Xiong Guang couldn't help but look Wang Xian up and down, as if he was looking at a treasure. He also instantly noticed that Wang Xian had already reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan. He felt incredible. Boss Wang, you broke through to become a warrior so quickly? And you broke through to the 9th level in one go? You are too fast, right? I really admire you. Boss Wang is awesome. Break through the 9th level in one day? Even the ancient saints and sages probably don't have many people with this talent, right? Boss Wang is really too good. Boss Wang is so handsome. This talent is simply a rare genius in the ages.
The others also praised Wang Xian.
Thank you for your praise, I was able to break through just by luck.
Wang Xian scratched his head embarrassedly, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Not to mention, this made him show off in front of everyone, which really made him feel good.
You are such a shameless boy. You broke through so quickly and you still say it's luck?
Feng Shuling held her two slender and beautiful hands and shook her head, feeling a little shocked.
Back then, it took her more than a year to break through from the first level of Kaiyuan to the 9th level, but Wang Xian only needed a few minutes to do it? Is he still human? Is this human language? She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You were not even at the first level of Kaiyuan just now, but you broke through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan in such a short time? What kind of evil cultivation talent is this? You are considered a martial artist now. You can take some time to go to the Martial Arts Association to get your martial arts certificate.
Martial artists have certain privileges, such as free rides on high-speed trains and airplanes.
Feng Shuling stroked her hair and suddenly said to Wang Xian, Martial arts certificate? Such a good thing is there?
Wang Xian turned his head, a little surprised.
Feng Shuling nodded. This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak.
Many high-ranking officials of major forces are powerful warriors. They will naturally seek some rights and interests for warriors. Free high-speed train and airplane rides are just small things. There are even more outrageous things that you haven't seen yet.
When you reach that level of strength and enter that circle, you will know a lot of things that ordinary people don't know in their entire lives. What's the content? Wang Xian became interested.
Feng Shuling sighed and said, some warriors are powerful but have impure minds.
Their lives can be described as decadent.
The debauched and dissolute emperors of ancient times that you know of are just common things to them.
There are also many disgusting and dirty things that you can't imagine. So no one is watching over them, just letting them do whatever they want? There are people in charge, but what if that warrior is too strong? He is stronger than the one in charge, then what can others do to him?
And many warriors are allied with other warriors. If they unite, no one can control them.
Wang Xian seemed to be thinking about something.
It seemed that the martial arts world was quite complicated. Looking at the time, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so Wang Xian asked everyone to disperse and return to their respective jobs.
He then asked Feng Shuling to take him to the Martial Arts Association to get the certificate. The two of them took Wang Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari and drove for about 15 minutes to the Martial Arts Association office in Jiangnan City.
The two men got out of the car and stood outside a luxurious metal gate. Standing at the door was a row of more than a dozen soldiers in military uniforms and armed with real guns. Wang Xian was not surprised, as he had heard before that the Martial Arts Association was cooperating with the government.
My two friends, this is the office of the Martial Arts Association.
If you don't have an important matter, please don't come near.
Please step back. Once you enter the warning area, we have the right to shoot you.
One of the soldiers leading the team shouted at Wang Xian and the other man.
Wang Xian waved his hand. We are here to do business.
I recently broke through to become a warrior and came here to apply for a martial arts certificate.
She came with me.
Oh, give me your ID card and I'll register it.
After the registration, you can go in. The leading officer said.
Wang Xian and Feng Shuling walked over, and Wang Xian took out his ID card and handed it to the officer.
Beep.
Wang Xian's ID card was swiped across the laptop in the guardroom, and a series of information about Wang Xian suddenly appeared on the screen. It's not bad to break through to a warrior at the age of 21, but it depends on whether you can pass the test later.
As long as you pass the test, you can get the martial arts certificate today.
After registering, the officer returned the ID card to Wang Xian. The officer glanced at Feng Shuling again, his eyes full of envy, and he was secretly surprised. A high-level War King level expert?
Let them in, the officer said to the other soldiers. Yes. Some soldiers opened the door.
Led by a soldier, Wang Xian and Feng Shuling walked into the office of the Martial Arts Association and soon arrived outside a 6-story building.
After they entered the hall, the soldier left.
The two went to the front desk and asked, and one of the receptionists took them to the 3rd floor, where Wang Xian prepared to take the warrior test. In the examination room, besides Wang Xian and the other person, there were several people dressed like scientific researchers, both men and women. An old doctor in a white coat and with gray hair looked at Wang Xian and adjusted his glasses.
Let me tell you the rules first. The warrior assessment is divided into 2 parts, punching power and speed.
You will first go to the punching power tester and punch with all your strength.
As long as it exceeds the warrior assessment standard of 600 kilograms, you will pass. As for speed, you can test it on the speed tester. As long as it reaches 18 meters per second, you will pass and meet the warrior standard. Remember, you only have one chance. Unless the test equipment is broken, if you fail the test once, you can only try again next time. Chapter 14: The Golden Age.
Wang Xian was led by a staff member to the punch strength testing machine. He clenched his fist, bent his body slightly, exerted force on his waist and hips, and punched out fiercely. Wang Xian's fist was like a meteor, hitting the fist target made of unknown material with a bang.
Several people looked at the screen of the instrument together. 1863 kilograms. Wang Xian showed his joy, success.
Looking at the numbers on the screen, everyone present was shocked.
This data far exceeded the warrior assessment standard of 600 kilograms.
Even for a warrior at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, the maximum punching force would generally not exceed 900 kilograms.
Several scientific researchers opened their mouths wide in disbelief.
This was the first time they had seen someone with such strength who had just broken through to the warrior level. The old doctor smiled and nodded. Yes, although you have reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, your punching power is comparable to that of an average fighter. Young friend Wang Xian is a very outstanding talent. Feng Shuling was also surprised. Wang Xian's strength always exceeded her expectations.
This guy is really a monster.
She gave Wang Xian a thumbs up and said, "Come on, there's still a speed test, don't get carried away."
Okay, Sister Shuling. Wang Xian nodded with a smile.
After measuring the punching strength, Wang Xian and others came to the speed tester, which looked like a 40-meter-long runway.
Bite.
The old doctor turned on the instrument and said, "It's time to start."
Swoosh.
Wang Xian began to measure the speed. On the speed tester, he passed through the instrument like a cheetah like lightning. Wang Xian held his breath and turned to look at the instrument screen.
23 ms. Pa pa pa.
Several researchers applauded. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Xian, you have passed the warrior assessment.
We will send you the martial arts certificate later.
The old doctor walked to Wang Xian and admired him very much.
Thank you. Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he passed the test. After a while, the old doctor asked his men to bring Wang Xian a martial arts certificate. Wang Xian took the certificate and opened it.
It contained some basic information about him. There was also a place to post a photo. He could go back and find a photo of his ID and stick it on.
Warrior's Martial Arts Certificate. Name, Wang Xian. ID number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX 9.
Those who have passed the assessment of the Martial Arts Association can hold this certificate. Note, with this certificate, the holder officially becomes a warrior. If he/she violates the law or social order in the future, he/she will be punished by the Special Department Security Bureau.
The police system does not participate in the management of warriors.
With a martial arts certificate, you can freely enter and exit the Martial Arts Association. In addition to providing martial arts assessments, the Martial Arts Association also sells various top-level weapons, medicines, equipment, etc. Martial arts practitioners can freely purchase them at the Martial Arts Association according to their own needs. Wang Xian and Feng Shuling walked out of the gate of the Martial Arts Association.
He checked the time on his mobile phone and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Feng Shuling said she was hungry, and Wang Xian suggested going to a restaurant on the nearby pedestrian street to have dinner.
The two of them came to the pedestrian street and entered a restaurant called Baixiangju.
Wang Xian ordered a plate of min-fried pork ribs, a plate of fried kidney, and a pot of vegetable soup, while Feng Shuling ordered a plate of stir-fried loofah with meat, a bowl of steamed pork with rice flour, and a plate of stir-fried carrots. The two of them ordered more than a dozen dishes in total, and because they were hungry, they ate very quickly. While eating, Wang Xian called out the system in his mind and communicated with it. He realized that the system was an intelligent life form, just like humans, but countless times smarter than humans. So Wang Xian can ask the system if he has any questions. In addition, Wang Xian also learned that the system has a storage space that he can use to store items. When he wants to use the storage space, he can communicate with the system directly with his thoughts. After a while, the two finished their meal and spent a few $100s in total. Although Wang Xian is not short of money, there is no need for him to waste too much.
The two of them arrived at the roadside parking lot. Wang Xian turned around and said, "Let's stop here for today. It's time to get off work. You can go back. I'm going home too. I'll ask you to protect me tomorrow if I need you." Ha ha. Feng Shuling couldn't help laughing. Are you a human? You're such a grown-up and still need protection. Besides, you've become a warrior, much more powerful than ordinary people, yet you're still so timid? Ahem, who said I was timid? I was just preparing for a rainy day. Wang Xian pretended to cough a few times and directly refuted. Okay, I'll continue to protect you tomorrow. Feng Shuling didn't care. After all, protecting Wang Xian, the useless prince, was not a difficult task. See you tomorrow. Wang Xian got into the car, slammed the door shut, and drove away. Accompanied by the roar of the light blue Ferrari LaFerrari, the light blue Phantom moved farther and farther away and gradually disappeared from Feng Shuling's sight. Feng Shuling looked at Wang Xian, who was leaving, and was very dissatisfied. This boy, he doesn't know how to be gentle with women. After get off work, why didn't he drive your sister home first? He just ran away for himself. Helpless, Feng Shuling had to take out her mobile phone, call a taxi on the WeChat mini program, and then stood quietly on the roadside waiting for the car. Why is this car so slow? After waiting for a few minutes, Feng Shuling stared at the car on the map impatiently. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and slapped her forehead. I almost forgot, I can fly, why would I need to take an online taxi? After being with a person with low emotional intelligence like Wang Xian for a long time, I have become a little stupid. I have even forgotten that I am a War King level master. Feng Shuling sighed, and she smiled, somewhat self-deprecatingly. She quickly cancelled the taxi call on the mini program, transformed into a black phantom and flew into the air towards her residence. Wang Xian returned to his Tianhu Villa manor. As soon as he got out of the car and sat on the sofa in the lobby, he received a strange phone call. Wang Xian pressed the answer button, and a man's voice came from the phone. "Boss Wang, sorry to bother you.
I'm the manager of a business department of Zhanlong Company.
My name is Zhou Yuan. Well, what do you want?
Wang Xian said in a flat voice.
Boss Wang, we are off work now. There is another manager next to me, Yang Chao. He asked me to ask you if you are free today. He wants to invite you to have a drink at the Golden Age nightclub near our company tonight. Just the three of us. Zhou Yuan continued on the phone.
Yang Chao, Zhou Yuan, and the others were also thinking that since the new boss Wang Xian had just taken office, they had to curry favor with him no matter what.
Wang Xian thought about it. Nightclub? Young model in the club?
It was someone else's treat, and it was a chance to get something for free, so he would go if he didn't want to.
He became interested instantly.
But then he remembered that Chen Shi had made an appointment with him to have dinner at the Sailboat Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't have time.
What should he do? He soon had an idea.
It was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was still time if he went now. Because the early show of the night show usually starts at 6 p.m., if you go now, you can go to an early show and at 1 t be crowded. He said to Zhou Yuan on the phone, Zhou Yuan, tell that Yang Chao that I have something to do tonight.
If you want to go, go now. Go to Golden Age and book a private room. I'll be there soon. Okay, Boss Wang, we'll do it right away. Zhou Yuan's cheerful voice came from the phone.
Wang Xian was sorting his clothes in front of the mirror in his bedroom, getting ready to go out.
In the mirror, he saw a necklace pendant hanging on his neck.
The pendant was a small black metal sword with a rope passed through a small hole at the end of the handle to serve as a necklace. I don't know what material this small sword is made of.
It looks like iron, but it is not iron. It is very hard and feels a bit heavy. It is about 13 centimeters long.
This was given to him by Wang Xian's mother the night before his parents had a car accident. She told him to take good care of it. It was their family heirloom and it was very valuable, so he always carried it with him, firstly as a souvenir, and secondly to always remember his mother's instructions.
Wang Xian had always been somewhat suspicious.
Why did his mother want to give him such a small gadget?
Was there anything special about it?
Without thinking too much, Wang Xian drove out, turned on the map navigation on his phone, and drove to the Golden Age KTV in just over 10 minutes. Zhou Yuan called again and said that they had booked a private room on the third floor, 303, and were waiting for Mr. Wang to come.
Wang Xian walked into the lobby and said something at the front desk.
A very coquettish young waitress with perfume on her body took him into the elevator with her but twisted.
Drop. Entering the elevator, the waitress pressed the floor number 3, and the elevator arrived soon. The two walked out of the elevator and arrived at the door of 303. Sir, 303 is here. I won't bother you anymore. Have a good time. Call us if you need anything. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and entered private room 303. Chapter 15 The Enraged Wang Xian. Boss Wang, you are finally here.
We brothers have been looking forward to seeing you for a long time, finally you are here.
You are like a ray of light, illuminating the hearts of each of us.
As soon as Wang Xian entered the door, Yang Chao came up to him and started to flatter him.
Boss Wang, let me introduce you.
He is Yang Chao, and he is treating us tonight.
I am Zhou Yuan. Another person also stepped forward and said.
Wang Xian observed and found that the person who was speaking was a man in his 20s with a buzz cut, fair skin, and a black suit. He had a quite handsome face. The other Yang Chao was also wearing a black suit, was slightly fat, had short hair, a beard, and was in his 40s. Zhou Yuan and Yang Chao are both warriors. Yang Chao is weaker, with the strength of a mid-level general, while Zhou Yuan is somewhat terrifying, having reached the level of a high-level general. The two of them worked at the Zhanlong Company and had already become famous.
Many people in the world knew them.
I didn't expect that brother Zhou Yuan, at such a young age, has become the business manager of Zhanlong Company.
He is really a young and promising person. Wang Xian was a little surprised.
Brother Yang Chao, you are still strong and energetic despite your old age.
You often come to the nightclub to spend money.
Wang Xian patted Yang Chao's shoulder again. No, Boss Wang is truly a young and promising man. He has so much financial power at such a young age that he can buy a company worth 6 billion yuan without any hesitation.
With Boss Wang's strength, I'm afraid we will never be able to catch up with him in this lifetime.
After a few people praised each other for their business, a female salesperson came in with a group of young and beautiful girls.
Wang Xian and his friends ordered some wine and some fruit platters.
The total price of the menu alone amounted to several thousand yuan, but this was just a drop in the bucket for high-income people like Yang Chao. Several people also ordered 6 young ladies to drink with them, Wang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and Yang Chao. Each of them hugged 2 girls. The 2 beauties Wang Xian was hugging were both in their 20s. One of them was wearing a black skirt and black stockings, while the other was wearing green shorts that revealed a pair of white legs. The young lady who was drinking with him was quite proactive. She rubbed her body against Wang Xian from time to time, making his face a little red. After chatting for a while, the young lady who was drinking with him learned the names of Wang Xian and others. A few people started drinking and playing games, such as finger guessing and poker.
Mr. Wang, come here, I'll toast you a glass.
The young, oval-faced beauty with light makeup who was hugged by Wang Xian suddenly raised her glass.
Okay.
The 2 clinked their glasses and drank the red wine in them. Zhou Yuan and Yang Chao also chatted with Wang Xian from time to time.
During the conversation, Wang Xian learned about their martial arts strength. Including himself, there are 3 warriors here. After drinking for a while, Wang Xian planned to go to the bathroom. He stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom first."
Okay, Boss Wang, you go ahead. Zhou Yuan and Yang Chao both smiled. After Wang Xian finished using the toilet, he came out of the bathroom and prepared to return to private room 303. At this time Li Hao also came out of the bathroom and happened to see Wang Xian in front of him. After class today, he invited a few gangsters to come here for a drink, planning to ask them to beat up Wang Xian in the near future to vent his anger. Of course, Li Hao made friends with those social scums, and when they came to these places to consume, it was definitely Li Hao who paid the bill, and he had to spend a lot of money. But for a rich second generation like him, it is not a difficult task.
Li Hao is a very vengeful person.
Once Wang Xian slapped him, he would definitely pay him back 10-fold or 100-fold. Looking at Wang Xian's back, Li Hao felt familiar with him and was immediately delighted. Fuck, Wang Xian is here today, wait and see how I deal with you. He guessed that Wang Xian came here to drink to relieve his sorrow because his girlfriend cheated on him this morning. Li Hao didn't want to alert the enemy, so he followed Wang Xian quietly, trying to see clearly which room he was in. Only after seeing Wang Xian enter room 303 did Li Hao return to his private room 309.
Brother Tianjun, guess who I just saw outside?
Li Hao returned to private room 309 and looked at a middle-aged bald man excitedly. The bald man was hugging a woman who looked like a young woman.
He looked drunk and grinned. Who? That's the Wang Xian I told you about before, the junior at Jiangnan University.
He's just an ordinary person, not a warrior, and a poor guy.
That enemy is also here today, in private room 303.
Let's go, let's beat him up and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Li Hao's eyes were vicious and his tone was cold.
Haozi, you are right. Now that we have met him, we should deal with him properly.
To deal with such an ordinary person, we have several of us and the warrior brother Tianjun is here. If we take action, he will not be able to escape even if he has wings. A young man with dyed yellow hair sneered. Tianjun, a bald man in his 40s, is the leader of these gangsters. He is very powerful and a warrior who has reached the 5th level of Kaiyuan. Although Li Hao is a junior at Jiangnan University, he often hangs out with these gangsters outside the campus.
Haozi is his nickname.
Li Hao's classmates, who knew his background, generally didn't dare to provoke him.
Since he is Haozi's enemy, he is our enemy. We must beat him up.
Another gangster also agreed.
Let's go and get him now. Tianjun put down his wine glass and his somewhat terrifying voice rang out. Several people walked out of 309 and headed straight for 303. What's wrong? Are you tired? Where's the happiness you promised me? I understand. I won't say more. Love has faded, dreams have become distant, and I'm counting the happiness and unhappiness one by one and you're reluctant to let go. Those feelings of love are too deep, I still remember them.
Wang Xian was holding the microphone in one hand and hugging the beautiful woman with the other hand, singing a cover of Jay Chou's song. At this time, Zhou Yuan and Yang Chao went to the bathroom and were not in the private room.
Several people from outside suddenly broke in. Who is Wang Xian? The bald man shouted viciously as he entered room 303.
Tianjun's ferocious look scared the young ladies in the private room and they screamed.
Don't panic, I'm here and I will protect you. Wang Xian glanced at them. Okay, Boss Wang, thank you.
A young lady hurriedly thanked him.
Brother Tianjun, he is the man in a suit on the sofa.
Li Hao pointed his finger at Wang Xian and blinked with a vicious look.
Ha, Wang Xian, you didn't expect that, did you? You actually met me here.
This is your bad luck.
Li Hao was ruthless, he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Wang Xian frowned.
It seemed that Li Hao was really looking for death. He dared to cause trouble for him with just these few bastards?
Li Hao's bastard. What are you planning to do? Wang Xian sneered. You're looking for death. Li Hao was furious. His thief eyes blinked again, and then he looked at Wang Xian with a provocative smile, and attacked him with vicious words. Wang Xian, your ex-girlfriend Lu Rui has a great figure and is really good in bed. I fucked her 8 or 9 times every night, and she couldn't get out of bed in the morning. I really didn't expect that she's been with you for 3 years and she's still a virgin. You're really embarrassing for men. You are looking for death. Hearing this, Wang Xian was completely enraged. At the same time, his heart was deeply hurt. He, Wang Xian, had taken care of Lu Rui, that woman, diligently and attentively for 3 years, obeying her in everything, buying her whatever she wanted and cooking for her whatever she wanted to eat, even though he, Wang Xian, couldn't even afford to eat in order to save money for his girlfriend. But Wang Xian treated her so well and devoted himself to her for 3 years, but in the end, he still didn't get her. Instead, he was betrayed by her. However, the thing that Wang Xian had tried so hard for several years but could not get was easily obtained by others. At this moment, helplessness, loss, and pain were fully reflected in Wang Xian, and the feeling of frustration hurt him deeply. He gritted his teeth and silently healed himself in his heart. Forget it, a bitch like Lu Rui is not worth my sadness. I will not let that woman and Li Hao, that bastard, go. Wang Xian looked at the people at the door. When they came in just now, he checked their background and looked at their aura. He found that the strongest one among them was the bald man. He was a warrior, but only at the 5th level of Kaiyuan, and was far from his opponent. Not to mention the others, they are just ordinary people and he can beat them up at will. He just let the system hide his aura so that the bald man couldn't see his true colors. At this moment, the bald villain Tianjun stared at Wang Xian with a sneer on his face. He thought that Wang Xian was just an ordinary person, as Li Hao said. Dealing with such ordinary people, Tianjun was like dealing with an ant, he could crush him to death without any hesitation. Crack, crack. Wang Xian stood up, twisted his neck, and moved his hand bones. Since you bastards have come to my door, I'll use you as a training ground. Chapter 16. Wang Xian will feel distressed. Yo, you guys dare to act so arrogantly in front of our boss Wang? You don't want to live anymore, right? Wang Xian was just about to make a move when Yang Chao saw a few bald men walking in with sneers on their faces. Wang Xian smiled and thought that it seemed that he didn't need to bother anymore. With the two of them around, Li Hao and his friends would have a good time. Zhou Yuan followed behind, also looking at the bald men with a joking smile. As warriors at the general level, they both had extremely sharp perception and hearing. They noticed the situation in room 303 as soon as they finished using the toilet and rushed over quickly. Boss Wang? Who? The bald man quickly turned his head and saw 2 people walking in. His face was immediately full of horror. He was terrified to the extreme at this moment. He immediately recognized the 2 people who came in. These 2 people were well known in the martial arts world and their strength was terrifying. The other party called the person inside Boss Wang. Who else could be Boss Wang here except Wang Xian? The situation was already very clear. The 2 people who came in were in the same group as Wang Xian. Tianjun realized that they might have caused a big disaster. We are arrogant, so what? Who do you think you are? Do you know that my brother Tianjun is a warrior? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of a warrior? Don't you want to live? Today we are not only going to be arrogant, but also to beat you up. Li Hao looked at Zhou Yuan and Yang Chao provocatively. He didn't notice the change in the bald man Tianjun's expression at this time. As an ordinary person, he couldn't tell whether the 2 people who came in were warriors or not, and he was still sneering there. Tianjun quickly pulled Li Hao's clothes and whispered in his ear, "Shut up, do you know who those 2 people who just came in are? Who is it? Could he be better than you?" Li Hao looked at Tianjun puzzledly. Tianjun covered Li Hao's ear with his hand again and whispered, "Those 2 are Yang Chao and Zhou Yuan from Zhanlong Company. They are both general-level warriors. Zhou Yuan is even a high-level general. We can't afford to offend him." After hearing this, Li Hao was so frightened that his body trembled. Indescribable fear rose from the depths of his heart. At this moment, he really didn't know what to do.
Tianjun quickly changed his expression and looked at Yang Chao and Zhou Yuan with a flattering smile. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. We didn't know Brother Yang and Brother Zhou were here. Brothers, we offended you. Sorry, we'll leave now.
Leave? Can you come and go as you please here? Now that you are here, don't even think about leaving in a hurry.
Yang Chao looked at Tianjun and the others with a joking smile and walked towards them. Looking at the man walking towards them, Li Hao suddenly had a bad feeling that he might be in trouble.
Pa!
Yang Chao walked up to Li Hao, lifted his neck and slapped him in the face.
Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding at all. I'm hitting you bastards. Ah!
The intense pain on his cheek made Li Hao cover his face and scream. The slap knocked out several of his teeth and left Li Hao's mouth full of blood.
Bang! Yang Chao threw Li Hao's body onto the floor tiles. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of me? Wah wah wah! Li Hao couldn't help but burst into tears in pain.
At this moment, he felt like his body was about to fall apart and he was in great pain.
Of course, Yang Chao only used the strength of an ordinary person when slapping Li Hao.
If he had used the strength of a warrior, Li Hao could have been easily beaten to death by him. Yang Chao then grabbed Tianjun's clothes and slapped him twice in the face, causing his teeth to fall out and he howled in pain. Because he was afraid of the strength of generals like Yang Chaozhong, the bald villain Tianjun didn't dare to fight back at all. Zhou Yuan picked up a few other thugs one after another and slapped them in the face one by one.
Ah, brothers, we were wrong. Yes, we won't dare to do that next time.
Tianjun and the others were in so much pain that they begged for mercy. You all should kneel down in front of our boss Wang and apologize to him.
He has the final say here. If he doesn't forgive you, I'm sorry, but I have to continue fighting.
Yang Chao looked at Li Hao and the others lying on the ground jokingly. Hearing this, Li Hao and his companions were immediately frightened.
How painful had they been just now? Beating again? That was unimaginable.
Li Hao, Tianjun, the yellow-haired hooligans and the others knelt down in front of Wang Xian without hesitation, cowed out and apologized loudly. Boss Wang, we were wrong.
We will never dare to offend you again next time.
Wang Xian covered his face. Yang Chao and the other man were really efficient. In such a short time, they had subdued Li Hao and the other bastards.
As expected, it takes another evildoer to deal with the evildoers.
If I take action myself, even if I have the strength, Li Hao and the other bastards will not be afraid of me at all.
You guys get out of here. Wang Xian said. Of course he still hated Li Hao, the scum, but this time he would collect some interest from him first, and then slowly deal with Lu Rui and Li Hao, the couple, later. Li Hao and his companions breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up and left. They were really scared today.
After drinking for a while, Wang Xian took out his cell phone to check the time.
It was past 7 in the evening and he should go to the sailboat hotel to have dinner with Chen Shi.
Chen Shi must have been waiting for him in room 601 on the 32nd floor of the sailboat hotel. Wang Xian didn't want to let a beautiful girl like Chen Shi, who was as beautiful as a fairy, wait too long, as he would feel bad for her. He told Yang Chao and Zhou Yuan to continue playing and that he had to leave first because of something.
Then Wang Xian left the Golden Age nightclub and drove his Ferrari LaFerrari to the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Bang! Li Hao returned to his residence and could no longer control his anger.
He directly picked up a pot of flowers and smashed it on the ground, leaving the ground in a mess with broken porcelain pieces and dirt. This is one of the houses his family bought for him. It is over 140 square meters and is near the school, so Li Hao does not have to live in the school dormitory.
Damn it, what kind of shit luck did Wang Xian have? Did he win the lottery? Or what? He actually became the boss of Yang Chao and Zhou Yuan. I can't afford to offend him anymore, but this is really hard to swallow. After thinking about it, Li Hao took out his mobile phone and called Lu Rui directly. Come to me right now, I need to relieve myself tonight. Lu Rui's voice came from the phone. What's wrong, Hao? My period just came this afternoon, so I'm afraid it's not convenient for me now.
Li Hao gritted his teeth and roared directly at Lu Rui on the phone. You stinky woman, you didn't hear what I said clearly, right?
Get over here right now, or we'll break up. Okay, then I'll come to you, right? Lu Rui, who was answering the phone in the dormitory at this time, was frightened and couldn't control his tears. She said she had her period, but Li Hao was like a mad beast, still asking her to come to him regardless, without any consideration for her health. At this moment, Lu Rui was really sad and couldn't help but think of Wang Xian.
Over the past 3 years, Wang Xian had always been very kind to her, always holding her in the palm of his hand. He had never yelled at her like this, nor had he ever forced her to do anything she didn't want to do. But Li Hao was her own choice. If she had to give up Li Hao's family background and wealth, she really couldn't bear it. So even though it was painful, she could only face it calmly. Lu Rui walked out of the dormitory with tears in her eyes. When her roommate asked her what was wrong, she didn't say a word. At this time, Li Hao, who was staying at home, had a vicious look on his face. Since he couldn't do anything to Wang Xian now, he would take it out on his ex-girlfriend. He wanted to vent. Chapter 17 Lu Shuiguang. In room 601, 32nd floor, Sailboat Hotel, Chenxi sat on a chair next to the dining table. The dining table in the private room is a rectangular mahogany dining table that can seat 2 people, suitable for couples to sit face to face. Chenxi was wearing a black slim-fit shirt on her upper body and a black short skirt on her lower body today, and a pair of thin black stockings on her 2 slender legs. She tied her hair into a bun at the back of her head with a hair tie. Her beautiful oval face was very fair, and she looked like a real goddess. Chenxi took out a Yves Saint Laurent lipstick from the bag on the table, unscrewed it and applied it on her lips. She screwed the lipstick cap back into her bag, then took out her iPhone 16 Pro Max from her bag to check the time. It was 7:23. She had agreed with Wang Xian to have lunch together at 8 o'clock, so he should be here soon. At the end of get off work today, the boss of the Ferrari 4S store transferred Chenxi's commission of more than 2.2 million to her, so she is living a relatively comfortable life now, and the lipstick she uses is also a famous brand. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Wang Xian, "Are you here?" On the road, Wang Xian heard the WeChat notification sound. He drove the Ferrari with one hand on the steering wheel and picked up the phone with one hand to open the page. He saw the message from Chenxi. It was inconvenient for him to type, so he pressed the receiver with his finger and replied with a voice message, "On the way, almost there." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chenxi smiled when he received Wang Xian's WeChat message, and then began to wait silently, thinking that he would order food after Wang Xian arrived. Chenxi put her phone into her bag and turned to look outside the door. At this moment, she noticed a strange man wandering in the aisle outside room 601. From time to time, the man looked into the private room with a sly look in his eyes, and sometimes scratched his ears and cheeks, as if hesitating about something. The man was about 24 or 25 years old, with long hair, wearing a white shirt, a tie around his neck, and trousers. He looked like a white-collar worker, but looking at his pale face, he seemed to be drained by alcohol and sex. He was probably not a good person. Her heart tightened and she had a bad feeling. Finally, the man walked straight in and went into private room 601. "Hello, who are you looking for? What's the matter?" Chenxi looked at the strange man and asked warily. The man smiled and looked at Chenxi with admiration. "Hello, my name is Lu Shuiguang, I am from the Lu family in Jiangcheng, and my father is the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhanggang. I think this young lady is very beautiful, and I want to make friends with you." The man revealed his identity directly, his face full of pride. But when he glanced at Chenxi, who was sitting at the square dining table, he was a little disappointed that there was not even a trace of envy in the other's eyes. Lu Shuiguang brought up his family background. After all, their Lu family was a large family with assets worth tens of billions. He thought that the other party would develop in the direction he expected and would envy, admire, and have a good impression of him, but that didn't happen. The result was not what he wanted, and a barely perceptible disappointment flashed across the man's eyes. In the past, when he revealed his identity in front of girls like this, many girls wanted to throw themselves into his arms, but today, this girl didn't show any interest in him at all. Chenxi didn't say anything, but was thinking about something. Jiangcheng Lu family? She immediately felt something was wrong. The Lu family was very powerful in Jiangcheng and they were not good people. There were many warriors in the family. This man directly brought up his family background. Was he trying to threaten her? "Miss, would you be so kind as to accompany me for dinner?" The man looked at Chenxi and bowed very gentlemanly, with a kind smile on his face and eyes full of expectation. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment with a friend to have dinner together later and I'm waiting for him now." "I'm afraid I don't have time." Chenxi refused directly. "Then I'll wait with you until your friends arrive and let them eat with us." The man still had a kind look on his face and his attitude was very humble and respectful. This man, Lu Shuiguang, is the young master of the Lu family. All the girls he likes will actively come to him without any effort at all. Moreover, Lu Shuiguang is a Kaiyuan third-level warrior, and his social status is higher than that of ordinary people. This situation has never happened before. He has never been so humble in front of a girl.
This was the first time that Lu Shuiguan fell in love with a girl.
From the first moment he saw this girl, he felt that this girl was really special and the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. He really liked her. If he could get this girl, he would even be willing to turn over a new leaf, love only her for the rest of his life, and never touch any other girl again.
Sorry, I have an appointment with a friend, so you can't go. She still insisted on refusing. My beautiful lady, I really like you. Please agree to have a meal with me.
As long as you agree, I will transfer 50 million to you now.
If it is not enough, I am willing to give you more. I will give you all I can give.
Lu Shuiguan scratched his head shyly and looked at Shi cautiously with a sincere expression.
She was amused.
He played with the beautiful and slender fingers for a while, turned his head to look at Lu Shuiguan, shook his head and said, "You are really a freak.
You really think highly of yourself. Some things cannot be done as you please just because you have money. So is the friend you are waiting for a man or a woman? How many people are you waiting for? Does this have anything to do with you? I'm just a little curious. This is the last question. If you tell me the truth, I promise to leave and not bother you any further." A man, 1.
Shi wanted the man to face reality and leave, so he told the truth directly.
Hearing this, Lu Shuiguan was struck by lightning.
His beautiful fantasy was shattered at this moment. He once fantasized that the girl was single and agreed to have dinner with him, then he successfully confessed his love, and the beautiful girl agreed to be his girlfriend. He completely changed his ways and never flirted with other girls again, only focusing on this girl. Then they lived happily together, loving each other for the rest of their lives and growing old together. But now, all these fantasies have been shattered.
Lu Shuiguan suffered a huge blow and he really couldn't accept to face such a fact. The girl he liked was actually waiting for a boy.
Lu Shuiguan's heart suddenly turned cold, jealousy, dissatisfaction, and resentment spread in his heart. He wanted to cut that person into pieces.
Lu Shuiguan's expression was dull.
He was stunned for a moment, then he stopped smiling and returned to his true self. He stared at Shi and said coldly, "You stinky woman, you'd better not be ungrateful.
I asked you to have dinner with me to flatter you. Other women can't even ask for such an opportunity. Are you rejecting me?
Your male friend is nothing but a piece of shit. When he comes, I promise to beat him up in front of you so hard that he won't be able to raise his head, and he will willingly give you to me."
This is a society ruled by law. Aren't you afraid of being locked up for fighting? Leave now. I will pretend you have never been here. If you do something wrong later, nothing good will happen to you.
Shi stood up from the chair and stared at Lu Shuiguan unkindly. She was a little worried about Wang Xian, so she started to warn the strange man directly.
I'll wait here. When that guy arrives, I'll beat him up if I want to. Believe it or not, nothing will happen to me after beating him up. But he, on the other hand, might go to jail. Lu Shuiguan smiled and pulled a chair to sit down at the dining table. He thought to himself that the girl in front of him was too naive. She had no understanding of this society at all. She really didn't know what background was or what it meant to cover the sky with one hand. She was a little angry. He looked at the strange man with contempt and shook his head. He directly retorted without giving him face, "A scum like you will not have a good ending." Hearing this, Lu Shuiguan was immediately furious. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Shi hysterically. A cold voice rang out from his mouth, "You'd better think it over carefully. I'll ask you again, will you go to dinner with me? It's not a wise decision to offend my Lu family. You can go out and ask around to see how many people have lost their families because of offending my Lu family." Shi was really angry, and looked at the strange man with contempt. "I have never seen an idiot like you, wasn't my statement clear enough? I won't go." Chapter 18, Just a Lucky Breakthrough. It seems that you are really ungrateful, you refuse my toast and insist on drinking the penalty wine. Well, I will grant your wish today. Lu Shuiguan stood up from his chair with a gloomy face, looking at Shi with ill intention. He suddenly sneered and walked towards Shi step by step. Lu Shuiguan's throat moved and he swallowed his saliva. He could no longer control himself. How could he not be tempted when he saw such a beautiful woman who was both stunning and a disaster to the nation for the first time? In his opinion, this woman should only exist in heaven. Since this woman seemed to belong to someone else, he would just snatch her away. He planned to use force.
Lu Shuiguan believed that with his Lu family's background, even if he did something to this woman now, the Lu family behind him would still settle everything for him, and he would definitely be fine.
What do you want to do?
Chen Shi stared at Lu Shuiguan, who was walking towards him, stood up with the help of a chair, and looked at him warily, feeling angry and worried.
What are you doing? Of course I am doing it. I want to see if you are willing or passive. Lu Shuiguan smiled coldly and his eyes were evil.
At this time, he was not far in front of Chen Shi. You shameless villain, if you dare to do anything wrong, you will definitely be punished by law, and then you can expect to spend the rest of your life in jail.
Aren't you afraid? Chen Shi warned.
Chen Shi looked around. There was no waiter in the private room at this time, so no one would answer her even if she wanted to.
Moreover, looking at Lu Shuiguan, he is quite strong and his physical fitness is undoubtedly far beyond that of ordinary people.
If the woman asks for help, it will only make him like a frightened bird. This would only make him attack her more quickly, and might even knock her unconscious and then do something inappropriate, which would be even more disadvantageous to her. Chen Shi really didn't know what to do at this time. She was in imminent danger.
Ha, I'm determined to do whatever I want. What can you do to me? Will I be punished? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I am still a warrior. Even if I did something to you, the police have no right to interfere. Warriors who commit crimes are under the jurisdiction of the Security Bureau. Naturally, my family has connections with the Security Bureau, so I won't be held responsible.
Lu Shuiguan was fearless and raised his right hand to grab Chen Shi.
Chen Shi was desperate. The other party was actually a warrior. She also knew that warriors were very rare and their social status was very high.
Moreover, his Lu family has a powerful background in various networks of connections. In that case, even if the other party did something to her, she would probably not be punished and would continue to be at large. Thinking of this, Chen Shi's eyes showed determination, and she decided to give it a try.
No matter what, she would fight.
She clenched her fists silently. Even though she was just an ordinary weak woman, at this moment, she also had the courage to face death head-on. As long as the other party dares to mess around, she will fight with him and risk her life, and would rather die than let the other party succeed.
Brush!
Wang Xian quickly came in front of Lu Shuiguan and grabbed his right arm as he was trying to grab Chen Shi.
Crack! Wang Xian exerted force and broke Lu Shuiguan's right hand.
As soon as he got out of the elevator, he sensed that something was wrong in room 601. He thought Chen Shi might be in danger, so he rushed over immediately.
Ah, you're looking for death.
Lu Shuiguan screamed in despair, turned his head and looked at Wang Xian viciously, covering his broken right hand with his left hand. Who are you?
Do you know that I'm from the Lu family? You've offended my Lu family. Do you know the consequences of doing this?
Looking at Wang Xian, Lu Shuiguan was secretly surprised. The other party is also a warrior, and judging from his aura, he seems to be at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. He felt something was not good. His strength was only at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, far from being a match for this 9th level of Kaiyuan. Moreover, his right hand was broken by Wang Xian, making it even more difficult for him to defeat him. Seeing Wang Xian suddenly appear in front of him, Chen Shi showed a look of surprise in his eyes and looked at him with a smile. You are here. Chen Shi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Wang Xian turned his head and nodded at her with a smile.
It's okay. I'm willing to wait for you.
Chen Shi smiled indifferently. She thought about it and suddenly felt something strange.
Lu Shuiguan said that he was a warrior, but Wang Xian easily defeated him. Does that mean that Wang Xian is also a warrior? Wang Xian, you have become a warrior?
Chen Shi looked at Wang Xian with a surprised smile, feeling incredible. Wang Xian scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled at her. Well, I just broke through by luck.
I just broke through today. That's great, Wang Xian. You're really awesome. I'm so happy that you can become a warrior.
Chen Shi was so excited that he clenched his fists and waved them in front of his chest, with a sweet smile on his beautiful face. She was genuinely happy for Wang Xian and treated him like a little fangirl, her eyes full of admiration.
You are looking for death. You are chatting so enthusiastically in front of me. Do you think I don't exist?
Lu Shuiguan was furious, covering his broken right arm. These two people didn't take him, the second young master of the Lu family, seriously at all.
Lu Shuiguan is the second child in his family.
He has an older brother named Lu Shuemin, who often does bad things like bullying boys and girls. These two brothers are not good people. Looking at Wang Xian and the other person, Lu Shuiguan was already furious. He had never been wronged like this before. The woman he liked was so nice to that man, which made his heart ache.
Oh, I almost forgot about you, grandson. You said you are from the Liu family? Liu family? What bullshit Liu family, I have never heard of your grandfather.
Wang Shan looked at Lu Shuiguang with disdain, with a slight sneer on his face. I only know that if you, grandson, dare to have bad intentions towards my friend, then you are courting death. Having said that, Wang Xian walked straight towards Lu Shuiguang.
What do you want to do?
Lu Shuiguang's face showed horror.
Bang!
Wang Xian punched out, directly knocking Lu Shuiguang several meters away, and he fell heavily on the floor tiles.
Puff!
Lu Shuiguang covered his chest with his left hand and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Your grandson is from the Liu family, right?
Your grandfather has remembered that your grandson has caused a big disaster. Today, if someone from your Liu family dares to harm my friend, then you can just wait for your Liu family to be uprooted. Anyway, I've heard before that your Liu family is not a good family either, so I'll just do a good deed and deal with you. Wang Xian raised his hand and pointed at Lu Shuiguang, his voice cold.
He said this now because he really has the ability to do so.
He has thousands of people in the Zhanlong company, and he also has a War King level master under him like Feng Shuling.
You?
Lu Shuiguang was about to say something, but stopped immediately. He was worried that if he said something else to provoke this person, the consequences might be even worse.
I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of here quickly. Don't be an eyesore to your grandfather and affect our mood for dinner. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Wang Xian warned.
Lu Shuiguang didn't dare to say a word. He covered his chest and dragged his broken arm.
He hurriedly stood up and walked away quickly without looking back. He didn't dare to stay any longer.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi returned to the dining table and sat down. He picked up a menu from the table and looked at Chen Shi with a smile. I have to order the dishes.
I'm going to charge you a lot today.
Chen Shi rolled his eyes at him and said with a sullen smile, with your tiny stomach, how much can you eat? Just order more, or you'll die of fullness. Wang Xian walked to the wall, looked at the phone posted on the wall, made a call and called the waiter. Soon, 2 young waitresses in white dresses came.
One of the women, who was quite pretty, kept staring at Wang Xian after entering the room, and did not look away for a long time.
The woman's facial expression was very strange.
Wang Xian noticed all this and looked at her with some confusion. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chapter 19, Sworn Brothers.
After hearing the other party's words, the waitress who had been staring at Wang Xian since she entered the door came to her senses, looked at him with some guilt, and quickly showed an apologetic expression.
Excuse me, sir. I just saw the small black sword pendant on your neck and thought of something. It doesn't mean anything else. However, I would like to remind you, sir, that you'd better hide this thing.
If it is seen by some people, it may represent unknown danger to you. The prettier waitress bowed repeatedly to Wang Xian to apologize.
It's okay. What's going on? Do you recognize this pendant? Wang Xian showed the pendant to the waitress with surprise in his eyes. This thing was indeed a mystery to him.
He also wanted to find out what was so special about this pendant, or what secrets it held. Wang Xian even suspected that this black object might have something to do with the death of his parents. Although this was just a guess, he had to find out. It seems that this waitress is not simple either. She may have some connection with Wang Xian's parents. The pretty waitress took another look at the pendant and said, Sir, I can't explain it clearly in a short time.
I have work to do now. Let's add each other on WeChat first. We can chat slowly on WeChat after get off work today.
Good. Wang Xian nodded, and then he and the waitress added each other on WeChat. Thinking of what the waitress just said, Wang Xian's heart trembled slightly.
Danger?
It seems that this small black sword does have a secret. He quickly hid the pendant inside his coat so that it would not be seen by outsiders.
TSK, TSK.
The phone notification sounded, and the other party sent him her name, Mo Qianxue. Wang Xian thought that the name was nice, and the waitress was indeed very beautiful, with looks and figure that were not inferior to Chen Shi at all.
Wang Xian sighed inwardly.
As expected, there were many beautiful women in this world. As for whether one had a chance to get one, that depended on one's own strength. While Wang Xian was talking to Mo Qianxue, another waitress had already found a mop from the corner and cleaned up the pool of blood that Lu Shuiguan had vomited on the ground. The waitress mopping the floor was also puzzled. How could there be a pool of blood on the clean floor?
She couldn't help but have some bad guesses. Could it be the period blood of the female guest? Ahem, the waitress stopped thinking about it. Wang Xian added Mo Qianxue as a friend.
He made a note for the woman and also sent his own name to her on WeChat. He returned to his seat at the dining table and sat down.
Two waitresses stood by the table waiting for them to order.
He and Chen Shi each took a menu and started ordering more than a dozen dishes each. After ordering the dishes, he looked at his own menu, then at Chen Shi's menu, and did a quick calculation. The total cost of the various foods and drinks they ordered was more than 10,000 yuan.
This was indeed a huge ripoff for Chen Shi.
Wang Shen looked at Chen Shi with a smile on his face. He had made a lot of money from this rich woman, and he couldn't help but feel a little smug on his face as if he had gotten an advantage.
Dear guests, please take a rest. We will ask the kitchen to prepare the meal.
One of the waitresses took the menu and smiled respectfully at Wang Xian and the others.
Okay. Wang Xian and Chen Shi both nodded. The two chatted for a while waiting for the food to be served.
Chen Shi unexpectedly learned that Wang Xian and Lu Rui had broken up, and also learned that Lu Rui had stabbed Wang Xian in the back. She also comforted Wang Xian not to be too sad. After waiting for about half an hour, some male waiters carrying dishes began to serve the dishes one after another, and they were all served soon. The dishes include grilled lobster, boiled king crab, French foie gras, Tianshan yakan, Australian grilled marbled steak, dongpa pork, carrot soup, cabbage boiled potatoes, steamed spare ribs, and so on.
There were also 2 bottles of expensive red wine and 2 exquisite glasses. It smells so good. Looking at the huge table full of delicious food and smelling the aroma of various delicacies, Wang Xian and Chen Shi couldn't help drooling.
The Sailboat Hotel is truly a world-class 7-star hotel. The dishes are really delicious and look great. At this moment, several waiters, both male and female, did not leave, but stayed in the private room and found a place to stand. One of them told Wang Xian and Chen Shi that if they needed any help, they could just tell them. The crystal chandelier in the hotel private room cast a warm light.
Wang Xian stared at the charcoal grilled lobster on the table, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously.
It must be so delicious when it is grilled.
It smells so good, how good will it taste? Chen Shi, who was sitting opposite him, rested her hands on the table, looking at him with a faint smile. Wang Xian, what do you think? I am very considerate, am I willing to treat you to such a feast? Enough, that's enough. You are really my good brother.
Wang Xian looked at Chen Shi with a smile and gave her a thumbs up.
Chen Shi couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Brother?
Then her eyes shone brightly and she smiled, then it settled. We will become sworn brothers today.
From now on, we will be good brothers. We don't ask to be born on the same day, but we ask to die on the same day. Okay, let's become sworn brothers now. I recognize you as my brother.
Wang Xian nodded excitedly, stood up, opened a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Chen Shi.
Come, I'll toast you. Let's drink this glass of wine together, and we'll be good brothers from now on. Okay.
Chen Shi stood up, clinked glasses with Wang Xian, and then they both drank it down in one gulp.
Wang Xian was very satisfied.
He felt that he did not lose out at all to have such a stunningly beautiful woman become his sworn brother.
Afterwards, the two began to happily eat their meal.
While eating, Wang Xian suddenly thought of something and smiled at Chen Shi. I thought of the ultimate question in life.
Hey, if this male lobster could talk, would it be sending a message to the female lobster right now? Help! I've been kidnapped to the human table, please come and save your lover.
Chen Shi chuckled and rolled her eyes at Wang Xian.
She poked the steak with a steel fork and asked, do you think this cow will also post a circle of friends? Write human slaughterhouse experience card on the location? More than just the circle of friends.
Wang Xian suddenly lowered his voice and took out his phone stealthily. I just saw some little known fact that eating seafood can make people smarter.
Look at me now.
He suddenly put his phone on the table, and the screen showed the camera facing the ceiling.
Now I even know how to adjust the elevation when taking selfies. At this moment, the male and female waiters standing in the private room couldn't help laughing at Wang Xian, the funny guy, but they didn't laugh out loud.
Chen Shi laughed so hard that she rubbed her belly.
Wang Xian took the opportunity to pick up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into her mouth, eat quickly to replenish the calories from laughing. However, you said that this meat is not easy.
Maybe it was a fitness pig in its lifetime, holding a barbell every day and shouting, I must work hard to become braised pork. Before he finished speaking, several waiters pushed the door open carrying desserts.
These uninformed waiters looked at Wang Xian in confusion. Ahem.
Wang Xian suddenly sat up straight and said to Chen Shi in a serious tone, "Actually, I was just performing a stand-up comedy."
According to the rules. He suddenly raised his hand and made a tipping gesture. "For the sake of my sacrifice of my idol image, this audience, can you please treat me to some tiramisu as a tip?" Chen Shi was eating braised pork while laughing so hard that tears came out. He picked up a spoon and forked a spoonful of tiramisu from the plate on the table and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Okay, Wang Xian, the great actor Wang, I'll give you a reward. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll eat you as dessert too? That's what I want. Wouldn't it be so lucky for me to be eaten by a peerless beauty like you? Then I can become the worm in your stomach and pester you every day.
Wang Xian spread his hands and shamelessly flattered Chen Shi. The laughter in the private room mixed with the aroma of food spread warmly. It was only today that Chen Shi discovered that Wang Xian was actually so interesting. Even though they had been college classmates for 3 years, he just didn't know him before.
Wang Xian has actually become a different person. He used to be not so talkative and was very introverted. He would even be shy in front of beautiful women. But after getting the system, he suddenly became more and more confident. Chapter 20. A monthly salary of 10 million. After Wang Xian and Chen Shi finished their meal, they both thought it was very delicious. The dishes made by the chef of a 7-star hotel are delicious and tasty. After thinking for a while, Wang Xian wanted to buy this hotel. "If I buy this hotel, I can eat here every day." He glanced at Chen Shi, wanting to ask for his opinion. "Chen Shi, what do you think about me buying this hotel?" Wang Xian touched his chin and looked at Chen Shi with a smile. Chen Shi, who was drinking water from a glass, almost vomited it out. He turned to look at Wang Xian with shock on his face. "Wang Xian, are you crazy? After all, this is a world-class 7-star hotel, which is probably worth tens of billions. You're spending so much money at once. I'm really worried about you. You won't go bankrupt after buying the hotel, right? And after you buy the hotel, if you don't manage it well in the future and the hotel suffers financial losses, then a large part of your money will be wasted." Wang Xian smiled and waved his hand. "Of course not, you think too much. Buying this hotel won't cost me much of my total assets. Guess how much money I have?" Chen Shi thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Since you just said that buying a hotel worth tens of billions wouldn't cost you much, then I guess you and your family should have at least hundreds of billions? Right?" "Wrong, this is not right." Wang Xian thought about it and decided not to tell the girl his real assets to shock her. If he told her that he still had more than 800 billion in savings, it would probably scare her, so he stretched out his finger and made the number 1. Chen Shi looked at the number on his finger and was shocked. "You mean, you have 1 trillion? Wang Xian smiled and nodded without saying anything. Seeing the conversation between the two people at the table, the waiters in the private room were stunned with shock. This man actually has 1 trillion? And he also said that he would buy the hotel, so wouldn't he be their boss in the future? The waiters were also very excited to have such a rich boss. When Chen Shi saw the other party's reaction, she was really shocked by Wang Xian. He actually had so much money, 1 trillion yuan. He was definitely the richest man in the country. Because the richest man in Xia country on the Forbes list now has only over 300 billion, and Wang Xian has 1 trillion, so he is definitely the richest man in the country. Wang Xian called the waiter and told him to contact the boss immediately, as he wanted to buy the hotel tonight. The waiter was very efficient and quickly called their manager to briefly explain the situation, and the manager then quickly called their boss. After just 10 minutes of waiting, Huang Jia, the owner of the Sailboat Hotel, immediately came to the private room 601 on the 32nd floor where Wang Xian was. He was wearing a black suit and was a middle-aged man in his 50s. The owner of the Sailboat Hotel warmly invited Wang Xian and Chen Shi to the VIP room on the 32nd floor for discussion. Arriving at the VIP room, Wang Xian and his companions sat on the sofa. Some waiters poured a cup of freshly ground coffee for Wang Xian, Chen Shi, and Boss Wang. After they introduced themselves, Wang Xian learned that the owner of the Sailboat Hotel was Huang Jia, and the other party also knew his name. Boss Wang, who was sitting across from the marble table, took a puff of his cigar between his fingers and said with a smile, "Since brother Wang Xian is so sincere, I will give you a discount. The original market value of this hotel is 25 billion. I will sell it to you for 24 billion. I will give you a discount of 1 billion. Just consider it as making friends with you." "Okay, deal. Let's sign the contract and pay now. The handover will be completed tonight." Wang Xian smiled. He didn't care anyway.
Spending such a small amount of money was not worth mentioning to him.
Okay, brother Wang Xian is really a straightforward person. He is so courageous at such a young age. He buys assets worth hundreds of billions without any delay. I am determined to make you my friend. Huang Jie smiled and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. He made a fortune.
The Burj Al Arab Hotel could be sold for 22 billion at its highest price, and even 17 or 18 billion at its lowest price.
He has made billions more now. How could such a good thing happen in this world?
He earned tens of billions in just one day. Afterwards, Wang Xian and Huang Jie quickly signed the contract, paid the money, and successfully took over the sailboat hotel.
Chen Shi, you will be the general manager of this hotel from now on.
I will give you a monthly salary of 10 million. Wang Xian turned his head and glanced at Chen Shi.
Chen Shi was stunned and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Did I hear you right, Wang Xian? You want to give me a monthly salary of 10 million?
Of course. You don't need to do the part-time job at the Ferrari 4S store anymore. You can directly become the general manager of the Burj Al Arab.
Our university's courses are quite relaxed. Sometimes there are only 2 or 3 classes a day.
You only need to finish your classes every afternoon and manage the hotel on weekends.
I don't have the heart to manage this hotel. What do you think?
Wang Xian chuckled and looked at Chen Shi, wanting to ask her what she thought. If she didn't want to be the general manager of the sailboat hotel, then Wang Xian would find someone else to do it.
Of course I am willing. Where can I find such a good job? Wang Xian, you are so good to me.
Chen Shi's eyes were filled with tears. He was a little moved and looked at Wang Xian lovingly.
Wang Xian is such a domineering CEO.
He offers a monthly salary of 10 million yuan and the position of general manager of a 7-star hotel at will. Wang Xian is so good to her that Chen Shi is even willing to follow him wholeheartedly in the future.
Even if Wang Xian makes all kinds of excessive demands on her, she will agree. Even if Wang Xian wanted, and Chen Shi agreed to marry him now, she would be 100% willing. Chen Shi felt so happy. Where could she find a prince charming as handsome and rich as Wang Xian? And now he was right in front of her, and he was so kind to her. It can be said that Wang Xian completely changed her destiny, allowing her to leap from a girl born in a poor family to become a member of the upper class of society. If she was given a monthly salary of 10 million, that would be 120 million that year. And there are probably various year-end dividends, so how much money do you earn in a year?
In a few years, Chen Shi will be able to save hundreds of millions.
Okay, Chen Shi, go and do the handover work with Boss Huang and the others.
As the general manager of the sailboat hotel, the task of managing the hotel will be handed over to you in the future.
Wang Xian smiled and patted Chen Shi's shoulder, just like an old leader encouraging his subordinates. The reason why he did this was because Chen Shi was his sworn brother after all, and he couldn't treat her unfairly. Okay, Boss Wang, I will complete the task.
Chen Shi looked at Wang Xian firmly and immediately clenched his fist to sign a military order.
That's great.
Brother Wang Xian, having an assistant like the beautiful Chen Shi to manage the hotel will definitely make a lot of money in the future.
Huang Jie stood up from the sofa, looked at Wang Xian and the others with a smile, and was very optimistic about their future. That night, under the guidance of the hotel's former owner Huang Jie, Chen Shi began to familiarize herself with the hotel's management staff and various management affairs. Many employees of the hotel, especially those in the management, got to know her tonight. She will be the general manager of the company in the future. Wang Xian was sitting on the sofa in the VIP room, drinking tea and waiting for them. The handover work was very tedious and he was too lazy to do it, so he just left it to Chen Shi. This time he spent another 24 billion, so his attribute points should increase by another 2,400 points. He glanced at the system panel. Attribute points, 2,890 points. Martial arts strength, Kaiyuan 9th level. Wang Xian was very satisfied. His attribute points had indeed increased so much. Together with the 490 points left from last time, he now had more than 2,800 points. Attribute points are good things, and Wang Xian is well aware of this. Maybe after a while, when he has accumulated enough attribute points, the system will be upgraded again, and then he might be able to make another breakthrough. He guessed that a certain number of attribute points must be accumulated before the system will upgrade, and the next requirement may be 10,000 points. 2 hours later, Chen Shi completed the handover with the former owner of the hotel and returned to the VIP room on the 32nd floor. She raised her jade hand and yawned in front of her red lips. I'm so tired, Wang Xian, I want to sleep. Okay, let's go now.
I'll take you home first, and then I'll go back by myself.
Don't forget, you have to come to the hotel management work after class tomorrow afternoon. Wang Xian nodded and glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. I will definitely not forget it.
I am the general manager of this hotel now, huh? Chen Shi smiled happily. The two walked out of the VIP room, took the elevator to the first floor, came to the parking lot in the square in front of the hotel, and got into Wang Xian's light blue Ferrari LaFerrari together. Wang Xian first sent Chen Shi back to the schoolgirls' dormitory, then drove out of the school and returned to his Tianhu Villa estate.
He doesn't want to go back to the dormitory now that he has a villa to live in. Moreover, Chen Shi will not have to live in the dormitory starting tomorrow.
She will move her things tomorrow and move directly to the sailboat hotel. Anyway, this sailboat hotel is quite close to Jiangnan University, only about 6 minutes walk away. It would be a waste not to stay here. Of course, Wang Xian could also stay at the sailboat hotel every day, but he preferred to live in his own villa, where it was quieter and no one would disturb him.
Ding!
The phone sounded. As soon as Wang Xian returned to his residence, he sat on the sofa in the hall and opened his phone.
Mo Qianxue sent him a WeChat message. The car accident that happened to your parents more than a decade ago was probably a conspiracy. Chapter 21 Black Small Sword.
When Wang Xian saw the WeChat message sent by Mo Qianxue, he could no longer sit still, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart.
Could his parents' car accident have been a conspiracy planned by someone? Who on earth is this person who would use a car accident to plot the death of his parents? Wang Xian's face was grim. He quickly tapped the keyboard and sent a WeChat message to the other party. Conspiracy? What do you mean?
After just a moment's wait, the phone notification sound rang again.
Mo Qianxue sent a WeChat message, because my sister was in the same car accident as your parents.
She was the only survivor of the car accident.
Everyone on the bus died except her. But both of her legs were amputated.
She became disabled because of the car accident and has been confined to a wheelchair ever since.
Wang Xian understood.
Since Mo Qianxue's sister was the only survivor, she should know a lot of inside information and may have told her sister Mo Qianxue.
Who?
Wang Xian touched his chest and took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and continued typing on the keyboard to send messages.
Your sister? Then what's her connection to my parents? Mo Qianxue, my parents divorced when I was young. My parents didn't care about me and my sister.
I was raised by my sister. I have an older sister who is a dozen years older than me.
Her name is Mo Lingxi.
She is a colleague of your parents in the same company, working at Lakeside Greening Company, Ltd. When I grew up, my sister told me that more than 10 years ago, on the morning before they had a car accident, she went to report to her boss. When she walked to the office door and was about to knock, she heard her boss talking on the phone with a strange man. The boss swore to the person on the other end of the phone that he would get the black sword in your parents' hands by tomorrow, and that he would make your parents, who knew the secret of the sword, disappear from this world forever.
Seeing this, Wang Xian was completely furious. This was really a conspiracy. That damn boss wanted to take his family heirloom and harm his parents. The boss of their company turned out to be the mastermind behind all this.
No, Wang Xian was determined to take revenge.
He thought about it again. Secret? What secret did the little black sword have? Why did his parents never tell him about it? Things haven't been clarified yet, so we have to continue asking Mo Qianxue. He replied, my mother once told me that it was a family heirloom, but I never thought that it was coveted by their boss. How abominable.
Then does your sister know the secret of this small black sword?
Seeing the message on the phone, Mo Qianxue understood.
No wonder the boss of the Lakeside Greening Company and the stranger on the phone would collude with each other and not hesitate to harm Wang Xian's parents and the people on the bus. The purpose was actually to get the heirloom of Wang Xian's family.
Since it was an heirloom, then the black sword must have something special about it. This made sense. She picked up the phone and said, my sister was shocked when she heard what the boss said in the office.
She didn't knock on the door to report to the boss, but immediately went to your parents to tell them about it and asked them to be careful of the boss.
As for the secret of the black sword, my sister doesn't know it. Wang Xian was a little confused. Has your sister seen that little sword? Why did you recognize it as soon as you saw me today?
Seeing the message, Mo Qianxue typed a reply, my sister didn't know what the black sword was at first, but after she told your parents about it, your parents were very grateful to my sister for informing them of the news in advance and took the initiative to show the sword to my sister.
They carry that little sword with them.
It is said that they carry it with them because they regard it as a lucky charm.
My sister took a photo and kept it in her phone.
I also saw it on her phone.
So when I saw the pendant hanging around your neck that day, I guessed that you might be the child of the couple my sister mentioned.
Wang Xian chatted with Mo Qianxue for a while and learned a lot of information. According to Mo Qianxue, at noon the day before his parents and Mo Qianxue's sister had the car accident, which was the time when Mo Lingxi heard the boss's call, Qian Feng, the boss of Lakeside Greening Company, Limited, started to take action.
He found Wang Xian's parents to talk alone.
Qian Feng stated that he mainly wanted to buy the black sword from Wang Xian's parents.
He said he liked that little thing more.
Because Wang Xian's parents often carried the little sword with them, the boss naturally saw it. As for the price, it even reached a sky-high price of 5 million.
Wang Xian's parents were also stunned by the purchase price.
Each of them only earned about 3,000 yuan a month, and this small sword could earn them several decades of salary. Although Qian Feng offered a high price, Wang Xian's parents refused after hearing his intention to purchase the small sword. They said it was a family heirloom passed down from their ancestors and they would not sell it no matter how much money they offered.
Qian Feng's conversation with Wang Xian's parents ended unpleasantly.
In the afternoon, the boss made another request to Wang Xian's parents. They did not have to sell the black sword, but needed to borrow it. One of his clients had a box that he couldn't open. There were very valuable items in it. The keyhole happened to be similar in appearance to the black sword, so he needed to borrow the sword from Wang Xian's parents tomorrow. It was just to be borrowed for a while, so Wang Xian's parents couldn't refuse and had to agree. So the next day, the boss arranged for Wang Xian's parents and all other employees of the company, including Mo Lingxi, to take the company bus to a farmhouse in the suburbs for a dinner in the name of company team building. The boss said that he would drive himself and would not take the bus with them. He would meet his client with the box at the dinner party and would then borrow the small sword from Wang Xian's family. Because they had heard from Mo Lingxi that the boss might try to steal their family heirloom tomorrow, Wang Xian's parents did not bring the black sword with them. If they saw the boss's clients, they would say they had lost it. Wang Xian's mother had given it to him the day before.
As for what Mo Lingxi said about the boss possibly trying to kill them, Wang Xian's parents did not believe it. This is a society ruled by law, how could such a thing be possible? As a result, something happened to them on that day. According to Mo Lingxi, she remembered that it rained heavily that day. The bus carrying dozens of people, including all the employees of Lakeside Greening Company, Limited, was hit by a large truck on a highway in the suburbs. All the people on the bus were killed, and only she survived. According to Mo Qianxue's memory, on the day her sister had the accident, she received a call from the hospital at home, and then ran to the hospital crying in the heavy rain. She saw her unconscious sister on the hospital bed. She couldn't bear to leave her sister, so she squatted by the bed until late at night. However, when she went to the toilet at night and passed by the morgue, she heard strange noises coming from inside. Driven by curiosity, she walked gently to the window and through the slightly opened window gap, she found some people searching the corpses. Little Mo Qianxue was observing secretly, and after her sister Mo Lingxi woke up, she told her about it. The hospital morgue contained all the bodies from the bus that had been delivered today. Mo Lingxi finally understood that her boss Qian Feng's conspiracy was actually true.
He really wanted to get the little sword and harm Wang Xian's parents, which was why he searched their bodies afterwards. His purpose was to find the little black sword. With tears in her eyes, Mo Lingxi wanted to find an opportunity to report her boss Qian Feng, who had killed all the company employees and broke her legs. However, not long after she was discharged from the hospital, she heard that their boss Qian Feng had died inexplicably. Chapter 22, A Moment of Fear. At this moment, Wang Xian's thoughts were a little confused.
Qian Feng, the boss who murdered his parents and dozens of company employees including Mo Lingxi, died more than 10 years ago.
There was no clue about the strange man he called, and Wang Xian had no idea who he was. The clue was broken and the truth became more confusing. Since Qian Feng was dead, Wang Xian could no longer use him to trace back to the person who had talked to him on the phone. The dazzling light from the luxurious crystal chandelier in the living room shone on Wang Xian. He walked back and forth in the hall, stroking his chin in thought. The murderer, in addition to Qian Feng, the boss of Lakeside Greening Company, Limited, is also a strange man who talked to him on the phone. His life or death is unknown. He guessed that this person was most likely still alive, and it was certain that this person was the real mastermind behind the scenes. As for Qian Feng, he was almost just a pawn and was killed after he did his job. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Qian Feng died soon after the people on the bus were killed. It seemed that he was silenced.
Who are you anyway? You are so cruel that you murder dozens of innocent people just for a little money?
Wang Xian clenched his fists and looked up at the ceiling and roared, tears welling up in his eyes, and he felt a chill in his heart.
No matter what, he will not let these enemies go. He is determined to track them down by all means necessary.
He has a blood feud to avenge.
Just wait for me, you bastards.
Wang Xian gritted his teeth and made up his mind that he would find these enemies one by one and then get rid of them one by one.
Oh, yes, there is one more person. Wang Xian quickly thought of the driver who caused the accident. What happened after he caused the accident while driving a large truck? He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Mo Qianxue, "Where is the driver who caused the accident? Where did he go?" He waited for a moment and soon received a WeChat reply from Mo Qianxue on his phone. According to my sister, she later asked some relevant staff and learned that the truck driver died when the accident happened. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the news. The driver who caused the accident died, and this is undoubtedly true. Mo Lingxi asked the relevant police staff at the time, and it should be impossible for them to lie. This driver actually risked his life to do something for someone else. Did he receive money to buy his life? Or was he threatened by something? The clue was broken again, and Wang Xian felt annoyed. These people were really meticulous in their work, leaving no clues at all, making it completely impossible to track them down. As he learned all this, Wang Xian recalled a very scary thing. More than 10 years ago, a few days after his parents died, one day, after he went out, an inexplicable fire broke out in his house. When he returned home, although the fire had been put out by firefighters and neighbors, his house had been burned beyond recognition and was uninhabitable. After he lost his home, he went into an orphanage. When he thinks about it now, he is really scared. If he hadn't gone out that day, he would have been dead for 100%. The fire was definitely not an accident, but was set intentionally. If Wang Xian had been at home that day, he would undoubtedly have been killed on the spot and thrown into the fire to destroy his body, or burned to death. Wang Xian could imagine that since those people did not find the small sword on his parents' bodies, they broke into his house directly to look for it, and then set fire to the scene to destroy any traces. Those people will definitely not let anyone see what they do, and anyone who knows about it will be silenced. It was because Wang Xian went out that he escaped the disaster. That night, Wang Xian did not sleep at all. He sat on the sofa in the hall in a daze all night. His parents were deliberately murdered and there was no clue about the murderer. How could he sleep? Before he knew it, it was daybreak and his stomach started to growl. He felt very hungry. I opened my phone to check the time and it was already past 8 in the morning. Sleeping all night and being awake all night are two completely different things. If you sleep well all night, you may not be very hungry the next morning, but it is different if you are awake all night, which is equivalent to not eating all day. Wang Xian planned to go to the sailboat hotel for a free breakfast. He was too lazy to cook at home and was not in the mood to do so. After breakfast, he plans to go shopping in the mall to relax. He has a grudge to avenge, and he will remember this all the time. If the grudge is not found, he will continue to pursue it, but he cannot be on edge all the time, otherwise his body will be worn down before the grudge is avenged. Wang Xian drove a Ferrari LaFerrari on the road and arrived at the Burj Al Arab in just a few minutes. He stood at the door of the hotel and looked inside. The early morning sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the 56-story hotel building, like a stream of golden light. Ding! At this time, a message notification came from Wang Xian's mobile phone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from Chen Shi. Wang Xian, I forgot today is Saturday and I don't have to go to class. Face covering expression. I can go to manage the hotel this morning. Do you want to go? If so, let's have breakfast together in the hotel, smile, smile. Wang Xian smiled, tapped his fingers on the keyboard, and replied to her, I'm already at the hotel entrance. I'll wait for you in the hotel first, and we'll have breakfast together later. Putting away his phone, Wang Xian stood outside the lobby door, looking at the 7-star hotel he had just acquired. As a new boss, he smiled with some pride. He walked straight in. Sir, welcome. As he entered the hotel, several beautiful women in white dresses standing at the entrance of the hotel smiled and bowed to Wang Xian. These ladies are the receptionists at the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Wang Xian took a quick glance and found that each of these waitresses had a good figure.
Each was about 1.7 meters tall and their looks were no less than those of the flight attendants.
Yeah. He walked into the hotel under their gaze and nodded with a smile. He didn't mind.
He had just acquired the hotel yesterday, so it was normal that many employees didn't know him as the new boss.
These people just treated him as a guest. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the third floor.
The third floor is the office area for the hotel management, and the luxurious and spacious office at the innermost part now belongs to him.
Last night, Chen Shi handed him the key to the office. What's that smell?
It smells so good. Pushing open the door, the charming scent of sandalwood hit him in the face. Wang Xian took a quick look and saw that in the spacious office, the most conspicuous thing was a large brown-red sandalwood desk with a luxurious boss chair behind it. He walked straight to the expensive boss chair, sat down gracefully, leaned back, and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for Chen Shi while enjoying this moment of tranquility.
Bang!
Just then, the office door was pushed open and a woman walked in, pulling a young woman by her clothes. Walking in front was the hotel lobby manager Dong Ping, who was probably in her 30s, wearing a professional suit, with delicate makeup and a look full of arrogance. Following behind her was the ordinary waiter Mo Qianxue, who had a timid expression on his face and lowered his head cautiously. Dong Ping's facial expression clearly revealed her contempt and disgust for people like Mo Qianxue who were at the bottom of society. Mo Qianxue was very embarrassed. She seemed to have anticipated what was about to happen.
Chapter 23 I won't think of anything else. Ha!
At this time, Mo Qianxue raised her head and noticed Wang Xian.
She couldn't understand why he appeared here? As for the fact that Wang Xian acquired the sailboat hotel yesterday and became the new owner of the hotel, Mo Qianxue had no idea. She only knew that the hotel owner sold the hotel to someone else yesterday, but she didn't know that this person was Wang Xian. Not only her, many hotel employees did not know the new boss, but only knew the new general manager Chen Shi. It was their hotel boss Huang Jia who introduced them to each other when he was doing the handover work of the hotel. Mo Qianxue was just about to wave and say hello to Wang Xian, who was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, but Dong Ping started to scold her loudly. Mo Qianxue, I'm telling you, when General Manager Chen Shi comes back, you must give me an explanation.
Dong Ping looked at Mo Qianxue with disdain, rolled up her sleeves, and said arrogantly, "You are lazy all day long and do things very carelessly.
Just now, you were cleaning the glass. What were you daydreaming about?
As the hotel lobby manager, I can't fire you, but I can still discipline people like you.
Just wait.
When General Manager Chen arrives, I will tell her everything about you and ask her to fire you today."
Lobby manager Dong Ping has long disliked Mo Qianxue, an ordinary waitress.
She is too beautiful and charming, and Dong Ping is very jealous. Mo Qianxue was daydreaming while working and was caught by her.
She would definitely not miss the opportunity to punish her.
However, the sailboat hotel stipulates that only the general manager is qualified to make the decision to fire ordinary employees, so Dong Ping dragged Mo Qianxue to the general manager's office. Dong Ping also took photos on her mobile phone as evidence, and would show the evidence to General Manager Chen Shi when she arrived. Mo Qianxue lowered his head and whispered in defense, "Manager Dong, I'm really sorry.
I won't do it again next time. Can you please not tell General Manager Chen? How dare you talk back?"
Dong Ping interrupted her, "Wait until Mr. Chen comes, you'll be in trouble."
Only then did Dong Ping notice Wang Xian sitting in the boss chair.
She turned her head and glanced at Wang Xian, frowned, and said in a bad tone, "Hey, who are you?
This is the general manager's office, not the place for you to come, hurry up."
Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes, looked at her, and closed them again, with no intention of getting up.
Seeing that Wang Xian ignored her, Dong Ping was immediately furious. "Are you deaf? You don't understand what I'm saying? Get out of here. Is this a place for someone like you to sit? Don't you even consider your status? Don't tell me what kind of guest you are. Even if you are a VIP of our hotel, I will scold you. People like you are shameless. I told you to get out, but you still don't leave? Our hotel doesn't need you as a guest. At worst, we can put you on the blacklist permanently and no longer welcome you."
She became more and more excited as she spoke, and all kinds of unpleasant words kept coming out of her mouth. Mo Qianxue was terrified watching from the side and wanted to say something for Wang Xian, but he didn't dare to offend Dong Ping. Wang Xian sat in the chair with his eyes closed, looking calm, as if Dong Ping's insults were nothing but wind to his ears.
Shoo!
Just when Dong Ping was cursing, the wooden door of the office was pushed open again, and an elegant young woman in a black business suit walked in. It was Chen Shi, the general manager of the hotel.
Boss Wang, you're here?
When Chen Shi saw Wang Xian, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face and he walked over quickly.
What is going on? Boss Wang?
Dong Ping and Mo Qianshui were both stunned, especially Dong Ping, whose face turned pale instantly. She looked at Wang Xian sitting in the boss chair in disbelief, and her legs began to tremble slightly. Just now, she severely insulted the boss who was sitting on the chair.
Dong Ping had no idea that this person was the new boss.
If she had known, she would not have dared to scold him. Mo Qianshui looked at Wang Xian in shock.
The new owner of the hotel was actually Wang Xian? General Manager Chen, I'm just here to take a look.
Wang Xian glanced at Chen Shi and said with a smile.
Chen Shi glanced at Dong Ping, frowned and asked, what's going on?
When she was walking in the corridor outside the door just now, she heard Dong Ping's crazy cursing in the office.
Dong Ping finally reacted and quickly knelt on the ground with a plop.
She slapped herself in the face and said in a trembling voice, Boss Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you.
I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me this time. Mo Qianshui was kind-hearted.
Seeing Dong Ping like this, he couldn't bear it, so he pleaded for her, Boss Wang, Manager Dong may have just had a misunderstanding.
Please forgive her this time.
Wang Shan looked at Mo Qianshui, then at Dong Ping who was kneeling on the ground, and said slowly, I will forgive you this time, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. You don't have to work as the lobby manager anymore, and you will be demoted to an ordinary waiter. I hope you will understand in the future that you should never judge people by appearance, and never arbitrarily criticize your subordinates, no matter where you are. Dong Ping felt as if she had been granted amnesty, and she kowtowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Boss Wang.
I will definitely change my ways and never do it again.
Dong Ping felt bad. She regretted provoking Mo Qianshui today. She almost got fired. Although she was demoted now, the Burj Al Arab is a world-class 7-star hotel. Even for ordinary waiters, the salary is still ridiculously high. She was unwilling to give up such a good job.
Wang Xian glanced at Mo Qianshui and smiled.
Qianshui, I am very grateful that you told me so many truths yesterday. You will be the deputy general manager of this hotel from now on.
I will give you the office next door.
You can ask Chen Shi for the key later.
The salary and benefits will be the same as the general manager. Mo Qianshui couldn't believe what he said. The salary was the same as general manager Chen Shi's? That was 10 million a month? This is like pie in the sky, I'm in heaven in an instant.
She stared at Wang Xian blankly, and came to her senses after a moment. She smiled gratefully and said, Thank you, Wang Xian.
You're welcome, Qianshui. We'll be friends from now on.
If you need any help, just come to me.
Wang Xian smiled and patted his chest. Okay, brother Wang Xian. Mo Qianshui smiled happily.
Mo Qianshui learned from yesterday's WeChat chat that she was 1 year younger than Wang Xian, but she dropped out of school early, so there was nothing wrong with calling him brother. Chen Shi also smiled at Mo Qianshui and said, The key is not with me.
I will give you the key to the next office later. Okay. Mo Qianshui was very happy. Wang Xian stood up, opened his phone and checked the time. It was time to have breakfast. Chen Shi, you haven't had breakfast yet. You should stay and have breakfast with me. The rest of you can go and do your work. Wang Xian said to everyone in the office. Yes, Boss Wang. Dong Ping and Mo Qianshui both nodded, then walked out of the office. Wang Xian stood up from the boss chair and looked at Chen Shi. Let's go have breakfast. Okay. Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Wang Xian and Chen Shi came to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor.
Soon, several waiters brought a sumptuous breakfast with a food cart.
Hello, General Manager Chen. Hello, Boss Wang.
Several pretty waitresses who brought breakfast greeted us with smiles. The waitresses looked at Wang Xian and could hardly hide their admiration.
They didn't expect the new owner of the hotel to be so young and so handsome. This is definitely the Prince Charming, and he must be the heir to some super tycoon.
If these waitresses could climb such a big tree, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. If they could get close to Wang Xian, even if Wang Xian wanted to do something excessive and unspeakable to them, they would be more than happy to do so. A while ago, Chen Shi had called the relevant hotel managers in the kitchen, saying that she and the boss Wang Xian were in private room 303, and asked them to prepare breakfast and send it over. It didn't take long before a sumptuous breakfast was prepared.
Thank you for your hard work.
Chen Shi smiled at them. Several waiters placed various breakfasts on the table, including top-quality Australian Wagyu grilled steak, western ham, fried pure lean camel meat, caviar, top-quality tuna sashimi and other delicacies, all of which exuded a charming aroma.
Let's eat.
Wang Xian was already extremely hungry, so he picked up a large piece of steak from the plate, stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing. Shen Shi also started to eat breakfast. He took a bite of the jasmine-scented cream cake and smiled at Wang Xian. You, the hotel owner, and I, the general manager, are so lucky to have such a sumptuous breakfast. Yeah, these foods are indeed delicious, Shen Shi, you don't have to be so formal.
We are sworn brothers. This hotel is mine and yours. You can stay in any room you want here and eat whatever you want every day. It's all free. Just ask the kitchen to cook.
Wang Xian stuffed various delicacies into his mouth and spoke vaguely. Shen Shi was startled. He looked up at Wang Xian, who was eating like crazy. A trace of sadness and disappointment flashed across his eyes. He thought, you idiot, you only know how to eat. She is such a girl, do you always treat her as a brother?
Don't you think of anything else?
Chapter 24, Angry at White Lotus. Shen Shi was almost full, and said to Wang Xian with a smile, I have to cheer up later, there is an important meeting in the hotel. Wang Xian looked at her, smiled and nodded. Come on, all the power of the hotel is now handed over to you. You are now the emperor of this sailboat hotel, and I will retreat behind the scenes and become the emperor.
Shen Shi was amused and couldn't help but chuckle. This metaphor is really vivid. Am I the second empress in history besides Wu Zetian?
Wang Xian looked at her and immediately patted his chest and promised solemnly, yes, if there is a chance, I will push you onto the throne of the emperor.
Let you become the supreme empress, holding the power of the entire empire.
After all, you are my sworn brother. P.S. This article takes place in a parallel world, not the real world, please don't misunderstand.
Then thank you very much.
Shen Shi stood up with a smile, put his phone in his bag, and prepared to go to work. She hurried out of the private room and plunged into the busy work of hotel management.
After breakfast, Wang Xian wiped his mouth with a tissue. Bite. The phone notification sounded, and Wang Xian took a look. It was a WeChat message from Feng Shuling. I agreed to be your bodyguard starting today. Where are you? Why can't I see you in the company? Wang Xian wiped the sweat off his forehead and felt a little embarrassed. He almost forgot that besides being the owner of the sailboat hotel, he was also the owner of the War Dragon Company. He had not been there today. He clicked on Feng Shuling's profile picture, opened the dialog box, and replied to her message. I don't need your protection for now. I will contact you when I need it. Just manage the company for me. After replying to the message, Wang Xian stood up from his chair and decided to go to the nearby skyscraper alone to relax. This skyscraper is the most luxurious shopping mall in Jiangcheng, a first-tier city. It ranks among the best in the whole country. There are countless luxury stores in the mall. Wang Xian is so rich, so of course he has to go there to spend some money. Walking out of the hotel and coming to the square in front of the hotel, Wang Xian got into his Ferrari LaFerrari and drove for only a few minutes to the famous luxury shopping mall, Sky Center nearby. He parked the car in the underground garage, got out and closed the door, which immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Many people in the underground garage were staring at Wang Xian and discussing the matter in shock. Fuck, is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? I can actually see such a luxurious car today. Yes, today I've really broadened my horizons. That's the legendary LaFerrari. It's hundreds of times more expensive than your Volkswagen. This pretty boy is driving such a nice car at such a young age. His family must be really rich. Ignoring the envy of those people, Wang Xian took the mall elevator to the third floor and strolled leisurely in the aisle, looking at the luxuriously decorated shops and the dazzling array of goods that were dazzling. While taking a walk, at this moment, Wang Xian's gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, his ex-girlfriend Lu Rui and her best friend Lin Shanshan were walking towards him, the two of them walking arm in arm, talking and laughing. Lu Rui had slightly bleached light blonde hair, and wore a pink miniskirt and a white t-shirt. Lin Shanshan had her long hair tied up and wore a green dress. The two women carried bags and walked with their hips twirling from side to side, showing off their charm from time to time, attracting the attention of passers-by who were shopping in the mall, and even some men with poor self-control drooled at them. When Wang Xian saw them, he just felt sick. He didn't want to have anything to do with them in his life, so he turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Shanshan had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Wang Xian in a black suit in the aisle ahead. She shouted, Wang Xian! Wait! Wang Xian covered his face and cursed in his heart that he was unlucky, but he had no choice but to stop.
Due to the relationship of being classmates in college, Wang Xian couldn't just ignore them when he met them.
He had to at least say hello. Is there something?
Wang Xian turned around, looked at them calmly, and asked coldly.
Lin Shanshan pulled Lu Ruwei over with an ugly look on her face. Wang Xian, do you know?
Lu Ruwei is having a very bad time now. Her boyfriend Li Hao treats her badly. He often beats and scolds her, and even flirts with other women in front of Ruwei.
It's too much.
By Lianhua Lu Ruwei glanced at Wang Xian, then lowered his head cooperatively, tears welling up in his eyes, looking pitiful.
Wang Xian looked at this poor performance, looked at them sarcastically, and couldn't help but sneered. What does this have to do with me?
Having said that, he turned and left without hesitation.
Lu Ruwei was stunned.
She never expected that Wang Xian would become so cold towards her. Wang Xian used to be very obedient to her, holding her in the palm of his hand and never going against her wishes. She immediately became angry and screamed, Wang Xian, stop right there.
If I don't allow you to leave, you won't leave. Do you hear me?
Wang Xian originally didn't bother to pay attention to such people, but the opportunity to confront Lu Ruwei was right in front of him. How could he let it go easily?
He turned around and sneered, Lu Ruwei, who do you think you are? I want to leave, what's your business? People like you are really disgusting. I have already dumped you. You and I have nothing to do with each other in the future. Don't think too highly of yourself. You. Lu Ruwei was really angry.
Wang Xian actually became like this and spoke to her in this tone.
She was really unwilling to give up now.
She really wanted to coax Wang Xian back and then dump him ruthlessly, making him sad and desperate. Only in this way would Lu Ruwei feel better. But Wang Xian didn't give her any chance at all, as if he had become heartless. After saying that, Wang Xian turned around and left without looking back. In his heart, Lu Ruwei had long been a thing of the past. She took herself too seriously, so how could she have the right to control what he did?
And you still don't allow him to leave? This is simply unreasonable. Seeing Wang Xian's behavior, Lu Ruwei and Lin Shanshan felt unwilling and followed him quietly. Wang Xian walked straight into a Patek Philippe watch store.
Lu Ruwei and Lin Shanshan, who were secretly following Wang Xian, looked at each other, full of confusion.
What was Wang Xian up to? Was he working here part-time?
Sir, welcome to Patek Philippe. Inside the store, the shopping guide came forward to greet him warmly. Wang Xian casually glanced at the display cabinet, pointed at 3 watches and said, I want these 3. The shopping guide was extremely surprised. Each of these 3 watches was worth more than 1 million yuan, which added up to more than 3 million yuan. He quickly started to go through the formalities. Sir, the total is 3.68 million, the shopping guide said respectfully.
Wang Xian readily swiped his card to pay. Lu Ruwei and Lin Shanshan witnessed it all through the window.
They swallowed, widened their eyes, and their faces were full of disbelief and envy. They never imagined that Wang Xian, who was once ordinary in their eyes, was so generous that he casually bought 3 watches worth more than 1 million yuan.
Ruwei, how is this possible? How can he be so rich? Lin Shanshan couldn't believe her eyes and looked at Lu Ruwei in confusion.
I don't believe it either, but he bought those watches.
What's going on? Where did he get the money? Lu Ruwei was also shocked.
Even though it was hard to believe, this was the fact they saw with their own eyes.
Recalling her past with Wang Xian, Lu Ruwei's eyes instantly became moist.
She might have lost a mountain of gold and silver for a sesame seed, and her heart was instantly filled with regret. At the beginning, because she despised Wang Xian for being poor, she resolutely betrayed him and threw herself into Li Hao's arms. But now that she saw that Wang Xian's true identity was actually a super rich second generation who could easily afford a watch worth more than 1 million, she regretted it so much.
It's a pity that everything can't go back.
From Wang Xian's attitude towards her, it can be seen that he really doesn't want her anymore. After paying the bill, Wang Xian walked out of the Patek Philippe store carrying the handbag containing the watches, without paying any attention to the 2 women standing at the door of the store. It was not that he did not see the 2 people, but he simply did not want to pay attention to them. The air was silent, leaving Lu Ruwei and Lin Shanshan standing there in a daze, full of regret.
No, Ruwei, Wang Xian is so outstanding, are you willing to give up?
You should get her back.
You can't miss such an outstanding man. Lin Shanshan pulled Lu Ruwei's clothes and advised him earnestly. Lu Ruwei burst into tears immediately, she regretted it so much.
Wang Xian walked around the mall for a while, then drove back to the sailboat hotel to inspect Shen Shi's work. This girl was indeed very serious and had arranged all the affairs of the hotel in an orderly manner. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about anything. After Chenxi finished her work, she planned to go back to the school dormitory to move her things. She planned to move to a hotel in the future.
Anyway, this hotel was close to Jiangnan University and would not affect her going to school. Wang Xian, as a hotel owner, why don't you stay in the hotel? Isn't this 7-star hotel uncomfortable to live in? Chenxi was a little confused and asked Wang Xian directly. It's nice here, but not as comfortable as where I live. Wang Xian sat on the sofa in the general manager's office and put on one of the watches he had just bought. Are you kidding? My Tianhu Villa is the most expensive house in the whole Jiangcheng. It has a beautiful environment and fresh air. It is several times better than this 7-star hotel. He thought about it and asked Chenxi, you want to go back to school to get your luggage and move to a hotel, right? Chenxi nodded with a smile on his face. Yeah, with such good conditions, why not use them? You can move here too. Wang Xian smiled. This hotel is good, but my place is even better. I live in a villa covering an area of 1 square kilometer. It's so comfortable. You don't actually have to move to a hotel. You can just move in with me. My main villa alone is several thousand square meters. It would be a waste for me to live there alone. The yard covers an area of 1 square kilometer? The villa is several thousand square meters? Chenxi's eyes showed shock, and then a look of surprise. Is what you just said true? Can I move there? Of course. I'll drive to the girls' dormitory now to help you with your luggage, and you can move in today. Wang Xian nodded. Chapter 25, School Sensation. That's great, Wang Xian. Chenxi jumped up excitedly. Then, Wang Xian and Chenxi walked out of the hotel together and got into his Ferrari LaFerrari. Wang Xian drove for a while and arrived at Jiangnan University. He drove directly into the campus. The golden sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the roads of Jiangnan University, like streams of golden warm currents. The campus is particularly lively on Saturday, with students strolling in groups of 2 or 3, or rushing to participate in club activities. A light blue Ferrari LaFerrari, like a blue lightning, cut through the originally leisurely atmosphere of the campus, slowly drove into the campus, attracting the sidelong glances of college students. Many students were envious and stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful supercar. Wang Xian was sitting in the driver's seat, steering the car. He was wearing a simple yet stylish black suit, and his eyes revealed a sense of confidence and composure. Chenxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was wearing a white dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. She was as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting. This light blue supercar worth tens of millions stopped on the roadside below the girls' dormitory, instantly attracting the attention of countless college students walking on the road. Squeak with a slight sound, the car door opened and Chenxi walked out from the passenger seat, her skirt fluttering gently in the wind. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xian also got out of the car, threw the car keys into his trouser pocket, and walked naturally to Chenxi's side. Wow, look! Isn't that Chenxi, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Jiangnan University? Oh my god, she actually got out of the Ferrari? Who's the guy driving the car? So handsome. There were constant discussions around, and many students took out their mobile phones to take pictures. In the crowd, several boys widened their eyes with envy, while some girls were amazed and some showed a hint of jealousy. Soon, these photos were uploaded to the campus network and QQ confession wall. In an instant, the peaceful campus network was in turmoil. Fuck, what's going on? Is the man in the photo Wang Xian? He's in the same department as me, I know him, and he was a poor student before. How come he's driving a Ferrari after not seeing him for a few days? I checked online, and that car is called LaFerrari, the most expensive supercar among Ferraris. On the campus forum, someone who knew Wang Xian posted a message, and replies came pouring in like snowflakes. That's right, that light blue supercar is the LaFerrari, the most expensive sports car in the Ferrari series. It's worth tens of millions. Someone said enviously below. Is the man in the photo a hidden rich second generation? Was he pretending to be poor in the past just to experience life? This speculation sparked more discussions. What's even more shocking is that this is Chenxi, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan University. She actually got out of the passenger seat of his car. Are they already together? I'm so jealous. Wang Xian actually got the school beauty goddess Chenxi.
This is too jealous. I saw Wang Xian working in the cafeteria before, but now he's driving a supercar.
This plot is even more outrageous than a novel.
Li Hao also saw the discussion on the campus network, and he became even more certain that Wang Xian was just pretending. He is actually a super rich man, even 1,000 times richer than Li Hao's family.
Are you kidding?
A person who owns a company like Zhanglong with a market value of 60 to 70 billion and can afford a Ferrari LaFerrari worth tens of millions must have a family asset of at least tens of billions. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Rui looked at the photos of Wang Xian and Chen Shi on her phone, and her tears flowed unconsciously. She now felt that she was really envious of Chen Shi. All this should have belonged to her, but it could never be returned.
There are all kinds of speculations and discussions on the internet.
Chen Shi had already returned to the dormitory to pack his luggage.
He said goodbye to a few roommates and went downstairs with his suitcase. Time flies so fast.
I'm almost graduating from college. Chen Shi turned his head and glanced at the girls' dormitory, feeling inexplicably sad. I think it's better to look forward, grasp the present, and be full of hope for tomorrow.
This is what we should pursue.
Wang Xian, who was waiting downstairs, took the suitcase from Chen Shi and stuffed it into the trunk of the car.
What you said makes a lot of sense, Wang Xian. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding and even have such a thorough understanding of the philosophy of life.
Chen Shi looked at Wang Xian in surprise and gave him a thumbs up with a smile.
Of course. I was born to be useful.
Wherever I, Wang Xian, go, I will shine.
Wang Xian closed the trunk door, his face full of confidence and a sunny smile.
Chen Shi got on the passenger seat, and Wang Xian also got in the car.
He drove out of Jiangnan University and drove back to his Tianhu Villa estate.
In the car, Wang Xian smiled as he drove. Don't worry, Chen Shi, my house is very comfortable to live in, and I will definitely not let you down.
Of course I believe what you, Boss Wang, say.
I hope we can live happily and joyfully together in the future.
Chen Shi smiled sweetly. Soon, Wang Xian drove back to the villa and parked the car.
He helped Chen Shi carry the suitcase and walked towards the villa with her.
As soon as she entered the yard, Chen Shi was overwhelmed and looked around. She was instantly stunned by the huge area of the manor. I never thought a yard could be so big.
Wang Xian had told her before that the area covered 1 square kilometer, and it seemed that he was not exaggerating. Standing outside the gate of the villa, looking at this extremely luxurious white building, Chen Shi's eyes widened.
This is too fucking rich.
The carved bronze door slowly opened, and Wang Xian and Chen Shi walked into the villa. He took Chen Shi on a tour starting from the first floor, wanting her to get familiar with the place first.
Wang Xian turned on the hall light, and the brilliant light from the crystal chandelier poured down like a galaxy, instantly illuminating the entire hall.
Chen Shi was amazed, thinking that Wang Xian was truly a wealthy man.
Hanging on the dome of the hall is a large golden glazed chandelier that was custom made from abroad at a high price.
Each piece of glass refracts tiny halos of light, casting dreamy shadows on the Persian handmade carpet on the ground below.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi were walking in the villa.
Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the private swimming pool and the garden landscape were seamlessly connected. The entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows was made of smart dimming glass, which was transparent at the moment, bringing the scenery of the lake and mountains into the room. The two walked up the spiral gilded carved staircase to the second floor, where the master bedroom suite was breathtaking. The entire wall of built-in wardrobes is made of century-old walnut and inlaid with rose gold metal lines. In the bathroom, next to the constant temperature massage bathtub stands a double wash basin carved from a whole piece of natural jade, and the starry sky above changes colors with the sound of flowing water.
The most stunning place is the sky garden on the rooftop.
In the glass greenhouse with vines entwined around it, a rare orchid blooms in a customized temperature control system. The gorgeous purple flower looks like an eternal flower. The clear water of the open-air SPA pool reflects the bright night sky, as if all the stars in the sky are in this pool of water.
How about it, Chen Shi, what do you think of this place?
Wang Xian said confidently, running his fingertips across the armrest of the leather sofa. You are my sworn brother, so you can just treat this place as your own home from now on.
He spoke casually, not noticing Chen Shi's fingers clenching the hem of her skirt.
She looked at the luxurious room, feeling sour in her heart and speechless. You, Wang Xian, are a typical straight man.
The crystal lamp made Chen Shi's eyes slightly moist. He was surrounded by the romance that belonged to them alone, but he only waited for the position of good brother. It's beautiful here, I like it very much.
Looking at the pleasant living conditions, Chen Shi was very satisfied. Wang Xian introduced with a smile, take a look at which room you like to stay in.
If you like it, you can just move in directly. Which one do you live in? I live on the third floor, 303. Then I'll live in room 302 next to you.
Okay, I'll go get you the key now. The door of the villa can be opened with fingerprints or keys. Chenxi has not yet entered her fingerprints, so she can only be given the key first. Wang Xian quickly found the key to bedroom 302 and handed it to Chenxi.
I'll go back to my room and rest for a while.
If you need any help, feel free to contact me.
Okay. Chenxi nodded.
Walking into her bedroom and sitting in front of the dressing mirror, Chenxi held her beautiful cheeks with her two jade hands and put her arms on the table. At this moment, she could hardly hide the bitterness in her eyes. She secretly sighed that Wang Xian was a straight man with a stupid head. But she couldn't help but look forward to the day when Wang Xian would be able to see the feelings hidden deep in her heart through their brotherhood. Only when that day comes and the two of them understand each other, will she be truly happy.
Chapter 26 Enviable Money Ability.
The leisure time on the weekend always passes quickly, and Monday comes in the blink of an eye.
Early in the morning, Wang Xian got up early and got dressed.
He simply wore a set of white casual clothes today. After washing up and going downstairs, he saw Chenxi already waiting for him. Wang Xian took a glance and saw that Chenxi was wearing a white polo shirt on her upper body and black slim jeans on her lower body. She was wearing a pair of white Converse canvas shoes on her feet. She had a fair and beautiful oval face, long black hair draped over her shoulders, and an amazing figure with a pair of long and slender legs. She was definitely a slim and graceful lady.
Good morning, Wang Xian. Do you plan to have breakfast at the hotel or at home?
Chenxi looked at him with a smile.
Let's eat at home, or I can cook for you. Wang Xian smiled.
In the past 2 days, Wang Xian and Chenxi had bought a lot of meat and vegetables and put them in the refrigerator during the weekend, so they could cook their own meals at home.
Let me do it, and I'll serve you the food below.
Chenxi smiled sweetly, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Looking at her beautiful back, Wang Xian's mouth twitched. He was stunned by what she said just now. Fortunately, he was a gentleman and did not continue to think about it.
After a few minutes, Chenxi cooked 2 bowls of noodles, each with a boiled egg.
The two had breakfast at the kitchen table, then each carried a bag and went to school together in Wang Xian's car.
They put some necessary textbooks in their bags. They couldn't go to class without bringing books, right?
Wang Xian had asked his counselor for a few days off, but he still had to go to school to catch up. He was still a junior and it was impossible for him to skip classes. Thinking back to when he was in high school, he also made great efforts to be admitted to a prestigious university like Jiangnan University, and he still had to complete his studies. When Wang Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari appeared on the campus of Jiangnan University again, many college students saw it, which once again sparked heated discussions among the students.
Fuck, Rafa shows up again. That's so cool.
I heard that the car was driven by a student named Wang Xian from the computer science department.
It seems to be him.
I heard that Wang Xian was dumped by his girlfriend Lu Rui, and then he suddenly became so rich.
Is it because he was originally a super rich second generation? He was hurt by a woman, so he stopped pretending and revealed his true identity? You are wrong.
It's not that his girlfriend Lu Rui dumped him. The real news I heard is that Wang Xian caught his girlfriend Lu Rui cheating with another boy, and then dumped Lu Rui.
There are several eyewitnesses who can confirm this. Well, that's indeed the truth, but isn't Wang Xian too outrageous? He was so poor before, but now he has become a wealthy man. Could it be that he really was pretending to be poor before?
That's possible. I heard that many rich people like to pretend to be poor to experience life in order to find their true love.
Wang Xian didn't care that he had become famous in Jiang University.
He parked his car in a roadside parking space and walked towards the classroom with Chenxi. After entering the classroom, Wang Xian found a window seat in the 3rd row and sat down.
After all, he had taken a few days off a few days ago, and the first class was English taught by the counselor, so he had to sit in the front row and show his presence. Sitting in his seat, Wang Xian glanced around. There was still some time before class started, and many classmates were talking in groups of 3 or 4. Chenxi just went to the bathroom and came back after a while.
As soon as she entered the classroom, she attracted the attention of all the students. Especially some boys, their eyes were shining, as if Chenxi was the supreme goddess in their eyes.
Wow, Chenxi is here. She is my goddess.
There is no other girl in this world more beautiful than her. I also think that a girl like her is a real fairy from heaven.
Even if I just look at her, I will feel very happy.
Many girls also cast envious glances and disgust in low voices.
I'm so jealous.
It would be great if we sisters were as pretty as Chen Shi.
Alas, Xiaohua, she is naturally beautiful, we really can't ask for it,
so we might as well think about something practical. We should study hard, find a good job in the future, and then spend some money on plastic surgery to make her beautiful.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Chen Shi glanced around the classroom, saw Wang Xian's seat, walked towards him, and sat down directly in the seat next to Wang Xian. College students are more free and can sit anywhere they want, but many girls sit with other girls and boys sit with other boys. Generally, only couples or boys and girls who have a very good relationship will sit together. Immediately, this once again caused shock and discussion among the whole class.
Oh my god, Wang Xian is so lucky.
Goddess Chen will sit at the same table with him.
Alas, we can only envy him. Who can afford a Ferrari LaFerrari? That car costs more than 22 million. Lu Rui hasn't even arrived at the classroom yet. I guess she must be regretting it.
She betrayed Wang Xian for a boy from another college named Li Hao, and was dumped by Wang Xian. I heard that Li Hao's family has only a few hundred million, but Wang Xian is much richer than him.
Lu Rui is really short-sighted. Indeed, Wang Xian is definitely richer than that Li Hao. Take his LaFerrari worth tens of millions for example.
It is dozens of times more expensive than Li Hao's Audi A6.
It was all over the campus forum a few days ago. Wang Xian is actually a super rich second generation. He was just pretending before.
But we haven't seen each other for just a few days.
Could it be that he has won over Goddess Chen Shi?
Oh, I really envy his money power. At this time, a thin boy with glasses and a crew cut sat quietly in his seat, staring at Wang Xian in front of him. He was wearing a gray casual suit, and the boy looked at Wang Xian with a very unhappy look.
He muttered to himself, "What's the big deal?
He just rented a luxury car.
I don't believe the car is really his. This man's name is Su Qingsong."
Before Wang Xian became famous this time, he was the only rich second generation in the class.
His family opened a small company with assets worth hundreds of millions.
Moreover, he used to be at odds with Wang Xuanxiong because Wang Xuanxiong looked down on him, often making sarcastic remarks to him. Several of Chen Shi's roommates walked over to her desk and chatted with her, smiling.
There were 3 people living in their dormitory.
In addition to Chen Shi, there were 2 other girls. One was shorter and had long straight hair.
Her name was Sun Xiaoli.
The other one had 2 ponytails, was taller, had some moles on her face, and her name was Yang Lanlan.
CC, are you and Wang Xian really together? No wonder you even moved out of the dormitory. It turns out you're living with him.
The petite Sun Xiaoli stood in front of Chen Shi and spoke to her first with a smile.
Chen Shi rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily, "Xiaoli, can you stop being so gossipy? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Xian and I are just friends. Friends are friends.
Lovers also start out as friends.
CC, we really envy you.
We all know that Wang Xian is a super rich second generation and the cars he drives are worth tens of millions.
You just wait to enjoy the good life in the future."
Another sister, Yang Lanlan, teased with a smile. Listening to the conversation of these girls, Wang Xian's face turned red, but he didn't chat with them. These 2 girls had a good relationship with Chen Shi and were her roommates. Their conversation just now had no malicious intent, it was just a joke between friends.
"Wang Xian, are you okay? I heard that you broke up with Lu Rui. Don't be too sad, take care of yourself."
A boy sitting behind Wang Xian patted his shoulder gently. Wang Xian turned his head, a little surprised, as he hadn't seen this guy for several days.
Chapter 27 I admire Green Tea's acting skills.
The boy was wearing a blue denim shirt and black casual pants, and his clothes were simple and clean. This slightly plump white guy is called Zhang Chao, and he is Wang Xian's best friend in the same dormitory. There were originally 4 people living in the dormitory, but when they were in their sophomore year, 2 of them moved out to rent a house, so for more than a year, there have been only 2 people living in the dormitory, Wang Xian and Zhang Chao.
It's okay. How could anything happen to me, your brother?
If the old doesn't go, the new won't come.
A woman like Lu Rui is really not worth it. I won't be sad for her. Wang Xian smiled and glanced at him.
I'm rich now, so I have to take care of you.
Xiao Jiang, when you have nothing to do, you can go to my sailboat hotel to work part-time. I'll give you a supervisor position. You can go there in your free time on weekends.
I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a day.
Zhang Chao was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. The sailboat hotel? And Wang Xian was going to pay him 10,000 yuan a day?
That's a world-class 7-star hotel worth tens of billions. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Yang Lanlan and Sun Xiaoli, who were chatting with Chen Shi, were stunned with shock.
This Wang Xian is even richer than imagined.
That 7-star hotel worth tens of billions of dollars now belongs to him.
Wang Xian, did I hear you correctly? You said that the sailboat hotel is yours now? Zhang Chao asked with shock in his eyes and a trembling voice.
Yes, I spent 24 billion to buy the hotel.
If you don't believe me, you can ask Chen Shi, he can testify.
Now I have appointed her as the general manager of the hotel. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the little white fat man Zhang Chao very calmly. Chen Shi also turned around and smiled. What Wang Xian said is true.
He bought the hotel last Friday. Oh my god, Wang Xian, you are so awesome. You have become so rich. I am really envious of you, brother.
Zhang Chao gave Wang Xian a thumbs up in admiration. Then he thought of something and couldn't suppress his joy on his face. Great, Wang Xian, if you give me a high salary of 10,000 yuan a day, I will be very lucky. I did a simple calculation and found that there are at least 8 days of weekends per month on average, so that's 80,000.
Wang Xian smiled, turned his head and silently looked at the open English textbook.
He could actually give Zhang Chao a higher salary, but he knew Zhang Chao's temper very well. This person lacked self-control, and he was a little worried that after he made a lot of money, he would do something unspeakable. For example, a grand feast, bright lights, debauchery, decadence, and so on. Wang Xian didn't want to see his best friend Zhang Chao become like that, so he should bear it himself. Yang Lanlan, the girl with a ponytail standing in front of Chen Shi, suddenly smiled and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, I really can't believe you are a rich man, and you kidnapped our Chen Shi. You should at least show some respect, right? Wang Xian touched his forehead, glanced at her, and smiled helplessly. You misunderstood, I really didn't kidnap her, Chen Shi and I are really just friends. Oh, it's hard to explain. How about this, after class this afternoon, you guys go to room 903 of the Sailboat Hotel for dinner together, I'll treat you.
Okay, Sailboat Hotel?
I heard that's a 7-star hotel.
Since you, Boss Wang, are treating us, we won't be polite. We'll give you a big meal.
Sun Xiaoli and Yang Lanlan were immediately excited, their eyes shining. Both girls were very excited. They had never been to a 7-star hotel for dinner since they were little, and this time they felt they had the opportunity to broaden their horizons. Wang Xian turned around and smiled at Zhang Chao. You can come over this afternoon, and we can have a meal with those women. Then he covered his hands and whispered in Zhang Chao's ear, Chen Shi's 2 roommates are not bad looking either.
Eating together is your chance. Then you can see if you have a chance to get out of being single. Okay, brother Wang Xian, you're so nice to me. Zhang Chao clenched his fists excitedly, his eyes shining, and he was looking forward to having dinner with the 2 girls soon. He is usually an introverted and shy boy who doesn't dare to talk to girls. Now that Wang Xian has helped him create an opportunity, how can he not seize it? After hearing what Wang Xian said, the fat white guy Zhang Chao glanced at Yang Lanlan and Sun Xiaoli secretly, smiled foolishly, and his saliva was almost flowing out. At this time, Lu Rui and her best friend Lin Shanshan walked into the classroom. Lu Rui's eyes were moist and a little red. He had been staring at Wang Xian since he entered the classroom, and even after he sat down in his seat, he was still staring at him in front of him. Lin Shanshan was the same. She held Lu Rui's arm and walked into the classroom together. Tears were welling up in her eyes. It seemed that she had just cried a lot. It was as if she was expressing that she felt Lu Rui was so pitiful that she couldn't help crying. Wang Xian noticed the 2 of them, glanced at them casually, and then completely ignored them. He sneered, these 2 women's acting ability is really strong, they can play sad scenes, sensational scenes, infatuated scenes and so on with ease. Wang Xian really admires their acting talent. At this moment, Wang Xian listened to the slight rustling sound of Chen Shi turning the pages of a book beside him, and suddenly his back stiffened. There was a whisper of discussion coming from the seats not far behind him, with a deliberately amplified volume. I never thought Wang Xian was this kind of person. Lin Shanshan's trailing sigh pierced her eardrums. Wang Xian turned his head slightly, and saw her hand with light pink nail polish on Lu Rui's shoulder. When he was sick and hospitalized, who stayed by his bed all night? Now, they just broke up without even giving a reason. Wang Xian was stunned. Wasn't Lin Shanshan obviously beating around the bush? And Chun was just talking nonsense. When was he hospitalized? When did Lu Rui take care of him? That never happened.
Lu Rui sobbed and buried his head in a tissue, his shoulders in his white shirt trembling slightly, making him look like an abandoned white rabbit. The students in the front row turned their heads one after another, and the sound of their whispers came over like the rising tide.
Oh my god, the truth is actually like this? According to what Lin Shanshan said, it seems that Wang Xian is still a heartless man? Don't guess blindly. Who knows whether it's true or not? We are just judging. If this is true, then Wang Xian is indeed a bit unkind. Lu Rui treated him so well, how could he have the nerve to break up with her? You are too one-sided. I think Wang Xian did the right thing. People like him should break up. You are so stupid. Lu Rui cheated on Li Hao and stabbed Wang Xian in the back. Only a few people saw it. You still can't see the true colors of Lu Rui and Lin Shanshan? Wang Xian's knuckles turned white as he held the pen.
Chen Shi tugged at his sleeve worriedly, but he gently took it away.
Lu Rui is so sad now, don't you feel sorry for her at all? She was so good to you before, but you actually broke up with her. Can you just say that?
Lin Shanshan suddenly stood up, took Lu Rui's hand and walked in front of Wang Xian to question him. She crossed her arms and looked down at Wang Xian. She was your first girlfriend after all, so you dumped her just like that? The classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on this confrontation. Wang Xian slowly closed the book, and when he stood up, the chair made a harsh sound as it rubbed against the ground. With a height of 1.83 meters, he could look down at Lin Shanshan. He looked directly at the smugness hidden in Lin Shanshan's eyes and suddenly sneered, "Are you addicted to playing sad dramas?" In front of Wang Xian, Lu Rui still had tears hanging on his eyelashes, but he couldn't hide his panic-stricken eyes. Wang Xian sneered at them, "You two are really innocent.
Is it true that Lu Rui backstabbed me? You still have the nerve to tell me this now? You just want to take advantage of my wealth now, right? But I won't give you this opportunity. Get away from me, both of you. Don't come in front of me and affect my mood. Wang Xian, you."
Lin Shanshan was embarrassed by Wang Xian's retort, but she didn't know what to say, so she had to pull Lu Rui back to the back seat. The two sat in their seats sullenly, feeling somewhat unwilling.
Rui, why don't you break up with Li Hao first? Maybe only in this way can you win back Wang Xian. Lin Shanshan suddenly advised Lu Rui. Chapter 28 I Have a Dream of Winning the Championship. Lu Rui hesitated, his eyes wandering. As for Li Hao, his family has assets worth hundreds of millions after all. Although he may not be as rich as Wang Xian, can Wang Xian still win him back? Soon, it was time for class and Counselor Yang Yan walked in. She was wearing a pair of glasses and her cheeks looked a little thin. The students quieted down and prepared for class. Yang Yan started teaching the English class, but Wang Xian listened inattentively. He no longer paid much attention to the class, and his main concern was how to spend his money. The current spending speed is still a bit slow, so the attribute points are accumulated slowly. When will it take to accumulate 10,000 attribute points? To save up 10,000 attribute points, the rule for attribute points is that you can get 1 point by spending 10 million yuan, which means you need to spend 100 billion. During class time, Wang Xian was thinking about continuing to start his own business and opening some companies. He already had a plan. Next, he would open an investment company and invest money like crazy. The day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Monday's classes were over and it was evening. Wang Xian called the company's deputy general manager Mo Qianshui and asked her to arrange for someone to drive a company car to pick up Chen Shi's friends in Jiangchao to the sailboat hotel. He and Chen Shi took a Ferrari LaFerrari to the Burj Al Arab. In the private room 903 of the sailboat hotel, there was laughter and joy around the large round table. Chen Shi's two sisters, Yang Lanlan and Sun Xiuli, as well as Jiang Chao, were all shocked by the luxurious meal on the table. There was a wide variety of luxurious dishes on the table, including king crabs as big as washbasins, Boston lobsters as big as roosters, top-quality Australian Wagyu beef, French foie gras, and even the legendary red glass fruit that could only be found in some secret realms. Each of these fruits cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh my god, brother Wang Xian, I have never seen so many delicious foods. How much do they cost? Jiang Chao almost drooled. He was so greedy that he looked at Wang Xian in shock. Not much. This table only costs a few million. Those 6 bottles of red wine cost only about 200,000 yuan each for Romane Conti. We can have 1 bottle each. Wang Xian smiled lightly and said calmly. More than 200,000 yuan a bottle? Yang Lanlan opened her mouth wide.
She had never even heard of such expensive wine, let alone drank it.
Sister Chenxi, Wang Xian is really outstanding.
He is so good to us and is willing to treat us to a meal worth millions of dollars.
Sun Xiaoli said to Chenxi with admiration. Chenxi smiled brightly. Don't be polite, Wang Xian is just like that. The more reserved you are, the angrier he will be.
Wang Xian smiled at them and said, just eat to your heart's content.
If you don't have enough food later, just keep ordering dishes. You'll have enough.
After they finished their meal happily, Wang Xian asked the hotel to arrange a car to take Chenxi's two friends and Jiang Chao back to the school dormitory.
He drove the Ferrari LaFerrari with Chenxi back to Tianhu Villa.
Wang Xian is now a warrior of the 9th level of Kaiyuan, and the wine he drinks is immediately decomposed and absorbed by him as soon as he drinks it. There is not a trace of alcohol in his body now, so of course he doesn't have to worry about being caught driving under the influence.
Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye it was the next morning.
Wang Xian and Chenxi were too lazy to make breakfast, so they drove to the hotel to have a big meal, and then went to school together.
In the classroom, Wang Xian looked at the date on his mobile phone. Today was Tuesday. In the computer class 3 of Jiangnan University, students are listening attentively to the English class taught by Counselor Yang Yan. Counselor Yang Yan said, "Life is a great big canvas, and you should throw all the paint on it you can." This sentence means that life is a big canvas and we should paint it with colors. The main idea is to tell us that we should have a positive attitude towards life. Yang Yan was teaching the class seriously. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the class to end. She stood on the podium and finished today's course. Yang Yan adjusted her glasses, cleared her throat, looked at the whole class and said, "Classmates, I have something to tell you. From today, Jiangnan University will hold a summer college men's basketball game. Our computer class 3 will also participate and compete with other classes for the championship. First of all, let me tell you that friendship comes first, competition comes second. On the basketball court, you should not have any conflicts with other classes. Winning or losing is not the most important thing. What matters is participation. I hope you will actively participate and sign up for the competition, especially those who like basketball." After hearing what the instructor said, several boys in computer class 3 who liked basketball became excited and discussed in low voices. "I heard that the rules of this competition are a single elimination system. The winner advances to the next round, and the loser is eliminated directly." "Well, it's like this. The schedule is that there are 4 days from Tuesday to Friday for the competition. Every class will have a game every day, and the final champion will be decided on Friday." The classroom suddenly became lively, with students talking about it. "Ha, the summer basketball league that we've been looking forward to is finally here. It's time for me to show my skills." A flat-headed boy in a white t-shirt shouted excitedly to several classmates beside him. "This guy's name is Hu Shikai, and he was the best basketball player in computer class 3. But that is not necessarily the case now, because Wang Xian has become a warrior. There are very few warriors, even in the whole world, there are only a few. It can be said that Wang Xian is even the only warrior in Jiangnan University. Shikai, I have confidence in you. Our class's ranking in the basketball game depends entirely on you. You have to lead our class to a good place." A boy with long hair and a flowered white shirt clenched his fist and encouraged him. "Oh my god, Wang Xian, don't you like playing basketball? Then you should sign up, right?" Jiang Chao smiled and touched Wang Xian's shoulder. "It would be nice to go and see such a competition." "Yeah, I plan to participate." Wang Xian turned his head, looked at him, smiled and nodded, with some anticipation in his eyes. Chenxi, who was sitting next to Wang Xian, smiled sweetly and said, "Everyone doesn't know yet, but you have already broken through to become a warrior. I'm afraid a game like basketball should be easy for you, right?" "Hee, that's for sure, because a warrior's physical fitness is many times stronger than that of an ordinary person." Wang Xian moved his finger bones on the desk and squinted his eyes. He also wanted to see what it would be like to play basketball with his current physical fitness. "What? Brother Wang Xian, you are still a warrior now?" Jiang Chao was stunned with shock. Wang Xian did so many things that were beyond his expectations. It would be fine if he suddenly became so rich, but he even broke through and became a warrior. How can the rest of us ordinary people survive? "Yes, Xiao Jiang, your brother made a breakthrough not long ago. I went to the Martial Arts Association and passed the warrior assessment. I got the martial arts certificate. Now I'm a genuine 9th level Kaiyuan warrior. Wang Xian grinned and nodded, and couldn't help pretending in front of Zhang Chao. Oh my god, brother Wang Xian, you are too outstanding, aren't you? I really don't know how to describe you now. You are simply a peerless genius. Zhang Chao's face was full of excitement and he admired Wang Xian very much. Looking at the students who were discussing enthusiastically under the podium, Counselor Yang Yan smiled at everyone and said, "Okay, if you want to sign up, please raise your hands. I will count your names." Yang Shan, Shen Jia, and Hu Shikai, who are good at basketball, raised their hands and signed up without hesitation. Wang Xian, who was sitting by the window in the third row of the classroom, also felt a surge of passion in his heart. He also has a dream of winning a championship, and it would undoubtedly be great to lead the team to win the championship. A few days ago, he had just broken through to become a Kaiyuan 9th level warrior, and his physical fitness had been greatly improved, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although his classmates did not know that he was a warrior, he believed that with his excellent physical fitness, he should be able to show his skills in basketball games. So Wang Xian also raised his hand and signed up for the competition. Just then, a shrill voice came from the back of the classroom. "Ha, Wang Xian, you want to participate in the basketball game too? Don't hold the class back." The speaker was Su Qingsong. Because he often played with his mobile phone in class, he sat in the last row of the classroom. This rich second generation who didn't get along with Wang Xian always liked to make trouble for Wang Xian by relying on his family's wealth. Wang Xian turned his head and glanced at him with disdain. He sneered and said back without showing any weakness, "Su Qingsong, you skinny skeleton monster, what qualifications do you have to question me? Why, you don't agree? Fine, let's go to the basketball court and have a game." Wang Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, and the classroom instantly became quiet, with everyone's eyes focused on the two of them. Chapter 29, Destroyer Wang Xian. It is Wang Xian's style to argue with people every day. As long as someone dares to speak rudely to him, he will never let the other person off. Su Qingsong's face turned red. Playing basketball with Wang Xian? How dare he? Wang Xian's basketball skills are average, but he is still better than Su Qingsong. Su Qingsong simply can't play basketball. Su Qingsong still has self-awareness, he would never compare himself with Wang Xian. Su Qingsong stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word. Finally, he could only sit down with his head down, not daring to respond again. At noon, the sun became even hotter. On one of the outdoor basketball courts, a dozen basketball players from Computer Class 3 who were participating in the competition were wearing golden jerseys and doing warm-up training. Jiangnan University has many outdoor basketball courts, otherwise it would be impossible to hold so many games in one day. Ordinary games are held in outdoor basketball courts, and Friday's final is scheduled in the gymnasium. Wang Xian glanced around. The basketball court was already crowded with people, both male and female college students. Chen Shi was also among the crowd of girls, and her beautiful face made her recognizable at a glance. Her beautiful long hair was draped over her shoulders. Today she wore a white t-shirt and black slim jeans. The pink bow on her white leather shoes was particularly beautiful. She stood out in the crowd, looking particularly bright like a princess. She saw Wang Xian looking over, she smiled at him, and Wang Xian also smiled and nodded. Brush. Hu Shikai made a 3-step layup and performed a windmill layup for everyone present. So cool. A basketball player smiled and gave Hu Shikai a thumbs up. Glancing at Hu Shikai with contempt, Wang Xian crossed his arms and thought that Hu Shikai was so childish. With such low level of ability, he still had the nerve to show off? As if he could see through Wang Xian's thoughts, Hu Shikai was very unhappy. It seemed that Wang Xian was mocking him. Come on, Wang Xian, let everyone see your basketball skills. Hu Shikai threw the basketball to Wang Xian. He had seen Wang Xian play basketball before, and his level was just average, with a strong addiction but poor skills. He did this just to make life difficult for Wang Xian, because based on previous observations, Wang Xian's basketball skills were actually quite poor. Holding the basketball in his hand, Wang Xian glanced at Hu Shikai. Of course he guessed Hu Shikai's intention. He was just expecting that he would not perform well later and wanted to beat him. Wang Xian thought it would be good to let this guy broaden his horizons so that he wouldn't still think he was so good at basketball. Wang Xian patted the basketball and began to warm up, ready to show off his basketball skills. He stood on the sidelines, stretched his body, took a deep breath, and suddenly dribbled the ball and accelerated towards the basket. The moment he approached the basket, his body flew into the air. Holding the ball with one hand, he completed a 360-degree turn in the air, and then switched hands to slam dunk. Swish! The basketball hit the basket heavily, and a crisp sound of hitting the net was heard.
Suddenly, the whole place was silent, and everyone who saw it was stunned. After a moment, the whole stadium was boiling, and all the college students present were deeply amazed by Wang Xian's dunk.
Wow!
There were exclamations on the basketball court, especially from the girls who were watching. Their eyes widened with shock and envy on their faces.
Oh my god, this is so cool! Wang Xian can actually do such a gorgeous dunk? Oh my god! This is the first time I've seen such an amazing dunk in real life. Wang Xian is so amazing. He feels like a flying man. The girls chattered and talked, their eyes full of admiration and adoration. Puff!
Among the girls, she was amused. She looked at Wang Xian's back as he posed after dunking on the basketball court. She couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth and chuckle. This guy is pretending again.
Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if you didn't pretend? You have to pretend every day.
On the other side, a thin boy wearing glasses had a very ugly expression on his face, as if he had just eaten a dead rat.
How is this possible?
Su Qingsong, who was watching the training on the sidelines, had a look of disbelief on his face. He now felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in the face by reality. Before in the classroom, he mocked Wang Xian for dragging the class down by participating in basketball games.
He never thought that Wang Xian's basketball skills would become so advanced.
He had previously questioned Wang Xian's basketball skills, but he didn't expect the opponent's counterattack to be so swift.
Su Qingsong looked at Wang Xian unwillingly at the side of the basketball court. He couldn't believe his eyes at all.
Many basketball players on the court were shocked.
How could Wang Xian become so powerful? He could jump so high just to dunk?
The boys who were watching the training nearby were also stunned.
They knew that there were not many college students in Jiangnan University who could dunk.
Moreover, those who can dunk are almost all over 1.95 meters tall, and they are just barely dunking. How can someone as tall as Wang Xian, who is only 1.80 meters tall, dunk easily? Not to mention the 360-degree turn and cross-leg slam dunk, which is a difficult and gorgeous dunk move. Yang Shan, Chen Jie and others from Computer Class 3 came over, smiled and patted Wang Xian on the shoulder, and said in admiration, "Wang Xian, you are simply our idol. With your dunking skills, you can easily win the championship even if you participate in the NBA dunk contest."
Alas, if we have you, why do we have Liang?
Looking at Wang Xian, who was surrounded and praised by his classmates with a smile on his face, Hu Shikai sighed, feeling a little lost. He was previously recognized as the boy with the best basketball skills in Computer Class 3, but now he has been completely overshadowed by Wang Xian.
His current basketball skills are totally not enough in front of Wang Xian. Time quickly came to the afternoon, and the game between Computer Class 3 and Mathematics Class 6 was about to begin.
The basketball court was crowded with students who came to watch the game. Apart from the two classes participating in the competition, most of the other people watching the game on the sidelines were from other classes. The girls from Computer Class 3 stood on the sidelines, holding homemade cheering signs in their hands, their eyes full of anticipation.
Wang Xian, you must work hard. Our Team 3 is relying on you. Brother Xian, you are the best. We believe you can lead our class to win the championship. Come on, Wang Xian. We are waiting for your wonderful performance.
The girls cheered one after another, cheering for Wang Xian and the members of Computer Class 3.
With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Bang, bang, bang.
Wang Xian, wearing a golden basketball uniform, took the lead. After receiving the pass from his teammate, he skillfully dribbled the ball with one hand and quickly crossed the half-court. When he arrived at his own offensive area, Wang Xian dribbled the ball and changed direction to shake off two defensive players.
In the blink of an eye, he was under the basket. He jumped up and made a one-handed slam dunk. Brush! The basketball was smashed into the net, and there was a crisp sound of the net hitting the net. Call! All the college students watching the game exclaimed, "This dunk is so cool! Wang Xian, you are so handsome and play basketball so beautifully." Some girls couldn't help but shout.
Wang Xian smiled slightly, and then he demonstrated his various basketball skills, causing the college students watching the game to exclaim in amazement. Many boys watching the game on the sidelines were discussing the situation in shock.
Wang Xian is too fast. He changes direction and passes the defense easily. The defenders can't keep up with him at all. How can others defend him? That's nothing.
I think his mid-range shot is ridiculously accurate.
almost 9 out of 10 can go in.
The mid-range jump shot is the weapon of God. Looking at Wang Xian showing off his talent on basketball, Lu Rui's hands trembled slightly and his eyes were fixed on the once familiar figure. The young boy in my memory is now tall and straight, with agile movements and a dazzling light in his every move.
How could he become so outstanding?
She murmured to herself, her heart seeming to be grasped by an invisible hand. Lin Shanchan gently pulled at the corner of her clothes and sighed, alas, Rui, Wang Xian will only become more and more outstanding, and more people will like him.
You may never be able to get him back.
Lu Rui bit his lips and his eyes turned red. In the past, she relied on Wang Xian's love to squander her money recklessly, but now she realized that the person she pushed away had already stood at a height that she could not reach. Regret, reluctance, and loss intertwined, she could only watch the shining figure in the crowd, her heart filled with an elusive bitterness. On the court, the trend was completely one-sided at this time. Wang Xian made another stunning dribbling breakthrough, then pushed a defensive player in with his back to the ball, followed by a difficult turnaround mid-range fadeaway.
Swish! The ball went into the net, leaving the defensive player standing there in shock and amazement. He even made such a difficult fadeaway jump shot? That's so outrageous? Wang Xian's physical fitness at the 9th level of Kaiyuan is many times that of ordinary people.
As the only martial artist college student in Jiangnan University, playing basketball with these people is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. His strength, agility, and control over strength are several times stronger than that of ordinary people.
Playing basketball is simply too easy for him.
It was now the turn of Class 6 of the mathematics department to attack.
Wang Xian defended sharply and quickly stole the ball from the player of Class 6 of the mathematics department with a whoosh.
Just after half court, he jumped up, raised the ball above his head and made a long three-pointer, and the basketball flew into the basket again with a swish.
Many college students watching the game on the sidelines were completely excited. Oh my god, Wang Xian is even better than I thought. It would be fine if he could only break through and shoot mid-range shots, but he can shoot three-pointers so accurately?
He is undoubtedly an offensive kaleidoscope.
Oh my god, wasn't his behind-the-back dribbling just now so cool? It was so fancy, and he made the defenders run around in circles? Wang Xian from Computer Class 3 is simply a Thanos. With such a basketball prodigy in their class, they are likely to win the championship this time. Chapter 30 Final. Brush. Outside the three-point line, Wang Xian dribbled the ball twice, then took a step back and made a jump shot. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and went into the net. Oh my god, I've played basketball for so many years, and I've never seen such a great player. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on us. A basketball player from Class 6 of the mathematics department scratched his head, feeling very helpless. Under the leadership of Wang Xian, the offensive of Computer Class 3 was as fierce as a tide, leaving Class 6 of the mathematics department helpless. The basketball players from Class 6 of the mathematics department, wearing red basketball uniforms, were amazed at Wang Xian's wonderful performance. This guy is too strong. I can't defend against him at all. Yeah, it feels like he's cheating on the court, so F-King amazing. The game was very exciting, and as time went on, the score gap became larger and larger. When the final whistle sounded, the score was fixed at 93-33, and Computer Class 3 defeated Mathematics Class 6 by a full 60 points. Wang Xian alone scored 76 points, while the rest of the team only scored 17 points in total. It can be said that Wang Xian almost single-handedly defeated Class 6 of the mathematics department and led Class 3 of computer science to a resounding victory. The girls in Computer Class 3 were completely excited and shouted Wang Xian's name in unison. Wang Xian, Wang Xian, Wang Xian. Wang Xian walked into the crowd of Class 3 and smiled at them. Chenxi held a bottle of Waha pure water in her beautiful hands and handed it to Wang Xian with a smile on her face. I didn't expect you to be so good at playing basketball. Wang Xian took the water and smiled modestly at Chenxi. It was just luck. The strength of the mathematics department's Class 6 is not weak. It was not easy for us to win. Wang Xian, our class's chance to win the championship this time depends entirely on you. We've never had this opportunity before. This is something we never dared to think about before. But now that a genius like you has suddenly emerged, our hope of winning the championship has greatly increased. Hu Shikai excitedly patted Wang Xian's shoulder lightly. Wang Xian turned his head and glanced at him. Don't worry, I will lead you to win the championship. Okay, Wang Xian, as long as you can lead us to win the championship and fulfill our championship dream, you will be our big brother in the future. Chen Jie was also very excited.
He was already looking forward to the scene after winning the championship. One after another, the beautiful female students looked at them after they won the championship and came to him for autographs and wanted to add him on WeChat.
Thinking about it, Chen Jie's saliva was almost flowing.
In the next 2 days, Wang Xian led Computer Class 3 to defeat Mechanical Engineering Class 5 123 on Wednesday, a 77-point victory. On Thursday, they defeated Class 3 of Electrical Engineering by 62 points with a score of 112-50 and advanced to the finals in an unbeatable manner. Their final opponent will be Class 1 of the School of Physical Education. In most years, the summer basketball games of Jiangnan University are won by the classes of the School of Physical Education, because the players of the basketball team of the School of Physical Education are undoubtedly much better in physical fitness than the students of other colleges. Their height is basically over 1.9 meters, and some are even over 2.1 meters or 2.15 meters, so people from other colleges have no way to compete with them. On Friday, the gymnasium was packed with college students from various classes who came to watch the game. The entire gymnasium accommodated more than 18,000 people.
Some little girls sitting in the audience were discussing excitedly. Who do you think will win the championship this year? It must be the first class of the physical education department. Every one of them is over 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bull. How can the other classes compete with the physical education class in basketball?
I also agree that the class from the sports academy will win the championship. After all, they are in the sports department and they spend more time practicing basketball than the boys in other classes. Wang Xian and the players from Computer Class 3 came to the midfield and shook hands with the players from Physical Education College Class 1 before the game.
Wang Xian glanced at the audience.
The students from Computer Class 3 were sitting in the first row, cheering for them. Shen Shi was also in the crowd, looking at Wang Xian with a smile, and he smiled and nodded at her. Wang Xian was wearing a white jersey with the number 23 printed on it. He stood tall and exuded a confident aura. He chose this number because his favorite basketball player is the god of basketball, Michael Jordan. Inside the Jiangnan University Gymnasium, the atmosphere was so heated that it seemed to be about to blow the roof off. The whistle for the final is about to blow, and the players from Computer Class 3 and Physical Education Class 1 stand at the center line, ready to shake hands before the game. Wang Xian had a calm look with a hint of sharpness in his eyes as he shook hands with the opposing players in an orderly manner. When he walked in front of Lin Yuan, the core player of Class 1 of the sports college, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Lin Yuan had seen the news about Wang Xian on the campus website a long time ago. He was a super rich man and was dating Chen Shi, one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. He was very jealous, and at the same time, he was very unhappy with Wang Xian. Lin Yuansheng is 2.06 meters tall and plays as a power forward on their team. He looks down at the 1.83 meter tall Wang Xian with a contemptuous smile on his face. The arc of his mouth was full of sarcasm. Don't waste your time, just give up and admit defeat now, you will lose in the end anyway. When the game starts later and I score a goal, the girls watching the game will only say to me, "Hey, Lin Yuan from the first class of the sports college is so handsome." But when I blocked your shot, the girls would just laugh at you and say, "Hey, who is that? You're such a bad basketball player." He deliberately drew out his tone when speaking, and his voice was loud enough for people around to hear clearly. He also shook Wang Xian's hand provocatively when shaking hands.
Wang Xian just looked at Lin Yuan calmly, his eyes full of disdain.
He shook his head slightly, threw the other person's hand aside, and sneered, "Stupid thing." Lin Yuan was furious. "Very good, wait for me later, don't lose too badly, you even lost your underwear." After Wang Xian let go of Lin Yuan's hand, he returned to his team, completely too lazy to pay attention to the clown's verbal provocation. At this time, the audience in the gymnasium were whispering. Everyone thought that the game had been decided. After all, Class 1 of the sports college was a traditional strong team, while Class 3 of computer science was just a dark horse. Both teams were preparing for a jump ball at midfield. Wang Xian had the best physical fitness, so he went for the jump ball. Shoo! The referee blew the whistle and threw the basketball high into the air, and the jump ball began. Wang Xian jumped lightly and jumped more than 1 meter high, easily grabbing the basketball in his hands. The person who was jumping the ball with him was a student from the physical education class who was about 2.1 meters tall. He looked shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could jump so high. Call out. Wang Xian dribbled the ball across half court, flashed like a flash of lightning, and rushed under the basket in an instant. The opponent's center, who was about 2 meters tall, was directly passed by him and there was no way to defend him. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he ran over frantically to prepare for reinforcements.
Chapter 31 113 points.
Wang Xian naturally noticed Lin Yuan rushing over, glanced at him, and raised the corner of his mouth, wanting to teach him a lesson. With his amazing jumping ability, he jumped high into the air, rode on Lin Yuan's neck, held Lin Yuan's head with one hand, and grabbed the basketball with the other hand and dunked the ball into the basket. With a swish, the basketball hit the basket, and the crisp sound echoed in the gymnasium.
Poochie. Many girls watching the game couldn't help but laugh out loud.
A girl said to the other girls in her class who were watching the game together, "Oh my god, Wang Xian is really awesome. He jumped so high that he even rode on the neck of Lin Yuan from the PE class 1. He rode on top of a 2-meter tall guy."
Another girl also laughed, "Ha, this Wang Xian is really interesting."
Lin Yuan was forced to bend over, his face flushed red, he felt embarrassed and annoyed. Wang Xian jumped down from his neck, a sneer on his face and a provocative look in his eyes. "People like you are really weak."
"You." How could Lin Yuan swallow this? It was the turn of the physical education class to attack. Lin Yuan eagerly asked his teammates for the ball.
After receiving the ball, he glared at Wang Xian and started to attack with the ball, trying to dunk over Wang Xian to get back the advantage. He accelerated towards the basket, jumped high, and the basketball in his hand seemed to be about to hit the basket. Wang Xian looked at Lin Yuan with a provocative look on his face, jumped high, and with his super high jumping ability, he easily blocked the ball with a slap.
After grabbing the ball, Wang Xian, without any hesitation, raised his hand and shot a long three-pointer. He stood under the opponent's basketball hoop and shot directly. Brush. The ball drew a beautiful parabola, flew for 20 or 30 meters, drew a golden arc in the air, and finally went into the net and fell into its own basket. This was an ultra-long three-pointer that flew across the court. Lin Yuan looked extremely ugly, but the opponent's basketball skills were too strong and he had no way to deal with Wang Xian. The audience was shocked. There was silence in the stadium at first, and then thunderous applause and cheers broke out. 3 points from such a long distance? This is so cool, who is this boy? A girl excitedly pulled her best friend next to her and shouted. You don't even know him. This is Wang Xian, who is very popular on the campus network and QQ confession wall. He is the tall, rich and handsome guy who drives a Ferrari LaFerrari. Not only is he handsome, but he is also a super rich second generation. The bestie explained excitedly. This is absolutely my idol. He is so rich and he is also such a good basketball player. Another girl held her face with both hands, her eyes full of stars. As the game continued, Wang Xian was like a fish in water on the court. He used his skillful dribbling skills to dribble past opposing players, made a quick stop jump shot, and the basketball fell steadily into the basket. Or he could use a fake move to fool the defender and then make a 3-step layup to score easily. The players from Class 1 of the Sports Institute were beaten without any chance to fight back. Their faces were filled with frustration and helplessness, and sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. In the audience, 2 stunning beauties attracted a lot of people's attention. One of them is called Zhong Qing, who is the beauty of the Department of Media and is also known as one of the 3 beauty queens of Jiangnan University along with Chen Xi and Xia Shirhan. She has a delicate oval face, wears a lavender dress and is 172 centimeters tall. She exudes youthfulness, just like a beautiful campus girl who just graduated from high school and entered college. 2 words to describe Zhongqing are pure and sweet. Such a youthful goddess completely makes many men powerless and unable to resist. The hem of her skirt was embroidered with delicate patterns, fluttering gently in the wind. She had long, straight, black hair draped over her shoulders, with a small pink pearl hairpin in her hair, which made her look gentle and charming. Her skin is as white as snow, her big eyes are bright and lively, the corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, with a hint of purity, and her pink lips are naturally red. Although she has a stunning face, her friends gave her the nickname Xiao Zhong because some parts of her body are a little flat, like 2 small buns. At this moment, she was watching the game on the field intently, frowning slightly with a serious expression. The other one is Du Xia, the beauty of the art department. She is about 168 centimeters tall and wears a white shirt. Her curvy figure and proud breasts almost burst the white shirt, forming a sharp contrast with Xiao Zhong. She wears a blue denim skirt, which makes her look youthful and beautiful. Her shoulder-length hair was neat and tidy, with slightly curled ends, adding a bit of playfulness. She had a faint smile on her face, her eyes were lively, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, adding a bit of intellectual beauty to her. The 2 beauties watching the game are friends who met at an event where they both served as co-hosts.
Zhongqing gently gathered her hair and smiled. Wang Xian from Computer Class 3 is a pretty good basketball player and he's also pretty handsome. Du Xie glanced at her teasingly, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a sly smile. What's wrong, Xiao Zhong, are you attracted to Wang Xian? But I heard that he already has a girlfriend, and she is also one of the school beauties. Zhongqing gently pushed Du Xie and said coquettishly, you are the one who has taken a fancy to her, right? Big yeah, your eyes look like you want to eat Wang Xian. But you are wrong, Chen Shi is not Wang Xian's girlfriend, they are just friends. As they spoke, the two smiled at each other and turned their gaze back to the arena. As the game came to an end, Computer Class 3 defeated Class 1 of the School of Physical Education by 79 points with a huge score of 123 to 44. Among them, Wang Xian scored 113 points, including 22 three-pointers. Looking at Wang Xian's technical statistics on the big screen, the college students watching the game were stunned with shock. 113 points. 22 three-point shots? What kind of god is this? The god of basketball? The god of three-pointers? I don't know how to describe this Wang Xian. Yeah, damn, Wang Xian is really outrageous. I have never seen such a basketball performance. The moment the final whistle sounded, the stadium was completely boiling. The audience stood up one after another, and the applause, cheers and shouts mixed together and were deafening. Wow, isn't Wang Xian from Computer Class 3 so amazing? His basketball skills are simply superb. A boy shouted, waving his arms excitedly. Yes, this Wang Xian is simply the basketball god of our Jiangnan University. He is so strong. A boy next to him could no longer contain his excitement. Oh, it's a pity that Wang Xian is not going to participate in the Olympics. With his skills, he can easily win a gold medal even if he participates in the Olympics. Another boy echoed. The girls in Computer Class 3 were even crazier. They shouted Wang Xian's name loudly. Wang Xian, you are awesome. Wang Xian's sworn brother Chen Shi came over with a smile and handed him a bottle of mineral water. You must be tired, drink some water. Wang Xian took the water, with a sunny smile on his face. Thank you, my CC. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile sweetly, and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. Not bad, Xian, you have made progress and are becoming more and more talkative. That's right. Our CC is so beautiful that she simply touches my heart. Wang Xian smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. Just then, Zhongqing and Du Xie walked over through the crowd, with smiles on their faces and a hint of shyness and anticipation in their eyes. Wang Xian looked at the two of them and felt a little puzzled. He didn't know them at all. Zhongqing smiled sweetly. Student Wang Xian, we have always known you. The game just now was so exciting. Du Xie also smiled charmingly and said, yes, Wang Xian, can we add each other on WeChat? We can hang out together when we have the chance in the future. When the boys around saw this scene, their eyes turned red and their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Why? He just knows how to play basketball. Doesn't his family have money? Ah, comparison is the thief of envy. If I had Wang Xian's conditions, the school beauty would chase me. Wang Xian was a little helpless. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two people, he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he had to take out his mobile phone and add them on WeChat. Chapter 32, Encounter with the School Beauty. The finals of the Jiangnan University Summer Men's Basketball Tournament ended on Friday. Wang Xian was somewhat happy. Not only did he win the championship this time, but he also became a devastating force on the basketball court. This really made him feel refreshed, as if he had realized the dreams of the protagonists in the slam dunk comics who won the championship. When school was over, Wang Xian drove his LaFerrari to the Sailboat Hotel with Chen Shi for dinner, and then returned to Tianhu Villa in the evening. Tomorrow is Saturday again. Wang Xian thought that he could finally have a good sleep. That night, he slept very well and deeply. Wang Xian and Chen Shi had a great time during the weekend. Not only did the two go to the amusement park to ride the adrenaline-pumping roller coaster, they also went to Starbucks to drink coffee together, watched a romantic love movie together, and finally swam together in the indoor swimming pool of Tianhu Villa. Looking at Chen Shi, who was full of temptation in the black swimsuit, Wang Xian secretly sighed that this girl had such a great figure and was so beautiful, which was really pleasing to the eyes. He became more and more proud of his wise decision. He actually brought Chen Shi, a girl who was like a fairy from heaven, to live with him at home. The happy weekend passed quickly, and it was Monday morning in a blink of an eye. The sunlight shone into the room on the third floor of the villa through the gaps in the curtains, and Wang Xian woke up slowly. Bite. The notification sound of his mobile phone rang, and he reached out to touch the phone on the bedside. A text message alert came into his sight. "Dear user, you still have outstanding balance on your student loan." He suddenly got up from the bed and slapped his forehead. Then he remembered that in the past, in order to please his ex-girlfriend Lu Rui, he had spent a lot of money on her, so much so that he had forgotten about the student loans he had taken from his freshman and sophomore years. Now he no longer worries about money and can just pay off the 36,000 yuan student loan. Wang Xian plans to go to the bank to repay his student loan now. As for classes, he plans to ask his counselor for leave and not go today. He could slack off as long as he could. As for attending classes, Wang Xian really had no interest in that. It was still early in Shen, she was still sleeping, and she had classes later, so he didn't ask her to go with him. Wang Xian picked up his phone and sent a message to his counselor asking for leave, and then sent a message to Qinshi, telling her that he had to go to the bank to repay his student loan today and would not be going to school, and she could go by herself. Casually throwing his phone aside, he quickly went to the sink to wash up, then returned to the bedroom to put on a casual but expensive Balenciaga brand outfit, a pure white t-shirt on the upper body, blue jeans on the lower body, and a pair of blue and white AJ sneakers on his feet. He walked out of the villa and came to the garage, where a light blue Ferrari LaFerrari was parked quietly, shining with charming luster under the morning light. Wang Xian opened the car door and got in. He found a small mirror in the car, touched his hair and looked at himself in the mirror. "I am such a handsome man, I am getting more and more handsome." Boom! He started the car, the engine made a low roar, and the car drove out of the garage like an arrow and out of Tianhu Villa Manor. The light blue Ferrari LaFerrari was like a flash of lightning on the road, at an astonishing speed. Soon, Wang Xian arrived at the bank. As he walked into the bank's glass door, he was about to take out his mobile phone and bank card to make a repayment, but he was shocked to find that he had forgotten to bring both. Wang Xian thought about it carefully, and it seemed that the phone was just placed on the bed and he didn't take it. It doesn't matter if you forget to bring your bank card, you can still use your mobile phone to transfer money to repay the loan. But he forgot to bring his mobile phone as well, and he didn't have 36,000 yuan in cash on him, so he had no way to repay the loan. Damn it, it was a wasted trip. I forgot to bring my phone and bank card. What am I supposed to pay back? Wang Xian slapped his head in annoyance, smiled helplessly, and decided to drive back to get it. When he turned and walked out of the bank's glass door, a figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar came into his sight from a distance. Wang Xian looked closely and saw that it was Xia Shirhan, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan University. She is not only the beauty of the Department of Literature, but also one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. The girl is about 170 centimeters tall. Today she is wearing an off-white knitted dress with elegant lily of the valley embroidered on the hem. She is wearing a light apricot thin knitted cardigan. The soft fabric outlines her slender and graceful figure. She has long, smooth black hair with a few strands of hair naturally falling beside her fair and beautiful oval face, making her face look even more delicate and pure. Oh my god, what is this woman doing here? Wang Xian scratched his head, feeling a little curious. Obviously, this woman had asked for leave today, otherwise, today is Monday and she should go to class. He and Xia Shirhan once participated in a club activity together. At that time, Xia Shirhan was the team leader and Wang Xian was a team member. Although they knew each other briefly, they were not very familiar with each other. Wang Xian's memory of her only stopped at that club activity. As for other things, he really didn't know anything about her. After the club activity in the 2nd semester of his sophomore year ended, Wang Xian never contacted her again. Even though they added each other on WeChat, they never chatted after that event. He took a glance and saw Xia Shirhan looking sad and depressed. She looked pitiful and lovable, as if she was troubled by something. Wang Xian decided to say hello. He smiled and waved, calling out, "Hey, Xia Shirhan." Xia Shirhan raised her head and saw Wang Xian. She was a little surprised and then responded with a smile, "It's you, Wang Xian, why are you here?" "Oh, don't mention it." Wang Xian smiled helplessly, "I wanted to come here to pay off my student loan, but I forgot my phone and bank card at home." Hearing this, Xia Shirhan said sympathetically, "Oh, that's fine. I can lend you the money first, and you can pay me back when it's convenient for you." A warm feeling surged in Wang Xian's heart. He didn't expect that Xia Shirhan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, would be so enthusiastic. The two walked into the bank together. After Wang Xian went through the formalities, he began to queue. After only a few minutes, it was his turn. Xia Shirhan was beside him and helped him transfer money to the bank to help him pay off his 36,000 student loan. After the repayment was completed,
Wang Xian asked curiously, "What did you do at the bank?"
Xia Shihan's face darkened instantly, as if she was facing an insurmountable difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and said softly, "I'm here to apply for a loan, but..." Before she finished speaking, her eyes turned red.
Wang Xian's heart tightened, and he felt a little distressed when he saw her, and asked quickly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xia Shihan cried and said, "Wang Xian, our family needs a loan. I'm sorry that I can't tell you the rest for now." Xia Shihan went through the formalities at the bank and then queued up quietly. Wang Xian waited on the side, wanting to see what was going on. It was Xia Shihan's turn. She sat at the counter, clasped her hands together, and looked inside sincerely. A female bank teller in a suit and glasses sat at the window and said calmly, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady. The 3 million yuan loan you want is too large. Our bank cannot approve it for you. Without any collateral, we can only approve you 50,000 yuan at most." Chapter 33. He was once poor. Xia Shihan looked at the bank teller and choked up and said, "Please help my family. I really need this 3 million loan. It's life-saving money. My father is a gambler and owes the casino more than 3 million. He was imprisoned last month for embezzling company funds and losing all his money in gambling. Now the people from the casino are looking for my mother and me to pay the gambling debts. They also threaten to kill us if we can't pay within 3 days. Those casino people, they really can do anything. I'm really worried about my mom." The female bank teller was also helpless. "Sorry, beautiful lady, we really can't lend you so much money." Wang Xian, who was standing by, got a little angry after hearing this. He walked over and gently patted Xia Shihan on the shoulder. "Your dad is such a worthless guy. He's such a spendthrift." Xia Shihan looked up at Wang Xian, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, very sad. "My mother and I can't do anything. We shouldn't have to pay back the money he owes, because he divorced my mother 3 years ago. But he was imprisoned for embezzling company funds. The people from the casino couldn't ask him for the debt, so they came to us, mother and daughter. So that's what happened. You really shouldn't be asked to pay back the money. And that casino was not compliant in the first place. These debts are not protected by the law and don't need to be paid back at all." Wang Xian stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then decided to help Xia Shihan solve the problem. "Don't take out a loan. Leave this matter to me. I'll help you solve it." "Wang Xian, do you really have a solution?" Xia Shihan looked at him in surprise and expectation, her eyes full of gratitude. At the same time, she was worried. The people from the casino came to collect the debt again today. When I went out to apply for a loan, I saw their company car from a distance. "Don't worry, I have experience in dealing with those scumbags." Wang Xian said nothing more and pulled Xia Shihan out of the bank. The two got into Wang Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari and, under Xia Shihan's guidance, sped towards her home. In the car, Xia Shihan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very moved. She had also seen the news on the campus website. Wang Xian is now a super rich second generation, and his background should be very powerful. If he stands up for her and her daughter, those people in the casino probably won't dare to touch them. Soon, under Xia Shihan's guidance, Wang Xian arrived at her home. This is an urban village with a rather shabby environment and narrow roads that can usually only accommodate one car. On both sides of the bumpy cement road, the walls of the houses are mottled and peeling, the doors and windows are rusty, sewage is flowing on the road, and garbage is piled up randomly, emitting a foul stench. Both sides of the road are crowded with people struggling to make a living. Some of them set up small stalls selling snacks, while others sell simple clothes and toys. On the streets of this urban village, pedestrians come and go through the narrow alleys, wearing cheap clothes and with rough faces, telling of their helplessness with meager incomes and poor living environments. Looking at the rows of simple and dilapidated houses and the haggard-looking pedestrians, Wang Xian did not look down on them at all, because he himself was once a poor man. Wang Xian deeply understands how difficult it is for ordinary people living at the bottom of society. They rush around for 3 meals a day and are busy all their lives. They even have very little time to rest. Wang Xian parked the Ferrari LaFerrari near Xia Shihan's home. After opening the car door and getting out, Wang Xian walked with her towards her home. Bang! Bang! From a distance, Wang Xian and Xia Shihan heard the sound of doors and windows being smashed, as well as a group of men shouting and cursing wildly. "Come out quickly, we know you and your daughter are in there, come out quickly and pay back the money your husband owes. Stop smashing it, please stop smashing it."
A somewhat thin middle-aged woman in a tattered gray dress opened the door and walked out with tears in her eyes.
Mom!
Xia Shirhan couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry when she saw her mother's haggard appearance.
Shirhan, go away quickly. Don't go home, this is not your home anymore.
Seeing Xia Shirhan not far away, Xia Shirhan's mother Duan cried and shouted anxiously.
Oh. So Xia Jinyuan's daughter is here too. She's really pretty. Hey, if you, old woman, hand her over to our eldest brother to warm his bed, I can exempt you from some of the interest.
Among these dozen or so gangsters, a leader, a long-haired young man wearing a black jacket, turned his head and saw Xia Shirhan not far away.
He was very excited.
He knew very well what kind of person the boss of his casino was. He was very fond of that kind of thing and played very lavishly, and had slept with countless women. If such a stunning beauty were given to their eldest brother, he would definitely receive great praise and rewards. He had heard before that Xia Jinyuan had a daughter who was a junior in college, and he didn't expect her to be so beautiful.
You bunch of bastards are really despicable. Seeing these disgusting bastards talking and doing such things, Wang Xian's face turned gloomy and he strode forward. Snap! Snap! He picked up the long-haired leader in a black jacket and slapped him twice in the face. Then he threw the man onto the dirty road. Who are you? The leading man who fell to the ground looked at Wang Xian with fear. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from Wang Xian. Brother, are you okay? Seeing the long-haired young man being beaten by this strange man, the gangsters all showed worry on their faces, and then surrounded Wang Xian vigilantly. The man in the jacket and long hair saw that the other person was a warrior, and his strength was far superior to his own. He looked at Wang Xian and shouted in a timid tone, "Just wait, our boss is on the way and will be here soon. You will be in trouble later. You blind men, why don't you retreat now? You are no match for this man. He is also a warrior, and only my eldest brother can handle him." The long-haired young man in a black jacket sternly warned the other hooligans. Ah, a warrior? The dozen or so hooligans were all frightened and quickly retreated, looking at Wang Xian with fear. Except for the long-haired young man, these gangsters are all ordinary people. They naturally know how terrifying warriors are, which is far beyond the ability of ordinary people like them to contend with. Wang Xian patted the dust off his hands, looked at the long-haired young man with disdain, and responded with a sneer, "Okay, I want to see what your so-called big brother can do to me when he arrives." The leading man with long hair and a black jacket was named Li Jian. He was only in his 20s, a warrior with the strength of the first level of Kaiyuan, and a very influential figure in the casino. He took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to their boss, "Brother, we came to Xia Jinyuan's house to collect debts, but a tough guy showed up, also a warrior, whose strength is probably not inferior to yours. This guy also beat us up, and we are currently confronting him. You should be here soon, right?" After a few minutes, Wang Xian saw several cars speeding towards him, with more than a dozen people getting out of the cars. Walking in front was a burly bald man wearing a white suit and sunglasses. He was the boss of these gangsters. The bald man cursed from a distance, "Who is this blind man? How dare you hit my brother?" When Xia Shirhan heard this horrifying voice, an inexplicable fear rose in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. This world was so malicious towards vulnerable people like them. Why can those evil people be so arrogant? Why should the lower class people like them be exploited? This is really unfair, but what can she do? She felt a little helpless at this moment. Xia Shirhan gritted her teeth and resolutely decided not to implicate Wang Xian. She didn't want to see Wang Xian in danger, so they had to bear all these sufferings by themselves. She turned her head and looked at Wang Xian worriedly. She gently tugged at his clothes and said firmly, "Wang Xian, you'd better leave quickly. Don't worry about us. It will get you into trouble." Chapter 34 She is my woman. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at her, feeling a little warm in his heart. This Xia Shirhan was such a kind-hearted girl. Even at this time, she didn't want to implicate him. But of course he would not leave. Wang Xian knew very well that if he ran away now, and let a beautiful and pure girl like Xia Shirhan fall into the hands of those bad guys, what would happen? She might become a plaything, might suffer torture, might never get out of the haze and live in darkness forever. Wang Xian didn't dare to think about it. If he was alone, he could certainly escape and he was confident of escaping. But if he chose to escape alone now, Xia Shirhan's fate might be changed. That would undoubtedly ruin her life. Even if she survived, she would probably be like a walking corpse in the future. Wang Xian would never let that happen. The bald man and his men were not far away.
After a brief thought, Wang Xian hugged Xia Shirhan in front of these people, looked around, and said loudly to everyone present, "She is my woman. If you dare to hurt her or her mother, don't blame me for being rude." He decided to tie Xia Shirhan and him to the same boat. Later, he will bring up his identity as the boss of Zhanlong Company to these people and see if they dare to touch him, Wang Xian, and Xia Shirhan, mother and daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, the gangsters, led by the long-haired young man Li Jian, were frightened. They looked at him with fear and took a few steps back.
Wang Xian.
At this moment, Xia Shirhan leaned in Wang Xian's arms with tears in her eyes, pressing against his sternum, like a little bird. She heard Wang Xian's burning heartbeat. At this moment, she was really moved. She had never felt before that there was a boy in the world who was so good to her, who was not afraid of danger and was willing to risk his life to protect her. Xia Shirhan felt warm in her heart. This boy named Wang Xian gave her a full sense of security. She heard clearly what Wang Xian said just now. He said that she was his woman. These were the most beautiful words Xia Shirhan had ever heard in her life. She smiled happily, and her smile was particularly sweet.
Zhanlong Company has many martial arts masters, and many people will be afraid of them. Wang Xian decided to take a gamble. These people should not dare to be enemies with Zhanlong Company. Wang Xian gently patted Xia Shirhan's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Ha!"
The bald man walked closer and took off his sunglasses.
He recognized Wang Xian and his face turned pale instantly. He asked in surprise, "Boss Wang?"
Wang Xian shifted his gaze towards him, looked at him carefully, and thought for a while. Then he remembered that this bald guy was the bald villain who was beaten up by Yang Chao in the Golden Age nightclub that day.
Wang Xian looked at Tianjun and smiled. "Why? You don't learn your lesson. Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? How dare you and your men touch my friend again? It's a misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding.
Boss Wang, please wait for me to figure out what's going on with them.
I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation." Tianjun quickly bowed and apologized to Wang Xian. Tianjun was panicked, wondering how he had offended this giant Buddha again.
He recalled the scene in the Golden Age nightclub where he was beaten badly by Wang Xian's men Yang Chao and Zhou Yuan. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, his whole body trembled, and his body shook slightly. He immediately put on a flattering smile and looked at Wang Xian, nodding and saying, "Boss Wang, it was really a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple."
"I didn't know it was you."
Then, he turned around and sternly questioned the long-haired young man Li Jian, "What's going on?
How could you offend Boss Wang? He is the boss of Zhanlong Company."
The leader, the long-haired young man in a black jacket, Li Jian, was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Wang Xian. "Brother Tianjun, I really didn't know he was Boss Wang of Zhanlong Company."
"Boss Wang, spare my life. We are here to collect Xia Jinyuan's gambling debt. We have no intention of provoking Boss Wang. This is a misunderstanding."
Wang Xian looked at Tianjun and Li Jian coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Xia Shirhan's father divorced her mother 3 years ago.
What does Xia Jinyuan's gambling debt have to do with them?
But your men smashed the doors and windows of their house.
What do you say about this?" Tianjun panicked when he heard this.
He quickly ordered his men, "All of you kneel down and apologize to the mother and daughter.
Show your sincerity. If Boss Wang doesn't forgive you, I'll skin you alive."
Li Jian and a dozen other hooligans who came here to collect gambling debts immediately knelt down in front of Xia Shirhan and her daughter, cowed out and apologized, "My dear sister, and this beautiful lady, we were wrong, please forgive us."
"Boss Wang, do you think their attitude is okay?" Tianjun bent over cautiously and looked at Wang Xian. "Auntie, how do you think we should deal with them?"
Wang Xian asked with a smile while looking at Xia Shirhan's mother Duan.
Duan was flattered. She was already very grateful that Wang Xian could help them out of their predicament today. She really didn't want to trouble Wang Xian anymore.
"Thank you so much, young man.
Please let these people go."
Wang Xian turned his head and looked at Tianjun unkindly. "The mother and daughter can forgive you, but you smashed their windows and doors, so you must pay compensation."
Yes, Boss Wang, you are right."
Tianjun quickly ordered several of his men around him, "Go to the car and get 1 million in cash."
"Yes, boss."
Soon, several of Tianjun's men took cash from the car, and one of the gangsters in a suit handed a suitcase to Tianjun. When Tianjun opened the suitcase, he saw stacks of 100 yuan bills inside. He counted the number and found that there were more than 1 million. He walked to Wang Xian with a smile and handed him the suitcase respectfully. Boss Wang, this is a small token of our appreciation.
It can be regarded as compensation. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time.
Wang Xian took the suitcase and counted the cash, which was about 1 million.
He then said in a cold voice, I'll let you go this time. I'm warning you one last time today.
The gambling debt owed by Xia Jin Yuan has nothing to do with the mother and daughter.
This girl is my woman.
If you dare to cause trouble for her family again, you'll be against me.
Don't blame me for being rude then. Tianju nodded and bowed as if he had been pardoned. Don't worry, Boss Wang.
Even if you give us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to come here. Since Xia Jin Yuan divorced the girl's mother 3 years ago, he really shouldn't ask them to pay the debt.
We don't want the gambling debt either. Boss Wang, you guys are busy. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Tianjun smiled flatteringly at Wang Xian.
You guys go.
Wang Xian said expressionlessly. Tianjun quickly left in disgrace with his men.
Xia Shirhan watched this dramatic scene, her heart filled with shock and gratitude.
She couldn't imagine that Wang Xian's background was so powerful. Was the owner of the casino so afraid of him?
She raised her head and looked at Wang Xian, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you so much, Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at her and said gently, You're welcome.
If you have any problems in the future, just come to me.
If those people dare to cause trouble to you again, I will never let them off easily.
Chapter 35 Out of Reach.
There was a light rain in Jiangqing at night. At this moment, in the alleys of the urban village, the air was still filled with the smell of damp earth. In the morning sunshine, Xia Shirhan and her mother Duan stood in front of the door of their dilapidated cement house, looking at the group of ferocious-looking people going away, feeling a wave of fear in their hearts.
Duan looked at Wang Xian with gratitude.
If it weren't for Xia Shirhan's friend who came today and scared those people away with tough measures, she couldn't imagine what would happen next.
Hey, young man, today is really thanks to you. Auntie really thanks you. Duan's eyes were red, and her voice was full of fear and gratitude.
She turned her head and looked at Xia Shirhan. Shirhan, you haven't introduced your friend yet.
Xia Shirhan smiled and nodded to Duan, then turned around and looked at Wang Xian with admiration and introduced him. Mom, he is my classmate from Jiangnan University, his name is Wang Xian.
She smiled at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, let me introduce you.
This is my mother. Her name is Duan. Hello, Aunt Wang Xian smiled and waved politely to greet her. Wang Xian, you're welcome.
Duan felt a little embarrassed. Xia Shirhan thought about it, lowered her head shyly and added, Mom, now, Wang Xian is also my friend. She actually wanted to say that it belonged to her boyfriend, but as a girl she was too embarrassed to say it out loud, and Wang Xian hadn't agreed yet, so Wang Xian might be unhappy if she said it. But just because Wang Xian protected her and her mother like that, and said in front of so many people that she was his woman, Xia Shirhan had already fallen in love with him. Wang Xian glanced at Xia Shirhan, touched his nose, and thought that this girl was quite shy. Wang Xian smiled and handed a suitcase containing more than 1 million yuan in cash to Duan, saying that it was compensation for the smashed windows in her home. Duan and Xia Shirhan refused to accept it. They said that Wang Xian deserved it and it was a thank you gift for standing up for them. Wang Xian had no choice but to accept the money himself. He didn't need it, but the mother and daughter refused to accept it. You haven't eaten yet, come in, I'll make you breakfast, and I'd like to thank you very much.
Duan invited Wang Xian warmly. Auntie, this.
Wang Xian wanted to refuse, but when he saw the earnest look on Duan's face, and then caught a glimpse of Xia Shirhan's big eyes that were still filled with tears because of her previous worries, but she was trying hard to show him a grateful smile, he felt sorry for this girl.
Okay.
He smiled and nodded. Duan and Xia Shirhan smiled and took Wang Xian towards her house.
Wang Xian took a look in front of the house. It was a one-story, somewhat old cement brick house.
Pushing open the mottled wooden door, several people smelled a stale smell coming towards them.
Standing at the door, Wang Xian looked into the house.
The light was dim, and large patches of wall paint had peeled off, revealing the gray cement underneath. As soon as Duan walked in, she turned on the light, and Wang Xian followed them in.
He looked around.
There were several wooden barrels filled with miscellaneous items piled in the corner, and a paint-chipped round table was placed in the middle of the room. The only thing that could be called decorative in the room was a dozen or so award certificates of Xia Shirhan hanging on the wall, glowing faintly in the dim light. Xia Shirhan stood aside a little awkwardly, twisting the corner of her clothes, looking at Wang Xian and whispering, "The house is a little messy, don't mind it." Wang Xian smiled and shook his head honestly. No, I think it's very warm here. His words were not meant to comfort him. Although the shabby house was simple, it was kept clean. On the windowsill there was a small pot of green ivy in a small brown-red ceramic pot, which exuded a tenacious vitality. Wang Xian walked around the house and saw that the kitchen was very small and cramped. There was an old gas stove covered in rust and the cupboard doors were very old. Duan is very skilled at cooking, and soon, tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen.
It's time to eat.
Duan walked back and forth, bringing out dishes from the kitchen and placing them on the table in the hall. Suddenly, Wang Xian and Xia Shirhan, who were sitting next to the table, smelled the aroma of food. The aroma of stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts instantly filled the whole room. There were not many slices of meat, most of which were emerald green garlic sprouts, but they were cut neatly, and the shiny color made people's appetite grow. In the tomato scrambled eggs, the eggs were fried until fluffy and golden, and the tomatoes were sweet and sour. Finally, there was a bowl of clear vegetable soup, with a few leaves floating on top and some chopped green onions sprinkled on top. It was simple but had the taste of home.
They are just some home-cooked dishes. There's nothing special about them. Don't mind, brother Wang Xian.
Duan looked at Wang Xian and said a little embarrassedly, but these garlic sprouts are grown by me in the backyard. They are very fresh.
Delicious.
Wang Xian picked up a piece of fried pork with garlic sprouts with chopsticks, and his eyes lit up the moment he put it in his mouth.
He could feel that although there was not much meat, it was cooked to perfection, tender and juicy, and the aroma of the garlic sprouts was completely integrated into the meat.
He took another sip of the vegetable soup, which was light but warming to the stomach, as if it could dispel the morning chill.
Auntie, your cooking skills are amazing.
I haven't eaten such delicious home-cooked meals in a long time.
Wang Xian gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely.
Duan smiled, and there was tenderness in the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes.
If it tastes good, eat more.
You're welcome. Xia Shirhan also smiled sweetly while holding the bowl and chopsticks. She secretly watched Wang Xian eating with big mouthfuls, and an indescribable warmth surged in her heart, as if Wang Xian was her family member, and she and Wang Xian had a home. However, suddenly thinking of her poor family background, Xia Shirhan quickly stopped all her fantasies about Wang Xian.
The current Wang Xian is the light that she looks up to, but he is out of reach. From a realistic point of view, the distance between them is too far. At school, Wang Xian is now the most popular school idol. He is handsome and rich. He comes from a wealthy family with a strong background. However, Xia Shirhan's family is poor. When I was in high school, I was just a girl from a poor family whose school uniform was so washed that it turned pale. When I went to university, I worked part-time as a waiter in the school cafeteria in my spare time, and I was finally able to wear some decent clothes, but after all, I and Wang Xian were from two different worlds. Xia Shirhan felt empty inside. She couldn't imagine how she could be worthy of Wang Xian. But the next moment, Xia Shirhan looked at Wang Xian, and there seemed to be light in her beautiful big eyes again. He sat in his shabby house, eating so happily, without any sign of disgust. Xia Shirhan took a light bite of the vegetables, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It was particularly sweet, just like the fairy in the legend, who could make everyone fall in love with her with just one smile. Xia Shirhan's mother was strict with her. She had never been in a relationship since she was a child, and she herself didn't want to. She knew how bad her family conditions were, and she must never do anything that would affect her studies. She would study hard, hoping to find a good job in the future and change her family's current situation. There are countless boys who like or have a crush on her, but she always treats them coldly and rejects them. Besides, she was aloof and quiet, so no one dared to chase her. But this time, Xia Shirhan met Wang Xian again. This was the first time she felt fond of a person of the opposite sex. As Wang Xian was eating, his movements suddenly slowed down. Memories came flooding back. When he was a child, his mother did the same thing, finding ways to make delicious food for him. Although the family was not rich at that time, it was full of laughter and joy. Later, his parents were murdered, leaving him alone, and there was no such warm atmosphere at home anymore. Thinking of this, his eyes were slightly red, and he lowered his head and ate a mouthful of rice to hide his emotions. The meal was particularly heartwarming, until Wang Xian ate every last grain of rice in the bowl. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Wang Xian's expression suddenly became serious. "Auntie, Shirhan, you shouldn't live here anymore." He looked at them seriously. "Those people have left, but no one can say for sure whether they will come back. There is a new residential complex near my home with perfect security measures. I will buy a house for you. It is close to me, so if there is any danger, I can go there in time. How can this be possible?
Xia Shirhan and Duan exclaimed at the same time, turning their heads to look at Wang Xian in shock.
Wang Xian, you've helped us so much, how can we still take your house? Xia Shirhan said anxiously, it's too expensive, we definitely can't take it.
Wang Xian thought about it, and since the other party was refusing, he could only try another approach.
He waved his hand and said, well, if you can't accept the house I gave it to you, then consider this house as the money I lent you to buy it.
When Shirhan starts working, I can pay you back slowly.
I am really worried about your safety. This place is too far from where I live. If anything happens again, I won't be able to get here in time.
After Wang Xian's repeated insistence, Xia Shirhan and her daughter finally agreed.
Several people stood up. Duwan's eyes were red.
She held Wang Xian's hand and said with sobs, Xiao Wang, we, mother and daughter, will remember your kindness. With tears in her eyes, Xia Shirhan walked gently behind Wang Xian and hugged her. Thank you, Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt the warmth of Xia Shirhan, the stunning beauty, hugging him. He said shyly, you're welcome, Shirhan.
We'll be friends from now on.
If you need any help, just come to me. Wang Xian took out his cell phone and called his friend Yang Chen, telling him that he was planning to buy a house near Tianhu Villa Manor.
Not long after, a black Maybach stopped at the door of Xia Shirhan's house. Chapter 36 Preparing to buy a house.
When Yang Chen opened the car door and got out, he was stunned when he saw Wang Xian, Xia Shirhan, and others. To be honest, he didn't know this was Xia Shirhan's home, and he had never been here before. But he could not have imagined that this guy Wang Xian was hooking up with Xia Shirhan again.
Yang Chen was thinking, wasn't Wang Xian previously dating Chen Shi, one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus? Now he's hooking up with another school beauty, Xia Shirhan. Is he trying to collect stamps of all the school beauties? How can other men like them live like this? Yang Chen was a little envious. Wang Xian was really energetic day by day. Wang Xian, let's go. I'll take you to see the house. Yang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Yang Chen is the nephew of Yang Tianying, president of Tianying Real Estate, and has extensive connections in the real estate industry. Let's go and look at houses.
Wang Xian turned around and said to Xia Shirhan and her daughter.
Wang Xian opened the door of his light blue Ferrari LaFerrari and got in with Xia Shirhan.
Yang Chen smiled and invited Xia Shirhan's mother Duan to get in the car with him. They drove to the vicinity of Tianhu Villa Manor. Xia Shirhan sat in the passenger seat of the Lafa, touching the soft gray leather seat, feeling a little nervous and shy. This was the second time she had ridden in such a luxurious car today. She looked at the scene outside the window where the streets were rapidly receding, and secretly made up her mind to study hard, find a good job in the future, and return the money for buying the house to Wang Xian as soon as possible. After arriving near Tianhu Villa, Wang Xian took Xia Shirhan and her daughter and Yang Chen to look around. Afterwards, he bought a 2-story villa for Xia Shirhan and her daughter in Mingyue community near Tianhu Villa Manor. The 2 floors together cover a total area of more than 600 square meters. This villa is fully furnished and equipped with a full set of furniture, so you can move in directly. Standing in the spacious and bright new house, Xia Shirhan looked at the exquisitely decorated room, the various luxurious furniture, and the happy smile on her mother's face, and her eyes became moist again.
Wang Xian, I will work hard to earn money and try to return the money to you as soon as possible.
Xia Shirhan said to Wang Xian seriously.
Don't worry, I'm not short of money for the time being. Let's take our time with this matter later. Wang Xian smiled.
Spending more than 10 million to buy a house was not worth mentioning to him.
Xia Shirhan was very happy.
Wang Xian had already bought a house for her and her daughter. They only needed to go to the old house to take what they needed and then move here to live.
The environment here was much better than where they lived before.
After separating from Xia Shirhan and her daughter and Yang Chen, Wang Xian drove back to Tianhu Villa alone. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking out, he dialed the number of Feng Shuling, the general manager of Zhanlong Company.
Shuiling, come to my place. I have a new plan. The summer sun was shining on the road.
Feng Shuling was holding the steering wheel, driving her red Porsche 911, and the words Tianhu Villa Manor on her mobile navigation were getting closer and closer. She specially changed into a black professional suit today. The well-cut suit jacket outlined her slender and graceful waistline. The collar of the white silk shirt underneath was slightly open, revealing a simple silver clavicle chain. She wore a pair of black pointed high heels on her feet. She looked capable and elegant. Finally, the car stopped in front of a huge iron-carved gate. Feng Shuling was just about to take out her cell phone to call Wang Xian when the gate was slowly opened from the inside. Wang Xian was wearing a casual white shirt, light blue jeans, a pair of blue and white AJ shoes, his hair was carefully groomed, and he had his signature sunny smile on his face. He was standing in front of the door waving at her. He has a tall figure, handsome face, and a sunny and confident temperament between his eyebrows. "Hey, Shuling." His voice is bright and enthusiastic, and with his handsome looks, he looks like a domineering president from a comic book. Feng Shuling drove the car slowly in, and as soon as she got out of the car, her eyes widened in shock at the scene in front of her. The spacious courtyard is covered with green grass, and a winding stone path leads to the main villa. Both sides are planted with colorful flowers. There is also a huge artificial lake with sparkling water and several swans swimming leisurely. "Wang Xian, you are really extravagant. Your yard is so big?" She couldn't help but exclaim, her face full of disbelief. Wang Xian smiled proudly, put his hands in his pockets, raised his head slightly, and said with an expression of "Come and praise me, it's nothing, my Tianhu Villa Manor only covers an area of 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer? Feng Shuling almost choked on her own saliva. She glanced at Wang Xian and sneered, "You are really good at pretending. You are not satisfied with such a large yard? And only. Are you envious? Are you jealous? As your boss, I just like such high-end and classy things." Wang Xian laughed and took Feng Shuling into the villa. Entering the living room, Feng Shuling was once again struck by the luxurious yet stylish decoration style, an off-white leather sofa, a marble coffee table, and several priceless paintings hanging on the wall. The two sat down on the sofa. Wang Xian picked up the remote control on the coffee table, turned on the TV next to him, and played soothing music. "Shuling, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you." Wang Xian put away his playful attitude and looked at Feng Shuling seriously. Feng Shuling sat up straight, folded her hands on her legs, and became serious. "You talk, I listen. I plan to open another investment company." Wang Xian paused, observing Feng Shuling's reaction, and continued, "I hope that while you continue to serve as the general manager of Zhanlong Bodyguard Company, you will also serve as the general manager of the new investment company." Feng Shuling was stunned and opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Wang Xian really thought highly of her and gave her such an important position. Before she could react, Wang Xian shocked her again, "I will give you a monthly salary of 10 million as the general manager of the new company. You can get 2 salaries at the same time." "What?" Feng Shuling stood up suddenly with a happy smile on her face, and her high heels almost sprained. "Wang Xian, are you kidding me? You're going to offer me another job with a monthly salary of 10 million? Feng Shuling was very shocked and surprised at the same time. Wang Xian had previously appointed her as the general manager of Zhanlong Company, with a monthly salary of nearly 10 million. Now he was going to give her another job with a monthly salary of tens of millions. That meant she could earn more than 20 million a month in salary alone. She had a sweet smile on her face, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, she felt like she was dreaming, her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Wang Xian looked at her panicked yet cute appearance and couldn't help laughing again. "Look at your reaction. Do I look like someone who would joke? I have seen your performance at the Zhanlong Bodyguard Company. I believe you are capable of managing the new company." Feng Shuling sat back on the sofa, her hands tightly clenching her sleeves, with all kinds of emotions surging in her heart, moved, surprised, excited, and a hint of anticipation. Wang Xian was so good to her that he gave her such an important position and offered her such a high salary. Her nose suddenly felt a little sour, her eyes gradually turned red, and her voice was a little choked. "Wang Xian, why are you so good to me?" Wang Xian patted her shoulder gently and said with a smile, "Don't be so sentimental. It makes me feel embarrassed. You are capable and I trust you. Isn't this normal? Besides, we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Don't cry all the time, otherwise people will think I did something to you." Feng Shuling burst into laughter, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hand, and said angrily, "You are the only one who talks nonsense, but can I do well as the general manager of 2 companies at the same time?" Wang Xian glanced at Feng Shuling and smiled encouragingly, "I believe in you, just go for it. Next, if the funds are insufficient, just ask me to transfer them. You need to make our company bigger and stronger. I have thought of a name for this investment company. Let's call it Xian Capital." Wang Xian stood up and straightened his clothes. "Come with me now. Let's go buy an office building today and use it as the headquarters of this investment company.
You want to buy an entire office building? Feng Shuling was shocked.
This Wang Xian was simply so rich and inhumane. As for office space, many companies just rent a few office buildings to use as offices.
Richer companies would only rent a floor of an office building. However, Wang Xian directly planned to buy an office building and never thought about renting. Chapter 37 Jiangnan International Financial Center.
The roar of the supercar engine broke the silence of summer, and the light blue Ferrari LaFerrari slowly drove out of Tianhu Villa Manor. Feng Shuling fastened her seatbelt, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the exquisite hand stitching on the leather seat. This supercar worth more than 20 million yuan, the cost of the carbon fiber chassis alone is equivalent to all her current savings. This time, she did not drive her own Porsche 911, which she had parked at Tianhu Villa Manor, but got into Wang Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari for the second time. The first time she rode in this LaFerrari was when she took Wang Xian to the Martial Arts Association to get his license.
Every time she rides in it, Feng Shuling feels that riding in this world's top luxury car is undoubtedly a pleasure. Where are you planning to go to look at the property?
Feng Shuling turned her head to look at the driver's seat.
The morning sun cast a golden edge on Wang Xian's angular profile.
His sunny and handsome face made him look like a prince in a fairy tale. She remembered that he had just said at Tianhu Villa that he was going to set up Xian Capital.
She thought that this must be a large-scale investment company. When buying office buildings, they would probably at least buy mid and high-level ones. Wang Xian slightly increased the speed of the car, and the supercar shot out of the tree-lined avenue like an arrow from a bow. Let's take a look at the market first, if it's suitable.
He smiled meaningfully and said, to do business, you have to do it in one step.
I have bigger plans, not just buying a building. A bigger plan?
Feng Shuling, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little surprised. She turned her head and looked at Wang Xian blankly.
How much money did this guy have? You talked about buying an office building before, but now you have bigger plans?
The Ferrari darted through the traffic on the highway like blue lightning.
Feng Shuling looked at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, and suddenly pointed at the towering buildings in front of her and exclaimed,
Wang Xian, that is the Jiangnan International Financial Center, a newly built business district. I heard on the news that Tianying Real Estate has invested more than 10 billion in this business district, including building 6 high-rise office buildings and a large high-end shopping mall, which will open for business next month.
While driving, Wang Xian glanced at the business district ahead. The glass curtain wall reflected a cold light under the sun, and the Tianying logo on the top of the 64-story main building made people squint. Wang Xian slowed down the car and circled the business district.
Feng Shuling noticed that his knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel. That was excitement, not nervousness. Half an hour later, Wang Xian and Feng Shuling sat opposite each other at a window table in a Starbucks.
Starbucks was filled with the aroma of rich coffee.
Wang Xian pushed a cup of iced American coffee in front of Feng Shuling, took a sip of his caramel latte, and suddenly smiled and said, let's buy this Jiangnan International Financial Center.
What? Coffee splashed out of the cup, leaving dark marks on the white marble tabletop. Feng Shuling grabbed a tissue and wiped it hastily. She asked in disbelief, didn't you say you only bought one office building as the company's headquarters? This is the entire business district. But there are 6 office buildings and a shopping mall. It must cost a lot of money. Wang Xian turned the black card, the metal edge gleaming coldly under the light.
He smiled slightly. Xueling, have you ever seen a company that uses a warehouse as its headquarters? Since I want to open a large-scale investment company, of course the territory must be larger. He glanced at the luxurious business district of Jiangnan International Financial Center across the road from the window, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This will become the Wall Street of Jiangnan.
Then,
Feng Shuling wanted to argue, but when she saw Wang Xian had already taken out his cell phone to make a call, she had to shut up. I saw his slender fingers sliding across the screen and quickly dialed up the number of Yang Tianying, the president of Tianying Group.
The last time Wang Xian went to buy Tianhu Villa Manor, under Yang Chen's introduction, he had added Yang Tianying on WeChat and left his phone number in order to maintain close cooperation in the future. Mr. Yang, I'm very interested in the investment project of Jiangnan International Financial Center.
The moment the call was connected, Wang Xian glanced at Feng Shuling. Feng Shuling suddenly realized that this gamble was doomed from the moment she drove out of the villa. What Wang Xian wants is not just a simple investment company, but most likely a huge one. Thinking of this, Feng Shuling also became a little excited. Such a huge company was managed by her. If the company became bigger and stronger in the future, she would be one of the original founders of the company. It was estimated that she would be on the Forbes rich list by then.
Half an hour later, Wang Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari stopped at the investment promotion office of Jiangnan International Financial Center.
Yang Tianying led a group of company executives in suits and ties, standing in front of the luxuriously decorated investment promotion office building, waiting. Seeing Wang Xian's car stop, they hurried over, but paused when they saw the license plate clearly. That limited edition light blue LaFerrari with a special license plate was rumored to be a car that only belonged to the top wealthy clubs. "Mr. Wang, your presence here is a real honor for our Tianying real estate group." Yang Tianying, who is in his 50s and has a crew cut and is wearing a black suit, waved with a smile on his face and said, "We are preparing to take you on a field tour."
"No need."
Wang Xian casually threw the car keys to the security guard.
The obsidian cufflinks reflected a sharp light in the sun.
"I want to buy the entire business district, not rent it."
"Mr. Yang, please name a price." Hearing this, Yang Tianying became excited. If it was sold, it would make more money than renting it.
If you rent them, many shops and office buildings may not be rented out, but if you sell them, it will be a one-time solution. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. It seemed that Wang Xian had a powerful background. He even wanted to buy into such an expensive business circle. How rich must the family behind him be?
"Okay, Wang Xian. Let's go to the conference room to talk,"
Yang Tianying said excitedly.
"Okay." Wang Xian nodded.
Then Yang Tianying brought many senior executives of Tianying Group, Wang Xian and Feng Shuling, to the conference room of the investment promotion office for negotiations.
The conference room was very quiet at the moment.
Yang Tianying touched his short-haired head and said with a chuckle, "Boss Wang, we have put a lot of effort into this project.
If you want to buy this entire business district, I'm afraid the minimum price will be around 20 billion.
At this moment, Yang Tianying was thinking in his mind that he offered a high price at the beginning in order to leave room for bargaining. Wang Xian would probably bargain later, so if he lowered the price a little bit, he should be able to make the deal.
31.3 billion.
Wang Xian was worried about where to spend his money, so he pulled out a black card from his suit pocket and said, "Pay in full, transfer today."
Hearing this, Feng Shuling's mouth twitched.
She felt her heart skip a beat.
She couldn't help but look at Wang Xian with disappointment. "You idiot, you think you're not wasting money fast enough, right? They only want 20 billion, but you are so stupid as to give them 31.3 billion?
Yang Tianying was stunned for a moment.
This was simply a pie in the sky. He came to his senses in an instant and quickly said to Wang Xian with a smile, "Okay, Boss Wang, let's make a deal."
The executives behind him looked at each other in bewilderment, and some of them couldn't help but gasp.
How much money would their company make from this deal alone?
At this moment, Yang Tianying, who was sitting in his seat, had sweat in his palms. He was very impatient and wished that Wang Xian would sign the contract immediately.
Chapter 38. I want to see the school beauty's reaction. Yang Tianying, who was in his 50s, stared at the black gold card in Wang Xian's hand and suddenly burst into laughter. "What a delight! Mr. Wang, you are so courageous. I, old Yang, will definitely be your friend."
In his free time a few days ago, Wang Xian changed his bank card to a black gold one in order to show off his status. The contract was signed quickly and both parties signed and stamped it.
Wang Xian looked at the prompt that the transfer was successful and quickly glanced at the system panel. Attribute points, 6,022 points. He was delighted.
After spending 31.3 billion, he gained 3,130 more attribute points, plus the 2,890 points he accumulated last time. In addition, the more than 10 million yuan spent on buying a house for Xia Shirhan's family, as well as other miscellaneous expenses, saved up a total of 2 attribute points, which now adds up to more than 6,000 points. The distance to 10,000 points is very close, and Wang Xian is somewhat looking forward to it.
"Boss Wang, this entire business circle, including the conference room we are in now, is handed over to you. If there is nothing else, our company's people will withdraw first." Yang Tianying smiled politely to Wang Xian. "Okay, go and get busy." Wang Xian nodded with a smile, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the surrounding buildings through the glass. Now, the Jiangnan International Financial Center, this entire business circle has belonged to him. Yang Tianying and the executives of Tian Real Estate Group left excitedly. This time, their company made a fortune. This business circle alone made unimaginable profits. At this time, Feng Shuling was still in shock, but she heard Wang Xian already started making arrangements. "Shuling, start recruiting people today and start the company as soon as possible." Wang Xian handed Feng Shuling a bank card and said, "There are more than 6 billion on this card. Take it and use it as the company's account." The employees' salaries and various company expenses will all be used on it.
You work hard, and if this investment company is successful by the end of this year, I will give you 20% of the shares.
Okay.
Feng Shuling took the bank card seriously. She could no longer remain calm. Wang Xian also wants to give her 20% of the shares.
If the company is really successful and profitable, how much money can Feng Shuling make in a year with the dividends from that 20% of the shares? Billions? Hundreds of billions?
Feng Shuling could never imagine in her dreams that she would have the opportunity to become a world-class billionaire. At this moment, she made up her mind that she must not disappoint Wang Xian's expectations. She must make this investment company a success and realize stable profits. Outside the window, the glass curtain wall of the financial center cuts the sunset into pieces. Feng Shuling touched her hot ears and finally understood what Wang Xian meant by getting it all done in one go. He never just wanted to buy an office building, but was buying an admission ticket to this era.
Jiangnan International Financial Center, this world-class financial center has begun operations, and a new era is about to begin.
After handing over the bank card, Wang Xian sat on the soft leather chair and glanced at the system panel with some anticipation, but this time he was a little disappointed because the attribute points did not increase.
He thought about it and quickly understood what was going on. That's right, the more than 6 billion yuan in deposits that I gave to Feng Shuling is used as the company's account. The money has not been spent yet, so the attribute points have not increased. It doesn't matter.
He will have plenty of opportunities to spend money. Wang Xian stood up from the chair, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery outside. He took out his mobile phone and looked for Xia Shirhan's number.
Beep beep, the call was quickly connected, and a familiar gentle female voice came from the receiver. Wang Xian? I just got out of class. Shirhan.
Wang Xian looked at the endless stream of cars on the road downstairs, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
I want to tell you something.
I have just established an investment company called Xian Capital.
The headquarters is in the Jiangnan International Financial Center that I just bought.
I would like to invite you to be the deputy general manager, with a monthly salary of 10 million. After hearing his words, the other side fell into a strange silence. Wang Xian heard a slight sob, followed by Xia Shirhan saying in a crying voice, Wang Xian, why are you so good to me?
I don't know how to repay you. We are good friends, why are you telling me this? Wang Xian smiled. Remember to come and pick an office after class this afternoon. I'll leave the one with a full-length floor-to-ceiling window for you. By the way, after you pick one, go to the finance department to get an advance on your salary for half a year, so that you can pay back the 10 million yuan I lent you to buy a house, hee hee. On the other end of the phone, listening to Wang Xian's words, Xia Shirhan felt that the whole world was in chaos. Not only did Wang Xian appoint her as the deputy general manager with a monthly salary of tens of millions, but he could also advance her salary for half a year today? A monthly salary of 10 million, half a year's salary, that's 60 million. Xia Shirhan had never seen so much money in her life, and she didn't expect Wang Xian to give it to her so easily. Wang Xian, thank you. Xia Shirhan held the phone tightly and said softly from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't remember how many times she had said thank you to Wang Xian. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shirhan was already in tears. She could no longer describe how touched she was. She decided to be with Wang Xian in this life and would not marry anyone else. On a summer evening, the setting sun in the sky casts a golden glow on the gate of Jiangnan University. It was already over school. Chenxi, carrying an expensive pink Saint Laurent bag, walked slowly out of the school. The moment she walked out of the school gate, the surroundings seemed to darken a little. She was wearing a moon-white silk dress, the hem of which fluttered with her steps, outlining her graceful figure. The long black hair was casually tied into a bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down by the ears, adding a bit of laziness. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and the tail of her eyes was slightly upturned, and her eyes seemed to hide a clear autumn water. Under her upturned nose are lips as pink as petals, and her skin is almost as white as snow, shining like pearls in the sun. She looks like a fairy walking out of a painting, attracting passers-by and many college students to look up at her. Some walking college students were discussing enthusiastically. Look, that's Chenxi, she's so beautiful. Wow. She's worthy of being one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. She's so pretty. Don't be envious. It seems that Chenxi is already with Wang Xian. Wang Xian is a super rich man. Not only did he spend tens of billions to buy the Burj Al Arab Hotel, he also appointed Chenxi as the general manager.
He gave her a monthly salary of tens of millions.
Oh, I admire rich people like Wang Xian.
Not only is he so handsome, but he is also such a good basketball player. 2 days ago, he led the computer class 3 to win this year's men's basketball championship.
Did you watch the game?
He is just like a god. At this time, a dazzling light blue LaFerrari parked at the school gate was particularly eye-catching, and Wang Xian was standing next to the car.
He wore black sunglasses and a custom-made dark gray suit.
The dark patterns on the suit were faintly visible in the sunlight, and the expensive watch on his wrist reflected a cold light.
He smiled and waved at Shenxi. Shenxi, I'm here to pick you up, get in the car.
Shenxi saw Wang Xian, smiled at her, and walked towards the car. She was wearing a pair of black high heels. She walked lightly to the car, opened the door and got in. Wang Xian also got in the car, started the engine, and drove to the sailboat hotel. The car was unusually quiet, with only soft music playing. Wang Xian was driving intently, while Shenxi was looking at the scenery receding outside the car window.
Neither of them broke the silence.
Soon, the car stopped in front of the magnificent sailboat hotel.
Shenxi and Wang Xian walked into the hotel.
Several beautiful waitresses at the door greeted them with a smile and bowed respectfully. Hello, General Manager Chen. Hello, Boss Wang. Wang Xian and Shenxi both smiled and nodded to everyone. As the actual people in power in the hotel, they have become accustomed to such treatment.
Wang Xian and Shenxi took the elevator to the 3rd floor and sat in the general manager's office to rest.
Several beautiful waitresses brought a pot of brewed tea and some desserts and poured a cup for each of them.
Sitting in the soft CEO chair, Wang Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea.
He couldn't help but steal a glance at Shenxi, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He was a little excited and planned to tell Shenxi that he had spent more than 30 billion to buy the Jiangnan International Financial Center and established a new company today.
He wanted to see how she would react. Chapter 39, The Heart has been sealed with cement. I'm going to inspect the work. You go find a private room and ask the kitchen to prepare some food. We'll have dinner together later.
After taking a sip of tea, Shenxi stood up and said to Wang Xian with a smile. His voice was soft but capable. Wang Xian was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching. He was just about to pretend, but he didn't expect that Shenxi was about to leave. This made him feel itchy. The words he was about to say to show off were already on the tip of his tongue, but now he had to swallow them back. He could only smile at her and nodded. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Shenxi walked out of the general manager's office in high heels. She checked the service in the lobby, the preparations in the restaurant, went to the kitchen to instruct on the quality of the dishes, and finally checked the company's accounts. Wherever they went, the employees were very alert and reported their work to Shenxi seriously. After she finished all this, she saw a WeChat message from Wang Xian on her phone, so she took the elevator to a luxurious private room on the top floor. At this moment, Wang Xian was already sitting by the window. The exquisite dining table in front of him was filled with sumptuous dishes, emitting bursts of charming aroma. Just looking at the color of these dishes was enough to increase one's appetite.
Xian, sorry for keeping you waiting.
Shenxi glanced at Wang Xian with a smile, then sat down at the dining table like a lady and picked up the napkin to spread it on her legs.
Wang Xian looked at Shenxi and smelled her body fragrance emanating from across the table.
He couldn't help but admire in his heart, this Shenxi is really a peerless beauty who is a disaster to the country and the people. She is so beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. Wang Xian walked over to Shenxi and poured her a glass of red wine. He smiled and said, try this.
It's newly arrived wine flown in from abroad.
Shenxi picked up the wine glass with the beautiful fingers of her right hand and took a sip. With satisfaction in her eyes, she looked up at him with a smile. It tastes good. By the way, I took a leave of absence from class today. In addition to paying off my student loan, I also made a big deal. Wang Xian returned to his seat and suddenly spoke with a smile, a confident smile on his lips. He had been holding these words in for a long time, and now he could finally speak them out.
He couldn't wait to tell Shenxi. Shenxi smiled and raised his eyebrows. Oh? Tell me about it.
I bought the Jiangnan International Financial Center, a newly built commercial district that is scheduled to be rented out next month.
This time, I spent 31.3 billion.
Wang Xian picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, pretending to keep his tone relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
Shenxi's hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment, and he was stunned. Disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, 31.3 billion? You spent that much money at once? Oh my god, Wang Xian, you are really generous with your money. Ha ha. Seeing the other party's shocked reaction, Wang Xian looked at Chen Shi and couldn't help laughing. He couldn't help laughing like a pig, with an expression that looked like "come and praise me, you deserve a beating" on his face. Putting away his pride, Wang Xian picked up a piece of sashimi with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, then explained in a low-key manner, "I set up a new investment company today, called Xian Capital, and casually bought the Jiangnan International Financial Center Business District as the base camp of the new company." Jiangnan International Financial Center? You bought the entire business district? Chen Shi was no longer able to calm down.
She had not noticed just now that Wang Xian had spent more than 30 billion to buy that place. That place is famous for its high land prices. She had also read about the business district in the financial news. It was a world-class financial center.
The investment and construction cost alone was more than 10 billion. Yes, that's it. I bought it today. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Awesome, you are really amazing.
It has only been a short time and you already own so many companies. Wang Xian, you really deserve to be a man with 1 trillion. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. Wang Xian smiled awkwardly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "Oh, you said that to me, I am a little proud."
No, I have to keep a low profile.
Now that I have such a small company, there is still a gap between me and those world-class bosses. After thinking for a while, Wang Xian added, "By the way, I asked my other 2 friends to manage this company. Feng Shuling will be the general manager and Xia Shihan will be the deputy general manager."
Xia Shihan?
Chen Shi, who was eating strawberry tiramisu, suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Xian, his tone unconsciously becoming a little colder. "When did you meet her?" She didn't know Feng Shuling, but Chen Shi knew Xia Shihan, who was also a school belle like her.
Wang Xian smiled awkwardly and touched his nose.
"This morning, I went to pay back my student loan, but I forgot to bring my phone and bank card.
She lent me money to pay it back."
Oh. Chen Shi took a big bite of tiramisu, not even wanting to look at Wang Xian, and replied in a very unhappy tone.
She was a little angry.
Wang Xian was quite quick and hooked up with Xia Shihan so quickly.
She felt a little jealous.
Xia Shihan, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan University, was as beautiful and charming as herself, and was a formidable competitor.
Wang Xian certainly had no idea what Chen Shi was thinking.
He was still foolishly eating the delicious food on the table, feeling smug about how he had acted like a big shot in front of Chen Shi. He thought that Chen Shi would probably admire him even more. As for other things, especially emotional matters, he really didn't think much about it. In Wang Xian's heart, no matter whether it is Chen Shi, Feng Shuling, or Xia Shihan, he currently only regards them as friends, nothing more. Wang Xian doesn't think highly of himself and would think that all these fairy-like girls would like him.
Ever since his experience with his ex-girlfriend Lu Rui, Wang Xian has become very cautious about relationships.
He didn't dare to reveal his true feelings to a girl easily. His heart was already sealed with cement. He was afraid of gaining, and even more afraid of losing. After dinner, Wang Xian drove Chen Shi back to Tianhu Villa.
Then he drove to Jiangnan International Financial Center alone.
He looked at the time on his watch in the car and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. They soon arrived at the financial center. Wang Xian parked the car, got out, and walked into the 64-story building where Xian Capital's headquarters was located. He took the elevator to the 16th floor, which was the office area for senior executives, and Wang Xian walked directly into his own president's office.
Feng Shuling was sitting on the sofa waiting for him.
She had chatted with Wang Xian on WeChat before and knew that he would come to inspect the work tonight. Seeing Wang Xian coming in, she stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to greet him with a smile on her face. "Wang Xian, our company has recruited a lot of talents today, and all work is progressing in an orderly manner."
"Well, you did a good job."
Wang Xian walked to his CEO chair and sat down, looking at her.
Just then, Xia Shihan walked in happily from outside the office.
She was wearing a light yellow jacket on her upper body and a pair of light green summer casual pants on her lower body.
She had a very slim figure and exuded youthfulness.
Chapter 40 Breakthrough. Xia Shihan put on light makeup and had a sweet smile on her face. "Wang Xian, I've already done what you said today and went to the finance department to get an advance of half a year's salary, 60 million.
Now I'm going to pay you back the money you lent me for buying a house."
As she spoke, she picked up her phone and transferred more than 10 million yuan to his account through mobile banking in front of Wang Xian. After looking at the text message about the transfer on his phone, Wang Xian smiled and nodded. "Shihan, you should work hard here in the future."
When you graduate, you can continue to work here.
With the salary here, as long as you work hard, you can lead your mother to a good life in the future.
Wang Xian, I will work hard and live up to your expectations.
Xia Shihan clenched her fists and promised seriously in front of Wang Xian.
Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this.
Xia Shihan was really cute. After thinking for a while, he turned to Feng Shuling and said, I'll transfer some money to the company's account now. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile banking app, and started operating.
After a moment, a ding sound was heard, indicating that the transfer was successful. The company account with the last digit XXXX received a transfer of 40 billion from the last digit XXXX. Feng Shuling couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, staring at Wang Xian with wide eyes and a shocked face. Why did you transfer so much money?
Wang Xian smiled and shrugged nonchalantly. Our company wants to become bigger and stronger, so of course we need to prepare more funds to use.
After finishing his instructions, Wang Xian turned around and strode out of the office. Feng Shuling looked at his departing figure with admiration in her heart.
This Wang Xian was really too rich and too courageous. TSK, he just spent 31.3 billion this morning to buy the Jiangnan International Financial Center, a luxurious business district, as his company's headquarters, and then gave himself a company account bank card with more than 6 billion in deposits. Now he has invested another 40 billion and transferred it to the company account.
Feng Shuling couldn't help wondering in her heart, how much money does Wang Xian have? It was late at night, in the bedroom of the villa in Tianhu Manor. Wang Xian was looking at the system panel happily. Attribute points, 10,022 points. Martial arts strength, Kaiyuan 9th level. Yes, no, choose to advance. For this advancement, each level will cost 20 attribute points.
This time, his attribute points accumulated to 10,000 points, and he was able to make another breakthrough.
Wang Xian decisively chose to advance.
His body began to heat up slightly, and his muscles and pores began to tremble slightly. A few minutes later, after spending 180 attribute points, Wang Xian had advanced from the 9th level of Kaiyuan to the 9th level of Warrior.
Ah, comfortable.
Wang Xian let out a long sigh and stretched his muscles. At this moment, he was already a 9th level Warrior. He could feel his body filled with strength, and his strength was greatly enhanced. Although he is currently only a 9th level Warrior, Wang Xian can feel that his true strength is at least beyond the level of a mid-level general. Sitting down on the luxurious Fendi bed in the bedroom, Wang Xian smiled again and looked at the system panel.
Martial arts strength, 9th level Warrior. Punch force, 9,633 kilograms. Speed, 83 ms. Ha ha. I've become so strong.
Wang Xian was so happy that he took off his shoes and rolled around on the bed. This time, his strength really increased greatly, and he couldn't help but be excited. For an ordinary 9th level warrior, the maximum punching force is generally between 3,000 kilograms and 6,000 kilograms, and the maximum speed is generally between 25 meters per second and 50 meters per second. Wang Xian's current strength is undoubtedly far beyond most high-level warriors and has reached the level of a mid-level general. The next morning, Tuesday, Wang Xian and Shenxi drove to the sailboat hotel as usual to have breakfast, and then went to school.
During the lunch break, Wang Xian went to the library of Jiangnan University alone.
He wanted to check the relevant books and see if there were any books in the library that introduced those secret realms. Rumor has it that the secret realms and ancient civilization relics scattered around the world are extremely mysterious, and they contain both great terror and great opportunities. Although Wang Xian is now a 9th level warrior, he does not even have a decent martial art. If he encounters a battle, he can only rely on his own strength. The Martial Arts Association also sells martial arts techniques, but Wang Xian naturally doesn't think highly of them.
What good martial arts can be sold openly in the market? They are all over the place. He wanted to find an opportunity to take risks in the ruins of an ancient civilization, to find a way to acquire some skills, or even some peerless magical weapon. Wang Xian went to the 3rd floor of the library to check out the books on geography and history. His efforts paid off, and he finally found a few books introducing the relics of ancient civilizations and ancient secrets. He found a seat and sat down with a few books in his hand. He looked around and caught a glimpse of a beautiful girl reading a book not far away. The girl happened to look up at this time and immediately saw him. She took the book and walked over to him and sat down at the seat opposite his table. Wang Xian, you are here to read a book too? Yeah. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at her, then began to concentrate on reading. He didn't expect to meet Zhong Qing here. They had added each other on WeChat before and chatted for a few days.
Although they were not good friends at the moment, their relationship was not bad. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the library, Zhongqing lowered her eyes and turned the pages of a book. Her light apricot knitted skirt made her skin look white as snow, and she had a slim figure. Her long black hair was loosely tied up, and her beautiful oval face looked especially fair and tender. The bow hairpin reflected the soft light. Wang Xian, who was sitting opposite him, raised his eyes inadvertently and his breathing paused. Such a beautiful girl actually appeared in real life. Zhongqing was full of youthfulness and her face was incredibly beautiful. The intoxicating body fragrance emanated from her and reached Wang Xian's nose, and he couldn't help but be distracted. The air was filled with the scent of books. Zhongqing clenched her bookmark and was the first to break the silence.
She raised her head and smiled at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, what book are you reading? I've been studying some information about ancient civilization relics recently.
Wang Xian raised his head, looked at her, and touched his nose. Zhongqing's beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes became brighter, and she looked at Wang Xian with a smile. A gentle voice came from her mouth. I heard that the history of those ancient civilization relics is extremely long. Many experts speculate that they may have been brought by alien civilizations.
Wang Xian, you study that kind of stuff, don't you want to become a warrior? In fact, I'm already a warrior.
Wang Xian stroked the spine of the book with his fingertips. He couldn't help but raise his head proudly with a confident smile, looking at Zhongqing with an expression that said, "Come and praise me quickly." Zhongqing instantly curved her eyebrows, immediately understood what he meant. With a sweet smile on her face, she gave a thumbs up and praised Wang Xian crazily. Wang Xian, you are so handsome, so amazing, you are only in your early 20s, and you have already become a warrior, and you are even the only warrior in our Jiangnan University, you are really excellent. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed. Wang Xian was at a loss for words due to her straightforward praise. He raised his hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. He made up his mind that Zhongqing would be his good friend from now on. Any pretty girl who liked to praise, brag and envy him would be his good friend, Wang Xian. More than an hour later, the two walked out of the library together, talking and laughing. Just as they were about to separate, Zhongqing seemed to remember something and turned back to call Wang Xian. Oh, Wang Xian, there is one more thing.
Wang Xian turned his head and looked at Zhongqing, and asked in confusion, what's wrong?
Zhongqing looked at him and smiled sweetly. Come with me to my house after class this afternoon.
There is a mysterious item in my study.
I'll give it to you.
Anyway, there are no warriors in my family, so that item is useless to us.
Zhongqing's family lives in Jiangcheng, not too far from Jiangnan University, so she doesn't live in the dormitory and goes to school as a day student. Wang Xian's face suddenly brightened, he smiled at her and nodded, okay, thank you very much. Although he didn't hold out much hope, Wang Xian still decided to go there with Zhongqing after class.
What if it was another unique item? Wang Xian, you're welcome.
Zhongqing turned around and smiled, as if a fairy had descended to earth, able to make everyone fall in love with her.
Walking back to the classroom, Wang Xian was a little excited. What would Zhongqing give him? Chapter 41 Zhongqing's Gift.
The bell of Jiangnan University rang slowly, and the afterglow of the setting sun gave the teaching building a soft golden color. The leaves of the sycamore tree swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, adding a lively note to this quiet campus. It was already time for school to be over in the afternoon. Wang Xian stood at the school gate, his slender figure stretched out by the setting sun. He took out his cell phone and called Mo Qianxue. The call was quickly connected, and Wang Xian's sunny voice came, Qianxue, drive to Jiangda now to pick up my friend, and we will have a meal together at the Sailboat Hotel.
This afternoon, Wang Xian and Zhongqing chatted on WeChat.
He invited her to have dinner at the Sailboat Hotel and then go to her house to see the mysterious object.
Of course Zhongqing would not refuse Wang Xian's invitation and accepted it with pleasure.
At this time, Mo Qianxue responded respectfully and gently from the other end of the phone, okay, Mr. Wang, I'll be there right away.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Xian looked at the shade of a tree not far away.
She was leaning against the tree trunk. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on her, as if she was wearing a golden gauze dress. Her long black hair fluttered gently in the wind, and there was a hint of bookishness between her eyebrows. However, at this moment, Qianxi's heart was filled with bitterness. It rained this afternoon, and she also saw Wang Xian holding an umbrella for Xia Shihan and the two of them walking together. There was only one class in computer class 3 this afternoon, and we were free after the first class. Wang Xian explained to Qianxi that Xia Shihan needed to go back to Xian Capital Investment Company to do something and asked him to drive her there.
Since he didn't have any classes, Wang Xian agreed.
It started to rain and Xia Shirhan didn't have an umbrella, so he had to share an umbrella with her and they got into the Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Chenxi looked down through the window and saw that when Wang Xian held an umbrella for her, Xia Shirhan, who was also a schoolbelle, blushed.
Anyone could see that there was something fishy going on between them. However, in the afternoon, less than a day later, Wang Xian was going to have dinner with another school beauty, Zhongcheng, in a dignified manner.
Chenxi didn't understand what Wang Xian was thinking about all day. She was scowling at the moment, and she tapped the tree trunk with her knuckles unconsciously more forcefully. The rough touch of the bark made her palms numb.
Let's go, the car is over there. Wang Xian walked to Chenxi, smiled and said softly.
Chenxi looked up at him, forced a smile, met Wang Xian's warm gaze, and nodded slightly. She followed behind him, looking at the Ferrari's body shining coldly in the setting sun, and suddenly felt that the luxury was so dazzling that it was uncomfortable. At this moment, Chenxi felt that her world had become a little gloomy.
Perhaps she had always been overthinking it.
She was not that important in Wang Xian's heart at all. It turned out that she had been wishful thinking that Wang Xian liked her. As she sat down, the warmth of the leather seat ironed her back, but Chenxi recalled the coquettish smile on Xia Shirhan's face when she got into Wang Xian's passenger seat this afternoon. Her nails dug deeply into her palms.
At the same time, Mo Qianshui drove a low-key yet luxurious black business car to Jiangnan University.
She was wearing a well-tailored business suit, delicate makeup, and elegant temperament, which made her particularly eye-catching in the crowd. She saw the Rafa parked by Wang Xian on the side of the road at a glance. Wang Xian rolled down the window and pointed to the person she needed to pick up, a stunning beauty standing on the side of the road. Mo Qianshui looked in the direction Wang Xian had pointed, and immediately saw Zhongcheng standing on the side of the road. She was so beautiful, so fresh and refined, like a pure white flower in full bloom.
Hello, Sister Zhongcheng, Boss Wang asked me to pick you up.
Mo Qianshui walked up to Zhongcheng, smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Wang Xian had just sent a WeChat message to Mo Qianshui, introducing this friend's name, so she naturally knew it.
Okay, thank you.
Zhongcheng smiled and got into Mo Qianshui's car, which then slowly drove behind Wang Xian's car and headed towards the sailboat hotel.
Not long after, the two cars arrived at the sailboat hotel.
Everyone took their seats in a luxurious private room of the Burj Al Arab Hotel. The exquisite dining table was already filled with sumptuous food, emitting bursts of tempting aroma.
Wang Xian, you are too polite. Isn't such a sumptuous meal a bit of a waste?
Zhongcheng looked at the luxurious meal in disbelief, and a shocked voice came out of her mouth. She knew the prices of the 7-star hotel, the Burj Al Arab. Such a large table of top-notch food would probably cost at least $1 million.
Mo Qianshui, who was sitting next to her, looked at Zhongcheng and said with a smile, Sister Zhongcheng, you may not know that the owner of the 7-star hotel worth tens of billions is Wang Xian. Don't be polite. If these dishes are not enough, we can ask the kitchen to make more.
Zhongcheng was very shocked, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect Wang Xian to have such a powerful background. The 7-star hotel worth tens of billions belonged to him.
Wang Xian, is what she said true? Are you the owner of the 7-star hotel?
Zhongcheng looked at Wang Xian with some anticipation. Wang Xian raised his head, looked at her with a smile and nodded modestly, yeah, it's just a small business.
Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Zhongcheng couldn't help but admire Wang Xian even more.
He is simply a tall, rich and handsome man, and he is also a warrior.
He has money, good looks, and talent. Where can I find such a great leading actor?
Zhongcheng felt sweet in her heart.
The food on the plate tasted sweeter than usual.
She had a vague sense of expectation and fantasy in her heart.
Zhongcheng knew very well that, after all, Wang Xian didn't have a girlfriend yet.
With such a Prince Charming in front of her, and with her looks as a school beauty, she certainly had a chance. The crystal chandelier of the sailboat hotel was emitting golden light overhead. She stared at the lobster sashimi in front of her. The cold light reflected by the ice made her face pale.
Squeak!
The silver knife made a harsh sound when it hit the porcelain plate. She put down the cutlery in a hurry and found that everyone's eyes were on her. Wang Xian's gaze seemed to be filled with warmth, lingering on her reddened ears for a moment. Chenxi, what's wrong with you?
Why do you look unhappy?
If you encounter any difficulties, don't bear it alone, just tell me, I will do my best to help you.
Nothing.
Chenxi tried her best to hide her emotions and took a bite of vegetables. After dinner, Wang Xian asked Timo Qianshui to drive the company car to take Chen Shi back to Tianhu Villa, while he drove his Ferrari LaFerrari to take Zhong Qing to her home. It was Zhong Qing's first time sitting on the passenger seat of Wang Xian's car, and she was amazed by the luxurious decoration inside the car. He is truly worthy of being the legendary Rafa, he is indeed very majestic and beautiful. Zhong Qing sat in the passenger seat, touching the soft seat with a sweet smile on her face. She looked at the night scene rapidly receding outside the car window, and she liked Wang Xian very much. The night is as dark as ink, and the city's neon lights flicker and jump in the night, outlining a prosperous and mysterious outline.
Wang Xian followed Zhong Qing into her elegantly decorated home.
The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, which made people feel refreshed. Zhong Qing comes from a wealthy family. Her father, Zhong Mingchang, is an executive at a technology company with an annual salary of several million, so her family lives a good life.
Zhong Qing's family bought a 3-story villa in the city. The total area of the 3 floors is more than 800 square meters, and it cost more than 15 million yuan.
Inside the study, the lighting is soft, and rows of bookshelves are filled with books, emitting a rich scent of ink. Zhong Qing squatted in a corner and carefully took out a book about 20 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide and 3 centimeters thick from the old wooden cabinet.
Wang Xian lowered his head and took a quick look.
The book looked very old.
My father found this when he was sorting out old things a few days ago.
Although he didn't know what was written on it, he guessed that it was probably a book about cultivation. You are a warrior, maybe it will be useful to you, so I will give it to you today. Zhong Qing stood up, smiled slightly, and handed the book to Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at the book Zhong Qing handed over.
This thing really wasn't simple at first glance. Was he going to make a fortune? Chapter 42 Wang Xian's Worry.
He took it with both hands carefully. The moment he touched the book, a cold reminder from the system sounded in his mind. Wang Xian, this book is not simple.
It is a priceless treasure.
His heart suddenly trembled and surprise instantly surged into his heart. The cover of this ancient book is simple and the paper looks like thin pieces of light green jade, yet it feels as soft as paper to the touch.
Wang Xian gently flipped through the pages. There were rows of scribbles of writing on them. It was probably from an alien civilization. He couldn't understand a single word. He eagerly communicated with the system in his mind. Oh, what do you mean? Can you tell me where this thing came from? What is its value?
The system's voice quickly rang out in his mind. This is a martial arts method called Starry Sky Secret. Looking at the universe, it is a priceless treasure, and its value is inestimable. Even if the entire Milky Way galaxy is sold, it is far less valuable than this book. If you practice this technique, you can constantly hone your body. In addition, there is another very domineering aspect of the Starry Sky technique, which is devouring. If you practice this technique, you can circulate your vital energy to devour the vitality of others. The vitality of others will be absorbed by you, which will prolong your life and enhance your foundation.
Oh my god, it's so awesome! Wang Xian's heartbeat suddenly quickened.
This kind of heaven-defying martial arts was what he had always dreamed of. At this time, Zhong Qing's father, Zhong Mingchang, walked into the study room wearing a black suit and smiling. He was slightly fat, wearing a pair of glasses, with a kind smile on his face. He said, Xiao Wang, Xiao Qing told me that this thing is for you.
Since you are a warrior, it should be helpful to you. We don't need it anyway. I found it at an antique market a while ago. It only cost a few hundred yuan.
Wang Xian immediately cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Zhong.
In his heart, he secretly felt lucky that Zhong Qing and her father did not know the value of this technique, otherwise why would they give it to him so easily?
After leaving the Zhong family, Wang Xian hugged the book Starry Sky Secret tightly, almost flying with excitement. The street lamps cast a dim light, stretching his shadow very long. He looked at the night sky and vowed secretly that he must practice this technique as soon as possible to make himself stronger. Walking to the parking lot on the side of the road, Wang Xian opened the door and got into his Ferrari LaFerrari, then drove back to Tianhu Villa. When he got home, he couldn't wait to close the door, sat on the bed, and opened Starry Sky Secret again. The mysterious words danced before my eyes like magic symbols, as if telling ancient secrets. He took a deep breath and began to read the book according to the system's translation. Then he tried to circulate his vital energy according to the description in the book and communicate with the cosmic energy that was diffused around him. In an instant, streams of mysterious cosmic energy surged into his meridians like a surging tide, bringing with it a hint of coolness but containing endless vitality. Wang Xian felt that all the cells in his body were cheering and leaping for joy, as if they were greedily absorbing this strength, and his body began to tremble slightly. After practicing for more than an hour, Wang Xian's whole body was wet with sweat, and beads of sweat on his forehead dripped like raindrops. He could truly feel that he had become stronger.
Wang Xian couldn't help but take a look at the system panel. Martial Arts Strength, Warrior Level 9. Punch Force, 12,333 kilograms. Speed, 106 meters per second. Oh my god, this is amazing. This Starry Sky Sutra is simply magical. I have only practiced it for a short while, but my strength has increased so much. Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement and cherished the Starry Sky Sutra even more. When he just broke through yesterday, his punching force was 9,633 kilograms and his speed was 83 meters per second. After practicing the Starry Sky art today, his strength has increased so much. Judging from his current situation, although his level is still that of a 9th order warrior, his actual strength is at the level of a high-level general warrior. Wang Xian got up from the bed and walked towards the bathroom attached to the master bedroom, intending to take a shower, dry his hair, and go to bed. The warm water in the bathroom poured over his body. Wang Xian thought secretly that Zhong Qing was really good to him and gave him a galaxy. The value of this Starry Sky manual was so great that he had to be nicer to her in the future. He is a man who will repay a favor. If someone gives him an apple, he will be willing to give that person an orchard. Wang Xian was also somewhat fortunate, mainly because no one on this planet could understand the words in this book. Otherwise, there would be no chance that this book would fall into his hands. At noon the next day, Wednesday, Zhong Qing sent a WeChat message to Wang Xian inviting her to go to the library to read together. In the library of Jiangnan University, the only sound in the quiet atmosphere is the rustling of pages. Wang Xian gently pushed the glass door open and walked in. His eyes wandered among the bookshelves and soon locked onto the familiar figure by the window. Zhong Qing was wearing a light blue dress, with a delicate jade hairpin pinned to the end of her hair. She lowered her eyes and focused on reading, looking like a tranquil ink painting. He walked over slowly, pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. Zhong Qing raised her eyes, her clear eyes curved into a crescent. "You're here." "Well, I was delayed on the way." Wang Xian put his schoolbag on the table, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the texture of the table edge. "Zhong Qing, the martial arts book you gave me yesterday is really good. I like it very much, thank you." Zhong Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her eyes and smiled shyly. "Wang Xian, you don't have to be polite. If you like it, I'm also very happy." Wang Xian looked at her blushing cheeks, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and said seriously, "Zhong Qing, I want to tell you something. Starting this afternoon, you can come to work at my investment company, Xian Capital. I'll give you the position of Deputy General Manager with a monthly salary of 10 million. You just need to go to the company to manage it after class every afternoon, and then go there to handle affairs on weekends." Zhong Qing raised her head suddenly, her eyes wide open, full of disbelief. "Wang Xian, you want me to be the Deputy General Manager? The salary you offer is too high. I'm worried that I won't be able to do the job." She waved her hands in panic. This sudden invitation made her both surprised and frightened. This monthly salary of 10 million is much higher than her father Zhong Mingqing's annual salary of several million. Zhong Qing never thought that one day she would get such a good job. "You are capable, I believe in you." Wang Xian interrupted her, his eyes firm. "Besides, I need someone I can trust to help me. We are good friends, so of course I trust you." Zhong Qing bit her lips gently, her heart was in turmoil. Of course she knew Wang Xian's identity. This boy from the same class as her had already made a name for himself in the business world, with businesses under his name spread across various industries. Of course, she had heard about the newly established investment company Xian Capital that Wang Xian had just mentioned. The company's headquarters was in the most prosperous area of Jiangnan City, a first-tier city, the Jiangnan International Financial Center. And for a company of that level, Wang Xian would actually generously invite her to be the deputy general manager. "Wang Xian, thank you. I will try to do this job well. If I do something wrong, please feel free to give me your advice." Zhong Qing agreed with a smile. Such good job treatment is hard to come by. "Okay, just do it with confidence. If you don't understand anything, I will help you." Wang Xian smiled at her. Zhong Qing thought about it, she looked up at Wang Xian, her eyes flashing with determination. "Wang Xian, I want to work as the deputy general manager of your sailboat hotel, is that okay?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his lips rose unconsciously. "Why do you suddenly want to go there?" Because I work at the Burj Al Arab, I can see you every day and have dinner with you every day.
Zhong Qing lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Her earlobes were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood, but she still looked at him bravely. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he shifted his gaze guiltily, not daring to look into her eyes. His throat suddenly tightened and he felt conflicted.
Are you saying it so bluntly? But you go to the sailboat hotel and eat with me every day. Chen Shi won't be unhappy, right? Wang Xian was a little worried. Even if he was stupid, he could tell from Chen Shi's reaction over the past 2 days that she might be a little jealous. If Zhong Qing was sent there to be the deputy general manager, the consequences would be unpredictable. But Zhong Qing has been very kind to me. She gave me the precious starry sky secret. Do I have the nerve to reject such a small request from her? Wang Xian stared at the straightforward girl in front of him and realized that she might have some thoughts about him. Okay, you will be the deputy general manager of the sailboat hotel. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Starting tomorrow, I will personally help you get familiar with the work. There is only one general manager of the sailboat hotel, and that is Chen Shi, but the position of deputy general manager can be appointed to several positions. Wang Xian had already appointed Mo Qianshui as one of the deputy general managers, so it wouldn't matter if Zhong Qing was appointed now. Okay, thank you, Wang Xian. Zhong Qing smiled, and it was a very sweet smile. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, shining through the glass onto the two of them, giving this moment a gentle halo. Zhong Qing raised a sunny smile at the corner of her lips, looking forward to the time she would spend with Wang Xian. Chapter 43, Can't Keep the Beauty. The weekend came in a blink of an eye, and the Saturday morning light shone into the rooms of the manor villa through the glass windows. Chen Shi, wearing a white pajamas and holding a cup of freshly ground coffee, knocked lightly on the door of room 303 next door. The footsteps behind the wooden door came closer and closer with a somewhat excited rhythm. When Wang Xian opened the door, the collar of his light gray sweater was still slightly open, and the ends of his hair were wet with moisture from his shower, like pine branches covered with morning dew. He glanced at Chen Shi and smiled slightly. Good morning. Xian, I just ground coffee for you. Chen Shi looked at Wang Xian with a smile. A hint of anticipation flashed across her beautiful big eyes. While having dinner last night, she and Wang Xian had agreed to go out and play together today. And this time, it was just Wang Xian and her alone time, and Xia Shihan, Zhong Qing, Feng Shuling, and the others were not invited. Thank you, CC. Wang Xian lowered his eyes and smiled as he took the coffee cup, his ears slightly red. In this 3-story villa, he lived in 303 and Chen Shi lived in 302. His bedroom and Chen Shi's bedroom were separated by only a wall, but it seemed as if the entire galaxy was stretching between them. The distance between him and Chen Shi can be said to be very close, but also very far. Every time Wang Xian looked at Chen Shi, he couldn't help but have some inappropriate fantasies. But he has only stayed at the thinking level and has not made any real progress so far. Wang Xian and Chen Shi got into his Ferrari LaFerrari and went out together, planning to take a walk in the nearby green park in the morning. Wang Xian and Chen Shi were taking a walk in the park. As it was the weekend, there were quite a lot of people strolling in the park. Passers-by looked at them and felt that they were a couple in love. Wang Xian wore a white t-shirt today, black jeans, and a pair of white AJ sneakers. His slightly long black hair fluttered in the wind under the sunlight, and he looked very sunny and handsome. The park's stone path meanders into lush greenery, and Chen Shi's white skirt brushes past the blooming roses. She walked in front of Wang Xian, her long black hair draped over her shoulders, giving off a faint scent, and her fair and tender face was particularly charming. She wore a summer black slim-fitting shirt on her upper body, her two soft arms were slender and fair, and the looseness of the shirt brought out her graceful figure. She wore a pure white short skirt on her lower body, her two jade legs were slender and fair, and a pair of white cloth shoes on her feet were particularly delicate, and she looked youthful and beautiful. She suddenly stopped and turned around, the scent of jasmine mixed with the scent of grass in her hair blew towards him. Looking at her, Wang Xian felt a little amazed by this beautiful girl. Wang Xian, I really like my current life. The girl's eyes were as clear as morning dew, reflecting the blue sky above her head, and she smiled sweetly. I can work, eat, and walk with people who make me happy every day. Wang Xian's breath hitched in his throat. He turned his head away in panic, not daring to look at her. His eyes fell on the eaves of the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the distance. The wind swept across the lake, creating ripples. He counted the number of circles the ripples spread, and finally he managed to find the strength to speak. Is that so? His fingertips unconsciously stroked the dial of his watch, his thoughts a little confused.
Although he and Chen Shi are friends, they don't seem like just friends. The two lived in the same house, ate together every day, went to university together, and sat at the same desk. In such a day, even if their relationship was purely friendship, it was inevitable that they would fall in love with each other over time. After taking a short walk, the two returned to the sailboat hotel and planned to have breakfast together. The crystal chandelier cast tiny spots of light on Chen Shi's beautiful long black hair. She smiled and practiced communicating in English with a waitress swiftly, marking the recommended dishes on the menu with her slender fingers. Try this slow-cooked steak. Chen Shi smiled and pushed the cut beef in front of Wang Xian, her eyelashes casting a butterfly-like shadow under her eyes. I specially asked the kitchen to adjust the sauce recipe.
Wang Xian used a dinner knife and fork to cut a small piece of steak.
As the knife and fork touched each other, he vaguely felt that the warmth at that moment was more heart-wrenching than any business negotiation. After dinner, Wang Xian drove a light blue Faraday out of the city with Chen Shi sitting in the passenger seat. Chen Shi rolled down the car window and let the breeze lift his hair. The mountains in the distance were dyed golden by the sunlight, like an overturned palette.
Wang Xian secretly glanced at the passenger seat out of the corner of his eye.
The girl's profile was gilded and there was always a smile on the corner of her lips.
That smile was more intoxicating than any red wine in his collection.
The two drove to the suburbs to camp and sat on the grass. The warm sunshine shone on them, and Wang Xian and Chen Shi calmly enjoyed this beautiful moment.
Wang Xian, if you were the coward, could you endure the loneliness of only being able to see the Weaver girl once a year on Valentine's Day?
Chen Shi broke the silence and asked Wang Xian.
Wang Xian was stunned. Why would Chen Shi ask such a question? After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "It's a pity that I'm not a coward.
I don't have to endure his loneliness." He stretched out his hand, pulled a piece of green grass and put it in his mouth, then smiled confidently. If I were the coward, I would work hard to cultivate and try every possible way to become an immortal, and then constantly improve myself until I become the most powerful one in the world, fight to the sky, and overthrow the heavenly government, so that I can stay with the Weaver girl forever. After a day of playing in the suburbs, both of them were a little tired. When they returned home, they planned to take a bath in the indoor hot spring pool in Tianhu Villa Manor. The steam rising from the hot spring pool was like fairy air. Chen Shi walked in wrapped in a white bath towel. Looking at the fairy-like girl, Wang Xian almost knocked over the scented candles by the pool. He pretended to be nonchalant, as if he didn't notice Chen Shi coming in, but in fact he couldn't help but keep glancing at him secretly. Chen Shi was wearing a lavender one-piece swimsuit, which outlined her graceful figure. She exuded a body fragrance that made people feel intoxicated when they smelled it. Wang Xian felt a little distracted and glanced down, and saw that his brothers all looked up. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This girl is so beautiful.
The water temperature is just right."
Chen Shi smiled and scattered rose petals into the pool, then gently stepped into the hot spring pool, causing some ripples on the water surface. Looking at the stunning figure soaking in the bath opposite him, drops of water dripped from Chen Shi's beautiful face and fell on her beautiful swan neck and collarbone.
Wang Xian couldn't help drooling, but he still controlled himself.
At this moment, he picked up a petal floating on the water surface of the hot spring. Looking at the red petal in his hand, he remembered the shells he picked up at the beach in his childhood. He held them carefully in his hand, but still dropped them while running. In the mist, the two chatted. Chen Shi smiled and talked about some daily affairs of the hotel she managed this month, as well as some interesting things in her life during the time she lived with Wang Xian.
Listening to her words, Wang Xian was a little distracted. He counted the water drops falling from her hair, and when the seventh drop fell into the water, he heard himself say in his heart, "Chen Shi, you are so beautiful. I really want you to be my girlfriend. I really want you to be my girlfriend."
He regretted it before he even finished speaking. Coming back to reality, he quickly changed his words, "Chen Shi, thanks to your sharing, our hotel can run so smoothly." Chen Shi looked away at the flickering candlelight beside the hot spring pool, her eyes moist, but she still turned her head and looked at him with a few ripples in her eyes. "Just work?
Don't you want to talk about something about your life? Like, what kind of girlfriend do you want?"
When she said this, Chen Shi's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly.
She no longer dared to look at Wang Xian.
She felt regretful in her heart, wondering why such words would come out of her mouth. There was silence for a while, and both of them felt a little awkward.
Chen Shi thought to herself, "Wang Xian, can't you take the initiative? You have to let a girl take the initiative to bring up this topic. Forget it, let's just concentrate on taking a bath."
Chen Shi scooped up handfuls of warm water with a slender jade hand and sprinkled them on her body, feeling a burst of warmth and refreshment. Her soft and slender fingertips lightly touched the water surface, and the ripples stirred up spread over the distance between them. Wang Xian's Adam's apple rolled. Looking at such a beautiful scene, he was a little worried that he could not control himself. He finally turned his head away and looked at the blooming epiphyllum by the pond, which was planted by Qin Shi himself. It is said that it blooms for only a moment, but its beauty seems to last forever. As the moonlight climbed up the carved window lattices, the two returned to their bedrooms. Wang Xian lay on the bed and heard the rustling sound of turning pages from next door, like a night bird flying over the lake. He took out the black sword pendant from under his pillow. The cold metal touch instantly sobered him up. Perhaps I will never fall in love again in this life. I may end up living alone. Lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, Wang Xian felt a little sad. He was really scared. There were so many beautiful things in this world, but could he really grasp them? Some words should perhaps be hidden forever in the night by the starry lake and never spoken. Qin Shi was really beautiful, but Wang Xian was really worried. If he was with her, would he lose her one day? Who could tell for sure whether she would give up on him and choose to leave him after they were together? If that were the case, I would definitely be very sad. It is even 100 times more sad than the departure and backstabbing of my ex-girlfriend Lu Rui. Wang Xian suddenly felt that he was more pitiful than the cowherd, because the cowherd was with the weaver girl after all. Even though they were separated later and could only see each other once a year on the Qixi festival, they were still husband and wife after all. But what about me? Even though such a beautiful girl is right next to me, I am too embarrassed to say certain things to her or do certain things to her. But on second thought, it's better to maintain our current friendship. Since we're not together yet, there is no need to worry about losing the love of our life. But Wang Xian was also questioning himself in his heart. Are you really willing to give up a girl as beautiful as Qin Shi? Are you really willing to give her to someone else? No. I really can't bear to. Wang Xian shed tears at this moment. Chapter 44 First Time. Sometimes liking someone is really a torment. I want to get something, but I am afraid of losing it. I can't get it, but I can't let it go. I am always tormented by the fear of gain and loss. There is a saying to describe it: mountains and seas cannot be leveled, and love is separated by mountains and seas. Wang Xian was very conflicted. What should he do? More than a month passed quickly, and it was Saturday noon. In the president's office of the Sailboat Hotel, Wang Xian sat in his president's chair. Qin Shi and Feng Shuling, the two general managers of the two companies, were reporting the financial reports of each company to him. Qin Shi was wearing a black suit that highlighted her graceful curves, and she was wearing a pair of black crystal high heels, which made her look very beautiful. She stood in front of the president's desk and smiled at him. Wang Xian, our Sailboat Hotel had good performance last month. The monthly turnover was 1.86322 billion. Excluding employee salaries, food and beverage purchases and other expenses, the net profit was a little over 1.38320 billion. Very good, Qin Shi, you did a good job, keep it up. Wang Xian looked at Qin Shi in front of him and gave her an encouraging smile. Wang Xian was very impressed with her at this moment. Qin Shi really had a talent for business. She could make so much money for him in a month. According to Wang Xian, before he took over the 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel, the hotel's monthly profit was at most a few hundred million. There are even some months when not only do we not make any money, we even lose money. Now under Qin Shi's management, profits have increased several times. He was also somewhat happy in his heart. Although he was not short of money, his company could still make a lot of money, which was undoubtedly a good thing. It was Feng Shuling's turn to report. She was dressed casually today, wearing a black t-shirt, light blue jeans, and a pair of white leather shoes. She smiled and said, "I sent you the cash flow of Xin Capital Investment Company and Zhanlong Company that I manage on my phone. As for net profit, Xin Capital Investment Company is still in its infancy and has not made any money yet, but it has not lost money either. Last month's profit was only over 30 million. As for Zhanlong Company, its net profit last month was over 600 million. Wang Xian nodded. Well, you've done well. For a large-scale investment company like Xin Capital, it's hard to make money at the beginning. It's good enough if you can guarantee that you don't lose money. As for the War Dragon Company, it's also pretty good. After all, the company's scale is not as big as a 7-star hotel like the Sailboat Hotel. It's not easy to make so much profit in a month." Wang Xian stood up and smiled at the two of them. "Keep up the good work. Today is Saturday, you can rest in the afternoon. You don't have to be so tense every day.
After you finish the things you need to do every day, you can arrange the rest of your time freely. Thank you, Mr. Wang.
Chen Shi and Feng Shuling both smiled happily. Their salaries had been paid last month. Chen Shi received more than 10 million yuan in her salary card, and Feng Shuling received more than 20 million yuan as she served as the general manager of 2 companies at the same time.
With such high salaries, how could they not be happy?
In addition to the 2 of them, several deputy general managers of Wang Xian's company, including Mo Qianshui, Zhong Qing, and Xia Shihan, also received more than 10 million yuan in their salary cards when their salaries were paid. Now these girls are following Wang Xian, and each of them has become a wealthy woman. Chen Shi and Feng Shuling walked out of the office. Wang Xian sat in the boss's chair and thought. He really had too many concerns during this period. With a beauty like Chen Shi in front of you every day, why wouldn't you want her? No. Not only Chen Shi, but also Xia Shihan, Feng Shuling, Zhong Qing, and Mo Qianshui and others, they all have a chance. Only children do multiple choice questions, I want them all. Moreover, even if Wang Xian did this, he would not be criticized by the world.
In this era, in Xia country, many big entrepreneurs and big bosses have 3 wives and 4 concubines and countless lovers.
As for the good things in this world, they have always been obtained by those who are capable. He felt that he should not be modest anymore. As he thought about it, Wang Xian's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. He vaguely found that he was a little bit darker now, but it didn't matter. As the saying goes, a man's true nature, this is his real nature. Wang Xian suddenly realized at this moment that he should not hide his true nature.
Living like that is too hypocritical. You should live freely and carefree and do what you want. If you don't have the conditions, then forget it.
You don't have enough financial strength and you can't even covet those beautiful girls.
But I have perfect conditions. I have money, good looks, and talent. Why don't I want those beautiful girls? All I have to do is to make myself happy. As for the rest, who cares?
Wang Xian stroked his chin and thought silently. He was all alone in this world, with no worries, so why should he restrain himself? So now Wang Xian has completely changed his mind. He has no way out and no worries, so it doesn't matter. He just needs to follow his true thoughts in everything. He has decided that he will no longer be timid and will take the initiative when facing the person he likes. In the afternoon, Chen Shi invited Wang Xian to go shopping together.
Saturday's sunshine, like wisps of golden warm current, dyed the earth golden.
The brilliant light gently sprinkled on the streets and alleys of the city. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers, accompanied by people's leisurely and happy laughter, adding a bit of laziness and romance to this bustling city.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi walk side by side on the busy commercial street.
There are shops on both sides of the street, and the windows are filled with a wide variety of goods.
Fashionable clothes and exquisite accessories all attract the attention of passers-by. The 2 chatted and laughed, talking about the funny things that happened recently.
From time to time, they were amused by each other and laughed out loud.
The crisp laughter echoed over the street.
Before they knew it, they arrived in front of a Porsche sales store. Wang Xian thought to himself, Chen Shi and I have been together for such a long time, and I haven't given her any gifts yet, so I might as well give her a car. Glancing inside, he saw a number of cool Porsche sports cars quietly displayed in the bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the soft light, the cars shone with a charming luster, as if silently telling the story of speed and passion. Wang Xian's gaze stayed on Chen Shi's face for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he reached out and took her hand without hesitation. The moment he held the hand of this beautiful girl, Wang Xian instantly felt something smooth and soft. He felt as if there was endless tenderness in her hands. He has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Chen Shi's body stiffened slightly when the other party suddenly took her hand. A warm electric current instantly spread from the palms of their hands to her whole body. Her cheeks flushed instantly, like the gorgeous sunset in the sky. She could feel the warmth in Wang Xian's hands, which was what she had always dreamed of. This was the first time Wang Xian held her hand. The warmth and softness from his palm made her heart beat faster involuntarily. She felt nervous and shy, but at the same time, a hint of sweetness spread in her heart. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Wang Xian, and let him lead her into the Porsche sales store.
Wang Xian was really determined. If he liked someone, he must get her. Chapter 45 I Like You.
Walking into the Porsche store, the clean and bright space and the exquisite and luxurious decorations all demonstrate its high-end and grandeur.
The price of Porsche brand cars is not low. Although not as expensive as Ferrari, it is not cheap either.
Welcome, two distinguished guests. Several beautiful salespeople in black business suits came up to us with smiles on their faces and greeted us warmly.
These female salespeople were quite sharp-eyed.
When they were taken by their boss to dinner at the Sailboat Hotel, they saw many hotel executives respectfully addressing this woman as the general manager.
Such a distinguished guest should not be neglected.
Wang Xian gently squeezed Chen Shi's soft jade hand, signaling her to relax, then smiled and said to her, "Cici, we have been together for such a long time, and I haven't given you any gifts yet.
Today I will give you a car to drive. You can pick any car here. I will pay for you after you choose one. You are so nice to me, Xian."
Chen Shi looked up at him in surprise, his eyes full of emotion and surprise. With her current monthly salary of tens of millions, it would be no problem for her to buy any Porsche here, but this gift was from Wang Xian and had a completely different meaning. This thought in doting made her heart feel warm and her eyes slightly moist.
Xian, thank you.
She looked at Wang Xian's sunny and sincere smile, her heart filled with joy, and she smiled and nodded slightly. Accompanied by the salesperson, Chen Shi began to carefully select the cars. Her eyes wandered among the sports cars and were finally attracted by a red Porsche Panamera. The bright red color is like a dancing flame, passionate and flamboyant. The lines of the car body are smooth and graceful, full of luxury and fashion.
This car is nice, very beautiful.
Chen Shi walked around the car several times and liked it very much.
As long as you like it, I'm willing to buy you whatever you want.
Wang Xian stood aside, looking at the happy smile on Chen Shi's face, and he also felt happy.
Xian, you are so good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. How about I marry you?
Chen Shi couldn't help but joked with a sweet smile on her face. Wang Xian was a little panicked at this time, because he was not ready to marry a wife.
He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Chen Shi, let's not talk about this topic for now, let's buy the car first." He walked forward and asked about the price.
When he learned that the car cost 2.68 million, he paid the money without any hesitation. For him, the world's richest man with more than 800 billion yuan in deposits, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket, but seeing Chen Shi happy, he feels that it is all worth it. After completing the formalities, Wang Xian took Chen Shi's hand again. The two looked at each other with happy smiles on their faces. At this moment, they are barely together, just waiting to verbally confirm their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Soon, the staff at the Porsche sales store installed the license plate that Chen Shi had personally selected on the car.
"Hello, beautiful lady.
The license plate has been installed.
You can drive this car home,"
a staff member said with a smile. "Get in the car, Wang Xian, this time you get to experience my driving skills again." Chen Shi smiled, opened the passenger door, and made a gesture of invitation.
"Okay."
Wang Xian smiled and nodded, then got in the car. Chen Shi opened the car door and sat in the driving seat. He started the car with a bang, drove slowly out of the Porsche sales store, and drove towards Tianhu Manor.
"Goodbye, dear guests. Welcome to visit us next time."
Several female sales clerks saw Wang Xian and his friends off with warm smiles.
The car had gone far away, and several female salespeople began to discuss enthusiastically and excitedly. "Oh my god, that guy is so handsome.
He is actually the boyfriend of Chen Shi, the general manager of the Sailboat Hotel.
He must be a super rich second generation."
That's right. When that handsome guy swiped his card, he didn't care at all. Spending millions was like buying groceries to him.
A guy like him is definitely my idol. Yeah, I'm also very envious.
Chen Shi is the general manager of the 7-star hotel, the Burj Al Arab. It is said that her monthly salary alone is over 10 million, and now she can marry into a wealthy family.
You may have overlooked one thing.
That handsome guy seems to be more famous than Chen Shi. He seems to be the owner of the 7-star hotel, the Burj Al Arab, which is worth tens of billions.
What? He is Wang Xian, the owner of the Sailboat Hotel? Oh my god. We actually got to see such a big shot today.
They were indeed envious.
Was this the legendary overbearing president and princess?
A car worth millions was given away casually. Back at Tianhu Villa, the afterglow of the setting sun is shining on every corner of the manor, dyeing everything in warm orange. Chen Shi was in a good mood, and said to Wang Xian with a smile, "Xian, your sister will cook dinner for you personally today." Wang Xian looked at her with a look of surprise on his face and readily agreed, "Okay, if a stunning beauty like Sister Cici cooks for me, I will be so happy." Chen Shi gathered her hair, looked at Wang Xian and smiled, "Xian, you can also give a hand."
Okay. Wang Xian smiled and nodded.
The two walked into the spacious and bright modern kitchen.
Chen Shi skillfully put on a cute pink apron and began to prepare the ingredients.
Wang Xian felt particularly warm and wonderful watching her busy in the kitchen, so he went forward to help, sometimes helping her wash the vegetables, sometimes helping her pass the seasonings, and the two cooperated very well. In the kitchen, bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time, and the clattering of pots and pans seemed to become cheerful notes. With the joint efforts of the two, delicious dishes soon filled the table. Fragrant braised spare ribs, juicy steamed fish, refreshing and delicious stir-fried vegetables, every dish embodies their hard work and love.
Wang Xian couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and taste the delicious food on the table.
As soon as he tasted the tender and tasty ribs, his eyes lit up instantly, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. He smiled and praised Chen Shi. "Cici, the dishes you cook are so delicious. Your cooking skills are equivalent to the level of a god of food."
"Xian, you're welcome. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day."
Chen Shi held the bowl and chopsticks and looked at Wang Xian and smiled happily. Her smile was very sweet. Seeing Wang Xian eating with gusto, she felt a sense of accomplishment and a happy smile on her face.
After dinner, the two of them happily sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and watched TV.
At this time, the TV was showing a scene of a couple sitting on the grass in the campus and cuddling each other.
Chen Shi watched the TV intently, and in her heart she hoped that one day Wang Xian would be like this with her.
At this moment, Wang Xian was also eager to make a move.
How could he not want to win the beauty?
He silently moved his body and sat closer to Chen Shi.
Smelling the body fragrance emanating from Chen Shi, Wang Xian's heart could no longer remain calm.
He reached out and hugged Chen Shi into his arms. In Wang Xian's arms, Chen Shi raised her head and looked at him.
She couldn't help but smile happily and asked shyly, "Wang Xian, do you want me to be your girlfriend?" Wang Xian was a little surprised.
Chen Shi had already guessed what he was thinking. He mustered up the courage to ask Chen Shi, "Chen Shi, I like you, are you willing to be my girlfriend?"
Chapter 46, Simple and Pure Happiness. "I do, Wang Xian, I like you too, let's be together."
Chen Shi's eyes were moist. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She had also worried that Wang Xian didn't like her, so sometimes he would keep his distance from her. But the day she had been looking forward to finally came, and Wang Xian liked her.
"Hey, Chen Shi, then we will be boyfriend and girlfriend from now on."
Gently holding Chen Shi in his arms, Wang Xian gently stroked her cheek with his hand, with tenderness on his face. Looking at such a beautiful girl in front of him, Wang Xian felt really happy at this moment. Chen Shi was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a black short skirt tonight. She had a curvy figure and a very hot body. Coupled with her fairy-like appearance, Wang Xian was staring at her.
"Yeah, Xian baby, I'm very happy to be your girlfriend."
Chen Shi leaned in Wang Xian's arms, feeling extremely happy at the moment. Wang Xian lowered his head and glanced at the beauty in his arms. Looking at Chen Shi's beautiful face, his throat moved. She was really too beautiful. I watched TV for a while longer, and the plot being shown on TV at this time was the male and female protagonists eating each other.
Wang Xian couldn't stand it anymore, so he let go of Chen Shi. Chen Shi sat on the sofa and looked at him with some doubt. "What are you thinking about? Is there something on your mind?"
Wang Xian reached out and gently stroked Chen Shi's smooth cheek, looking at her affectionately and praising her from the bottom of his heart.
"Chen Shi, you are so beautiful."
Chen Shi looked at him, her face flushed. She lowered her head shyly and said in a low voice, "Wang Xian, what are you doing?"
Wang Xian approached her gently and could even feel Chen Shi's warm breath on his face.
He kissed her. Chen Shi instantly felt her mouth blocked, and then something soft broke through her teeth, and her mind went blank. This was her first kiss. As a high and mighty cold goddess, she had never been in a relationship. This time, she made a complete exception. At this moment, Chen Shi was very confused, but at the same time he was surrounded by sweetness and felt infinite tenderness.
This is a happy feeling. Being loved by the person you like feels really good.
At this moment, Wang Xian kissed her, looking at Chen Shi's closed eyes, and he felt waves of sweetness coming from his mouth. He was still very experienced because it was not his first kiss. At the beginning of his freshman year, before Lu Rui, he had a brief relationship. The conversation lasted for a very short time, only about a week, and then the girl broke up with him.
It was a peaceful breakup between them. But Wang Xian's first kiss was given to that girl.
After kissing for a long time, the two separated, with satisfied smiles on Wang Xian and Chen Shi's faces. The two of them leaned against each other intimately, watching TV. At this moment, Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said awkwardly, "Shenxi, in the future, I may have more than one woman." He had to warn her in advance and explain these things to her clearly, so as to avoid any further complications.
Shenxi was stunned, got up from his arms, and looked at him angrily. "Wang Xian, are you going too far? What do you mean? Are you going to find another woman?"
Wang Xian scratched his head a little embarrassedly.
"Oh, see, I can't help it. Xia Shirhan and Zhong Qing also like me. You can see that during this period of time, right? I really don't want to disappoint such a good girl." The two chatted for a while, and after Wang Xian's repeated persuasion, Shenxi finally agreed. It is almost impossible for her to possess such an outstanding man like Wang Xian all by herself. Before going to bed at night, Wang Xian told Shenxi to move into his bedroom and live with him, and Shenxi agreed. Then the two of them lived together in the same bedroom in the villa and led a shameless life. The next morning, warm golden sunlight poured in through the window gaps. Wang Xian glanced at Shenxi, who was still sleeping, slowly approached her, and gently kissed her face. Shenxi slowly opened her eyes, smiled, and said coquettishly, "Wang Xian, you went too far last night. You tormented me for so long, humph." Wang Xian put on his clothes with a confident smile on his face. "Shenxi, don't take advantage of me. If you are weak, I will ask the hotel kitchen to prepare some sea cucumbers for you today." Wang Xian's physical fitness is indeed too strong now. In that aspect, he is several times stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the practice of the starry sky art, he is even more terrifying. He really gave Shenxi a hard time last night, and she didn't sleep well that night. After washing up, the two went to the kitchen on the first floor to make breakfast together, which was just 2 simple bowls of vegetarian noodles, a few boiled vegetables, and some chili oil. Shenxi felt that she and Wang Xian couldn't eat meat and fish every day, as that would make them too sick. They should eat some vegetarian dishes instead. The two sat down at the dining table and happily ate breakfast. Wang Xian was still a little unsatisfied with last night's experience. He had a smile on his face while eating breakfast. It was the first time for both of them, but Wang Xian naturally had experience because he had visited a certain video section many times. Without thinking too much, Wang Xian felt that since a beautiful girl like Shenxi was his girlfriend, he must treat her well in the future. Since today is Sunday and they still don't have to go to Jiangnan University for classes, Wang Xian and Shenxi went to a nearby amusement park together. When they saw the carousel, Shenxi, who was carrying a black Chanel bag and wearing a cute pink dress, couldn't walk at all. Her eyes were wide open. Her steps suddenly stopped, and her eyes were instantly attracted by the colorful wooden horse. She seemed to be under a spell and couldn't take her eyes away. Her eyes sparkled with childlike excitement and desire, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a bright smile. Shenxi turned around, her eyes full of anticipation, and took Wang Xian's hand, pointing at the carousel and said coquettishly, "I want to play, I want to play." Wang Xian looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. She looked like a little girl craving for candy. He looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile and tease, "You are an adult, why are you playing on the carousel for children? You are not allowed to play." His tone was somewhat serious, just like an adult educating a child, but his eyes could not hide his fondness for Shenxi. I don't care, I just want to play." Shenxi insisted, shaking Wang Xian's arm, pouting, with a look of grievance in her eyes, "I just want to play." That coquettish and spoiled look made Wang Xian's heart soften instantly. How could he bear to make such a gentle, lovely and beautiful girl unhappy? "Okay, let's play for a while." Wang Xian had no choice but to compromise. The two walked into the carousel area, and Shenxi excitedly picked a beautiful white horse and couldn't wait to sit on it. Wang Xian also sat down behind her, stretched out his hand and gently hugged her waist, holding her firmly in his arms. Wang Xian smiled secretly, in fact he wanted to play too. It's just that he was embarrassed to say it. After all, he still had to show off his status as a wealthy president, and it would be unworthy of him to play such a childish carousel. As the music slowly started, the carousel began to turn. The colorful lights reflected on their faces. Shenxi's hair fluttered in the wind with a refreshing fragrance, and her face was filled with a happy smile. She turned to look at Wang Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a bright light that was brighter than the lights in the amusement park. Wang Xian also looked at her, with a gentle smile on his lips. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and there were only the two of them left in the world. As the carousel turned round and round, they seemed to have returned to their innocent childhood, leaving behind all their worries and stresses, and enjoying this simple and pure happiness to the fullest. Chapter 47. Is this a fairy sword?
On Sunday night, Wang Xian, Feng Shuling, Xia Shirhan, Zhong Qing, Chen Shi, and Mo Qianxue had dinner together in a luxurious private room at the Sailboat Hotel. The reason why he gathered everyone together for dinner tonight was to tell them about his relationship with Chen Shi. Although he also knew that these girls were interested in him, he still had to tell the story between him and Chen Shi. He had to give his beloved Chen Shi a status, otherwise he would not be able to live with it.
Hello, Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, and the other beauties.
Beautiful waitresses in white uniforms came in with smiles, pushing food carts and greeting guests. The food carts were filled with a variety of delicious foods that exuded bursts of fragrance. As the owner of this 7-star hotel, Wang Xian had beautiful waitresses serving the dishes who all admired him very much and cast longing and admiring glances at him.
Wang Xian didn't care about their looks.
He naturally knew that if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. It is natural for these beautiful waitresses to be interested in him and hope to have something to do with him.
But he didn't have time to care about it.
He already had enough to deal with the women around him. If he continued to flirt with other women, he would be making things difficult for himself. Wang Xian was sitting next to Chen Shi. He smiled gently, took her hand, and they both stood up from their seats. The other girls' eyes all fell on the two of them, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. They quickly guessed what was going on, and it made them feel as if their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. But they were mentally prepared. For such a long time, Chen Shi has lived with Wang Xian every day, eaten together, and gone to classes at Jiangda University together. She is the woman closest to Wang Xian.
The one who is close to the water will get the moon first. This day will come sooner or later. I think you guys have guessed it.
Well, Chen Shi and I are together.
Today we will tell you about it.
Wang Xian first looked at Chen Shi, and they smiled at each other. Then he looked at the girls present, touched his nose, and said directly, "Congratulations, Wang Xian, you finally found a girl who can make you happy."
"Congratulations to you, Chen Shi.
I really envy you for being so happy to be doted on by Wang Xian.
I hope you can cherish him."
Xia Shirhan's tears flowed unconsciously, but she still forced a smile and was the first to stand up from her chair and send her blessings to Wang Xian and Chen Shi.
"Thank you, Shirhan."
Wang Xian smiled at her. Although Chen Shi has already become Wang Xian's girlfriend, Xia Shirhan has made up her mind that she will work hard in the future and only wants to be Wang Xian's woman in this life. Mo Qianxue also smiled and stood up from the chair holding a half-filled glass of red wine.
"Wang Xian, Chen Shi, congratulations. I toast you with this glass of wine. I wish you happiness forever."
She pretended to be very carefree and drank the red wine in the glass. Although Mo Qianxue was somewhat interested in Wang Xian, she was not too deeply involved, so she was very open-minded when encountering such things. Feng Shuling gritted her teeth and finally stood up from her seat. "Wang Xian, Chen Shi, I wish you all the best." She was somewhat unwilling to accept this. She admired Wang Xian very much and had fantasized about their future together. However, she was too busy with work and had too little time to spend with Wang Xian, so she could only accept the current situation. Feng Shuling muttered to herself that if she had known earlier, she would have taken action first and taken Wang Xian for herself sooner. Zhong Qing's eyes were filled with tears. She was the last one to stand up from her seat with some bitterness. She looked at Wang Xian with tears in her eyes and tried to force a smile at him. "Wang Xian, Chen Shi, congratulations to you." She paused, looked at Wang Xian firmly, and then bravely said loudly, "Wang Xian, I wish you all the best, but I will not give up on you.
I hope that one day, I can become your woman."
Zhong Qing also knew that in this world, many successful big bosses and entrepreneurs had more than one woman. So she didn't mind that Wang Xian already had Chen Shi.
Wang Xian was slightly startled, glanced at her, then looked away and blushed. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Are you confessing so openly? You make me feel embarrassed." "Okay, thank you all for your blessings, let's eat." Wang Xian gestured for everyone to sit down. For the rest of the time, no one spoke.
They finished the meal in silence and somewhat depressedly.
The atmosphere was a bit sour.
These girls originally had the chance to become Wang Xian's girlfriend, but now only Chen Shi succeeded, and the other girls can't help but feel envious and jealous.
At night, Wang Xian and Chen Shi returned to Tianhu Villa.
When the night dew began to condense, Wang Xian pushed open the wooden door of the bedroom and walked in holding Chen Shi's hand.
"Xian, I want to take a shower."
Chen Shi smiled at him.
"Go ahead."
Wang Xian glanced at her, smiled and nodded. Chen Shi walked into the bathroom attached to the master bedroom, and soon the sound of running water was heard.
The moonlight leaked in through the gauze curtain and reflected on the blue brick floor. Wang Xian sat on the bed and unbuttoned the top button of his white shirt. At this moment, the small black sword pendant with dark gold patterns around the neck began to sway. The 13-centimeter sword body reflected the halo of the glass lamp on the bedside, and there seemed to be colored light flowing between the grooves on the sword spine. He was slightly stunned, and was surprised to notice the reaction of the small sword. Could this be a fairy sword? Wang Xian was very excited. If this small black sword was really a magic sword, then it should be able to change size, become longer, and possess special magical powers. Then he could wield the sword and travel the world. This is a family heirloom that he had learned about from his elders since he was a child. The elders once told him that according to a feng shui master, this item was connected to his destiny, but they never revealed the mystery. Just as Wang Xian was staring at the small sword and having beautiful fantasies, the small sword returned to its normal state and no longer glowed, as if nothing had happened. Is this just a trick? It's just an ordinary little sword. He took the small sword in his hand, lowered his eyes to look at the ancient pre-Qin characters faintly visible on the pendant, and stroked the lines that had been caressed by time with his fingertips. The touch was cold, like deep snow in a cold pond. The day before yesterday, he accidentally came across a record about spiritual weapons in an ancient book, and it occurred to him that this small sword without a sheath might hold some hidden secrets. At that time he just thought it was an old family item, but just at that moment, when the sword entered his palm, he felt a trace of warmth flowing along his meridians. Only then did he have the idea of studying it in depth. While thinking, he took a crystal glass cup from the desk. He bought this cup in a luxury store before, spending more than 6 million yuan. The cup is made of transparent crystal and looks very gorgeous. Since She was taking a shower in the bathroom attached to the master bedroom and had no way to get water, he opened the door and walked out, went to the faucet on the sink in the other bedroom next door, and poured water into a cup. Soon, a glass was filled with water. As he walked into the aisle holding the glass, the moonlight poured into the glass, creating ripples. Wang Xian opened the door and returned to the bedroom, putting the black sword into the cup of water. The moment the small sword pendant entered the water, he observed that fine ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water in the cup, like ink-colored silk threads spreading in the water. What's going on? He looked at the densely packed ripples in the water cup and felt very strange. Wang Xian stretched out his index finger, dipped his fingertip into some water in the crystal glass, then raised his finger and licked it gently with the tip of his tongue. Then he sat on the bed and waited silently. After a few minutes, he just felt a little cool, but nothing else. The water that this small sword was soaked in is not helpful for cultivation? Wang Xian scratched his head, feeling a little disappointed. He placed the glass filled with water on the bedside table and placed the sword in the glass. Leaning on the indigo brocade pillow, he silently watched the small sword pendant in the cup gradually sink to the bottom of the cup. The rustling of the sycamore leaves outside the window cut the moonlight into mottled shadows. In the bedroom, Wang Xian lay on the bed relaxing and thinking secretly, what exactly is the function of this small black sword? Let's not study it for now. The truth will come out one day. He took the black pendant out of the cup, wiped it dry with paper and placed it on the bedside table. She quickly finished her shower and came out of the bathroom wrapped in a white towel, like a lotus emerging from water. At this moment, she seemed to have endless beauty. She smiled at Wang Xian and said, Xian, help me blow dry my hair. Okay, I'll be right there. Wang Xian walked towards her happily. Chapter 48 Yifeng. The scorching sun in June burned the city of Jiangnan. The sailboat hotel was like a crystal palace standing on the earth, reflecting brilliant light under the sun. On Monday afternoon, a black Maybach S680 slowly drove into the square in front of the hotel. The moment the car door opened, a young man wearing black sunglasses and simple casual clothes appeared in the sight of passers-by. This person is none other than Yifeng, the top male star currently popular in the entertainment industry. He also has another identity. He was Chen Shi's high school classmate. Chen Shi is an extremely beautiful goddess, and Yifeng once had a crush on her. But they couldn't fall in love at that time, and Yifeng's family was very poor. He had an inferiority complex. Although he was very handsome, he was very shy and introverted. He didn't even dare to talk to Chen Shi. After the college entrance examination, Yifeng went to an ordinary university in Kyoto. During the first semester of his sophomore year, he was unexpectedly discovered by a scout and recruited into an entertainment company. Now, in just over a year, he has become a household name and a top-tier male star.
During this period, Yifeng starred in several very popular TV series and several hit movies. In his most popular TV series, he played a handsome and infatuated man in ancient times who was willing to give up even the vast kingdom for the woman he loved. In order to save the heroine, he gave up the throne to his rival and enemy, and even risked his own life. I don't know how many girls he has charmed. The current Yifeng is no longer the poor boy he was in high school, but a big star who is both rich and handsome. His life turning point is like a roller coaster, from the bottom to the peak in an instant. Although he is still in college, he spends most of his time filming. Various commercial endorsements are pouring in, and his annual income is ridiculously high. The film pay and commercial endorsement fees alone amount to hundreds of millions a year. He is currently filming a play in Jiangnan City. He asked someone about Chen Shi and heard that she is not only attending university, but is also the general manager of the sailboat hotel. So the purpose of his coming to the sailboat hotel today is to find her.
It's Yifeng. Yifeng is here.
When the crowd saw the young man getting out of the black luxury car, they burst into screams, and people who were originally strolling leisurely in the square and stopping to take pictures gathered around. A large group of fanatical female fans holding lightboards rushed to the front, screaming, holding paper and pens tightly in their hands.
Yifeng, he's finally here. We've been waiting for so long, and we finally get to see him.
God Yi, I love you so much.
Yifeng, give me an autograph. I love you, Yifeng. Can you look at me?
These brainless female fans had already received news that the big star Yifeng was going to have dinner at the Sail Hotel, so they came here early to wait for him. Amid the shouts, several bodyguards in black uniforms immediately formed a human wall and roughly pushed away the approaching fans one by one.
Bang!
A thin girl was pushed and staggered a few steps, then fell heavily to the ground, with blood oozing from her knees. However, she ignored the pain and continued to shout Yifeng's name loudly and foolishly. Among the passers-by, some older people looked at these silly female fans and shook their heads.
It's so stupid, these women don't care about anything else just to chase their idols.
The female fans surrounded Yifeng and asked for his autographs, but were roughly pushed away by the bodyguards, and some were even pushed to the ground, but this did not cause Yifeng any sympathy at all. He raised his chin slightly, walked confidently, and walked straight into the revolving door of the hotel. In Yifeng's eyes, these silly fans are nothing more than a group of people who admire him.
He just treats them as tools to make profits. Even if they like to admire and love me, do I have to like these fans? And treat them kindly? I don't have that kind of energy.
In private room 709, the crystal chandelier emitted a soft light. Yifeng sat on the leather chair, tapping the table with his fingers, a smug smile on his lips.
I'll be able to meet Chen Shi soon.
After a few years, she should have become more beautiful.
He took out his phone, found Chen Shi's WeChat, and sent her a message directly. Chen Shi, are you free to meet?
I'm at the Burj Al Arab, in room 709. I heard you work here, so I'll treat you to a meal today. This was the first time in Yifeng's life that he sent a WeChat message to Chen Shi. Even when he was in high school, he was so shy and introverted that he never dared to chat with Chen Shi. He didn't have the courage to send messages, let alone talk to her face to face. He only added her on WeChat after the college entrance examination.
Now, he has become a top-tier celebrity with money and fame.
He finally has the strength and confidence and dares to send a message to his goddess. On the other side, Chen Shi, who had just finished his last class in the afternoon, sat in his seat, looking at the message on the mobile phone screen with a frown.
What's wrong, baby?
Wang Xian, who was sitting next to her, noticed her abnormality and gave her a concerned look. Chen Shi handed the phone to him, his tone full of helplessness. A high school classmate, who is now a popular star, said that he is now at the Burj Al Arab and wants to see me.
Wang Xian looked at the message on Chen Shi's phone, raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but jokingly said, "Could this person be one of your suitors?"
Chen Shi smiled helplessly and stretched, "Maybe, but Wang Xian, don't think too much. I'm not familiar with him and I don't like him." Chen Shi could naturally see that Yifeng had secretly loved her in the past. Every time she turned her head to look back, she found Yifeng, who was sitting a few rows behind, peeking at her. When she looked over, Yifeng hurriedly looked away.
Anyone can guess this situation.
But Chen Shi had no interest in him at all, and she was always busy with her studies and never had the mind for a relationship.
Wang Xian felt a little unhappy.
The guy who came to find his girlfriend was now relying on his status as a first-line star. This guy probably wanted to pursue Chen Shi. But Chen Shi is his girlfriend, and he will never give her to anyone else, no matter if he is some crappy star or not. Wang Xian smiled and held Chen Shi's hand. Then go. I'll go with you. Let's go meet this person together.
Okay.
Chen Shi smiled and nodded. The two of them walked out of the teaching building, each carrying a bag, and walked side by side to the parking space on the side of the road.
The light blue Ferrari LaFerrari was particularly dazzling in the sun.
They got in the car and closed the door, then sped towards the sailboat hotel amid the roar of the engine. They soon arrived at the hotel and Wang Xian and Chen Shi took the elevator to the 7th floor.
Pushing open the door of room 709, Chen Shi looked coldly at Yifeng, who was sitting on the chair. What do you want from me?
Yifeng quickly stood up from his seat and looked at Chen Shi with a flattering expression. His face was full of smiles, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes.
Chen Shi, do you know how much I miss you? In the past few years, I have been thinking about you every moment, even dreaming about seeing you. Today, I finally got my wish. Alas, although I earn hundreds of millions a year now and there are countless girls who like me, in my heart, I only like you. I didn't have the courage to confess to you before, but now I can finally stand in front of you confidently. Can you be my girlfriend? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will do anything.
That's enough.
Yifeng. Chen Shi interrupted him mercilessly with a cold expression. Does what you said have anything to do with me? I don't like you, and I already have a boyfriend.
Having said that, Chen Shi took out his cell phone in front of Yifeng, blocked him on WeChat and deleted him.
Delete it. Don't send me messages to harass me again.
I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Chen Shi said coldly.
Chen Shi, you.
Yifeng's face looked very ugly. He wanted to say something, but Chen Shi didn't give him a chance to speak. She turned her head and looked at Wang Xian with a smile, and said happily, my boyfriend is the man next to me.
His name is Wang Xian. If you don't have anything else, we'll leave.
Only then did Yifeng turn his gaze to the handsome young man next to Chen Shi. He looked at Wang Xian provocatively, his displeasure towards him written all over his face.
Chapter 49. I'm asking you to get out of here now.
And when he looked at Wang Xian, this man was more handsome than him, a top-tier star, which made him even more unhappy. He just thought that this man was Chen Shi's subordinate, but he didn't expect it to be her boyfriend. Yifeng never imagined that Chen Shi, the goddess he thought about day and night, had actually become someone else's woman. This was something he could not accept. He, Yifeng, was a top male star. How could he allow the goddess he loved to change from a girl to a woman? A wave of resentment rose in his heart. He was unhappy with the man next to Chen Shi, and even more unhappy with Chen Shi. Yifeng had made up his mind at this moment. He must try every possible means to trick Chen Shi into becoming his girlfriend. Then, after he had gotten her, he would ruthlessly dump her and kick her out of the house. Only in this way could he feel better. Seeing the other party looking at him with malicious eyes, Wang Xian also looked at him mercilessly and unkindly.
Who are you competing with in killing with eyes?
Seeing that the other party dared to fight back with his eyes, Yifeng's eyes instantly became sinister, and he roared at Wang Xian, if you know what's good for you, stay away from Chen Shi.
A girl like her is not someone you can touch. Can you give her the life she wants? Can you give her a prosperous and worry-free future? Can you give her happiness? No, you can't do anything. A clown like you wants to get your hands on that high and mighty goddess. Are you dreaming? I order you now to break up with her immediately. Chen Shi is not someone a poor boy like you can covet.
As he spoke, he yelled out the door at the top of his voice, Waiter, where is the waiter?
Come quickly, kick this stupid boy out.
Don't let him disturb my dinner with my goddess. Chen Shi was already very angry when Yifeng said this. Just when she was about to scold Yifeng, Wang Xian stopped her and signaled to her with his eyes that she should leave the scolding to him. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at Yifeng, who was arrogant in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually cooled. He shook his head, his eyes full of mockery. Who the hell are you?
I'm Chen Shi's boyfriend. Do you have to interfere in our affairs? You are nothing but a stinky actor begging for food.
I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from.
Don't think too highly of yourself, you loser. You are really disgusting. A grandson like you is not worthy of being compared to me, your own grandfather.
Before he finished speaking, Wang Xian clapped his hands lightly, and 3 security guards in black suits pushed the door open and walked in. Wang Xian looked at Yifeng with a cold tone. Yifeng, right?
This is my hotel, I ask you to get out now.
He turned to the security guard and ordered, kick this extremely disgusting idiot out of the hotel and don't allow him to enter in the future.
Ha!
Yifeng couldn't believe it and felt as if he had heard it wrong.
What did you say? What's going on?
Yi Feng was panicked at this time. He never thought that Chen Shi's boyfriend was so powerful.
What did he just say? This 7-star Burj Al Arab hotel, worth tens of billions, is his? How rich must a person like this be?
Yi Feng thought that he could never compare with him. Yi Feng now feels that he is a clown. Even if he is a first-line star, compared with such a real big shot, he is simply not good enough.
Yes, Mr. Wang. The security guards quickly held Yi Feng. Yi Feng struggled, his face flushed red. What are you doing? I'm a big star. Do you know who I am? I'm going to sue you.
But the security guards remained unmoved. They dragged him out of the private room, into the elevator, and finally threw him on the ground in the square in front of the Burj Al Arab Hotel.
Hey, isn't this the famous star Yi Feng? Why was he dragged out by the security guards? It's him. I've seen the TV series he starred in. What happened?
Such a big star was dragged out of the hotel by the security guards. The pedestrians in the square gathered around instantly, pointing and whispering at the disheveled Yi Feng.
Feng, what's wrong with you?
You security guards are really despicable.
Yi Feng is so handsome, and you treat him like this?
Those brainless female fans also gathered around and began to express their dissatisfaction. Yi Feng looked at the strange looks coming from all around and felt his face burning. He hurriedly covered his face with his hands, and amid the laughter of the crowd, he dejectedly got into the car on the side of the road and quickly disappeared. At this moment, in private room 709, Chen Shi was sitting on Wang Xian's lap.
Wang Xuanzi sat on a leather chair, holding Chen Shi gently in his arms.
Chen Shi leaned in Wang Xian's arms, looking at the setting sun outside the window, and said softly, Xian, you are not angry, right? Wang Xian stroked her hair gently. How could that be?
Yi Feng is just a clown. I don't take him seriously.
However, Wang Xian thought about it and realized that he was completely superior to Yi Feng in terms of wealth, appearance, and temperament.
Moreover, he was also a warrior. If they were to fight, he could easily beat an ordinary person like Yi Feng. But why is Yi Feng so arrogant? Isn't it because he is a star?
With his star halo, he always looks down on himself.
After pondering for a moment, Wang Xian decided that he also wanted to be a star. He has plenty of money and is so handsome, so it would be easy for him to become a top star.
Wang Xian smiled at Chen Shi. Cici, my Xian Capital Investment Company also invests in the film and television industry.
Do you want to be a star? I can help you. I have already thought about it. I plan to let my investment company invest in a movie starring you and me.
If one movie doesn't become a hit, then we'll invest in 10 or 100 of them. Until they become hits, we'll both become stars. Chen Shi was startled, then smiled, and said, I'm not too interested in being a star, but if you want to be a star and make a movie, of course I'm willing to be with you, and I also want to do what you want with you. The next day, Tuesday, Wang Xian directly told Counselor Yang Yan that he wanted to donate 300 million yuan to Jiangnan University. Yang Yan excitedly reported the news to the school leaders. When the principal learned about it, he personally and politely met with Wang Xian. He also promised Wang Xian that he could study at Jiangnan University, that he could be given many privileges, and that he would also erect a bronze statue for him to thank him for his donation. Wang Xian was not polite. He suggested that he and Chen Shi could arrange their school time freely in the future. They could not come when they had no time, and could just come to take the final exams.
He is very busy.
He has to manage various companies and will be filming a movie in the near future, so he definitely has less time to come to school. Principal Sun Jie readily agreed to Wang Xian's request, and immediately called Wang Xian's counselor Yang Yan in the office to inform her that the school would grant Wang Xian and Chen Shi special privileges, and that they could freely arrange their attendance time at school in the future. He also knew that successful people like Wang Xian and his girlfriend Chen Shi, even though they were in college, actually didn't have much time for classes. Managing a company was much more important than attending classes. Wang Xian and Chen Shi did not have to attend classes that day. They drove happily back to Tianhu Villa Manor. Wang Xian and Chen Shi sat on the sofa in the hall. He raised an expectant smile and took out his cell phone to call Feng Shuling. Shuling, get ready. Our investment company plans to invest 2 billion to make a movie. You must hire the best director, use the most advanced equipment, and use all the best resources. Chapter 50, Trouble on the Set. Afternoon, Jiangnan International Financial Center. In the conference room on the 37th floor of Xian Capital Investment Company, a dozen company executives, led by Wang Xian, were sitting around the rectangular wooden table. The conference room is spacious, bright and elegant, like a crystal palace floating in the clouds. The cloud-patterned marble floor imported from Paris reflects the brilliance of the gilded chandelier, and the Persian carpet on the floor tiles is as soft as the sea. Wang Xian sat upright in the main seat, wearing a black suit that outlined his tall and straight figure. The cold light reflected from the dial of the expensive Patek Philippe watch on his wrist complemented the sharp edge in his eyes.
I guess General Manager Feng Shuling has told you that our investment company is going to invest in a big budget movie?
Wang Xian glanced at the dozen or so company executives present.
Yes, Mr. Wang, we all know about it.
The executives responded one after another.
Very good.
Wang Xian raised his lips and tapped the table with his fingers. His deep voice echoed in the acoustically designed conference room.
The purpose of this meeting is to discuss this movie. Feng Shuling wore light makeup and a moon-white silk suit. Her bun was adorned with an emerald hairpin. Her every move exuded the elegance of a workplace elite. She tapped the rose-gold pen with her fingertips and smiled. Boss Wang, I have already done what you asked me to do. This time, I have invited the famous director Han Shuihan to our investment company. He can fly from Kyoto to Jiangnan City tomorrow morning. What kind of movie do you want to make? Wang Xian nodded and glanced at her. You did a good job. The box office of the movie shot by Han Shuihan is not low.
With him guaranteeing the bottom line, the movie should not lose money and even lose money on the cost.
As for what style of movie I want to make, I already have an idea about that.
Wang Xian leaned back slightly with a smile on his face.
The French window behind him framed the city skyline into a dynamic picture. This movie is starring me in Chen Shi. The style is naturally a movie about love. As for whether to shoot a costume drama or a modern drama, I have already thought about it. He glanced at the crowd, and finally landed on the beautiful figure sitting next to him. I decided to film an adaptation of the story about the cowherd and the weaver girl. I'll write the script myself. I've already written part of it and it will be finished before filming tomorrow. Xia Shirhan was wearing a black suit, with a silk shirt underneath that faintly revealed a light orchid pattern. She smiled at Wang Xian and Chen Shi and said, Boss Wang, this story is great. If you and Chen Shi were to film this story, it would definitely be very romantic.
Chen Shi leaned on the leather sofa next to Wang Xian, like a banished fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. Her moonlight white chiffon dress draped like a waterfall, and the hand-embroidered silver clouds on the hem emitted tiny gleams of light as she moved. The moonstone necklace on her neck matched the pearls on her earlobes, making her skin look whiter than snow. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes curved into crescents, and her pink lips parted in a slight smile. Thank you, Shirhan. The meeting was about to end, and Wang Xian stood up and announced to everyone that the film would start shooting as soon as director Han Shuihan arrived in Jiangnan City from Kyoto tomorrow morning. When the setting sun dyed the conference room amber, everyone dispersed, and only Chen Shi stayed. She stood on tiptoe to smooth out the wrinkles on the collar of Wang Xian, who was sorting documents, with the scent of jasmine lingering in her hair. She joked to Wang Xian, you must perform well tomorrow. Don't let your acting skills fail again and the audience won't buy into the movie after it's released, causing us to lose money on the movie we invested in.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, do you still not trust my acting skills?
The next day, the morning of the film and television city was shrouded in mist, and the ancient buildings were looming in the mist.
Wang Xian had already sent people from the investment company to rent a filming location here yesterday.
Instructions were also issued to Zhanlong Company, with business manager Xiong Guan leading dozens of bodyguards to be responsible for the security tasks at the shooting site and maintaining order on site during the filming. Wang Xian was wearing a dark robe embroidered with gold, and the light green jade pendant on his waist swayed with his steps. Chen Shi was wearing a pink wide-sleeved fairy dress, her 3,000 black hair tied into a snake bun, and the flower ornaments on her forehead added a touch of ancient charm. There were a lot of people on the entire set. In addition to the dozens of bodyguards led by Xiong Guan, there were also hundreds of actors and staff from the entire crew. Director Han Shuihan wore black-framed glasses and held the script in his hand, checking details with the crew. This well-known set tyrant in the industry was also amazed by the beauty in front of him.
Action!
As the sound of the clapperboard rang out, Wang Xian took Chen Shi's hand and was about to start performing.
SHHHHH.
Suddenly, the gate of the film and television city was opened from the outside, and the harsh sound of metal rubbing against the ground startled the white pigeons perched under the eaves. A sturdy man about 1.80 meters tall walked in angrily from outside the door with a dozen men.
You crew, get out of here now.
The muscular man in the lead was 1.85 meters tall, with clear muscle outlines under his camouflage uniform. He looked at Wang Xian and the others and shouted angrily, "This place has been requisitioned by our crew today.
I give you 5 minutes, everyone get out of here. If you want to film, go somewhere else. Otherwise, humph." The burly man in camouflage uniform was very proud and didn't take the people on the set seriously at all.
More than a dozen of his younger brothers behind him were also holding sticks and looked very aggressive. The aura around Wang Xian suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent rose in his black eyes. The people who rushed in were obviously thugs hired by other crews, who wanted to compete with them for the right to use this venue. The studio that Wang Xian rented was the most luxurious studio for costume dramas in the entire film and television city, with a rental fee of up to 1.6 million per day. He rented such a good studio, which inevitably made other crews jealous. He took a quick glance and found that the dozen or so idiots who came in were just ordinary people. They were no match for him, a 9th-level warrior, nor were they a match for Xiong Guang, a 4th-level general. What's more, Wang Xian and his men have more than 30 bodyguards from the War Dragon Company. Even if he and Xiong Guang are not warriors, these people coming in are no match for them. Wang Xian was just about to step forward and teach the leading burly man a lesson, when a handsome man in a black suit flashed before his eyes. Xiong Guang turned his head and grinned at him, saying, "Boss Wang, let us take care of these things.
How can we trouble you to come here?" "Yeah." Wang Xian nodded.
He was just thinking of practicing his skills.
Since his men were taking action, he might as well just watch the show.
After saying that, Xiong Guang led more than 30 bodyguards to surround the people who came in from outside in a fan shape. The business manager of the War Dragon Bodyguard Company has a tall and straight posture, and every inch of muscle under his custom-made suit contains explosive power. There was anger on Xiong Guang's face, and his leather shoes made crisp sounds as they stepped on the bluestone slabs.
"Pa!"
He came in front of the burly man and slapped him. This seemingly casual action actually contained 1,000 pounds of force. The strong man screamed and was blown several meters away. The blood in his mouth mixed with broken teeth splashed on the carved stone pillars.
"You're looking for death."
The burly man in camouflage uniform picked up the iron rod on the ground and rushed towards Xiong Guang with red eyes. A sneer appeared on Xiong Guang's lips. He dodged the attack by leaning sideways, and his long legs swept out like a steel whip, kicking the man in camouflage uniforms in the chest. Amidst the dull crashing sound, the sturdy man in camouflage uniform was kicked into the air like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily onto the rockery.
Puff. The sturdy man in camouflage uniform spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, groaned, and fell into coma.
This time, Xiong Guang only used the strength of a warrior at the Kaiyuan level. If he had used the strength of a warrior at the general level, the strong man who came in to cause trouble would have died at that moment when the first slap was given. The other brothers brought by the sturdy man in camouflage uniforms watched this lightning-fast contest, and their hands holding their weapons could not stop shaking. Xiong Guang straightened his crooked tie, stared at the dozen people and said coldly, "Get lost." The dozen or so men brought by the sturdy man were all frightened and dragged the sturdy man away, running away without looking back. They couldn't have imagined that the strong man who led them was defeated so quickly and so miserably, so they were no match for him. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief and walked lightly to Wang Xian's side. Wang Xian reached out and gently brushed away the strands of hair on her cheek. "Don't be afraid, I'm here."
Chapter 51, Magpie Bridge Ferry.
At the shooting site, the ancient buildings were shrouded in mist.
In the dressing room, Wang Xian was fixing her hair in front of the makeup mirror. "Ha ha!
I am such a gorgeous man. I never thought I would look so handsome in ancient costumes." Looking at himself in the mirror, playing the role of a coward, a handsome young man as white as jade, Wang Xian couldn't help but grinning like a pig, feeling proud of his own looks. His fingertips brushed across the buttons on his collar. The plain cloth clothes glowed softly in the morning light, and the dark blue hem rippled with his movements. The person in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge as sharp as a knife, and his red lips were slightly pursed with a bit of boyish stubbornness. The light green cloth tied between his long black hair was lifted by the morning breeze, making him look like an immortal who walked out of an ink painting.
"Teacher Wang, it's your turn."
The stagehand called out to Wang Xian in the dressing room in a cautious voice. Wang Xian stood up in front of the dressing table, and the corner of his clothes swept across the carved long table, causing the rice papers on the table to fly everywhere. He walked through the bamboo forest in the background, wearing a pair of straw sandals that made clear sounds as he walked on the bluestone slabs. In the distance, he heard the prelude of a zither accompaniment. The set suddenly fell silent, and director Han Shuihan tightened his grip on the intercom slightly. The young man in the camera was walking against the light, his black hair was lifted by the wind, revealing the jade-like skin on his neck. His big, bright eyes seemed to be immersed in the starlight of the Milky Way, and it made people's hearts tremble when he looked towards the camera. The girl holding the reflector on the sidelines blushed and lowered her head. Even the master in charge of lighting couldn't help but admire, this look is really like a cowherd from heaven. Just as everyone was holding their breath, the veil was suddenly blown up by the wind. Chen Shi's little feet in pink cloth shoes stepped on the steps covered with flower petals. Her moon-white long skirt with wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. The pearl tassels in her hair swayed gently, and the flower ornaments on her forehead made her skin look whiter than snow. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and her gaze was filled with a coldness that was otherworldly. The movement of her hand brushing the loose hair on her temples made the air around her seem like a fairy.
Oh my god, isn't this too beautiful? Yes. This is simply a fairy in the real world. She has a fairy aura all her own. Seeing such a beautiful heroine, some of the extras on the set cast envious and amazed glances at her. Han Shuihan subconsciously clenched the script, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to burst out of her chest. The woman in this shot is not a human woman at all, she is clearly a fairy who sneaked down from the ninth heaven. He recalled the pressure he had endured when he took on this big-budget movie invested 2 billion yuan by Xian Capital, and now he felt that it was all worth it. This appearance, this atmosphere. He muttered to himself, turned to the director of photography and said, "Give us more close-ups, and capture their spirit. Teacher Chen, you need to be a little colder here. After all, you are a fairy who just came down to earth." Han Shuihan personally stepped forward to adjust the camera position. "Wang Xian, your movements can be more amateur, showing your awkwardness when seeing a fairy." He looked at the scene of the two people acting together on the monitor, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The way Wang Xian's ears turned red when Chen Shi's fingertips tapped his forehead, the dimples at the corners of his eyes when Chen Shi tilted his head and smiled softly, every detail was as perfect as a carefully designed art photo. For the next month, the set was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Han Shuihan almost lived on the set and would shoot a single shot over 20 times. He instructed Chen Shi on how to swing her sleeves in cloud-like arcs when dancing, and taught Wang Xian how to maintain her celestial air while retaining the agility of a young man when running. When the scene of meeting on the Magpie Bridge was filmed, the whole crew was excited. Han Shuihan looked at the playback footage with slightly moist eyes. This may be the most perfect work in his directorial career. After a month of filming, the movie titled Magpie Bridge was successfully completed. Wang Xian, Chen Shi, as well as the film's leading actors, director, senior executives of Xian Capital and others flew to major cities across the country to hold film promotion conferences. The grand occasion during the film promotion period exceeded everyone's expectations. The interaction between Wang Xian and Chen Shi at the press conference became a frequent hot search on Weibo. Chen Shi wore a custom-made starry sky dress and took Wang Xian's arm. The two standing together looked like a perfect match in a painting. When a reporter asked them about their understanding of the characters, Wang Xian looked at Chen Shi tenderly. "To coward, the Weaver Girl is the light that suddenly blooms in the ordinary life." Chen Shi responded with a smile, "The coward is the reason why the fairy is willing to fall into the mortal world." On the first day of the release, Wang Xian took Chen Shi's hand and went to the mall together, planning to watch the movie they co-starred in together. It was the summer vacation when college students were on vacation, and many young men and women came to the mall to shop, most of whom went to the cinema. Many young men and women were talking and enthusiastically discussing the big-budget movie that had become a hit on the internet even before it was released. Great! The Magpie Bridge we have been looking forward to is finally going to be released. A boy wearing glasses who looks like a otaku said excitedly. Yes, the news about this movie on the internet has become extremely popular. It is said that it is starred by a real couple, and the male lead is the president of the newly established giant investment company, Xian Capital. A boy responded to him with an excited smile on his face. Another handsome boy in black jeans also smiled and said to them, "This movie is really amazing." It is said that the investment was 2 billion. The investment of other so-called big-budget movies is only a few hundred million at most, but this movie is 2 billion. Wang Xian and Chen Shi were worried about being recognized, so they both wore masks. They just happened to pass by the people who were discussing this. Listening to their discussion, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Of the so-called 2 billion yuan investment, 1.6 billion yuan was actually his and Chen Shi's film remuneration. He himself received a film salary of 800 million yuan, and also gave Chen Shi a film salary of 800 million yuan. Now his girlfriend has become a small wealthy woman. Is there any first-line star who can get 800 million yuan in salary for making a movie?
Generally, a first-line actress would get paid tens of millions for a big-budget movie, and this income is already considered ridiculously high.
Having Chen Shi as his girlfriend is really making a fortune.
The pay she gets for filming one movie is equal to what other first-line actresses get for filming more than a dozen movies.
Of course, Wang Xian is not stupid.
Those scenes, props, and special effects cost hundreds of millions in total.
This is already a huge investment.
2 billion, that was just a gimmick, and he and Chen Shi were the leading actors, and they had invested in the movie themselves, which meant they had saved the pay for the male and female protagonists.
If we ask someone else to perform, it will also cost a lot.
But excluding their salaries, the other various expenses are still 400 million in costs.
This is also considered a super big budget movie. For a general big budget movie, investing over 100 million is considered a huge investment.
On the other side, several girls walking together were also having a heated discussion.
We'll be able to see the Magpie Bridge very soon.
I'm here just for the male lead, said a young girl with some moles on her face to her friends.
Who isn't?
I'm here to see the male lead, too. The discussion online has exploded, and the male lead is just too handsome. A young girl in a black miniskirt smiled next to the immature girl with some moles on her face. Yes, that male protagonist is not only super handsome, but is also said to be a super rich man in real life. In order to create romance, he spent 2 billion to make this movie.
He plays the male lead and his girlfriend plays the female lead. I really envy his girlfriend,
said a beautiful woman with a royal sister type.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi paid no attention to the young men and women who were discussing enthusiastically.
They walked to the cinema hand in hand and saw the huge poster at the door, with their stills occupying the entire wall.
Chen Shi looked at his appearance on the poster, and suddenly glanced at Wang Xian nervously. What if people don't like it?
Wang Xian smiled and gently squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I'm here. The lights in the theater dimmed, and when the screen lit up, Chen Shi subconsciously clenched Wang Xian's hand. When the scene of himself first coming to the earth appeared on the screen, exclamations came from all around.
Oh my god, this heroine is really a peerless fairy. Her beauty really astonished me.
That's right, no wonder the movie The Fairy of the Magpie Bridge was ranked first in the cinema's screening schedule.
A big production is indeed a big production.
Yes, it is said that this film, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, cost more than 2 billion yuan to invest in, making it the largest invested film in film history. Wang Xian looked at Chen Shi's bright eyes on the screen, then turned to look at the real her beside him. Wang Xian suddenly felt that compared to the illusory fairyland in the movie, holding her warm hand at this moment was the most precious moment.
Chapter 52, Box Office Hits.
Vegas, you must wait for me.
On the big screen in the cinema, the coward, played by Wang Xian, looked with firm eyes towards the unreachable distance in the gray sky.
That place was really far away from him, so far that there was no chance for him to reach it in his entire life. There is where his beloved Weaver Girl is. Just now, he and the Weaver Girl were forcibly separated by the Queen Mother, and they didn't know if there was any possibility of seeing each other again in this life.
Why? How unfair is God to treat us like this? What have we done wrong? Why must we be rejected by heaven and earth? The next moment, Niu Long was suddenly in despair and he cried, because he knew himself clearly. He was just an ordinary and poor mortal. How could he possibly reach the unattainable heaven? Perhaps the ending of him and Ji Nu was already determined. The difference in their identities and backgrounds was too great, and they were destined not to be together.
Looking at the gray sky, Niu Long's face turned pale and he stood there stupidly. He felt that his world had become completely dark, as if there would be no color from now on. Watching the images on the big screen, the theater suddenly became quiet, with only the movie soundtrack sobbing and flowing. When the Queen Mother waved her silver hairpin and the brilliant starry sky separated the coward and the Weaver Girl on the screen, the soft sobbing sounds of the girls in the front row as they pulled out tissues came one after another.
Why is this happening?
The girl with a bun had red eyes and a trembling voice. Her best friend beside her immediately hugged her shoulders and comforted her, saying, don't cry, there will definitely be a turning point."
How could this happen? The boy in the back row clenched his popcorn bucket, his Adam's apple rolling. It's over, it's over. The happy life of cowherd and Weaver Girl is over.
They are separated forever. His friend patted his shoulder with expectation in his eyes. Don't worry, you have the aura of the protagonist.
Haven't you been to Shenanjia yet? I've seen the trailer, and the cowherd becomes very powerful in the end.
As the two of them were arguing in low voices, the uncle in the front seat suddenly pounded the armrest of the seat, this Queen Mother is too unreasonable. Everything is according to her own wishes. She always likes to control others, so why doesn't she control herself? The uncle's complaints made the people around him want to laugh and feel sad, and the whole place was filled with anxious and worried whispers. When Chen-Shi saw this scene on the screen, her nose couldn't help but feel a little sore, and she subconsciously held Wang Xian's hand tighter. She was afraid that one day she and Wang Xian would be separated like this.
Wang Xian noticed the change in Chen-Shi's expression.
He gently touched her cheek and smiled softly. Chen-Shi, don't worry.
I will never let you leave me. Wang Xian, me too. I want to be with you forever.
Chen-Shi smiled with relief. She believed 100% that Wang Xian could do it.
The images continued to flow on the big screen of the cinema. In order to stay with the Weaver girl forever, the cowherd resolutely embarked on the journey to find immortality.
As the film progresses, Niulon, played by Wang Xian, goes through numerous tribulations and nearly dies in the process. Facing despair, he inherits the legacy of an ancient powerful man and eventually defeats the heavenly court. As the movie draws to a close, the Queen Mother sighs helplessly. Forget it, I allow the Weaver girl to be with you, and I will no longer stop you from now on.
On the big screen, cowherd and Weaver girl finally meet on the Magpie Bridge.
As night falls, the Milky Way pours out like a silk ribbon paved with broken diamonds.
Magpies carry light and build a dazzling rainbow bridge.
The cowherd runs towards the Weaver girl, and the Weaver girl also runs towards her love with her skirt fluttering. The moment their fingertips touched, the moonlight condensed into starlight, the night wind died down, and even the flowing clouds stopped to witness. The two men's tearful eyes hid 1,000 years of longing, and they held hands and looked at each other, unable to express their endless feelings of parting and deep affection. Their eyes were full of affection and joy, and they hugged each other tightly. In the cinema, the audience who had watched the movie had already been moved by the touching story, and many people had tears in their eyes. This movie adapted from the story of the cowherd and the Weaver girl is the best movie I have ever seen in my life.
It is so touching, said a young girl sobbing.
Yes, the plot is so exciting. The special effects are stunning, and the actors are not only super good looking, but their acting skills are also superb.
The boy next to him echoed.
I must give this movie a full score online and forward it to my friends' circle so that all my friends can come and see it,
said a middle-aged woman with excitement and laughter.
Wang Xian and Chen-Shi sat in the corner of the audience, watching the audience's reactions with happy smiles on their faces. This is the first time for both of them to star in a movie, and they didn't expect it to receive so much praise from everyone. It seems that this time, the movie we invested in will make a lot of money. We will both become famous.
Wang Xian glanced at Chen-Shi. Judging from the current audience response, this movie was a great success.
Well, Wang Xian, you performed very well this time. The success of this movie is mainly due to you, and also thanks to director Han Shuehan, who is really good at making movies. Chen-Shi had a smile on her face, and she was also happy about the success of the movie. At this time, the ending song and cast list had already started playing on the big screen, but many viewers were still reluctant to leave and were still staring at the big screen happily. After watching the movie The Legend of the Condor Heroes, they all felt very satisfied.
The 53 yuan movie ticket price was worth it.
Some people were skeptical at first, as the 53 yuan ticket for Magpie Bridge Ferry was indeed a bit expensive compared to other movie tickets that cost 30 or 40 yuan. But they didn't expect the movie to be so good. A girl in a black t-shirt said, the male lead Wang Xian and the female lead Chen-Shi acted really well, especially Wang Xian, who played the cowherd.
He was so handsome. He is simply my idol. Me too, Wang Xian is so handsome.
Not only is he a super rich man in real life, but he's also such a great movie actor. Her best friend next to her also had excitement in her eyes.
That Chen-Shi is so beautiful. I really envy her for being Wang Xian's girlfriend. Another girl also said enviously. Wang Xian held Chen-Shi's hand and walked out of the cinema, took the elevator to the underground parking lot, and drove the Ferrari LaFerrari back to Tianhu Villa Manor. The next morning, Wang Xian lay on the bed happily reading online news on his mobile phone.
There are countless reports about the movie Magpie Bridge, which has occupied the front pages of major news media.
A masterpiece that is unparalleled.
The Bridge of Magpies has swept all major movie rating websites, with an average rating of 9.9. A box office miracle, on its first day of release, The Legend of the Condor Heroes grossed 2.939 billion, far exceeding the previous first-place single-day total of 1.4 billion, setting a single-day box office record in film history.
The highest-grossing movie in history, with the highest attendance rate in cinemas ever.
Professional websites predict that the final box office of Magpie Bridge will exceed 20 billion, becoming the highest-grossing movie in history.
The road to stardom is bright.
The male lead Wang Xian and the female lead Chen Shi of The Bridge of Magpies have become extremely popular. According to the professional data from relevant websites, the influence that The Bridge of Magpies has brought to them will directly make them top-tier superstars.
Chapter 53 Super A-list Superstar.
After more than a month of the hot July summer season, the box office of the movie Magpie Bridge has exceeded 22 billion, becoming the number one in film history, far surpassing the second place. This film, which was fully invested by Xian Capital, is like a shining superstar, shining through the night sky of the film industry. Wang Xian's Xian Capital investment company fully invested in this movie and made a fortune. At the same time, Wang Xian and his girlfriend Chen Shi, as the male and female protagonists of this movie, became completely popular.
Both of them have now become top-tier stars in the entertainment industry.
Various TV stations came to them and invited them to participate in variety shows, but they politely declined on the grounds that their management company was too busy. At the same time, the world's top commercial brands all excitedly came to them for endorsements. Among them, the president of Apple personally flew to Xia country on a private jet and enthusiastically visited Wang Xian. In a luxurious office in the headquarters building of Xian Capital Investment Company, Wang Xian, with a smile on his face, sat on the sofa and met with the decision-makers of major brands together with Chen Shi. He was wearing a custom-made dark gray suit, the well-cut lines outlined his tall and straight figure, the fine dark patterns on the suit were faintly visible under the light, showing the low-key luxury. Chen Shi was like a fairy walking out of a dream. She was wearing a white silk dress, the hem of which fluttered gently in the wind like a blooming epiphyllum. "Ladies and gentlemen, our general manager Wang said that you should communicate with our general manager Wang and general manager Chen one by one in the order we randomly drew for you." Standing next to Wang Xian was a female translator in a black suit, who was speaking in English to the leaders of major brands sitting in the office.
Okay. The leaders of major commercial brands all nodded politely.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi are now very famous, especially Wang Xian, a rare superstar in history who deserves their utmost respect. The CEO of Apple was dressed in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, and his demeanor was elegant and modest. In the reception room of Xian Capital Investment Company, he shook Wang Xian's hand and said sincerely in English, "Mr. Wang, your performance in Magpie Bridge is really amazing. We at Apple are very eager to cooperate with you.
The annual endorsement fee of $30 million is our sincerity. We hope you can accept the endorsement of our company. We will be very grateful."
Wang Xian plays the role of a superhero who defies fate and changes destiny in the Magpie Bridge, which fits the aesthetic taste of these foreigners very well.
They like that type of man, heroic and domineering. Wang Xian felt a little surprised.
He was given $30 million in endorsement fees a year, which was equivalent to more than 200 million yuan a year. Such a high endorsement fee is extremely rare in the history of endorsements, which shows how much Apple values him.
Almost at the same time, the chief female president of Yves Saint Laurent also rushed to Jiangnan City from Europe. At this moment in the office, she was wearing a neatly tailored black business suit, exuding a powerful yet elegant aura. Her eyes were full of admiration for Chen Shi. "Miss Chen, your beauty and temperament perfectly match the brand image of our Yves Saint Laurent. We are willing to invite you to become the spokesperson for Yves Saint Laurent with an endorsement fee of $20 million a year." In addition, many big-name brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Abu Dhabi Tourism Group, Lancome, and Estée Lauder have also sought Chen Shi as their spokesperson. Faced with these tempting olive branches, Wang Xian and Chen Shi were a little hesitant. The company's affairs were complicated and they really couldn't spare too much energy to focus on endorsements. The two of them walked to the window to discuss. "To be honest, the endorsement fee they offer is quite high, but I really don't need the money. But after thinking about it carefully, I think it would be helpful for us to expand our popularity if we could accept some endorsements from big brands. Now that we have gained popularity, we can endorse our own company in the future, making it easier for our company to go global." Wang Xian touched his chin and smiled at Chen Shi. "Xian, your idea is right, I support you." Chen Shi smiled sweetly and squeezed his hand affectionately. "Okay, then let's pick some brands to take on." Wang Xian nodded. After some thought, Wang Xian realized that endorsement not only brings rich financial returns, but also is an excellent opportunity to expand popularity and enhance influence. Although he is not short of money, if he wants to become a true top star, then expanding his popularity is a must. And once his popularity increases, he can use his huge fame to endorse his own Xian Capital Investment Company.
So, Wang Xian took on the endorsement of Apple mobile phones, Luoxua down jackets, and a world-renowned high-end technology website. Chen Shi, after some consideration, gladly accepted the endorsement requests from Yves Saint Laurent and Estée Lauder. What surprised Chen Shi was that after signing the endorsement contract, the chief female president of Yves Saint Laurent smiled and said to her, "Miss Chen, from today on, all Yves Saint Laurent's bags, necklaces, perfumes, lipsticks and other products will be provided to you and your boyfriend for free. Our company will feel honored that you can use our products. You just need to contact the relevant personnel of our company, and we will immediately air freight the products to you, or directly dispatch them from the Yves Saint Laurent headquarters in Xiagua and deliver them to you as quickly as possible." Chen Shi was overjoyed and told Wang Xian the good news immediately. "Xian, because I am the spokesperson for Yves Saint Laurent, this brand gave us their products for free as a token of gratitude. You can use any Yves Saint Laurent products from now on. It's my treat. Don't hesitate." Her eyes and eyebrows are curved, like a happy little bird. Wang Xian scratched her nose lovingly and said with a smile, "My baby is so amazing." Soon, shooting teams from major brands gathered at the Xian Capital headquarters building, planning to shoot endorsement advertisements here. The lights in the studio are bright. When Wang Xian was shooting an Apple mobile phone commercial, he put one hand in his pocket and held the phone in the other hand. His eyes were deep and confident, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was announcing the charm of Apple phones to the world. When Chen Shi was shooting the Yves Saint Laurent advertisement, she wore a gorgeous dress, sparkling jewelry, and sat elegantly on the sofa, gently turning the lipstick in her hand. Her charming appearance instantly displayed the luxury and nobility of Yves Saint Laurent to the fullest. The advertisement caused a huge sensation after being aired on major platforms for only 1 week. The names of Wang Xian and Chen Shi topped the hot searches on Weibo almost every day. Advertisements they endorse can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys, their photos are printed on magazine covers and billboards, and they have become the objects of pursuit by countless people. From movie screens to commercial endorsements, Wang Xian and Chen Shi have used their own strength and charm to shine the brightest on the stage of the entertainment industry, becoming truly top-tier superstars. At the Sailboat Hotel, Wang Xian and Chen Shi sat at a dining table filled with delicious food. He took a sip of red wine and smiled at Chen Shi. "School will start tomorrow, so we should go to school and catch some fish, right?" Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh, looking at him teasingly. "Anywhere you go, you're always slacking off. Even when we were filming a movie, you were always slacking off." "No way, I was just conserving my energy. How could I be lazy?" Wang Xian argued. The two chatted happily while eating dinner, and they were both looking forward to returning to their university life. This time when they go back, they are in their senior year and are about to graduate. Wang Xian had a silly smile on his face as he chewed a piece of steak. He had been busy filming movies in the past few months and had become a popular top-tier star. After returning to school, he could pretend again. Chapter 54 Back to School. Jiangnan University opened its doors on September 1st, and classes will officially begin tomorrow, September 2nd. That afternoon, a light blue LaFerrari slowly drove into the school gate. The refreshing sound of the supercar engine attracted the attention of students on the roadside. "It's Wang Xian, he's back." A girl carrying a suitcase recognized it as Wang Xian's car at a glance, and she excitedly shouted to the other girls around her. "Oh my god, our idol Wang Xian is back in school. That's great, we can finally meet him." A long-haired girl in a white t-shirt was also very excited. "Hurry up and inform everyone that the school hunk Wang Xian is back in school." "Okay, let's go tell the sisters now." Wang Xian drove the LaFerrari with one hand on the steering wheel, his profile outlining a perfect silhouette in the light and shadow. Chen Shi beside him tapped the car window with his fingertips, and his light golden hair fluttered in the breeze. Chen Shi felt a little embarrassed at this time. She turned to look at Wang Xian and said, "We have an additional celebrity identity now. I think we will feel uncomfortable in school in the future. Cici, don't worry. I'm here. No matter what happens, I will stand in front of you." Wang Xian smiled and comforted her. Xian, it's great to have you." Chen Shi smiled with relief, and her smile was very sweet. With Wang Xian around, she felt really at ease, as if everything was stable as long as he was there. While driving, Wang Xian also thought that he and Chen Shi had become top-tier stars in the entertainment industry, and it was inevitable that they would attract many fans. As for himself, he was not worried, as nothing could stump him. But for Chen Shi, Wang Xian has made some preparations in advance. Among these fans who are chasing after them, there may be some fans with dirty intentions. For example, some men, by pretending to be fans of stars, would take the opportunity to touch Chen-Shi when they get close to her, or do something inappropriate like that.
However, Wang Xian will definitely not let those people succeed.
Chen-Shi only belongs to him, and he will never let such a thing happen.
The news that Wang Xian and Chen-Shi returned to school spread quickly and soon spread throughout Jiangnan University. Many college students flocked here frantically.
Wang Xian and Chen-Shi had already parked the car in a roadside parking space and got out of the car. It was immediately seen by many college students. The roads on both sides of the campus were now blocked by water, and the crowds were surging like a tide. Fortunately, Wang Xian had arranged dozens of bodyguards from his own Zhanlong company in advance to maintain order at the scene. Tall bodyguards in black suits quickly formed a human wall, clearing a path for Wang Xian and Chen-Shi to move forward.
It's Wang Xian. It's really Wang Xian. He's actually back to school.
In the dense crowd on both sides of the road surrounded by bodyguards, a girl in the front row screamed and kept pressing the camera button on her phone. "Oh my god, he is 10,000 times more handsome in person than on the screen. With his facial features and temperament, he is simply the best actor who walked out of a novel.
Wang Xian, please sign an autograph for me."
A slim beauty wearing a white t-shirt who looked like a mature woman handed a photo album and a ballpoint pen to Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at her and signed her photo album.
"Thank you, Wang Xian, you are so handsome." The queen-like girl happily put away the photo album and treated it as a treasure. "Wang Xian, please sign for me too, please." Me too, I want your autograph too." Many female fans who were surrounded by bodyguards outside were very enthusiastic and excited to get Wang Xian's autograph. A girl with a ponytail looked at Wang Xian and Chen-Shi walking forward not far away with a red face. Her voice was trembling with excitement. She said to the girls beside her, "I heard that Wang Xian is also the president of the newly established Xian Capital Investment Company. He is handsome and rich. How can there be such a perfect person? That's right, a domineering president who is so handsome and rich is really outstanding. He is such a manly god, right?"
The friend of the girl with ponytail also held her face with both hands, her eyes full of stars.
Pa. The crowd exclaimed in amazement, mixed with the sound of camera shutters.
The boy's attention was more focused on Chen-Shi, who was walking next to Wang Xian.
"Goddess Chen-Shi.
You are so beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven." A boy in a black jacket shouted at the top of his voice, instantly attracting many students to look at him. "Such a beauty in figure, she is so beautiful."
"That movie The Fairy of Magpie Bridge is so good."
"A girl as beautiful as Chen-Shi is really a fairy." A slightly chubby boy said excitedly to his friends beside him.
Yes, it's worth our lives to be her alumni."
Praises and cheers were heard from the crowd from time to time. There were really a lot of college students coming here, and the number had reached several thousand. Although the fans outside the cordon were enthusiastic, they could only wave and scream from a distance due to the presence of many bodyguards. Wang Xian and Chen-Shi, with smiles on their faces, were escorted by bodyguards to the computer class 3, stopping from time to sign autographs for fans.
"Thank you for your support."
Chen-Shi glanced at a few female fans and said softly. His sweet smile made the girls' eyes red on the spot. Back in the classroom, Counselor Yang Yan walked in.
He looked at Wang Xian and Chen-Shi sitting in their seats, his eyes full of pride.
Yang Yan thought to herself that she had such an amazing student and she could not help but raise her head with pride in front of other teachers. These days, the principal often praised her, saying that she had taught 2 good students. Wang Xian was not only the president of a newly established giant company, Xian Capital Investment Company. In the past few months, he and his girlfriend Chen-Shi filmed the blockbuster movie Magpie Bridge, which created a box office myth of 22 billion. Although Wang Xian and Chen-Shi are still college students at Jiangnan University, they have already become upper-class figures in society and are top-tier stars in the entertainment industry.
Principal Sun Jia couldn't help but admire them. "Wang Xian, Chen-Shi, welcome back."
Yang Yan walked up to their seats, her tone filled with undisguised joy.
"Hello, Teacher Yang." Wang Xian and Chen-Shi responded with a smile.
They both spoke in unison and were very polite. During the break, the classroom was bustling with activity, and many students came excitedly to chat with Wang Xian and Chen-Shi.
"Brother Xian, please help me. Teach me how to start a business." "Sister Shi, when you were filming Magpie Bridge Ferry, were you very tired every day?"
The classmates gathered around the 2 of them, asking questions at once.
Chen-Shi's good friends Yang Lanlan and Sun Xiaoli even squeezed in next to her. "I finally get to see my big star in person." Yang Lanlan hugged Shenxi's shoulders and said, "You look so beautiful in the movie that I almost felt suffocated." "CC, how can you be so beautiful?"
Sun Xiaoli nodded happily. "That's right, we watched Magpie Bridge 3 times, and we were impressed by your acting skills every time."
"Our CC is really excellent."
Shenxi felt a little embarrassed by the praise from her two friends. She smiled and said jokingly, "You two should stop talking nonsense."
"You've made me a little proud. This is not good." Lu Rui, who was sitting in the back row, looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting in the front rows, with tears in her eyes. She felt that this person was both familiar and unfamiliar, as if she had never known him before. Lu Rui couldn't believe all this.
Wang Xian had become so strange.
He was no longer the same person as before.
He used to be just a poor and shy boy. How could he become such a shining treasure boy like he is now?
Sitting in her seat, Lu Rui's tears dripped down.
She really regretted stabbing Wang Xian in the back and regretted losing him.
"Rui, don't be sad.
Someone as outstanding as Wang Xian is no longer within our reach.
You should find someone more realistic."
Although Li Hao is not as good as Wang Xian, he is still okay. Her best friend Lin Shanshan comforted her.
On the other side, Su Qingsong, who was sitting in his seat, also had an unsightly and gloomy face.
Wang Xian was too popular now, and he really didn't like seeing all this. Su Qingsong is 1.57 meters tall, not very tall and very thin, but as the only super rich second generation in computer class 3, all the boys in the class were afraid of him. Only Wang Xian was not afraid of him, so he always disliked Wang Xian.
Before Wang Xian's true identity was exposed, Su Qingsong was the center of attention.
But now, Wang Xian's identity as a super rich man has been revealed, and he has become a top male star in the entertainment industry.
He, Su Qingsong, can no longer attract everyone's attention, which makes him very depressed.
In the English class, before the class started, Yang Yan stood on the podium, cleared her throat, and spoke to the students below with a smile. Next Monday our school will hold its 80th anniversary gala, this time in the gymnasium.
The school requires each class to prepare a program. You have 1 week to prepare.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Shikai raised his hand enthusiastically.
"Student Hu Shikai, do you have any ideas?"
Yang Yan looked at him with a smile. Hu Shikai stood up from his seat and said with an excited smile, "Teacher, I suggest that Wang Xian and Chen Shi represent our class in the performance. They are both big stars now and will surely amaze the audience."
Chapter 55 Cover of Dimples.
Yang Yan smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Wang Xian and Chen Shi. "Wang Xian, Chen Shi, are you willing to represent the class to perform at the school celebration?" Yang Yan was also very much looking forward to it at this time. Wang Xian and Chen Shi were now the most popular top-tier stars. If they could perform on behalf of the computer class 3 that they were instructing, it would undoubtedly bring honor to themselves. Maybe other teachers would praise her when they meet her. "Teacher Yang, you are really excellent. You are the counselor who taught such excellent students like Wang Xian and Chen Shi. The performances they performed were really great."
"Is that okay?"
Wang Xian glanced at Yang Yan, feeling somewhat helpless.
In fact, he was too lazy to perform, but when he thought about being able to shine in front of all the teachers and students in the school, he couldn't help but feel a little excited.
"I love pretending the most, especially the kind that can attract attention, which will undoubtedly make more people envy me."
"Me too."
Chen Shi looked at Wang Xian with a smile. She was looking forward to performing with Wang Xian. It's so sweet that these two people work together on a show. Chen Shi now feels that being with Wang Xian is truly the greatest happiness in his life.
"Okay, then you two should prepare well." Yang Yan smiled and nodded at them.
Hearing that Wang Xian and Chen Shi were willing to perform on behalf of Computer Class 3, many students in the class were very excited. They could show off in front of students from other classes in the future, and even gain some benefits. "Look, our class's show is performed by top-tier celebrities."
Hee, Wang Xian is now a top male star in the entertainment industry. Are you envious?"
"He is actually my brother and sits right in front of me." "Brother, you've always wanted the tissues that Goddess Chen Shi used to blow her nose, right? I can help you get them from the trash can in our classroom.
Just treat me to a few meals." "Xiaowan, do you want Wang Xian's autograph?"
"I can get it for you. You just need to pay me 500 yuan. As the students in Computer Class 3 thought about it, some of them couldn't help but smile foolishly. On the evening of the school anniversary, the Jiangnan University Gymnasium was packed with male and female college students who came to watch the school anniversary gala, as well as some teachers and staff from Jiangnan University. People sitting in remote locations don't have to worry about not being able to see the performances on the stage, because there is a large square screen above the stadium. These 4 square screens can project program images and sounds captured by high-definition cameras in real time on all 4 sides. That night, there were 2 beautiful hosts in charge of hosting the 80th anniversary celebration party. One was Zhong Qing, the beauty from the Department of Media and one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. The other was Du Xie, the beauty from the Department of Art. Zhong Qing glanced at the packed audience, took the microphone and said with a smile, "Now, let's welcome the Computer Class 3 to present a program for everyone. A sweet love song sung by Wang Xian and Chen Xi as a duet. They are going to cover a song called Dimples by JJ Lin and Charlene Choi." Suddenly, the whole place was boiling with excitement, and all the male and female college students and faculty members in the audience applauded enthusiastically.
Wang Xian. Wang Xian. Chen Xi. Chen Xi.
The male and female college students in the audience shouted the names of Wang Xian and Chen Xi. Some of them could not have imagined that they could see this pair of currently popular top-tier stars performing at the 80th anniversary gala of the school, and they were all very excited. Amid deafening cheers, the gorgeous lights on the stage came on, and Wang Xian and Chen Xi walked onto the stage side by side amid the applause of the audience. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. The male and female college students, as well as the faculty and staff in the audience, all cast expectant glances towards the stage. Chen Xi was wearing a light white dress, like a fairy in the moon, and Wang Xian was wearing a black suit, looking sunny and handsome, like a prince in a fairy tale. At this moment, they became the focus of the whole audience. In the audience, many college students were stunned by such handsome men and beautiful women, and they exclaimed in amazement one after another. "Oh my god, Wang Xian and Chen Xi are so good-looking, aren't they? They are truly world-class top-tier celebrities. That's right, Wang Xian is so handsome, and Chen Xi is so beautiful. I'm so envious. Wang Xian is not only so rich, but also so outstanding. He runs a company and is a top star. This is simply a life full of luck." Wang Xian didn't hear what the student in the audience said, otherwise he would inevitably laugh and say, "Sorry, I'm just cheating." On the stage, Chen Xi glanced at Wang Xian a little awkwardly. "Xian, if I sing out of tune or the lyrics are wrong, just squeeze my hand." Wang Xian smiled at her and nodded, "Okay." Wang Xian gently took Chen Xi's hand, and the two walked to the center of the stage together, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Mist, 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 mist. As the accompaniment music of Dimples slowly sounded, the two smiled at each other. Wang Xian held the microphone in one hand and gently held Chen Xi's hand with the other. He smiled at her affectionately, and a clear and pleasant young male voice sang from his mouth, "I am still searching. A support and a hug. Someone, pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, and make a fuss for me." Chen Xi also smiled at him, holding the microphone in one hand, and a gentle and pleasant female voice sang from her mouth, "Happiness begins to have signs, and fate brings us closer together." Then the loneliness was swallowed up, the boredom became something to talk about, something changed. Chorus, "Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. She, I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. Together, you don't know. She, you to me. Together, how important. She, with you, my life is just complete. Together, with dimples and long eyelashes, she is hopelessly charming. Shen, I slowed down my pace and felt like I was drunk. Together, I finally found it, the beauty of being in tune with each other, the warmth of a lifetime. I will love you forever." After they finished singing the first half of the lyrics, the audience started clapping excitedly as the chorus music played. Oh my god! Wang Xian and Chen Xi are really a perfect couple. They are so well matched. A girl wearing glasses couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, Wang Xian is so handsome, and Chen Xi is so beautiful, they are really suitable for singing this love song, and the atmosphere is simply amazing. A friend sitting next to her also echoed the praise. Oh! I wish I were as handsome as Wang Xian. A boy with a crew cut cast an envious glance towards the stage. Wang Xian and Chen Xi, they are so happy. The songs they sing together are so sweet. A little girl in a pink jacket said enviously to her friends around her. The accompaniment music flows slowly, and now it's time to sing the second half. Wang Xian gently held Chen Xi's hand and looked at her lovingly. Chen Xi's gentle and pleasant voice sounded again at this moment. Chapter 56, Plan for Revenge. She, happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer together. And then loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes something to talk about.
There have been changes.
Together, small dimples and long eyelashes.
It's your most beautiful mark. She, I can't sleep every day. I miss your smile. Together, you don't know. She, you to me.
Together, how important.
She, with you, my life is just complete.
Together, with dimples and long eyelashes, she is hopelessly charming. Shen, I slowed down my pace and felt like I was drunk. Together, I finally found it, the beauty of being in tune with each other, the warmth of a lifetime.
I will love you forever.
She has dimples and long eyelashes, and she is hopelessly charming. Shen, I slowed down my pace and felt like I was drunk.
Together, finally I found the beauty of being in tune with each other. It's better to be warm all your life. I will love you forever. As soon as the two finished singing, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause, and everyone present was excited.
When the two sang the last sentence, all the male and female college students, and all the faculty and staff in the audience could no longer control their emotions. Some of them laughed happily, while others cried with emotion.
They sang so beautifully. This is the first time I heard such a song. I never thought that a song could be sung so beautifully by them.
A short-haired girl in a black t-shirt had tears in her eyes and an excited look on her face.
Oh my God! They are so good.
Wang Xian and Chen Shi are really top-tier stars.
They sing so well.
A chubby girl with a pale face shouted excitedly.
On this night, Wang Xian and Chen Shi became the two brightest stars.
The next day, Wang Xian and Chen Shi did not go to school. Since the school gives them the privilege to arrange their own time to go to school, they also want to make good use of this right. Managing the company is naturally more important than going to class.
CC, bye.
Xian, remember to come to the hotel for lunch at noon.
I'll be waiting for you. Aha!
At the gate of the villa, Wang Xian stood next to his Rafa, while Chen Shi stood in front of his red Panamera. They smiled and waved goodbye. Wang Xian will manage Xian Capital Investment Company, while Chen Shi will manage the Sailboat Hotel.
Their main focus now is on running the company.
Almost every day they go to the Sail Hotel, Xian Capital Investment Company, and then return to the villa estate. After this period of development, Xian Capital Investment Company has achieved steady profitability, with net profits reaching over 10 billion yuan a month. The scale of Wang Xian's investment company continued to expand. Whether in terms of market value or profit, Xian Capital had become the largest company in Jiangnan, a first-tier city. Wang Xian, the president of Xian Capital, has now become a leading figure in the business community of Jiangnan City and has become the undisputed #1 business tycoon in Jiangnan City.
Many large companies have come to Xian Capital's headquarters to seek cooperation with Wang Xian. At dusk, the golden sunset shines through the fully transparent glass curtain wall of Xian Capital's headquarters building, dyeing the entire conference room amber. At this time, Wang Xian was meeting with leaders of major companies in the conference room to discuss cooperation matters with them. Wang Xian was wearing a black suit and sitting on a leather chair. His angular face looked even more stern in the interweaving of light and shadow, and his every move revealed the majesty of a superior. At this moment, the conference room was bustling with people in charge of various major companies vying to talk to Wang Xian, hoping to reach a cooperation with Xian Capital. Sun Jiang, the boss of a fertilizer factory, looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting in the main seat, and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, your Xian Capital Investment Company has become the industry leader in a short period of time. Your investment vision is really excellent. Our company is researching and manufacturing some new fertilizers, and we particularly need guidance from a professional team like yours. I really hope to reach a cooperation with your company." Chairman Yang of Jiawa Manufacturing quickly took over the conversation, his tone full of admiration. "Yes, there is no project invested by Mr. Wang Xian Capital that is not popular. Almost every investment makes money, and there is no project that loses money. This is really amazing. We are in the business world and we really need your capital support. I hope Mr. Wang can give us a chance to cooperate." Everyone was talking at once, their eyes full of admiration for Xian Capital and an eager desire to cooperate. Wang Xian didn't take the flattery seriously. Some words are just for listening and there is no need to believe them. All the projects invested by my company can make money? This is simply a lie. My current company can make a lot of money, but some projects have also lost a lot of money. It is not as these flatterers say. You are too kind. It is only by luck that my company has grown so big. Wang Xian smiled meaningfully, stretched out lazily on the leather chair, and then continued, "Tell me one by one, tell me the truth.
What are the advantages and disadvantages of your companies? Wang Xian sat on the chair, his eyes swept over the leaders of the major companies present, and he sneered, "But let me remind you first, if you hide anything, then I'm sorry, you should know the consequences." The leaders of major companies were all frightened by Wang Xian's cold gaze. Some of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweats, and the sweat soaked the shirts under their suits.
They naturally knew Wang Xian's current status in Jiangnan City.
If they dared to deceive him, their company would not end well. "Yes, Mr. Wang, since we sincerely want to seek investment from Xian Capital, we will definitely not dare to conceal the actual situation of our company."
Xian Zishan, the boss of Bay Pharmaceutical Factory, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said sincerely, "Mr. Qian is right. With the prestige of Xian Capital in Jiangnan City, who would dare to lie to Mr. Wang? Isn't that courting death?"
The owner of a flour cake factory also echoed with a flattering smile. In the following time, Wang Xian, with a decent smile on his face, leisurely discussed relevant cooperation matters with everyone, and his every move showed the demeanor of a business leader.
As the crowd gradually dispersed, the meeting room returned to silence.
At this time, a figure stayed and walked slowly to Wang Xian.
"I wonder if Boss Lu stayed here alone. What do you want to talk to me about?"
Wang Xian glanced at him and saw that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s with long hair.
"This man's name is Lu Yujie, and he is the owner of a company that produces auto parts."
Wang Xian had already known him at the previous meeting. Lu Yujie is a little fat, with a flattering smile on his round face, and his shiny hair is carefully groomed.
However, the expensive suit he wears cannot hide his deliberately Philistine air.
He rubbed his hands, lowered his voice, and came to Wang Xian and said mysteriously, "Boss Wang, as far as I know, you have a grudge against Li Shuyun's son Li Hao, who was studying at Jiangnan University, right?" Wang Xian was a little surprised when he heard this.
He frowned and looked at Lu Yujie. "How did you know?" Lu Yujie smiled even more. He didn't expect the news he got was true. He looked at Wang Xian flatteringly and said, "I heard this from some college students at Jiangnan University."
"Mr. Wang, you don't know that college students nowadays are very gossipy. The things that happened between you and Li Hao in school were spread all over the place."
"I want to ask Mr. Wang, do you want to take revenge on Li Shuyun and his son Li Hao?"
"If you do, our company is willing to lend you a helping hand." Listening to the other party's words, Wang Xian was also thinking at this moment that it was indeed time for him to take revenge. "That bitch Lu Rui, she stabbed me in the back, but now she is living so well with Li Hao."
Of course, Wang Xian didn't want to see all this. What he wanted was to make Lu Rui and Li Hao pay the price. "I have always wanted revenge and have never forgotten it."
Wang Xian's smile gradually spread, and he looked at Lu Yujie expectantly. "Please take a seat, Mr. Lu, and continue."
"Thank you, Mr. Wang."
Lu Yujie found a chair opposite Wang Xian and sat down with a flattering smile on his face, a little excited. "Boss Wang, what I want to say is that since you have a grudge against his family, I can help you get revenge, and we have enough strength to help you complete this revenge."
Wang Xian nodded. "How do you plan to implement it?"
Lu Yujie touched his head with some hair loss. With a confident smile on his face, "Our company can use some business means to completely destroy their company."
Wang Xian's eyes gradually became profound. He walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside.
At this time, the city skyline under the sunset was particularly beautiful.
Lu Yujie must have some purpose for being so attentive.
He returned to his seat and said, "Since you are willing to help me get revenge, I will not treat you unfairly."
"Tell me your request." Lu Yujie nodded. "Boss Wang, we are very wise.
The reason why our company is willing to help you get revenge is because we want to win your company's investment. I hope that after our company helps you with your revenge, your Xian Capital can invest in our company."
"We will be very grateful then."
As he spoke, he rubbed his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought secretly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. "I have always wanted to take revenge on Li Hao, but I was busy and never had the time to deal with them. Now that someone is willing to help me get revenge, that's really good." After a moment, Wang Xian raised a faint smile and said, "Okay, I'll leave this matter to your company."
Chapter 57, Flirting with the School Beauty.
In the morning, Wang Xian, wearing a gray and white suit, sat in the president's office of Xian Capital with his eyes closed to rest. The president's chair was shaking slightly, his slender fingers were holding the warm coffee cup, his fair skin was noble, and his handsome cheeks showed the charm of a mature man.
Knock knock.
A crisp knock on the door broke the silence.
"Come in."
Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils glowing slightly. The door was pushed open, and a young, beautiful and slender figure appeared in his sight. This beautiful girl seemed to have brought in the fragrance of spring, and at this moment, the office was filled with a lingering aroma. Zhongqing was wearing a lavender silk dress, the hem of the dress swaying gracefully, outlining her slender and graceful curves. She has a fair and beautiful oval face, is 1.72 meters tall, has a youthful and slender figure, and a pair of long legs. Many men are irresistible to a goddess like Zhongqing, who has a pure and sweet temperament. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and the pearl earrings on her earlobes swayed gently with her steps.
Her exquisite makeup perfectly highlighted her beauty.
Her eyes were bright, and under her delicate and beautiful nose, her light pink sexy lips were slightly upturned with a charming smile. Wang Xian glanced at her and couldn't take his eyes off her. This Zhongqing was indeed one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan University.
She was so pure and sweet.
He smiled at her. Xiao Zhong, what do you want?
Wang Xian, I want to come here to work.
Zhongqing leaned against the doorframe, twirling a strand of hair around her fingertips, looking at Wang Xian with a smile, her voice as soft as if coated in honey. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and put down the coffee cup, and the metal cup and saucer made a clear sound when they collided. You're doing well as the deputy general manager at the Burj Al Arab Hotel.
Why are you here?
His voice was low and mellow, with a hint of subtle doubt. Zhongqing approached in a pair of exquisite black high heels, her skirt sweeping across the carpet. She lowered her head, her ears turned red, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. I came here just to be with you.
Wang Xian touched his forehead and felt a headache.
He could naturally see that Zhongqing was interested in him, but he only regarded her as a good friend. After a long while, Wang Xian could only nod helplessly. Okay, then you can come here to work. He thought that after all, Zhongqing had given him such a precious gift, and he couldn't treat her badly. Wang Xian finally compromised, and when he stood up, the hem of his suit drew a neat arc. The two walked out the door side by side, the sunlight overlapping their shadows, making them like a pair of immortal lovers. At this moment, Zhongqing's high heel slipped on the ground and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. Just as she was about to fall, Wang Xian reacted quickly, reaching out and holding her soft waist, while using his other hand to firmly support her back.
Are you okay?
Wang Xian asked, looking down at Zhongqing, who was in his arms. Looking up and seeing Wang Xian's gentle eyes, Zhongqing couldn't help but smile sweetly. Thank you, Wang Xian. The distance between them instantly shortened.
Wang Xian smelled the elegant scent of Zhongqing's perfume entering his nose.
Her eyes reflected his current appearance. It turns out that in her eyes, I am so handsome. Wang Xian had a smile on his face, and he couldn't help but feel proud of himself in his heart. He used Zhongqing's beautiful big eyes as a mirror. Wang Xian was so distracted that he forgot that he was still hugging Zhongqing's waist, and both of them were still in the same posture as when they were saving someone.
Zhongqing suddenly laughed softly. What are you thinking about? Looking at your expression, are you being shamelessly narcissistic in your heart again? Where is that?
Wang Xian felt guilty and replied with a blushing face, thinking, how did you know this, Xiao Zhong?
Is the expression on my face so obvious?
Just when Wang Xian was lost in thought, Zhongqing stood on tiptoe and put her slender arms around his neck.
Wang Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and before he could react, Zhongqing's soft lips covered his, and he felt his mouth being kissed. Then, something seemed to break through his teeth and circled back and forth like a butterfly flapping its wings. Wang Xian felt waves of fragrance and sweetness coming from his mouth. At this moment, time seemed to freeze.
Wang Xian froze in place, his mind went blank. He only felt Zhongqing's breath enveloping him, and deep in his heart, guilt and panic surged like a tide.
Wang Xian was in a fierce struggle. Chen Shi is his girlfriend, he can't let her down.
Although I have also thought that I can have all these beautiful girls, but now, after feeling guilty towards Chen Shi, why do I feel sad? After a fierce psychological struggle, Wang Xian overcame the desire to stay and pushed Zhongqing away.
He gasped and looked at her unhappily. Xiao Zhong, what are you doing?
Zhongqing wiped her lips with her slender fingers, then took it to her nose and sniffed it, then turned her head and smiled at him. How is it?
My mouth is sweet, isn't it? Do you like it?
Wang Xian was stunned by Zhongqing's teasing and was speechless for a while.
Suddenly, I realized that she had taken advantage of me. This Xiao Zhong was really abominable.
When they returned to the sailboat hotel for lunch at noon, Wang Xian was a little afraid to look at Chen Shi.
He lowered his head and ate in silence.
Even when Chen Shi talked to him about something with a laugh, he only responded with simple and ah.
He felt very guilty. Today, another girl took advantage of me.
If Qin Shi knew about this, I would be in trouble. In the afternoon, he returned to the Xian capital headquarters building and sat in the president's office, reading an ancient book in one hand. In his other hand he held a red crystal coffee cup worth more than 10 million yuan, and he took a sip of the fragrant coffee. This coffee tastes good, a little bitter, but then comes the sweetness. While drinking this bitter-sweet coffee, Wang Xian couldn't help but think of what happened in the morning. Zhongqing was indeed so beautiful that he couldn't help but admire her. He thought of the sweetness of that time and couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. At this time, a beautiful assistant with long hair and wearing a black suit hurried in with a happy look on her face. The beautiful assistant looked at Wang Xian and smiled excitedly. "Boss Wang, there is big news about the situation of Li Shuyun's company that you asked me to pay attention to before." Wang Xian, who was sitting in the president's chair, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with a smile on his face. "Don't be impatient, just talk slowly."
"Okay, Mr. Wang."
The beautiful assistant breathed a sigh of relief, and then slowly said, "The Li family's auto parts factory has completely gone bankrupt today. Not only does his family now owe hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign debt, but all of the company's assets have been confiscated by the court."
"So fast?"
Wang Xian tightened his grip on the coffee cup slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect things to go so quickly and so smoothly.
In the afternoon, Lu Yujie walked into the headquarters building of Xian Capital in high spirits. "Mr. Lu, please take a seat. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. You took care of Li Shuyun's family so quickly?" Wang Xian was very polite to him.
After all, this man went to help him get revenge.
"Mr. Wang, thank you for your compliment." Lu Yujie looked a little excited.
This time, he performed well in front of Wang Xian.
In the office, Lu Yujie's face was full of pride as he talked incessantly about his methods. "Boss Wang, Li Shuyun, and I both make auto parts. We are rivals. Even if you don't deal with him, I will deal with him sooner or later. However, my network of connections in Jiangnan City is very extensive. It is far beyond the reach of a small character like him." Chapter 58. Do you think you deserve it?
Wang Xian was somewhat curious and asked with a smile, "Tell me in detail how you ruined his company."
"Okay, Mr. Wang." Lu Yujie nodded with a smile and took a sip of water in the glass.
He raised his chin proudly. "I used all my connections to increase the cost of imported raw materials for Li Shuyun's family by 2 or 3 times. He gritted his teeth and persevered at first, but the cost was too high and he couldn't sustain it. This is just the first step." Lu Yujie's eyes flashed with cunning. "After that, I sent people to his factory to place a large number of false orders, and required that the production must be completed within 5 days.
Moreover, no contract was signed, only verbal promises were made.
Li Shuyun, the greedy man, saw so many orders that his eyes turned red and he accepted them without a second thought. As a result, when the products were produced, my people immediately cancelled the order. Not only did he lose money on the raw materials, but he also overpaid the workers' wages because of the rush work, and he was left with a lot of debt."
"And then?" Wang Xian asked with interest, leaning forward slightly.
Seeing this, Lu Yujie spoke even more excitedly. "I took advantage of the opportunity and used commercial means to put pressure on him. He had no choice but to sell the factory to pay off the debt.
But that's not all. He was short of funds and had to borrow money from loan sharks at high interest rates and also from banks.
Just when the bank loan was about to be approved, I made another move to stop the loan. I also made the loan shark company suddenly change their mind and demanded that they repay the loan immediately.
The Li family is now completely wiped out.
Not only has the company been lost, but they are also in debt.
They can never recover."
Wang Xian leaned back in his chair, looked at Lu Yujie for a long time, and smiled in appreciation. "You are quite capable.
Okay, I can invest 300 million in your company. If I see that your company is really profitable and can make me money, I will make more investment." Lu Yujie's face flushed with excitement. He stood up from his seat and bowed to Wang Xian repeatedly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Wang Xian is now quite satisfied with Lu Yujie. He is indeed very capable. Now that Li Hao's father Li Shuyun's company has gone bankrupt and owes hundreds of millions of foreign debts, they are in a very bad situation. Moreover, once Li Hao's family falls, his ex-girlfriend Lu Rui will have no good days. At this moment, Wang Xian was somewhat happy. This time, he had gotten a little revenge. But it's not over yet. He plans to continue dealing with Lu Rui and Li Hao. During this period, Wang Xian and Chen Shi were both running the company, and they would occasionally go to school together for classes 1 or 2 days a week. On Wednesday noon, on the university campus, Wang Xian and Zhong Qing went to the library to read books.
The two walked out of the library together, talking and laughing. Shenxi had no interest in going to the library to read, so Wang Xian did not take her.
During this period, the star-chasing craze in Jiangnan University has gradually passed.
Although Wang Xian and Shenxi are popular top-tier stars, college students at Jiangnan University often see them. After the initial craze, they no longer think that Wang Xian and Shenxi are anything special.
So now, they are not as enthusiastic about chasing stars as before.
Wang Xian was also happy to be free and at ease, not having to sign autographs for them all the time. When Wang Xian and Zhong Qing were walking on the street, many college students just smiled and greeted them when they saw them.
Few people asked him for autographs along the way.
They also knew that Wang Xian, as the president of Xian Capital, was very busy and didn't have the time for that. They walked and talked together with smiles on their faces.
Wang Xian, what do you think is the loneliest moment in 100 years of solitude?
Zhong Qing ran after him, holding a notebook in her arms. Her white canvas shoes stepped on the sycamore leaves all over the ground, with a sweet smile on her face. I think Colonel Aureliano suddenly realized before he died that he had been going in circles all his life. Wang Xian twirled the pen in one hand, turned his head and glanced at her, glimpsed the small bumps on her body, and chuckled, "Xiao Zhong, your reading comprehension is almost as good as the college entrance examination."
I think the loneliest person is Rebecca, who built herself into a wall.
This is called social phobia on a physical level. Zhong Qing was amused by him. Be serious. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Next weekend our astronomy club is going to the suburbs to watch the stars.
Are you interested in going with us? I'll go if you go, and I won't go if you don't go.
But if you want to go, I promise to personally take you to see the Milky Way, which is more romantic than calculus."
You want to use me as a laborer to move the telescope again?
Wang Xian looked at her with a sneer on his face, pretending to hit her head with his fingers, but for the sake of the galaxy, deal. The golden sunlight sprinkled on Wang Xian and Zhong Qing, and the gentle breeze brushed across their cheeks, bringing a sense of comfort, as if even the air was filled with a sweet scent. Just then, two figures appeared in their sight from a distance. Wang Xian looked up and saw Li Hao and Lu Rui walking towards him with haggard faces. The once arrogant Li Hao now had a look of anxiety and fatigue in his eyes, while Lu Rui, the woman, also had a face covered with sorrow. Now that Li Hao's company has gone bankrupt, his parents' hair has turned white overnight, and they even want to die. What's even more tragic is that even the house he lives in has been confiscated by the court.
Now Li Hao's family lives a more miserable life than the beggars on the street. They don't have enough food to eat, warm clothes to wear, and even have no place to live. These are just normal things for them.
Wang Xian sneered in his heart. These two people finally got their retribution. He and Zhong Qing didn't want to pay any attention to the two people coming towards them and just wanted to leave. At this time, when they were not far from Wang Xian, Li Hao and Lu Rui actually knelt down in front of passers-by. This sudden scene instantly attracted the attention of pedestrians coming and going in front of the library. The originally noisy road seemed to suddenly become quiet at this moment, and then discussions broke out one after another.
What's going on? Why are those two people kneeling down to Wang Xian? I'm not sure. Let's see.
Maybe we'll know later.
Isn't the man kneeling on the ground Li Hao? Isn't he a rich second generation? What's going on?
I have some news. I heard that Li Hao's company went bankrupt a few days ago.
Could he be asking Wang Xian to help his family?
It's possible.
Wang Xian is now a business leader in Jiangnan City.
His Xian Capital Investment Company is the largest company in Jiangnan City. Li Hao lowered his head, his voice trembling and humble. Wang Xian, please help our company.
You should also know that our company is bankrupt. Now only you have the ability to save us.
Looking at Li Hao and Lu Rui kneeling in front of him, Wang Xian sneered in his heart. Your company's bankruptcy is exactly what I want to see.
His face was calm. He looked down at Li Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of mockery. Li Hao, why do you think I will help you?
Are we on good terms?
Or have you helped me before? Your company went bankrupt, that's the retribution for your own actions. Now you come to me to ask for help, do you think you deserve it?
Li Hao listened to Wang Xian's words, tears welled up in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Wang Xian, his voice choking with sobs. Wang Xian, I know I was wrong.
I was bewildered at the beginning, and I was blinded by jealousy and vanity.
I saw how good you were to Lu Rui, and I felt unbalanced, so I did those things that hurt you.
I have been living in guilt for a long time. I know I have let you down,
but please help my family for the sake of our being alumni of Jiang University.
Chapter 59 The School Beauty Transferred to the School. Wang Xian had a sneer on his face.
He looked at Li Hao, who was kneeling in front of him with sarcasm, and said in a cold tone, "Li Hao, you bastard, why should I help your family?"
Don't forget, your family is my enemy. Why should I aid the enemy?
To tell you the truth, even if no one is dealing with you, I will clean up your family sooner or later. At this time, although Zhong Qing, who was next to Wang Xian, didn't know what had happened between him and the other two people, she could see that Wang Xian was happy at the moment.
The two people kneeling on the ground are most likely Wang Xian's enemies.
Now that they have encountered setbacks, they turn around and beg Wang Xian for help, so he has this expression on his face now. At this moment, Zhong Qing looked at Wang Xian's handsome face and she guessed what he was thinking. If he was asked for help by his own enemy, not only would he not help, he might even add fuel to the fire. At this time, Lu Rui, who had been kneeling silently on the ground, slowly raised her head. Her eyes were wet with tears and she was begging, "Wang Xian, please help Li Hao.
This is the last time I'm begging you. I know I have been sorry to you before, but considering our past friendship, can you help Li Hao's company this time?" The reason why Lu Rui came to help Li Hao plead with Wang Xian this time was mainly because she had realized that Wang Xian could no longer be saved. If Li Hao's company cannot be saved, her dream of wealth and glory will be gone. A lot of people had gathered at this time, and the college students around were talking about it. Isn't this Li Hao? Why did that rich second generation suddenly kneel down and beg Wang Xian?
Yeah, he looked so glorious before, driving a luxury car and surrounded by beautiful women.
Why is he like this now? I heard that his company went bankrupt.
Not only were all the assets and houses confiscated, but he also owed the bank hundreds of millions of foreign debts. Wang Xian looked grim, his eyes like knives as he looked down at Lu Rui, his voice icy cold. "Lu Rui, what qualifications do you have to beg me?
I treated you so well in the beginning.
I did my best to buy you whatever you wanted and cooked whatever you wanted to eat.
But what about you? For the sake of money and so-called wealth and glory, you chose to betray me mercilessly.
Everyone has the right to beg me, but you have no right to beg me at all. I will pay you back for all the harm you have done to me sooner or later." After saying that, Wang Xian turned around and was about to leave. Li Hao rushed forward, hugged Wang Xian's legs and refused to let him go, tears streaming down his face. "Wang Xian, I beg you, please help my company. As long as you are willing to help, you will be our family's great benefactor."
Wang Xian felt disgusted and pushed Li Hao away. He took Zhong Qing's hand and walked away without looking back.
The golden sunlight stretched their shadows very long, and Li Hao and Lu Rui, kneeling on the ground, looked so small and helpless under the gaze of everyone. On the wide road in front of the library, the wind was still blowing gently, as if nothing had happened. After class in the afternoon, Wang Xian and Chen Shi drove back to the sailboat hotel for dinner as usual. The setting sun shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Burj Al Arab, casting a gentle halo on the dining table. The crystal chandelier refracts fine light, which complements the silver tableware and creates a romantic atmosphere. Wang Xian and Chen Shi sat opposite each other, with a dazzling array of delicious food in front of them: juicy Wagyu beef, fragrant lobster, fragrant boiled king crab, and a variety of exquisite French desserts. There were so many delicious foods that filled the table.
Chen Shi was wearing a fresh light green dress with a few delicate red flowers embroidered on the hem.
The dress swayed gently under the light, and she looked like a green flower blooming in summer. At this moment, she was exceptionally beautiful and stunning. She cut the steak with her slender and beautiful fingers, with a sweet smile on her lips. "Xian, today's dinner is quite sumptuous.
Did you ask the kitchen to prepare it?"
Wang Xian looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, his heart full of love. He smiled dotingly. "I want to give you a surprise. I see that you are too tired from managing the hotel recently.
You should eat more delicious food to replenish your energy." He picked up the wineglass, took a sip of red wine, looked up at Chen Shi with a gentle smile on his face. "Cici, if these foods are not enough, just ask the kitchen to make more. You can eat whatever you want." Chen Shi glanced at him and couldn't help but smile and teased, "Don't you know how much I can eat? And you let the kitchen continue to cook? Do you want your wife to die of overeating?"
Wang Xian quickly put down the cutlery in his hands, looked at Chen Shi with concern, and apologized sincerely. "Wife, I was wrong."
Chen Shi looked at his cute appearance and couldn't help but chuckle.
Then she looked at him and said gently, "I forgive you, husband." While enjoying the delicious food, the two chatted happily about interesting things that happened recently. Chen Shi talked about some interesting things in the sailboat hotel, which made Wang Xian laugh out loud. The laughter echoed in the restaurant, and the male and female waiters standing around couldn't help but cast envious glances at him.
These two are truly a perfect couple. Aren't they so happy together?
Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, Wang Xian suddenly said, "By the way, Zhongqing asked me to go stargazing in the suburbs next weekend. I heard that the starry sky there is particularly beautiful." He originally thought that Chen Shi would be as excited as he was, but he didn't expect the girl's face to suddenly darken. Chen Shi put down his knife and fork, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "You are not allowed to go." Although her tone was a bit willful, it was more about concern and jealousy.
Wang Xian immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly smiled gently and said, Okay, my CC has the final say. I won't go, as long as you are happy, I can do anything. Moo. As he spoke, he gently held the hand of Chen Shi, who was sitting across from him at the dining table, and placed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. Chen Shi was amused by his actions, and the gloom on his face disappeared. "That's more like it." She raised her head and gave Wang Xian a reproachful look. "Don't ever mention going out alone with other girls again." "Yes, my little princess,"
Wang Xian assured with a smile, secretly glad that he had coaxed his girlfriend in time. At noon the next day, the sun was still shining brightly, and Wang Xian and Chen Shi walked hand in hand in the campus of Jiangnan University. The breeze blew by, bringing bursts of floral scent. The green trees on both sides swayed gently in the wind, shielding them from the scorching sun. Suddenly, the originally quiet campus became noisy, and many students ran past them with excited expressions on their faces. Some students were happily discussing while running. "I heard that our school has a goddess-level transfer student today. She is so beautiful with her face and figure." A slightly fat boy wearing glasses said excitedly to several friends around him while running. Yes, she is the campus beauty of Kyoto University. I heard her name is Xia Chan, and she just transferred here today. I even heard that the campus belle of Kyoto University is even more beautiful than the three campus beauties of our school." Behind the boy with glasses, a boy in a white t-shirt also had excitement on his face. "Yes, she is now practicing playing a few piano pieces in the opera house on campus to prepare for the upcoming National College Piano Competition.
Let's go and take a look."
A boy in a blue jacket was running with a smile on his face, his eyes full of anticipation. These college students were talking in a flurry and hurried towards the opera house.
Chapter 60, She Also Wants to Take My Body?
Wang Xian and Chen Shi looked at each other and smiled lightly, with a look of disapproval in their eyes. In their view, these are just temporary excitement on campus and have nothing to do with them. The two continued to walk slowly towards computer class 3, and along the way they could still hear the students' heated discussion about Xia Chan.
When I walked into the classroom, the atmosphere inside was very different from.
She gently pinched Wang Xian's soft and smooth face. "My Xian is also the most special in my heart.
You are the most handsome one, and no one can replace you."
Wang Xian smiled and touched his nose shyly, then gently took Chen Shi's hand. "Cici, you are the best to me."
In the afternoon, Wang Xian went to the history elective open class alone.
Chen Shi did not choose history, so Wang Xian told her that she didn't need to go with him.
Wang Xian arrived at the classroom. It was not yet time for class.
He glanced into the spacious classroom and saw that many people were already there.
This is an open history class attended by students from many classes together in a very large open class classroom. If the classroom is full, it can even accommodate hundreds of people.
At this moment, golden sunlight slanted into the classroom, casting long and narrow shadows on the wooden floor.
Wow!
As soon as Wang Xian entered the open class classroom, he immediately attracted envious and admiring glances and enthusiastic exclamations from hundreds of college students around him.
"Look, isn't that the school hunk Wang Xian?
I didn't expect to meet him today. He is so handsome." A girl with a ponytail excitedly pulled her companion's arm, her cheeks flushed.
"Yeah, Wang Xian is my idol. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so rich. He's the president of Xian Capital Investment Group."
Another slim girl with long hair had stars in her eyes and her tone was full of amazement.
Yes, he is really amazing.
He is handsome and rich, and now he is a popular top-tier star. The movie he starred in, Magpie Bridge, is so good, I have watched it several times. Another girl held her face with both hands, looking like an infatuated fan.
As the currently recognized school idol of Jiangnan University, Wang Xian has long been accustomed to such attention.
His clear and handsome eyebrows were covered with a thin layer of frost, and the collar of his black shirt was slightly open, revealing a small piece of cold white skin. Ignoring the admiring glances directed at him, Wang Xian randomly picked an empty seat by the window and sat down. His slender white fingers were twirling the pen absent-mindedly. The cicadas outside the window were chirping noisily, but it could not disturb the quiet barrier he had created around him. After a while, a beautiful girl like a fairy appeared at the door of this open history classroom.
She was wearing a white dress.
She was 1.72 meters tall and slender. Her oval face was very beautiful under her long black hair, and her skin was soft and fair. Suddenly, the appearance of this girl once again triggered heated discussions.
Look! Isn't that the transfer student who was all over the campus forum this morning? Xia-chan, the campus beauty of Kyoto University, she's here?
Oh my god, she is worthy of being the campus belle of Kyoto University.
She is so beautiful.
She is like a fairy descending to earth.
Yes, it's her.
Our dormitory went to see her play the piano this afternoon.
She played the piano so beautifully.
Why is she here?
Isn't she trying to take advantage of our school hunk Wang Xian? It's possible. After all, Wang Xian is so outstanding.
The exclamations came one after another, like ripples on the surface of a lake when a stone is thrown into it.
Xia-chan walked into the classroom with light steps.
Her pure white dress swayed gently in the breeze, and the pink pearl hairpin on the end of her hair reflected beautiful light. She had a beautiful, fair, oval face, and beautiful long black hair that was full of fragrance and fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyes and brows were filled with the gentleness of the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, yet with a sense of aloofness that kept people at a distance. This temperament is simply that of a cold and ladylike fairy, which can make many men completely irresistible.
Is this the campus beauty of Kyoto University? She's too beautiful to be true, isn't she?
I agree. Such an incredibly beautiful girl.
How could she actually appear in real life? This is too unbelievable.
I heard that she has rejected countless suitors, and even many wealthy young men ignored her.
Many people didn't even have the chance to say a word to her.
A young master from a wealthy family is nothing. The Xia-chan family is the richest family in Beijing.
Have you heard of the Xia family in Kyoto? I went there.
It turns out that she is the daughter of the Xia family in Kyoto.
No wonder she looks so noble.
Just looking at her temperament, you can tell that she is very noble. That's right, her family is rich, she's beautiful, rich, and has everything she needs. So pursuing a girl like this is harder than climbing to the sky. The students around, especially the boys, could no longer contain their excitement. Their heated discussions spread like vines in the spacious history class open classroom. Xia-chan pretended not to hear anything and slowly swept her eyes across the classroom until they fell on Wang Xian. Only then did her beautiful eyes stop. Wang Xian also noticed that she was looking at him, and was slightly stunned.
Could this woman also want to take advantage of him? Damn it!
She also wants to take advantage of my body.
Chapter 61: The School Beauty's Confusion.
Wang Xian naturally heard the discussions of the people around him just now, and found out that this girl was the campus beauty who transferred from Kyoto University.
He really couldn't avoid her.
In fact, Wang Xian was not interested in Xia-chan at all and didn't want to get to know her. Observing the cold expression on Wang Xian's face, Xia-chan was slightly startled, then a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she walked straight towards him with light steps.
Wang Xian's heart tightened. Are you really coming? I'm really convinced. Ever since I got the system, my luck with women has been unstoppable. These beautiful girls all want to hit on me. I can't handle it. You might as well change the name of this system to the romance system. All pretty girls will want to stick to you. It's really too uncomfortable. Is anyone here?
Xia-chan walked up to Wang Xian, stretched out her slender white finger and pointed at the empty seat next to him, looking at him with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice is like a clear spring soaked in honey, especially clear and pleasant. By listening to her voice, you can obviously feel that this girl is very gentle. Wang Xian raised his eyes, his gaze swept across her fair and beautiful oval face, shook his head gently, and responded coldly, "No." His voice was low and cold, with a sense of alienation that kept people at a distance. Xia-chan sat down next to Wang Xian like a lady, took out a notebook from her cute pink canvas bag, and the faint scent of lavender on her body inadvertently drifted into Wang Xian's nose. With such a beautiful girl sitting next to him, Wang Xian didn't dare to turn his head to look beside her, for he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. He cursed in his heart, another demon. It's unbelievable, such a big open classroom with hundreds of seats, why did you have to sit next to me? At this time, Xia-chan quietly turned her head to look at Wang Xian beside her. Her eyelashes cast a butterfly wing-like shadow under her eyes, making her look particularly beautiful. Soon, an old professor of history in his 50s wearing glasses walked in, stood on the podium and began to talk about the history of the Western Zhou dynasty. King Yu of Zhou set fire to the beacon towers to trick the princes, which directly led to the demise of the Western Zhou dynasty. He lit the beacon tower for no reason to make his beloved concubine Bao Si smile, and teased the princes. Bao Si laughed heartily when she saw all this. King Yu of Zhou was very pleased and lit the beacon fire several more times. As he spread false news time and time again, the princes no longer believed in Fenghua. So they gradually stopped coming. Later, the Western Rong attacked Haojing and killed King Yu of Zhou. King Yu's son, King Ping of Zhou, moved eastward, and the Eastern Zhou dynasty began from then on. Xia Chan was always observing Wang Xian with a faint smile on her face, as if Wang Xian was a rare treasure in her eyes. Wang Xuanzi kept staring intently at the history teacher on the podium, his pen rustling on the paper as he took notes, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The history teacher's voice echoed in the classroom, but Xia Chan couldn't hear a word he said. She gently tore off a page from the notebook, quickly wrote a line of words, and quietly pushed it in front of Wang Xian. "Your name is Wang Xian, right?" Seeing the beautiful and neat words on the note, Wang Xian felt helpless and could only pick up the pen and write a reply to her on the note. "Well, how did you know?" Xia Chan smiled slightly when she saw the words on the note, and replied on the note, "You are a popular first-line star now, and many people know you. When I walked into this classroom and saw you for the first time, I recognized you." After reading the words on the note, Wang Xian touched his forehead and felt a headache. He would attract attention wherever he went now. Who made him make such a unique movie like The Fairy of Magpie Bridge? With a smug smile on his face, he wrote a few lines on the note, glanced at Xia Chan beside him, and handed the note back to her. "Alas! I can't help it. I'm too handsome. I shine wherever I go. I don't want to be so outstanding. Can anyone teach me how to become ordinary?" Seeing the words on the note, Xia Chan couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Xian was really narcissistic. She replied on the note, "You seem to like the window seat very much?" Then he handed the note to Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced at the note, paused his pen, put the pen back, stopped writing, and didn't want to respond. "You, Xia Chan, are you going to keep talking? You didn't even praise me just now, and now you want to continue chatting with me? Are you dreaming?" Wang Xian was very upset. This woman Xia Chan was not sensible at all. "You ask this and that, so would you praise this handsome man next to you?" Seeing that Wang Xian ignored her and didn't even reply to her note, Xia Chan felt a little bitter. She really didn't know what Wang Xian was thinking at the moment and didn't understand why he suddenly ignored her. She bit her lip and wrote on the note, "I heard that you led your computer class 3 to win the championship of the Jiangnan University Summer Men's Basketball Tournament last semester. Wang Xian, can you teach me how to play basketball?" She handed the note to Wang Xian again, and Wang Xian quickly glanced at the words on it. He turned his head and glanced at Xia Chan, his face showing displeasure and his eyes as cold as frost. "Classmate, please concentrate on the class. If you want to fail this history elective course, don't take me with you. Don't write me any more notes, and don't affect me anymore." His voice was not loud, but it pierced Xia Chan's cheeks like an icy spike, making them hot. The cicadas outside the window were becoming louder and louder. Xia Chan clenched the pen in her hand. She had always been the focus of everyone's attention since she was a child, and no one had ever been so cold to her. This unexpected alienation, on the contrary, aroused the stubbornness in her bones. She raised the corners of her lips slightly and continued to write on the paper, pushing it in front of Wang Xian again and again, as if tirelessly. Wang Xian's brows furrowed more and more, and finally he simply closed his notebook, crumpled up the notes handed to him without even looking at them, and threw them into the desk drawer. There was a bit of impatience on his face, and he was still cursing Xia Chan in his heart for being ignorant. "If you are reluctant to praise me, then don't even think about chatting with me." The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang, and Wang Xian quickly packed up his things without paying any attention to Xia Chan, his deskmate. He stood up, walked out from the other side of the seat, headed towards the door, and left quickly without looking back. Xia Chan watched his handsome back disappear at the classroom door. Her fingertips unconsciously touched the crumpled note in the desk drawer. She felt her heart was hurt. As a goddess who was high above everyone else, how could she have ever been treated with such cold eyes? This Wang Xian really makes her unable to figure it out. How could this happen? Xia Chan looked at the blue sky outside the window, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She originally thought that with her peerless beauty and incredibly hot body, even someone as outstanding as Wang Xian would be happy to be with her.
But who would have known?
Wang Xian and Xia Chan were getting along well at first, but later on, he suddenly ignored her, which made Xia Chan feel very puzzled.
Chapter 62 Wang Xian's Artistic Atmosphere.
On Friday night, the night sky was dotted with stars and the bright moonlight cast rays of moonlight, as if the whole earth was dyed with dreamy colors. Wang Xian was sitting at a desk in a spacious study on the third floor of Tianhu Villa Manor, reading a collection of poetry and prose seriously.
When he saw a good sentence, he couldn't help but read it out loud with a smile.
The man in green clothes in the mist and rain seems to be an old friend. Enjoy the passing of time, get drunk on a song, take a look at the splendor, and think of a person who is so charming. He continued to read with the book in his hand, and couldn't help but laugh and mutter to himself, this sentence is also good.
The time is quiet and good, and I talk with you.
The years flow slowly, and I am with you.
After the prosperity is gone, I will grow old with you. And this one. He stood up happily and walked to the window, reading aloud with joy on his face, spring water is just born, spring forest is just flourishing, spring breeze is 10 miles long, but it is not as good as you. Oh my God, even the 10-mile spring breeze is not as beautiful as you? What a beautiful sentence.
Wang Xian exclaimed in admiration as he looked at the book, completely immersed in the atmosphere of the moment. At this moment, the moonlight outside the window shines through the exquisitely carved window lattices, and falls on his handsome profile, which is as cold and hard as a knife. His slender white fingers gently stroked the ink-scented book, and his pair of black eyes were as deep as an ancient, cold pond with no bottom. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I once hid from the rain with you. At this moment, the secret that cannot be told cell phone ringtone set by Wang Xian suddenly rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the study. He picked up the phone on the table, glanced at the words Yang Tianying on the screen, picked up the phone casually, and a deep and magnetic voice rang out from his mouth, Mr. Yang. Mr. Wang, we have an auction at the Carnival Center of Tianying Real Estate Group tomorrow.
The invitation letter has been sent to you. If you are free, please come. Yang Tianying's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone.
After hearing what the other party said, Wang Xian felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart.
As everyone knows, there are usually some rare treasures at the auction.
Especially for large-scale auctions, the bigger the scale, the greater the value of the auction items. The auction held by a large group like Tianying Group must be of a large scale. Therefore, the items auctioned at this type of auction are probably of great origin. You might even come across some rare item at an auction, and that is exactly what you've always wanted.
Wang Xian held the phone in one hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. That smile was like the fleeting warm sunshine in winter. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll go take a look tomorrow.
His words were brief, but they carried an unquestionable certainty. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xian stood up and walked to the window, looking at the twinkling lights of thousands of homes in the distance, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. At this time, Chen Shi walked into the study room holding 2 cups of freshly ground coffee.
She smiled at Wang Xian and handed him a cup of coffee.
Wang Xian, this is for you. Wang Xian took the coffee with a smile. Chen Shi, did you put sugar in it?
Yes, but I only put a little in your cup because you said you don't like strong flavors. I naturally remember that. Chen Shi nodded.
Wang Xian picked up the coffee cup, sat back on the wooden chair, and took a sip of coffee.
Chen Shi, your coffee is quite delicious. My dear husband, thank you for the compliment. If you like it, I can make it for you every day.
Chen Shi put her coffee on the table, took a book she liked from the bookshelf, sat down at the table, and looked at him with a sweet smile on her face.
No, I can't drink it every day. Wang Xian shook his head. Drinking too much coffee will make you addicted. Afterwards, the two read together in the study.
During this period of time, Wang Xian has collected many books, calligraphy and paintings and placed them in this study, which is now filled with the fragrance of books. The dark twilight slanted into the study through the carved window lattices.
Chen Shi's fingertips stroked the yellowed ancient books on the bookshelf, and the sandalwood aroma lingered around his nose.
At this time, Wang Xian was leaning against the bookshelf, reading a book, and occasionally looking up at the beautiful girl not far away. His eyes followed her beautiful figure, and suddenly he looked at her and smiled and said, I've heard that Miss Chen Shi is very smart.
Would you like to play a couplet with me?
Wang Xian was eager to compete with Chen Shi in literary skills. He has always considered himself to be a person with both good looks and talent, rather than a nouveau riche with no cultural knowledge or talent. Chen Shi turned around and glanced at him, the corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. I would like to hear the details. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said aloud, "The first couplet, ink dyes the green mountains, and half a volume of poetry in books hides elegance." Chen Shi lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, then caught a glimpse of a white plum blossom inserted diagonally in the blue and white porcelain vase on the desk. His eyes suddenly lit up. Second couplet, fragrance floats on the jade table, a curtain of bright moon reflects the clear light.
Pa. Your couplet is really good.
Wang Xian smiled and clapped his hands in praise.
He then walked to the window and looked at the bright moon.
Suddenly, a couplet came to his mind.
He said, "Next."
The first couplet, the moon shines on the cold window, and the wind and clouds under the pen shock the four people.
Your couplet is really difficult. Let me think about it.
Chen Shi walked to the window, looked at the swaying green bamboo forest in the manor, smiled and parted her red lips. The wind sways the green bamboo, and the hills and valleys in my heart contain thousands of rivers.
Chen Shi, I admit that you are very good at writing couplets, but I wonder how good you are at writing poetry. How about we have a competition?
Wang Xian's eyes were full of confidence, and he planned to compete with Chen Shi in poetry writing.
Okay, Wang Xian, let's compete.
I also want to see your poetry writing level.
Chen Shi nodded. She was also looking forward to what kind of poetry Wang Xian could write.
Wang Xian spread the rice paper on the table, unscrewed the ink stick, tapped the tip of his pen lightly on the inkstone, looked at the newly blooming stars outside the window, and wrote an ancient poem which he named Starry Night Chant. After writing the poem, he picked up the rice paper and read it aloud with a confident smile. The dome-shaped awning is adorned with pearlescent light, and the handle of the dipper points to the northern wilderness across the sky. 10,000 points of cold light sink into the blue sea, and a cloud shadow crosses the fairyland. Chen Shi took the poem he wrote and looked at it, her fingertips stroking the wet ink on the paper, her beautiful eyes fixed on the twinkling Milky Way in the night sky. She suddenly smiled, picked up her pen, dipped it in ink, and quickly wrote on the gold-sprinkled paper, "The Milky Way pours down to the human world, turning into thousands of lights reflecting on a jade plate. I want to pull the flowing light to weave brocade, but I see the sunset light falling from the sky." Chen Shi smiled and handed the poem he wrote to Wang Xian. "Xian, I named this poem Lan Xinghe. Please judge which of our poems is better."
Wang Xian took the rice paper and read the poem on it. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and smiled in admiration. "Chen Shi, you are indeed better. Your poem is obviously better than the one I wrote."
The light in the study flickered, and the ink marks on the two poems seemed to echo the colorful galaxy outside the window. Wang Xian looked at the beautiful imagination written by Chen Shi, and felt as if the stars in the sky were not as bright as the soft light flowing in her eyes at this moment. Chen Shi was also amazed by Wang Xian's talent.
As dusk fell, the two of them were unaware of it and were immersed in this strong literary and artistic atmosphere. Half an hour later, the sound of a car engine approaching from afar broke the tranquility of the manor.
Standing on the third floor and looking through the window, Wang Xian saw a handsome elite white-collar worker in a neat suit standing at the entrance of the manor, with an upright posture, like a straight tree. He guessed that the young man was probably here to deliver the invitation.
Not long after, Wang Xian's cell phone rang again. He picked up the phone and a cold voice came out. "Well, I'll come down."
Wang Xian pushed open the door, and the cool night breeze brushed across his face, bringing a hint of fresh air. He walked slowly down the steps, the moonlight cast a silver edge on his figure, making him look even more mysterious and charming.
"Mr. Wang, this is an invitation."
An elite white-collar worker in a suit handed over the gold-stamped invitation with both hands, with a hint of envy in his eyes.
He just took a peek into the villa through the open door.
What a huge place! Such a manor would probably cost at least tens of billions, and such a house would be something he would never be able to afford in his lifetime.
Wang Xian took the invitation and said in a low and gentle voice, "Thank you."
His eyes inadvertently swept across the exquisite patterns on the invitation letter, and his fingers gently stroked the delicate texture, pondering silently in his heart.
Tianying Real Estate Group is one of the top 30 companies in the country, so the auction they hold is expected to be quite large. It seems that I must go to this auction. Maybe there will be some good stuff there. I will buy them then. Chapter 63. Goodbye Xiaochan. You're welcome, Mr. Wang. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first.
The young man who came to deliver the invitation said with a respectful smile.
Yeah. Wang Xian nodded, closed the door, and then turned back to the villa. He was looking forward to the arrival of the next day. After all, he had plenty of money and was only worried about not having anything good to buy. The next day, Saturday at noon, the golden sunlight shone on the light blue Ferrari LaFerrari, reflecting a dazzling light.
She was wearing a light pink dress that highlighted her slim and graceful figure. The hem of her dress was embellished with delicate lace, like a flower blooming in spring. Her long hair was gently blown by the breeze, and bursts of fragrance floated in the air. A small pink bow was pinned in her hair, making her look even sweeter and more charming. She sat lightly in the passenger seat, a gentle and sweet smile on her face, her eyes bright as stars. She turned around and smiled at Wang Xian. Xian, why do you suddenly want to go to the auction? Wang Xian started the car and glanced at her from the side. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously, revealing a gentle smile that seemed to be able to melt all the ice in the world. Cici, we have plenty of money now. There may be something good at the auction. I will buy it and give it to you then. She couldn't help but laugh happily, but she still said to Wang Xian seriously, Xian, I know you have always been very good to me, but you should not be too wasteful. I don't want anything. If you really want to buy something at the auction, pick something with a better value for money and don't waste your money. Wang Xian heard her words and smiled while driving. Okay, Cici, if some items are worth the money, then buy them. If they are not worth it, then don't buy them. At this time, Shi was completely the image of a good wife who was thrifty and managed the household well, which made Wang Xian look at her with some admiration. The supercar was speeding on the city roads. The wind blew in from the slightly opened window, gently lifting Shi's beautiful long hair with fragrance. Wang Xian and Shi drove the car in an orderly manner according to the navigation on their mobile phones. The scenery along the way quickly receded, and soon, the carnival center of Tianying Group came into view. It was a classical three-story ancient-style attic, built with various rare woods and green tiles. It was magnificent, like an elegant ancient talented woman standing in the city. Entering the auction site, Wang Xian and Shi could not help but be shocked by the scene before them. The circular wooden building is exquisitely designed, and the platform in the middle sparkles under the bright lights. The surrounding walls are decorated with exquisite murals depicting ancient legends and stories, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and each crystal reflects colorful light, making the entire hall look like a dream. Following the instructions on the invitation, Wang Xian and Shi walked up the red-carpeted stairs to the third floor and found VIP room 303. This was the most luxurious private room in this auction. Yang Tianying naturally knew Wang Xian's financial strength, so he naturally gave him the best private room. Are you kidding? For someone like Wang Xian who could easily pay more than 30 billion in one go to buy the Jiangnan International Financial Center, the family behind him must at least be ranked in the top 3 in the country's rich list. More than 30 billion can be transferred at one time, which is a very powerful cash flow. Although many people on the rich list are rich, it is not pure cash. A lot of it is stocks, and the rest is real estate such as houses. They may not be able to spend tens of billions at once. VIP room 303 is very spacious, about 60 square meters. The lights in the room are bright and dazzling, the interior decoration is luxurious and exquisite, and the soft carpet feels like walking on clouds. The carved railing in front of the room exudes a simple and mysterious atmosphere. Wang Xian, dressed in a black suit, walked behind the railing, leaned his hands on the carved railing, and scanned the entire audience with his eyes like lightning. At this time, the circular attic was already bustling with people on all sides. The guests were dressed in gorgeous gowns, chatting and laughing, and the whole hall was filled with a luxurious and lively atmosphere. Many people who came to the scene, especially those who knew each other, were smiling, greeting and talking. Hey, Mr. Zhou, you're here too. Hey, Mr. Yang, I didn't expect you to be here. I heard that an authentic painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains by the Northern Song Dynasty painter Wang Ximing will be auctioned today. You'd better be considerate of me when the time comes. I like that painting very much. Mr. Zhou, you are really worrying too much. I am not interested in paintings, but I am interested in ancient calligraphy. I heard that there is an authentic calligraphy work by Wang Shiji from the Eastern Jin Dynasty to be auctioned today. Don't snatch it from me. That's right. According to the information I received, there are countless authentic antiques at this auction. We have really come to the right place. Brother Du, the Tianying Group is really generous. It must have cost a lot of money to build this auction site. That's right, Brother Huang. After all, Mr. Yang Tianying is one of the top 3 real estate developers in the country. He is at the top of the national rich list. His net worth exceeds 100 billion. Can the auction he held be small in scale? Boss Xia, have you heard that today's grand finale is a rare treasure? Yes, it is. I heard it is an extraordinary rare treasure. As far as I know, a young war king master risked his life to bring it out from the secret realm of the Moon God Palace.
He wants to auction it through the Tianying Group's auction.
But Tianying Group has made a profit, as they can take a 15% commission from his auction.
But that thing is useless to most of us.
Only warriors can use it, but the number of warriors is too small. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, at this moment, Wang Xian's gaze suddenly paused. When he turned his head, he happened to see a stunningly beautiful fairy standing in the private room 304 next door. The woman stood there gracefully, protected by several bodyguards in suits and an old man.
Xia Chan was wearing a light blue short dress.
She had a pair of slender, straight and white legs and a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet, which made her look very youthful. The light blue skirt fluttered gently in the wind, outlining her slim and graceful figure. She has beautiful long straight black hair draped over her shoulders, with a delicate and lovely pink bow hair accessory in her hair, and her cheeks are fair and soft. As the campus belle of Kyoto University, she is so beautiful, with delicate features, fair skin, and a hot body.
She exudes fairy-like charm almost every moment.
She didn't say anything at this time, but just stood quietly behind the carved railing, staring at the crowd below with a cold gaze. At this moment, she is like the bright moon falling into the earth. The elegant aura on her body is like the spring breeze blowing through the bamboo forest, bringing a clear rhythm.
Her flowing eyes seem to hide stars and the Milky Way.
Every glance creates ripples, gently dispelling the noise around her. She was surrounded by a gentleness like a mist, and like a snow lotus that was not stained by dust. Even time seemed to slow down beside her, daring only to gently kiss the corner of her clothes. At this time, Xia Chan also saw Wang Xian in front of the private room 303 next door, and a hint of surprise and shyness flashed in her eyes. In front of private room 303, there was a handsome young man standing on the guardrail, exuding a cool and aloof air, like an extremely noble prince in a fairy tale.
She didn't expect to meet him again. It seemed like it was really fate.
Xia Chan thought about it silently and decided to approach Wang Xian. No matter what, she is a goddess-level figure, and she just doesn't believe that Wang Xian will always treat a beautiful girl like her coldly. Xia Chan took a deep breath, trying to make herself look calm, then walked with light steps along the 2-meter-wide aisle in front of the private rooms and came to room 303.
Wang Xian, you are here too.
Xia Chan looked at Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile. Her voice was soft and sweet, and her eyes were full of anticipation.
Wang Xian glanced at her casually, nodded slightly, and said in a cold tone, "Yeah."
He was actually too lazy to respond to the woman, but since she had greeted him, he had to deal with her casually, otherwise it would seem too rude. However, Wang Xian's brief response was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the passion that had just ignited in Xia Chan's heart. This was not what she had imagined. She had not expected Wang Xian to be so aloof. Logically speaking, a narcissistic person like him should not be so cold and unapproachable, but should be an optimistic and sunny boy. But Xia Chan could never have imagined that ever since she sat next to Wang Xian in the last history open class, Wang Xian's attitude towards her has always been cold, and it is still the same today. Shenxi walked forward suspiciously, walked to the two of them, blinked his big eyes, and asked Wang Xian curiously, "Who is she?"
She thought, when did Wang Xian attract such a beautiful woman? This guy is really fast.
Shenxi looked at Xia Chan's appearance and found that her looks and temperament were just as good as his own. Shenxi was wearing a light pink dress at this time, like a legendary princess-level fairy. Xia Chan was wearing a light blue short dress, and her beautiful face was as cold as frost, making her look more like the cold and aloof fairy in the Moon Palace in the legend. Both of them are 172 centimeters tall, but Xia Chan is slightly taller, apparently over 172.5 centimeters. At this moment, many guests at the scene saw two fairy-level beauties gathered in front of private room 303.
Many people around turned their eyes here and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
"Oh my god, Mr. Wang from Xian Capital is so lucky.
Two such beautiful girls are actually by his side?
It seems that both of them have a close relationship with him."
"You're right. Aren't those two girls so beautiful? This is the first time I've seen such beautiful goddesses in real life. Alas, what good is it for us to be rich? We are still not qualified to get a goddess of that level. I really admire Wang Xian for having both money and a beautiful woman by his side. Brother Yang, you're not the only one who's envious. I'm also envious of Wang Xian. He's so popular with beautiful women."
Many of the people who came to the auction this time were president-level figures. They were all very rich and had many women around them, but none of them had ever gotten fairies of the level of the two beside Wang Xian. Many of them were very envious of Wang Xian.
Hearing his girlfriend's question, Wang Xian turned and smiled at Chen Shi.
His eyes instantly became extremely gentle. He shook his head gently. I don't know him. Xia Chan's smile froze on her face instantly, and a feeling of bitterness and embarrassment surged in her heart. She bit her lip, trying not to show her emotions, and then said with a forced smile, "Then I'll go back first." When she turned and left, her steps were a little unsteady, and her lonely back told of endless loss and melancholy. At this moment, the lights on the auction table suddenly lit up, and a beautiful host in a black evening dress walked onto the stage gracefully. Her voice was clear and pleasant. "Dear guests, welcome to the 16th auction held by Tianying Real Estate Group.
The auction is now officially starting."
As she finished her words, the whole place fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the auction table.
A competition for wealth and treasures was about to begin. Chapter 64, Tokyo Dream Record.
The bright lights of the auction building shone softly, flowing over the tables in the private room.
The auction was about to begin. Wang Xian and Chen Shi were in private room 303.
They each sat on a wooden chair, looking at the auction table below from behind the guardrail in front of the room. At this time, a sound of light footsteps was heard, and several beautiful waitresses came up to the private room 303. They skillfully set up the table behind the railing in front of the room, and placed some exquisite desserts and steaming tea on the table one by one. Several waitresses were slim and beautiful, standing respectfully behind Wang Xian and Chen Shi. The beautiful waitress walked to the front and looked at Wang Xian and Chen Shi. She raised a perfect smile and her eyes were full of respect.
"Boss Wang, Boss Chen, please enjoy these snacks and tea. If you need anything, you can always call us."
Wang Xian and Chen Shi smiled back gently at the same time, and both said softly, "Thank you." Wang Xian picked up a piece of red bean paste cake, put it gently into his mouth, chewed it carefully, and the sweet fragrance spread on his taste buds.
His eyes were fixed on the auction table below, his gaze deep and focused.
At this time, the light shone on the beautiful hostess who was hosting the auction, outlining her graceful and beautiful silhouette. She smiled and said in a clear and pleasant voice, "Dear guests, this first lot is a golden Buddha from the Sui dynasty, which has a history of more than 1,400 years. The starting price is 36 million yuan, and each increase in price must not be less than 500,000 yuan." As she finished her words, several other beautiful staff members in black suits slowly walked behind her carrying the items for auction. One of the female staff members gently lifted the black cloth, and suddenly, a golden ancient Buddha statue appeared before everyone. The Buddha statue was about 30 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide. Under the light, it shines with golden light, as if carrying a mysterious glow that has accumulated over the years. Around the auction table, the guests in the 3-story circular auction building suddenly became lively, and the audience in each private room couldn't help but exclaim and have heated discussions. "This Buddha statue is shining and looks really beautiful." "Yes, and this Buddha statue was passed down from the Sui dynasty."
"It does have a very long history." "Boss Yang, I heard that your family is quite Buddhist. You won't buy this Buddha statue, will you?" "Mr. Duan, you must be joking.
The starting price of this Buddha statue is 36 million.
I'm afraid my financial situation is not enough to support me to buy this item." The sounds that come one after another are like the prelude to a symphony about art and wealth.
Soon, someone broke the brief silence, holding up a sign with the number 104 on it and loudly priced, 37 million. Then, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a buzz cut in room 107 said, "I'll offer 38 million. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited, and the quotes came in waves like a tide.
40 million. 43 million. 51 million.
As the numbers continued to rise, the price of this golden Buddha statue soared amid competition among many people, and was eventually sold for 63 million. The beautiful host smiled and looked around the room. The guest in room 306 is willing to pay 63 million.
Are there any other guests who want to raise the price?
Her voice echoed in the auction building with a hint of anticipation. However, there was silence all around, as everyone was shocked by the high price. "Okay, 63 million at a time," the beautiful host said with a smile, preparing to strike the hammer to represent the deal. At this time, Wang Xian, who was drinking tea, glanced at the golden Buddha that was shining with golden light and looked quite festive, and thought it was a good thing.
63 million twice, 63 million.
Just as the beautiful host was about to announce the hammer, Wang Xian raised the sign of 303 without hesitation, and said in a steady and powerful voice, 66 million. The female host's eyes instantly turned to room 303, with a bright smile on her face. "Mr. Wang from room 303 is willing to pay 66 million.
Is there anyone who can raise the price?"
The whole place was still silent, and everyone seemed to be amazed at Wang Xian's courage. The beautiful host saw this and shouted in a clear voice, 66 million once, 66 million twice, 66 million 3 times. With the sound of the hammer falling, well, congratulations to Mr. Wang Xian of Xian Capital Group for winning this Buddha statue at a price of 66 million. Soon, several staff members carefully carried the Buddha statue along the wooden stairs to the 3rd floor and respectfully handed it to Wang Xian. The auction followed the rule of exchanging money for goods. Wang Xian carefully checked the Buddha statue, and after confirming that it was correct, he immediately swiped his card to transfer 66 million to the staff. After a short pause, the beautiful host spoke again, with new expectations in her voice. The second lot to be auctioned is the original copy of Dongjing Mangguolu written by Mang Yuanlao in the late Northern Song dynasty.
This is an ancient prose notebook.
This work depicts the urban customs and human sentiments of Dongjing Bianliang in the late Northern Song dynasty, and is full of literary content. The starting price is 20 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million.
As soon as the words fell, a new round of bidding began fiercely.
Everyone was vying for it, and with each bid, the price of this copy of Dreams of Splendor in the Eastern capital continued to rise, and soon it was driven up to 38 million.
It's actually Tokyo Dream record.
Xiao Chan, who was sitting in VIP room 304, had her eyes lit up. She had always had a strong interest in these literary heritages about ancient folklife, and at this moment she was even more excited. She raised the sign without hesitation, stared at the host on the auction table below with a sharp gaze, and shouted in a clear voice, 39 million.
Huh? She wants to buy it too?
Wang Xian, who was sitting in private room 303, turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chan, who was in private room 304 next door. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He turned sideways again, smiled gently at his girlfriend Chen Shi, who was sitting next to him, and said softly, Cici, do you want that collection of ancient prose?
If you want it, I will definitely take a picture of it.
Chen Shi shook his head gently, his eyes gentle and firm, and said softly, it's okay for me, Xian, let's not waste too much money.
Wang Xian waved his hand lovingly, his eyes full of indifference, Cici, we have plenty of money.
As he spoke, he raised the 303 sign and looked at the host below, who shouted in a loud voice, 40 million. Xiao Chan turned her head and looked at Wang Xian in the private room 303 next door, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes.
Oh my god, do you really have to fight with me for that thing?
To be honest, Xiao Chan really likes that volume of ancient prose. But she thought about it in her heart and made a decision, forget it, I won't compete with you. Although Xiao Chan loved the book Dongjing Mangguolu written by Mang Yuanlao of the Northern Song dynasty, she was unwilling to compete with Wang Xian after all. Faced with Wang Xian's price increase, she chose to give in and temporarily hide her love for the ancient book in her heart. At this time, the price of 40 million had undoubtedly driven up the price of this volume of Dongjing Mangguolu very high. Many people felt that the price was too high, so no one competed with Wang Xian in bidding. Wang Xian successfully won the item at a price of 40 million. Several beautiful staff members in black suits came to the private room again and handed the item to him carefully.
Wang Xian took the ancient book, took out his black gold card to pay, and planned to give the book to his beloved girlfriend Chen Shi immediately.
Chen Shi smiled at him, shook his head slightly, and said gently, Wang Xian, I know you have always liked ancient culture and art.
You can take this book yourself.
Wang Xian was somewhat delighted to hear Chen Shi's words.
To be honest, he really liked such ancient books. He actually wanted this book too.
But compared to Chen Shi, no matter how much I like something, I am willing to give it to her. In Wang Xian's heart, Chen Shi is the most important person to him. No matter how precious the things in the world are, in his eyes, they are not as valuable as her. He really likes her.